Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Good morning, folks. Sorry I'm late. Overslept, and then I watched a little bit of T's show, which is pretty interesting actually. I have a few news stories, then I'm going to get into some videos. One is going to be a follow-up kind of to some thinking I was doing on Thomas Sowell. Found another firing line video interview of Thomas Sowell, and then I wanted to bring up something I brought up yesterday about looks like the old ERA bill or something like it is something that has reared its head again. And I wanted to talk a little bit about basically feminism, the 1964 Civil Rights Bill, and how sex came to be a protected class in that Civil Rights Bill. And then towards the end, we'll get into either Pop the Balloon or food videos or something, depending on if Virgo shows up. So that's where we're going to go. I want to start off with a little bit of border news. This newspaper article is from yesterday, but there are a couple things on immigration I want to cover right quick. This first story, Trump's top border advisor says he will bring back family detention. So basically, this definitely caught my attention. You know, basically they're going to wind up dealing with border crossings or illegal border crossings as a family. So we'll listen to this right quick.
Couldn't hear it, Stanley.
Oops. Let's see here. You know what?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. I don't think anyone can hear it.
Sorry about that. I actually started the wrong article. It's
It's all good, Stanley. You're probably better at this than I would be.
yeah.
This news story was written by Nick
Here we go.
There you go.
Here's the right article.
Miroff. Trump's top border advisor says he will bring back family detention. U.S. immigration authorities will once more put families with children in detention centers when President-elect Donald Trump returns to office next month. According to incoming White House border czar Tom Homan, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will look to hold parents with children in soft-sided tent structures similar to those used by U.S. border officials to handle immigration surges, Homan said. The government will not hesitate to deport parents who are in the country illegally, even if they have young U.S.-born children, he added, leaving it to those families to decide whether to exit together or be split up. Here's the issue, Homan said in a wide-ranging interview that included some of his most extensive comments to date on Trump's plans for mass deportations. You knew you were in the country illegally and chose to have a child, so you put your family in that position. President Joe Biden ended family detention in 2021, closing 3 facilities ICE called residential centers that offered about 3,000 beds. The facilities had a dorm-like design with recreational and educational programming. They were criticized by immigration advocates and pediatricians who said detention was harmful for children. The federal judge who oversees immigration detention programs involving minors has set 20 days as the maximum amount of time children can be held at the family facilities. The deportation process often requires more time, so ICE has generally preferred to prioritize easier-to-remove adults. But Homan said that may change once Trump takes office. We're going to need to construct family facilities, he said. How many beds we're going to need will depend on what the data says. Homan will not be directing ICE operations as part of his White House role, but he will work closely on border and immigration issues with Kristi L. Noem, now governor of South Dakota, and Trump's pick to lead the Department of Homeland Security, which includes ICE. As acting director of ICE during Trump's first term, Homan drove the zero-tolerance policy that separated more than 4,000 children from their parents soon after they crossed the border into the United States. He said Trump's new enforcement campaign will seek to deport families together. But he acknowledged the government cannot remove children who are U.S. citizens, leaving it to parents to decide whether they would split up the family. After retiring from ICE in 2018, Homan became a regular guest on Fox News, advocating the kind of unsentimental, unapologetic approach to immigration enforcement that seems to appeal to Trump. But of all the border hardliners in the incoming administration, Homan is perhaps the most cognizant of the limits of the government's ability to deliver on promises of mass deportation and the potential for a political backlash. During a 34-year career at the U.S. Border Patrol and ICE, he saw wide swings in public support for immigration enforcement. We need to show the American people we can do this and not be inhumane about it, he said. We can't lose the faith of the American people. Homan was a senior official at ICE in 2012, when the agency deported more than 400,000 people, an all-time high. He said he was not ready to commit to a target number of deportations until he knows what resources will be available to expand ICE capacity. I'll be setting myself up for disappointment. Trump and other senior advisors have pledged to use National Guard troops to help boost deportations. Homan said troops could help with transportation and other support functions, but only trained law enforcement officers will be able to make immigration arrests. I don't see this thing as being sweeps and the military going through neighborhoods, he said, insisting it will be a targeted campaign aimed at people who have criminal records. Homan said he will launch a separate campaign to locate more than 300,000 teens and children that he and other Trump allies have frequently described as missing. Legal experts say that descriptor is a stretch. Most of the young migrants and their guardians have simply stopped responding to government caseworkers. Many unaccompanied minors taken into U.S. custody along the border are by law transferred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR, at the Department of Health and Human Services. The agency is responsible for identifying a sponsor, typically another family member already living in the United States, who can take custody of the minor and ensure compliance with U.S. immigration laws. The government conducts follow-up welfare checks, typically via phone call, but some of the minors and their guardians can't be reached or do not respond. Since 2019, about 450,000 unaccompanied minors have been transferred to ORR, according to a Department of Homeland Security oversight report published in August. During that time, 32,000 did not show up for scheduled court hearings, and an additional 291,000 were not issued a notice to appear by ICE. Homan acknowledged that many of those young people are probably with their parents or other family members, but he said he wants to mobilize nonprofit groups and private contractors to carry out a more concerted effort to track them down. He said he was not sure how he would get additional funding to implement a more rigorous system of oversight. "I think some of these children will be in forced labor, and some will be in the sex trade," he said. "I think some will be perfectly fine. We just want to make sure." Yet Homan also said parents who have migrated illegally to the United States, sent for their children, and then reclaimed them from U.S. government custody should be placed in deportation proceedings. Exactly the reason many avoid responding to government check-ins. "I'm not saying take them into custody," he said. "We'll let them get the child and put them in proceedings with the child, so they can go to court and plead their case as a family." Immigration advocates have raised alarm at previous attempts to use the Refugee Resettlement Sponsor Program for enforcement purposes, arguing that parents and relatives will not come forward to claim children if they fear arrest by ICE. Stephen Miller, the longtime Trump aide who is returning to the White House as a senior policy advisor, attempted unsuccessfully in 2019 to embed a senior ICE official at the Refugee Resettlement Office in 2019. That official, Caleb Vitello, has been designated by Trump to be acting ICE director when he is inaugurated in January. Lee Gallant, the ACLU attorney who argued many of the highest-profile immigration cases during Trump's first term, including the challenge to family separations, said the president-elect's immigration enforcement picks appear to be dusting off their old playbook. The incoming administration has refused to acknowledge the horrific damage it did to families and little children the first time around, and seems determined to once again target families for gratuitous suffering, Gallant said. In electing Trump, he added, "The public may have voted in the abstract for mass deportations, but I don't think they voted for more family separation or unnecessary cruelty to children." Worksite raids by ICE, which Biden ended, will return with Trump, Homan said. "We haven't
Could
really
you
worked out
pause
the plan
it
for
for a
worksite enforcement,"
second,
he said.
Stanley?
"We know that employers are going to be upset."
I mean, if these people wouldn't have brought their children and all that over here in the first place, then they would not be in this situation. Am I correct? So who is the real ones putting these children in danger and splitting them up? It is these people themselves that bring them over here and keep shipping all kinds of people over here. They're the ones who do it to their own people and families. It's not the United States government, Stanley. That's all I had to say on that. Thank you very much.
He said he also wants the new administration to bring back the Remain in Mexico program, which required asylum seekers to wait outside U.S. territory while their claims were considered in U.S. courts. Biden ended that program after taking office in 2021. Illegal border crossings subsequently soared to record levels, but have fallen sharply this year as the Biden administration implemented sweeping asylum restrictions and pushed deportations to a 10-year high. Biden officials have offset their crackdown with a major expansion of lawful pathways that allow roughly 70,000 migrants per month to apply to enter the United States legally. Internal audits have found the sponsorship programs have been exploited by traffickers in some instances. In particular, he said he will review the government's use of the CBP One mobile app, which the Biden administration has used as a queue management tool. It offers 1,450 appointments per day for migrants to make humanitarian claims at official border crossings. Homan said it has facilitated fraudulent claims. Asked whether illegal crossings could end up increasing if Trump takes away the app and other legal entry channels, Homan said strict enforcement, including not releasing migrants into the country while their asylum claims are processed, will produce a deterrent effort. At the beginning, we may see numbers coming up when we shut these programs down, he said. They're going to try to come illegally, but once the message is clear that we're ending catch and release, the numbers will reduce. Maria Sacchetti contributed to this report.
So what do you think, Stanley? Are
About
you there?
think about what?
About whose fault is it that all these kids and all that are coming up missing? I mean, is it the people bringing them here, or is it the fault of the United States? I think it's the fault of the people bringing them here. That's who I think is to blame.
Okay, I think that people shouldn't cross borders illegally. DiCapriono, to your point, the Constitution basically enforces innocent until proven guilty. So enforcing laws and prosecuting violations of the law are inherently more difficult than committing them. So I'm not even sure what you're saying makes sense. You know, beating somebody over the head is more difficult than getting convicted for beating, or I'm sorry, it's much easier than the law convicting you for beating somebody over the head. That's just material reality. And SCOTUS interpreting the Constitution has nothing to do with innocent until proven guilty. That doesn't, you don't need to interpret that.
So, Stanley, do you think the Supreme Court should generally be adhered to as far as the law is concerned?
Yes.
So, when Joe Biden, the Supreme Court said, no, you cannot just forgive student loans, is I'm going to do it anyway.
No, that's not exactly how it happened. He found another avenue to do it. Okay, they said basically how he wanted to forgive the student loans was illegal or unconstitutional. He found a different way of doing it. So Constitution would have to rule on that alternative method as well.
But fundamentally, Stanley,
before we get off into space, because I'm not talking about student loans to start off with, basically they didn't say he couldn't do it. They said he couldn't do it the way he wanted to do it. Now he's going to go and find another way to do it.
But that's not his money. That's taxpayer money.
If you can't figure out what I just said, I don't know how I can help you.
Yes, I figured it out.
Just like a roadmap, there are many different ways into a particular city. There's several different highways. That's what he's doing. He's choosing a different avenue to accomplish the goal.
Anyway, he backed out at the last minute on his latest magic wand because he does not have control of taxpayer money like that. That money does not belong to him. It belongs to the taxpayer, right? And so You
No,
can't
actually,
just have a.
the money belongs to the Treasury Department once you pay your taxes. Now, once again, I'm concentrating on immigration. I don't want to change
Right.
topics.
Okay. My bad, Stanley.
This news story was written by Nick Miroff. Many targeted for removal by Trump can't be deported, ICE data shows. Barriers to sending some immigrants home are among the legal and logistical obstacles President-elect Donald Trump faces as he pledges mass deportations. Nearly half of the 1.4 million people in the U.S. immigration system who have pending deportation orders cannot be sent back to their home countries, according to internal immigration and
Well,
customs
yes, they
enforcement
can.
data, posing one of several looming obstacles to President-elect Donald Trump's pledge for a mass removal campaign. Some orders can't be carried out because the would-be deportees' home country won't take them or limits cooperation with ICE.
Oh,
Others
they will.
identified for deportation are serving prison terms or have received a reprieve or deferral from an immigration judge due to a medical condition, a credible persecution threat, or another extenuating factor. An array of other logistical and legal impediments also could constrain mass deportations, according to current and former ICE officials. Trump promises to brush aside hurdles and mount a campaign modeled after the harsh roundups of the Eisenhower administration, when the U.S. government expelled hundreds of thousands of migrant workers to Mexico. "We will begin, and we have no choice, the largest deportation operation in American history," he said on the campaign trail. Trump's aides described the anticipated campaign as an enforcement blitz that will leverage the power and resources of the U.S. military to roll back the effect of record numbers of illegal border crossings under President Joe Biden. Criminals and those with outstanding deportation orders will be the administration's priority as of Trump's inauguration Jan 20, aides say. "It's going to be at light speed," Trump advisor Stephen Miller said on Fox News last month. "The moment President Trump puts his hand on that Bible and takes the oath of office." Republican lawmakers are seeking to move a spending bill through Congress early next year that would boost ICE's budget and staffing levels. Trump may also seek to tap into Department of Defense funds, similar to the way he diverted $10 billion from Pentagon accounts during his first term, from 2017 to 2021, to pay for wall construction along the U.S.-Mexico border. Some Trump supporters point to Operation Allies Welcome as a potential blueprint for their plans. The 2021 operation was the Biden administration's whole-of-government effort to rescue and resettle nearly 100,000 Afghan refugees by temporarily housing them on military bases and
Oops. Sorry about that.
enlisting federal
Yeah.
employees from multiple agencies to help. If the Biden administration can bring people into the country with military resources and efficiency, they argue, the incoming Trump administration can do the reverse to send people out. But unlike the Afghan program, which rescued willing evacuees, Trump's deportation efforts target people who do not want to leave this country. They have met determined resistance from immigrant advocates and lawyers. During Trump's first term, his administration tried
Well,
a form of fast-track deportation authority known as expedited removal that is limited to recent border crossers. Trump's attempt was blocked in U.S. District Court in 2019, then an appeals panel overruled the decision the following year. At that time, the coronavirus pandemic was in full swing, and health protocols sought to limit crowding in detention centers to avoid spreading the infection. Biden rescinded the nationwide expedited removal order in 2022. Trump is expected to reinstate it, allowing ICE to arrest and deport immigration violators without appeal. Even expedited deportations often require ICE to hold someone for weeks until arrangements for their trip home can be finalized. Miller, who will return to the White House as
fuck
Trump's
that.
chief of staff for policy, told the New York Times last year that the Trump administration could set up detention camps and temporary holding facilities until people are deported. He declined to comment for this article. U.S. Customs and Border Protection in recent years has made extensive use of climate-controlled tent sites known as soft-sided facilities to temporarily hold and process migrants apprehended along the U.S.-Mexico border. Using these to detain deportees would pose significant safety risks to employees and contractors, according to current and former ICE officials. ICE detainees may be desperate to avoid deportation and emotionally distraught after separation from their families. Such detainees are generally less compliant than migrants who have recently crossed into the United States, ICE officials said, because the latter group retains some hope of being allowed to stay in the country. CBP has different detention standards, said one retired ICE official who spoke on the condition of anonymity, because they are considering a return to the agency to help fill staffing shortages. ICE operates under a much higher bar, with a lot more requirements and services that need to be offered to a person in detention. Tom Homan, the former ICE acting director whom Trump has designated as border czar to oversee the deportation campaign, told the Post last month that anyone with a removal order from an immigration judge could be deported, regardless of whether they had a criminal record. If those orders aren't executed or carried out, then what the hell are we doing? Homan said. Nothing in immigration law says you need to commit a very serious criminal offense to be removed from the country. ICE officials will probably turn to private detention contractors to expand capacity beyond the current level of around 40,000 beds per day across a nationwide network of for-profit facilities and county jails. During Trump's first administration, ICE pushed its detainee population to about 55,000. And current and former ICE officials said it would not be difficult to return to similar capacity levels if funds were available. Finding tens of thousands of additional beds would prove challenging, however, according to current and former ICE officials. Military bases have significant drawbacks, they said. During Operation Allies Welcome, for instance, Afghans housed on military bases received benefits and incentives to remain. They were not formally detained, but the barracks where many were housed would neither be up to ICE detention standards nor provide the physical security of a jail setting, according to current and former ICE officials. These officials agreed Trump can significantly increase annual deportations through more aggressive enforcement, especially with a major increase in ICE funding and support from other federal forces, such as U.S. Marshals and National Guard troops in Republican-led states. Officials said they expect the effort to yield results comparable to those of Trump's first term, at least initially. Trump took office in 2017 promising millions of deportations, but topped out at 347,250 ICE removals in fiscal 2019, according to the Office of Homeland Security statistics. ICE's highest one-year total was 432,228 deportations in 2013, DHS records show. Since then, scores of cities, counties, and other jurisdictions across the United States have adopted sanctuary policies that limit cooperation with ICE. Police departments in those jurisdictions generally do not help ICE carry out street-level arrests, and jails will not hold immigration violators charged with traffic offenses or, in some cases, violent felonies. Yet city and county jails remain the easiest place for the Trump administration to round up more potential deportees. By going into secure detention facilities, a relatively small team of ICE officers can take custody of multiple immigration violators, avoiding potentially volatile confrontations with the suspects and their family members, as well as the scrutiny of cell phone cameras. ICE worksite raids or street-level arrests known as at-large operations typically require weeks of planning and coordination with local police departments. During those operations, ICE agents may sweep up suspected immigration violators aside from their targets, but the number of people ICE can detain and quickly deport is often much smaller than the number they arrest. Detainees have the right to request a hearing with an immigration judge, slowing or halting the deportation process. Going out and arresting people in the community is very difficult and resource-intensive, said one senior ICE official, who was not authorized to speak to reporters. Without getting more cooperation from sanctuary jurisdictions, I see increases, but I don't see crazy numbers. Trump aides say the incoming administration will immediately scrap Biden administration policies that have directed ICE to spare immigrants who are illegally in the country but don't pose a safety threat. ICE told lawmakers that as of July, there were about 663,000 immigration violators in the United States with criminal convictions or charges who aren't in ICE custody. That includes individuals serving sentences in federal or state prisons and others who may have been allowed to stay by an immigration judge, despite their deportation orders, because it was too dangerous or difficult to send them home. Homan and other Trump aides said enforcement efforts will focus on rounding up criminals who remain at large. ICE's staffing levels aren't adequate to carry out a mass enforcement campaign of that nature, current and former agency officials said. ICE has about 5,500 officers working on immigration cases. Hundreds of vacant positions remain unfilled. A funding boost won't immediately increase staffing, because the average amount of time it takes to recruit, screen, train, and deploy a new officer is 18 to 24 months, according to agency officials. The number of people on ICE's non-detained docket of immigrants whose cases it oversees has ballooned to 7.8 million, double the number it had in 2019, according to the latest figures, which include some of those with criminal records. The increase has been driven mostly by the record 2 million per year illegal crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border during Biden's first 3 years in office. About 1,100 ICE officers are assigned to ensuring immigrants on the non-detained docket comply with legal obligations. Current and former agency officials said many ICE officers will need to update their training before heading out on at-large operations and worksite enforcement raids, which Biden halted in 2021. Taking potential deportees into custody is only the first step. Their home nations may not be prepared for mass receptions. Venezuela, Nicaragua, and China are among several nations that limit or refuse to accept ICE deportation flights. During Trump's first term, his administration used diplomatic pressure, withholding visas, for example, to compel recalcitrant nations to accept more deportees. Current and former ICE officials said even cooperative nations such as Guatemala and Honduras may not have space or staff to immediately issue landing permits for additional flights before the agency can show up with plane loads of deportees. Aircraft availability presents another obstacle. ICE has at its disposal about a dozen charter planes, each with capacity for about 135 deportees, and charter companies don't have a lot of additional aircraft sitting around, officials said. Trump and his aides have discussed overcoming these limits by using military aircraft. Federal regulators would have to approve the use of military transport aircraft for civilian deportees. The Pentagon was not keen to play a role in immigration enforcement the last time Trump was in office, current and former ICE officials said, or to share its transportation contracts. If you start using those planes for deportations, you quickly get into problems with military force readiness, the retired ICE official said. It's the same contractors who are flying our service members to the Middle East or to Germany. Maria Sacchetti contributed to this report. This news story was written by Nick Miroff. Many targeted for removal by Trump can't be deported, ICE.
Okay, well, there are the problems, but I don't know. I don't think any of them are insurmountable. The only concern I have is getting the actual reserve military or the active duty military involved with this. I hesitate. It is, these are police force type of things. The military training is different than police training. So, that's my main concern. The other issue is going to be getting sanctuary cities. Most of the sanctuary cities are, more or less political type concepts. And, getting cooperation from sanctuary cities is going to be it's going to be interesting to see how they do that. I think New York City is going to, I would think New York City and Chicago will be the two easiest, to kind of acquiesce because immigration's just gotten beyond their capabilities to handle. But anyway,
Well,
I
Stanley,
think, well,
isn't it a
hold on one sec. I actually think that, it is time to, kind of tighten the belt. Immigration's just gotten out of control, and Biden, basically screwed himself by not taking it seriously. What is it, 12th man?
I think what they're gonna do is, oh no, you made me forget what I was gonna talk about.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll remember. Let's see. This next thing is a little bit of a shifting of gears. It's something I've actually been thinking about. It's funny how the Supreme Court is mostly Catholic, as far as the members or the
Really?
JD Vance is a converted Catholic, and this article's in the from the Washington Examiner. And it's the Catholic Social Teaching Administration. It's kind of. I haven't read the article, but I'm aware of a lot of, quote, Catholic social teaching is about to sweep the country, and it's going to be interesting because America up till now has been kind of a WASP sort of ethos or.
Are you Catholic, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you Catholic?
Yes. And basically, I'm just going to be interested to see how, if there's any sort of kind of clash between a Catholic sensibility and a WASP sensibility. They're not quite the same thing. So I'm going to have there's no reader involved with this, so I'm going to go ahead and use the robot here. If I can figure out how to use it. Where is my button?
Oh, now I remember what it was, Stanley. Remember, like a month ago, we brought all those great big German bombers home from like Germany and all those places over there. And
No, I
so
don't.
I think, yeah, we're bringing bombers home from other parts of the world so we can use them for mass deportation. I mean,
I wasn't aware Biden was doing that. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get this read. If I could figure out how to do it, I haven't used it in a while. Oh, there we go.
The Catholic Social Teaching Administration. President-elect Donald Trump may not be Catholic, but he has built an administration that is drawing influence from Catholic social teaching. The rise of Vance has alarmed the old guard of the GOP, who correctly recognized that his ascendance has ensured that the populism espoused by President-elect Donald Trump will endure far beyond his upcoming 4-year term in office. But the instinctual conservative populism of Trump is different from the intellectually guided populism of his soon-to-be vice president in a key way. Vance's ideology stems in part from the economic and social teachings of Catholicism, the faith to which Vance converted 5 years ago. In an interview with conservative author and columnist Rod Dreher after he was received into the Catholic Church, Vance singled out Catholic social teaching as a major influence on his views. My views on public policy and what the optimal state should look like are pretty aligned with Catholic social teaching, he said at the time. That was one of the things that drew me to the Catholic Church. I saw a real overlap between what I would like to see and what the Catholic Church would like to see. I hope my faith makes me more compassionate and to identify with people who are struggling. As the days have ticked down to inauguration day, Trump has filled out his administration with numerous Catholics for high-level roles, including Vance, Health and Human Services Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez de Remer, Secretary of State nominee Marco Rubio, Transportation Secretary nominee Sean Duffy, and Education Secretary nominee Linda McMahon. The nominees are significant not simply because of their religion but because of the sort of influence social teaching will have on the new administration. It is an influence that represents a fundamental change for a party that has, in the past, generally embraced laissez-faire economics and eschewed any form of social spending as a handout. Catholic economics. Summed up, Catholic social teaching is an approach to economics and civil society that centers virtue and the common good above motivations such as wealth accumulation and industrial advancement. A policy-making agenda informed by Catholic social teaching would embrace a socially conservative worldview that opposes abortion, contraception, and extramarital relations but would also provide social support to families and oppose the exploitation of workers by providing them with a living wage that allows workers to provide for themselves and their families. The seminal document of Catholic social teaching is Rerum Novarum, an encyclical letter written by Pope Leo XIII in 1891 that addressed the roles and responsibilities of politicians, workers, and employers in building an economy and a civil society that serves the common good. The letter is quite long and touches on a great number of questions that were raised at the time of its publication, all of which are still salient today, especially its foundational thesis that the economy should first and foremost serve the well-being of families. The letter rejects socialism and defends the right to property but also condemns the exploitation of workers by employers and calls for laws that ensure widespread property ownership and prevent the consolidation of wealth among a small class. The letter also includes an explicit and wholehearted endorsement of unions, which Pope Leo compared to the artificers' guilds of olden times. The letter is seen as so fundamental to a Catholic view of a just society that 40 years after it was published, Leo's successor Pope Pius XI issued Quadragesimo Anno, which reiterated many of the same themes while adding a more explicit critique of classical liberalism that expanded upon what Pope Leo had written. Let all remember that liberalism is the father of the socialism that is pervading morality and culture and that Bolshevism will be its heir, Pius XI wrote. In 1981, Pope John Paul II wrote another follow-up letter, Laborum Exercens, that focused primarily on the role of work in an ordered life. In that letter, he likewise spoke of the importance of securing a just wage that allowed a worker to provide for his family. 10 years later, he issued another follow-up, Centesimus Annus, which marked the 100th anniversary of Leo XIII's initial letter. Breaking with liberalism. The critique of liberalism in Quadragesimo Anno is key to understanding how Catholic social teaching will feature in the second Trump administration. Placing the family unit and the common good at the center of all policy-making decisions allows for a more robust role for the government than the more limited view that dictates the market should be left to its own devices. Among the first Catholic politicians to articulate this view of policy-making was Senator Marco Rubio, RFL, who spoke openly about Rerum Novarum in a speech at the Catholic University of America in 2009. Shortly after he was elected, Trump tapped Rubio to be his Secretary of State. While Catholic social teaching has little in the way of specific policy prescriptions, what it does provide is a philosophical outlook for how to approach policy making. This is where the new Trump administration is filling in the gaps. For instance, as the incoming administration seeks to extend the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Trump team is seeking to expand the child tax credit, thereby lessening the tax burden on working families. As Rachel Bovard, the vice president of programs at the Conservative Partnership Institute, told Politico recently, the market is not an end unto itself. The market has a purpose, and that is to create a free and flourishing society. If the family is not doing well, society is not doing well. We need to make sure our public policy is helping family to function. Expanding the child tax credit is only one way of doing that. Trump's embrace of trade protectionism harkens to the principle of subsidiarity, an aspect of Catholic social teaching that views locally oriented economies and political order as the most ideal. By imposing trade barriers to foreign goods that are also manufactured in the United States, this economic protectionism ensures that communities maintain their economic engine, thereby providing a dignified job with a living wage to the families of those communities. When it comes to labor unions, Trump has signaled an unusual degree of friendliness toward them for a Republican administration, which echoes another aspect of Catholic social teaching. But this required a two-way street. In Laborum Exercens, Pope John Paul II explicitly warned against partisanship seeping into organized labor, and most unions had become an extension of the Democratic Party machine. But eschewing partisanship was exactly what Sean O'Brien, the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, did. He spoke at the Republican National Convention at Trump's invitation while simultaneously trying to secure a speaking slot at the Democratic National Convention. Later, the union declined to endorse a candidate for the first time since 1996, ending a streak of 6 consecutive presidential elections in which the union had backed the Democratic ticket. After the election, free of partisan trappings, the Teamsters met with Trump, who chose Chavez de Remer to run the Department of Labor, the Teamsters' preferred candidate for the job. A coalition for the common good. In his winning presidential campaign, Trump secured the support of an eclectic coalition that included religious conservatives, union members, the white working class, the Hispanic class, young men of all demographics, cryptocurrency fans, and business leaders. It was the most racial and socio-economic coalition that a Republican presidential candidate had assembled arguably since Richard Nixon in 1972, but perhaps ever. That coalition had been forced to endure 4 years of a Biden presidency that had seen wages stagnate, inflation skyrocket, housing become unaffordable, and safety become a luxury. If the foundational principle of Catholic social teaching is preserving the common good, Biden, the nation's second ever Catholic president, embraced a partisan agenda that came at the expense of the common good. Make America Great Again is a promise to restore the common good. It is a promise of safe and healthy communities, affordable housing, minimal inflation, higher wages, and prosperity for all. It is a promise that, intentionally or not, is rooted in the foundational principle of Catholic social teaching and built the most diverse winning Republican coalition in history. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is not a typical Republican in the corporate-friendly international interventionist mold that has dominated the party for the last several decades. Since he ventured into the political arena 2 years ago with a successful bid to represent Ohio in the U.S. Senate, Vance has effectively and conscientiously challenged a number of long-standing orthodoxies within the Republican Party.
Interesting. I think the last couple paragraphs was a little bit political there. It's going to be interesting. That whole phrase "common good" is more an Aristotelian sort of thing. You know, Aristotle is a big deal in Catholic education. I think the common good. I don't particularly agree that MAGA is a common good centered philosophy, but that remains to be seen. Let's see. DiCapriono says, some believe in another great migration while others believe in a theory of replacement. Whichever, though anyone has on an issue, it will be great regardless. Not sure I understand. Are you talking about the reverse migration that Charles Blow talks about? Theory of replacement is inherently racist. So I don't know that either come with complications. I'll put it that way.
You know, Stanley, I've said this before, like, as long as they're not here with harmful intentions, like, I don't want to, like, I'm going to send you back to your country or whatever. You know what I mean? But
No, I
if
don't.
they're like gangsters and they're
Okay, what is
bringing
it?
in
What
the
is that? Hold on.
fentanyl and
What does that have to do with the Catholic influence in the Trump administration? I'm lost. Hello.
well, there should be like influences from all religions, right? I mean, America's a melting pot. Should have Muslim people in there. You should have Italians, Irish, whatever. You know, that's what America is. So
Okay. This next article is a little bit of a nerd's delight. Frank Bruni is a columnist for the New York Times, and at the end of his columns, he tends to put sentences that kind of sentences and news articles, editorials, that sort of thing that kind of made him laugh. Basically, it's a nerd humor, and this was the best sentence. Excuse me, my throat
you
is
all
getting.
right, Stanley? Get some
Yes.
water, bro.
Yeah, I will. Best sentences of 2024, and I hesitate to read this because it's a longish editorial. So I think what I'm going to do is just copy and paste the link if anybody wants to read it, because I'll put it in the chat. If anybody's a fan of the English language and funny sentences, you can click that link and read the opinion piece. And I will put this in here. Portia. And let me scan this right quick.
Scanning.
Yeah, this is probably something you'll want to read on your own. All right. Well, next, as promised, is a quick interview. We may watch the whole thing, we may not. But again, when I was a kid, I was a big fan of Firing Line with William F. Buckley. And occasionally he would interview or kind of chat with Thomas Sowell. And, whether you agree with Thomas Sowell or not, and I don't, with a lot of his stuff, he is definitely has been influential over the years. Not as much in the Black community as I would have liked, but, that's kind of water under the bridge. But we'll listen to what he has to say. And the topic is the economics, the economic lot of minorities. And you'll have to remember that this, I think, is from the 1980s. So, a lot of what he has to say is kind of like time late, but is a historical, artifact. It's pretty interesting. So we'll see what Mr. Sowell and Mr. Buckley have to say, at least for a little while.
Thomas Sowell is the closest thing this century has come to on the order of an Emancipation Proclamation. He is a scholar who has devoted his labors to looking behind the cliches of abstraction, to sing out racial discrimination. On the contrary, not that there is an instantaneous route to affluence, but that the color of an American's skin is not a birthmark that commits him to substandard life. What is extraordinary is that the labors of Miss Soul, far from exciting the kind of enthusiastic reception one would expect, have met in some cases with near hysterical denunciations, even from some black leaders. It is as if the head of the Anti-Slavery League had denounced Abraham Lincoln for signing the Emancipation Proclamation. Indeed, that proclamation meant that there would no longer be slavery, but it also meant that there would no longer be an anti-slavery league. Thomas Sowell was born in the South, but came north with his family as a boy, entered Stuyvesant High, from which he graduated going on to the Marines, and then matriculating in Harvard. There he received a degree in economics, going on to Columbia for his master's and to the University of Chicago for his doctorate. He has taught at Rutgers, at Howard, at Cornell, Brandeis, Amherst, was professor of economics at UCLA. He is now a senior fellow of the Hoover Institution at Stanford. He has written a dozen books, including most recently the two both published by Basic Books we will be discussing here today. They are Ethnic America and Markets and Minorities. Our examiner is Mrs. Harriet Pilpel, the well-known attorney, feminist, and scarifier, about whom more in due course. I should like to begin by asking Dr. Sowell whether his findings on, so to speak, the upward mobility of IQs runs counter to such findings as are associated with the work of Coleman, Jensen et al.
Certainly Jensen. Well, Jensen and his critics seem to me to operate from a premise that there needs to be some unique explanation of the black IQ. And one finds it in environment, one finds it in heredity. What I tried to look at was whether that uniqueness was there in the first place, whether the level of the black IQ or the pattern of the black IQ was significantly different from that of any number of other ethnic groups in the past at a similar stage of their development. What I found was that there was not. Moreover,
I think one thing that I have to say, and again, this is 1981, so, a lot of this stuff, the ideas of IQ, the importance of it, etc., has changed over the years. But my personal opinion is that ever buying into this IQ science thing wasn't the smartest thing. No one, even to this day, this is 45 years later, no one understands the IQ and what makes it, what changes it, how it gets inherited. No one really understands it. And people who say they do, actually, they may understand bits and pieces, but they don't understand it. No one actually does. And the other thing is IQ is a measure. It's not a thing in and of itself. IQ measures general intelligence. G is basically, what is the business end of that gun. But Thomas Sowell and Black conservatives in particular buy into this IQ / basically IQ is inherently racial. Basically the way they break it down is by race. One race has a higher IQ than another race and all that stuff. Taking a good idea and making it bad, by misuse is one thing. In my opinion, IQ it was pretty much misconceived in the first place. And why people continue to buy into it is beyond me.
What I found was that as these various groups began to rise socioeconomically, their IQs also began to rise. One of the most striking things to me was that as of World War I, Jewish soldiers scored well below the national average on mental tests in the Army. Within a decade or so, that had all changed. So that it seemed to me to indicate that these IQ levels are not something that are written in stone, even for a large group. And that as other kinds of developments go on, you expect these kinds of developments also.
Well, your book did make clear to me whether the IQ of someone can change or whether one has to wait a generation for such a change.
That's something that I haven't looked at the individual level. It does change from just from one time that you take it to the next, of course, and by significant amounts. The IQ difference between blacks and whites is 15 points. And there are groups in the United States, Polish Americans come to mind, whose IQs have risen more than 20 points in a period of 2 generations.
The figures that you cite, I signaled out here the polls, which in 10 years went up to blacks went down 6. We're talking now about roughly 4.5%. The Mexicans went up 5. Are those changes insignificant in terms of not being substantial enough to suggest anything?
Well, one of the problems with the data on blacks in that study was that as you came forward, a higher percentage of the data turned out to be from southern schools where the IQs tend to be lower in general. So that would tend to make that data much tougher to generalize from.
Well, let's get Dr. Soul, if we may, into some of the main theses that you propound in this book. And when I say thesis, I think I should be careful to say finding, really, rather than a thesis. It isn't a hypothesis. These are findings, or you assert that they are.
Yes, in other words, it is a history book. It is not a political book. It is not a message book.
Or speculation.
No. At the end of the book, I have one chapter in which I try to draw some conclusions from what's gone before. But there's less politics in this book, for example, than in many of the reviews of the book that I've read.
Well, let's start in on the so-called myths of the Anglo-Saxons. It is widely supposed that the Anglo-Saxon is king in America, right?
Yes.
Now, in what sense do you disprove this?
Well, in terms just of sheer numbers, that Anglo-Saxons are about 15% of the population. So the notion of speaking of an Anglo-Saxon majority and then the various minorities around them seems a little ludicrous when you call 15% a majority and you call 13 or 12% a minority. In terms of income, Anglo-Saxons have about 5 or 6% higher incomes than the national average. But there are other groups such as the Chinese who have 12% higher, and Japanese who have 32% higher, and Jews are higher than that. So that the notion that the Anglo-Saxons are remarkable is not borne out by the data.
Well, what about the Anglo-Saxon occupying the select professions? There are, I think you said 15% so-called professional activities, teaching, lawyering, doctoring, so
Yes.
forth. Now, how do the Anglo-Saxons make out on that score?
You have me at a disadvantage. The book does not include a chapter on Anglo-Saxons, and the data don't come to mind that readily. I don't recall anything particularly startling in the numbers as I went through them.
Well, you
it's a good idea. Good example of the
14 is average. West Indians come in at 15.
50%
of West Indians are lawyers, doctors, or teachers, whereas only 14% of white.
It's very doubtful if he has any interest in it, much less that he's inquiring into it. It's simply that other people who make that inquiry find these kinds of differences, which you then cannot attribute to the employer because he's probably totally unaware of the whole situation.
And by the same token, the employer is in many instances not equipped to discriminate, say, against a Puerto Rican, even if you wanted to, right? Because there are no visual differences between.
Well, Puerto Ricans,
Mexicans.
There would be with some, and with others there would not be. Yeah. But again, it's quite easy to tell that Black West Indians are black, and yet that doesn't seem to have the income effect that you would expect on the basis of the prevailing theories.
Or that Chinese are colored or different from white.
Yes.
And now there you go into some subsections. You point out that depending on where you come from in a foreign country also makes a considerable difference because you carry your ethos on your back, don't you?
Yes, that if you look at the Chinese who came to the United States, let's say before World War II, a very large percentage of those came from one district in one province in southern China. They brought with them a whole tradition which has existed in the United States, perhaps more so than it does in China itself today. The people who've come in since World War II have largely not come from that same area. They've come in with a different set of experiences and backgrounds and values. Many of them are the poverty-stricken Chinese that you see in the Chinatowns of New York and San Francisco, working the very long hours, getting the very low pay, living in the slums, packed into the rooms, several people to a room and so on. Again, it would be hard to make the argument that this is simply a matter of the way the American employer sees it. The American employer is probably totally unaware that there are two different kinds of Chinese. It's only the people who work with the data who make those separations and find this drastic difference. But the argument that this must derive from the employer simply won't stand up to the facts.
And the implications of that statement alone have, of course, to do with the sensitivity of the market, right?
Yes.
The market mechanism, as I understand it, is most reluctant to discriminate because it isn't interested in the color of a person's skin or his background, but is very much interested in what he will perform.
Well, the market puts a price on discrimination.
Yeah,
there are people who will pay that price and continue to discriminate.
Yeah.
But even in South Africa, if you look at the history of discrimination in South Africa, you find that there was less of it, let us say, around 1920, 1910, than there has been in recent decades. One of the reasons being that before the Nationalist Party first came to power in the 1920s, market forces had much more effect in South Africa than they do today. And it's been necessary in South Africa for the Nationalist Party to maintain its apartheid policies, to engage in a massive government intervention in the market, repeatedly tightening up loopholes and so forth, because the employers tend to look for the loopholes. If there are blacks available at a lower price, it's to the employer's advantage to find the loophole. And in South Africa, ironically, there's a quota system for whites, so that the employer has a certain minimum number of whites he must hire, and the employers do everything they can to evade those.
In that direct
quotas.
sense, they are paying for discrimination.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. But the employers tend, if they can get away with it, to hire more blacks rather than less.
Now, you mentioned that characteristically, it has been government that has enforced discrimination. We know that's true, of course, in the Oriental societies. We know it was true here right through and including Jim Crow. It was here for the Navy. You pointed out that 25% of John Paul Jones' Navy was black, but none of the people in World War II. In
Well, in 1930, there were no blacks at all in the Navy, but in 1812, John Paul Jones had a crew that was 25% black.
Yeah.
So it's a tremendous retrogression in that respect.
Yeah, well, it's easy enough to understand that an agent that exercises coercive power could be driven to these rather nefarious purposes. Less easy to understand why it is that colleges and foundations should be guilty of such behavior. Yet this exactly was your finding.
Yes, let's say at the period prior to World War II, discrimination in the non-profit sector was even greater than in the profit sector. And the government being part of the non-profit sector would be part of that. Of course, the non-profit sector lacks the same incentive to hire people from minority backgrounds. It is, in fact, the opportunity to make more profit by hiring with less regard to those things. That is the driving factor that tends to erode this. When you have an agency that is non-profit, of course, they have no incentive. They may choose to hire only Scandinavians, even if that means a 20% higher pay scale to get all the jobs filled with Scandinavians. Because if, for example, they're a public utility, that means they simply pass that on to the customers who have no choice but to pay it.
Well, you maintained, you said an extraordinary figure that there were only 3 PhDs in the 1930s, whereas by contrast there were 300 practicing chemists.
Yes, among blacks.
Did you mean 3 PhDs in chemistry departments?
No, I meant 3 PhDs, 3 black PhDs teaching in non-black colleges in the 1930s.
In any field?
In any field. And the first black professor at a major university was hired in 1940 at the University of Chicago. So that this is, and Jews also were excluded from many top colleges and universities during the same era. Again, nonprofit organizations can afford to do this. When there's profit, the cost of doing it is much higher. It would be very hard, for example, for a basketball owner, no matter how racist he was, to try to operate without blacks.
As you showed in the case of the Washington Redskins.
Yes, because there they had a policy of trying to keep blacks off the team for a long time. And it so happened that almost all the leading running backs of that era were black. And of course, as the Washington Redskins began to lose more and more games, it wasn't very long before they decided they better get Bobby Mitchell from Cleveland and put him in the lineup as they did.
Well, you grant, don't you, that discrimination
hard then to compare
I'm
him
gonna
to
skip
someone who's
ahead.
gotten a better education in the same number of years. Tough problem. I think there's some indication of this in the fact that the older blacks earn a lower percentage, but has provided substandard education, for example, for 12 years, whatever number of years someone's in school. And then he goes into the labor market with this substandard education.
I am going to
it's very hard then to
ahead
compare him to
this.
someone who's gotten a better education in the same number of years to figure out how much of the differential is due to the quality of the education.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough problem. I think there's some indication of this in the fact that the older blacks earn a lower percentage of the income of whites of their own age than do the younger blacks, indicating in part the fact that the older blacks were educated in an era when the education was poor in the black schools, and also where the job opportunities were lower, and therefore they had less experience.
So that there would be a greater differential between, say, the 45-year-old black and the 45-year-old Jew than between the 20-year-old black and the 20-year-old Jew.
Yes. And with other groups as well. With Puerto Ricans, for example, Puerto Ricans around 18 to 20, the widows or deserted or what have you, they were completely the opposite conclusion, that it was rare, particularly for teenage black women, to have children with no man in the house through the period that he covered, which is up to 1925, that those black women who had no husband typically were either widows or deserted or what have you. They were not teenage girls in most cases. I think in one period, 3% of the black families were headed by teenage girls.
And that figure is now over 50%.
I don't know what the teenage girl percentage is, but it's an awful lot.
Right, yeah,
it's an awful lot higher than that.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, let's hear from our examiner. We have with us Mrs. Harriet Pilpel, who's well known to this viewers of this program. Mrs. Pilpel is an attorney with Greenbaum, Wolf and Ernst, a graduate of Vassar and of the Columbia Law School, and very active in a number of liberal and feminist movements. Mrs. Pilpel.
I would like to ask both of you, if I may, the same question. Both of you seem agreed that in the 1950s, Harvard and Yale excluded blacks and Jews and were
30s.
30s?
Yeah.
Excluded blacks and Jews. And in fact, in another program, Bill, you said that you think it's the other way today, that Harvard and Yale discriminate against Anglo-Saxons.
Well, to the extent they believe in affirmative action, they wouldn't.
Present efforts to integrate the schools.
Let me say that if they would not make a very different choice, it would be hard to understand the hysterical opposition of teachers' unions to giving them that opportunity.
Well, I have no comment on that, but I would like to know how Bill feels about improving educational opportunities.
I believe with Dr. Soul.
1,738. White females make 10,244, and black females make 9,476. It is clear from these figures, as indeed I think it's clear to most of us from what we see, that there is a discrimination against blacks and against women in our present system. Since not all blacks will be superior, how would you try to even that out so that there would be some equality of job opportunities?
Yeah, I'm sorry you missed the early.
It's funny that this particular item comes up as far as comparing salaries of black women and white women. Right after this, I've got a video clip, and well, it's basically a podcast, which we probably won't listen to much of the podcast, but something like ERA has come up. Basically, there's talk of a 28th Amendment or something like that, basically enshrining women's rights into the Constitution, reminiscent of the ERA movement back in, I guess it was the 70s. And the ERA movement back in the 70s was an attempt to enshrine women's rights into the Constitution, and it failed. I'm guessing this probably will fizzle out because it's forget the lady's name. She's a senator from New York, kind of depending on Biden to follow this up. And, Biden administration has less than 30 days left. So, but the point I'm trying to get to is that sex is a protected class in the 64 Civil Rights Bill was not originally there. It was added around about 1970 or so. And we'll get into why it wasn't originally there, but hearing her talk about salaries, comparisons between white women, black women, it's over the past couple of weeks, I've talked about feminism. Feminism has come up. Feminism being, something that, black women like bell hooks, Alice Walker and others have kind of adopted into the black community. Feminism just being a problem for black men, etc. That's what all this is working towards the next couple videos. And I don't know, I may even skip to the end of this because if I recall, we may have even watched this before. But this part of it is actually, I want to finish up.
Early part of the program when I pointed out that where you find people not represented evenly, that does not show the institutional effect because almost nowhere in human affairs do you find people evenly represented. If you compare comparable people with respect to age, with respect to education, etc., you get a totally different picture, both with respect to blacks and women. Now, the figures that I saw, for example, show more recently that if you take black families where the husband and wife are both college educated and compare them to a white family where the husband and wife are both college educated, the black family is now earning $2,000 a year more. The problem is that very few blacks fall in that category. That when you compare category for category, then we're talking about.
Frankly, that $2,000, I doubt that number. It's certainly not that way now. As far as income, I wonder where he got that number, but it doesn't really matter. It's 1981.
Getting people a decent education. I'm saying that you cannot say that numbers collected at the employer's place of business reflect simply the employer's policies. Those numbers reflect underlying conditions in the whole society, just as numbers collected at the hospital do not show you that people are sick because they're in the hospital.
No, I would agree with that. But you would also have to agree that generally speaking, women are paid less, for example, for the same jobs as men.
No, I would not. I would not agree with that. If you're talking about women with the same number of years of experience, with the same continuous service, et cetera, then when I look at that, I don't find that disparity. I find, for example, in many cases, the women are making more, depending on how you break the data down.
Wow.
The difference with women is between married women and everybody else. That's the real difference.
Well, even as to single women, the Census Bureau statistics, the most recent ones I could find, 1978, say that single men are earning $11,100 and single women are earning $9,300.
Yes, I love the word single that is used. When I did my study, I didn't use single, I used never married. You see, a woman who is single at age 40, having spent 10 or 20 years raising children, is really not quite the same as a man of age 40 who's been working continuously for 20 years.
And the differential she cited is not that great, so it could easily be accounted for by the
yes, because when I break them down the other way, I did this for the academic world, and there I found the women who are never married, which is the term the way I take it. There they were earning more than the men. And similarly, when the government did data some years ago on women who had been working continuously since high school into their 30s, there you found that they were making slightly more than men of the same description. So the difference is between married women and everybody else. And some of the things that have done.
Skip ahead.
Blacks were well represented in many occupations, skilled occupations in the South 2 or 3 generations ago to a greater extent than today. Because 2 or 3 generations ago, those industries were not unionized. Construction, railroads, just classic examples. When we have this so-called Philadelphia plans to get blacks into the construction industry, I mean, it would be laughable if it weren't so tragic. Blacks were heavily into the construction industry before it was unionized.
Well, again, I come back to the here and now. Assuming that they are not heavily in the construction industry now, what would you do to cure it? Because I do think
I would do away with or otherwise mitigate the effects of those things that are keeping blacks out of those industries.
Forgive me, but he has said that 3 times.
Well, he has not taken up the cause of those people who would not be immediately affected by changing those laws. In addition to
the acoustics must be very bad in here.
He can't create employment, as he's elsewhere pointed out. To say that somebody should receive more money than he is now making and to pass a law to that effect is not, in fact, to give him a job for more money. But it may very well be to cause unemployment.
I gather that there are many instances where the minimum wage provisions have been waived or do not apply, where the employers have nonetheless not taken advantage of it. So I don't know what empirical...
I'm not sure of that at all. I know that there are provisions of the law under which, if you're willing to go through enough red tape, you can get certain exemptions. Particularly for the person who's hiring 1 or 2 people, he may decide that it's just not worth his while.
Would it be your feeling that if all the affirmative action programs were discontinued, women and minorities would go ahead much faster than they have under the affirmative action program?
Yes, it's not my opinion. The data indicate that, for example, Puerto Ricans had a higher percentage of the national average income before quotas than after. So did Mexican Americans. Blacks have about the same. So there's a marvelous putting of the burden on other people. You're saying here's this massive program that has existed now for a decade, and you're unable to show me the benefits that have come from all this enormous controversy.
Well, it certainly has been a revolution insofar as women's participation in the labor force.
Not really. No, it hasn't. No,
I know that of my own knowledge.
No, you don't know it of your own knowledge, because I've also looked at the same thing. And in the past, you found women overrepresented in many professional occupations, much more so than today. And you find that decline in those occupations much more highly correlated with a lower age of marriage for college women and with more childbearing. And as those two demographic factors have changed, women have also changed in their representation. So there's this whole myth that's been created that this is all a function of political developments of the past decade or so, just will not stand up.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pilpel, and thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Sowell, author.
Well, that is that. I've got another one of these somewhere that I can't find, but I think probably this was too old to really have significance now, other than, just to give us a little bit of a Thomas Sowell, just to see that he exists. And I would encourage people who aren't really that much into Thomas Sowell to familiarize yourself with him. He's got plenty of books. The one that I, refer to a lot is, actually it's an essay called Black Rednecks. I think it's Black Rednecks and White Liberals. That's the name of it's a book of essays. I highly recommend you start with that one. And he's got a lot of books on basic economics and that sort of thing. You should know who he is, and agree or disagree, he's definitely one of the greats. He's in his 90s now. So that's that. We will move on. Okay, this next clip, I've been talking about it for weeks and I finally found it. This is Martha Griffiths. She was I think she was a House of Representatives member from Michigan back in like the early 1970s. And as I said earlier, sex, discrimination, you can't do discrimination based on race or national origin, etc. Well, in 1964, sex was not a protected class. White women, Martha Griffiths in particular, wanted sex included as a protected class to end discrimination. And she kind of goes over the reasons here. I'm going to let her do her own talking, but it leads into a point or two I have to make about feminism and in the Black community, and how it affects Black male and female relations, complaints, Kevin Samuels, all that stuff, kind of stems from this particular issue.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress?
Well, I think perhaps most important was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and Black women were helped by the bill.
And I think that's significant. Essentially what she's saying is that she was afraid that Black women would get rights that white women did not. And so is essentially a bridge was formed between Black women and white women. And, it has caused problems, rightly or wrongly. I think that every political movement tends to be misused, and the pendulums tend to swing too far one way or the other. It just seems to be the way American politics works. But that particular issue, having sex included into the Civil Rights Bill as a protected class, led to feminism, led to the ERA movement, led to all the phases of feminism. So that particular clip kind of describes the beginning of it all. This was around 1970. And that leads into this particular podcast. And I'm not going to play all of it. I think I'm just going to play the introduction, which kind of describes what's happening currently as far as kind of a resurrection of the ERA bill. Hey, Mike, how you doing? And I don't want to get too deep into it. I just really want everybody to be aware that this is happening.
Today, the pitch to President Biden from dozens of congressional Democrats is simple. With a single phone call, they've told him, he can revolutionize women's rights and revive his damaged legacy in the process. The question now is whether they're right, and even if they are, whether Biden is willing to do it. It's cozy. This story begins with a quest to do something that, from today's perspective, a lot of people might think is already baked into American law, but it's not. So tell us the whole story of why it's actually not.
So this is a story that starts about a century ago, and it's a pretty remarkable story about a very simple idea. And that is that men and women should be equal under the law in the United States, and that discrimination based on sex should be prohibited.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. But it's never actually been put into the Constitution in such plain language.
Right, that men and women must be treated equal under the eyes of law. That's actually not language in the U.S. Constitution.
Correct. You have the 14th Amendment, which has an equal protection clause,
right,
but that doesn't mention sex specifically. And this passed in the 1860s, decades before women were even guaranteed the right to vote. This existed when married women in many states couldn't even own property under their own names. So this was not really about sex equality.
Right. It will eventually apply to sex equality cases, the 14th Amendment, but it doesn't, as you say, specifically mention sex.
Correct. So in 1923, a suffragist named Alice Paul comes up with the idea that the United States needs a constitutional amendment specifically addressing women's equality. And she actually gets something in front of lawmakers, but it doesn't really go anywhere or get any traction for years.
Welcome to the kind of woman power that sustained our grandmothers for 72 years in their struggle to get the right to vote.
Until the late 1960s, when the women's rights movement is really blossoming.
Welcome to the new wave of feminism. Welcome to each other. Welcome home.
And suddenly, there's excitement around this idea.
And what happens once the women's rights movement is in blossom?
I would like to discuss with you briefly the Equal Rights Amendment.
So in 1971, a Democratic lawmaker in the House introduces a bill called the Equal Rights Amendment.
The Equal Rights Amendment gives women rights that they do not now have.
And it passes with overwhelming margins from both parties.
Mm-hmm.
And then a year later, it passes the Senate, where the final vote was 84-8 in favor of the Equal Rights Amendment.
Tonight, after a 49-year struggle, a constitutional amendment appears on the way proclaiming once and for all that women have all the same rights as that other sex.
But there's one more step that needs to happen for an amendment to become part of the Constitution, and that is it needs 3/4 of the states to adopt it.
For today, Indiana became the 35th, leaving the Women's Rights Declaration just 3 states away from becoming the 27th Amendment to the Constitution.
And 35 states pass it in just 5 years,
Wow.
leaving it just 3 states short of ratification. So it looks like it's just sailing smoothly through the process of becoming a constitutional amendment.
I get fed up with the women's liberationists running down motherhood and saying that it's
until it runs up against vocal opposition led by a conservative woman named Phyllis Schlafly.
The Equal Rights Amendment will take away from women some of the most important rights that they now possess.
She's a self-described housewife, an anti-feminist Republican who wages war against the ERA.
First of all, it will have a powerful, dramatic, adverse effect on the rights of the draft age girl.
Her basic argument is that it would actually take away rights from women.
That every 18-year-old girl will be compelled to be given a draft number and to be available for call-up.
By eroding traditional gender roles.
The second category of women who will be hurt by the Equal Rights Amendment are wives.
With a message that traditional women's roles are a privilege.
The laws of every one of our 50 states make it the legal obligation of the husband to support his wife.
And she organized a very effective grassroots campaign where women showed up in droves to push this message on state legislators who had to vote on this. And it works.
It lost in Missouri, Nevada, North Carolina, Virginia, and now Florida.
No other states are willing to adopt it. And the reason that matters is because in the original piece of legislation that had passed Congress, there was a deadline for when the states had to ratify.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, a few states even go back and try and rescind their ratifications.
The latest skirmish in the pitched battle over ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment is now history. And one of the casualties may very well be final passage of the amendment itself.
So by 1982, which is the ultimate deadline that Congress came up with, they're short.
I didn't even realize that it had gone, this ERA fight had gone into the 80s. I was a junior in high school in 1982, and I guess I was busy doing other things. I was aware of it, but I guess I wasn't deep into the details of it. But what I wanted to do is just give you a quick idea of the history of the ERA movement, and then trying to find the part where they start talking about what's happening currently in December of 2024 where they want to get Biden to sponsor this. To be honest, I don't know why they're, that concerned with saving Biden's legacy. The legacy is made, and they don't have this marked out very well. So let me just skip ahead a little bit so you can find it.
Amendment has not met and their original ratifications were still counted in the final count that it has still been passed by Congress. So on paper, according to supporters, it has cleared all the bars. The ERA has been ratified and should be
really.
After Roe was overturned, Democrats saw this as more urgent than ever, that the ERA could be a tool to protect abortion rights at the federal level, that it could anchor a right to an abortion in the Constitution. And they have a Democratic president with the power to make this happen. They want to just treat this like it's already the law of the land.
Well, I disagree that ERA will have much to do with abortion rights. I mean, tangentially maybe, but, the right to an abortion isn't necessarily something that's a constitutional right these days. So I'm not exactly sure how, just because you get equal rights, men don't get abortions. So I'm not exactly sure how, having equal rights would affect abortion. I don't think it would. But anyway.
It's passed Congress. It's got the 3/4 of states ratified. Just order the archivist to publish it. And sure, it'll invite a legal challenge, but that's the next step.
Mm-hmm.
So they literally say, all Joe Biden has to do is pick up the phone, have a 2-minute phone conversation with the archivist, ordering her to publish it, and then they'll deal with whatever comes next after that. 45 senators, including Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, have written a letter to Biden saying, pick up the phone and call. House Democrats, over 100, all saying, pick up the phone. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to end this here. Basically, I encourage him not to pick up the phone. His legacy is made in, creating this sort of mess. It's basically going to fizzle out come January 20th. So hopefully this doesn't go any farther than, a podcast. I think this is just going to cause more problems than, Biden is capable of handling at this point. So basically just want everyone to be aware that, this is kind of happening in the background. But it was just, to me, a curiosity. They're still expecting, Biden to do things that, just don't make sense at this point in his lame duckness. So that is that. And the next thing on the agenda is something that I've been meaning to show for a few days. The title of this is "The Left Does Not Take Divorce or Crime Seriously," and it's related. I don't necessarily agree that the two are related. He tries to connect the two, but we'll listen to the beginning and maybe not the whole thing, because it kind of takes a turn for the boring at some point.
When I come to you, but today we're going to talk about it. Tonight we're going to talk about how the Democrats and the left particularly doesn't take divorce or crime seriously for related reasons. And it's not obvious that the Democrats and the left's unwillingness to take especially no-fault divorce and crime or crime seriously are related, but I'm going to try to describe the distance between the two issues and account for why that leads to a quality of exodus from the party and a quality of political unseriousness with respect to securing freedom as a matter of good governance, right? So what does crime have to do with no-fault divorce? So one of the big problems with crime is that people can't make plans and have their and expect for their plans to be realized. Their plans can be frustrated by any criminal who does any old thing that they want to them that might frustrate their plans. And if you can't make plans and realize plans, then you're not free, because freedom is a matter of being able to make plans and realize plans, make plans under the law, and then realize those plans under the law. Right? And if it's not a lawfully governed world, if existence isn't itself lawfully governed, then you can't make plans, right? So a nation that secures freedom is a nation that secures, the laws we make in the world, right? So that I can make my plans in accordance with the laws of the land and then have my plans be realized. And then that way I determine myself. I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I knew that the world worked a certain way. And not only did I know that the world worked a certain way, I knew that everybody else in the world willed it such that the world would work a certain way according to the law. We all came together and decided that we would all, drive on the right side of the road or whatever. So it's not just an accident that the world is regular, but I know that the world is regular because it's regular because of everyone else's agreed will to making it regular, and the recognition that all of our freedom depends on everybody else recognizing our conventions, our shared conventions, and our laws. And some people call it a social contract. Contract is bad language because contracts are about things that are other than people. It's about two people agreeing about how to deal with the stuff. These are social relations that are in a way more intimate because they shape who we are as people in a more immediate manner. So we have an agreement. We've made an agreement that we are allowing ourselves to be certain ways by accommodating and willing the world to work in a certain way, right? And so I can act in the world and not think that people are going to happen to drive on the right side of the road, but I can act in the world knowing that people are going to, on purpose, through their intentional action, drive on the right side of the road, not only for them, but out of respect for me, right? So my ability to be free depends on people following the law on purpose, for working out whatever solution that they need to work out for their own lives in a way that's consistent with the law that allows me to work out whatever solution I need to work out for my own life, right? So that's why we need to actually take crime seriously, because in a world where criminals run rampant, other people are not free. The laws, the artificial laws that allow us to be self-determining are no longer hold. And like I said, they can't hold by accident. They have to hold because people will them to hold. I am not really free if I go out and I just kind of assume that people will drive on the right side of the road. I need to go out knowing that they're going to intentionally choose to. And because I know that they're going to intentionally choose to drive on the right side of the road, then I can be free going from point A to point B on that right side of the road. It's not a matter of accident. They don't just happen. We don't live in a paradise.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Basically, individual freedom has a dependence on other people doing the right thing. But you have to do the right thing, but other people have to be trusted to do the right thing. I guess, to use a phrase that John Galt likes to use, freedom depends on a high trust society. You have to trust other people to do the right thing. And when they don't, obviously, it upsets things.
Parallel world where there's no coordination between me and the other person. Not only is there coordination between me and the other driver, but freedom in that way. Now, what does that have to do with no-fault divorce? And this is what's going to get interesting. And this is why you need to listen to people like me, because nobody else is going to put this together. I happen to be writing a paper on no-fault divorce right now, so I think about it in a lot of ways. And anyway, so one of the problems with no-fault divorce is that it's a form of child abuse insofar as now the children's lives are not governed by will.
One of the big things that I'm not sure I agree with him on this, I can see how it could be, but I don't know if it's a consistent thing. He insists that no fault divorce or divorce in general is a form of child abuse. Main reason being is, creating strife or creating inconsistency in child rearing. Basically is a form of abuse. I can see where he might think that, but I think sometimes he goes too far with it. And one of Irami's big things is family being, kind of the building block of society. And it's kind of weird because he is a socialist or a form of a socialist, but he has a lot of right-leaning, I don't even want to say right-leaning. It's more conservative ideas when it comes to family and, how one conducts oneself in society. So kind of jibe with him on a lot of things. Some things I don't. I'm not sure that I buy this argument. He says he's writing a paper on it, but I'm not sure I buy into this assertion.
Full lawfulness. So you can go to one particular house and their particular way of life, which is deemed legitimate, though incompatible, has screens all the time and no bedtime and all of that. And then the other particular way of life doesn't have screens and has like a 6:30 bedtime or something like that. And they're up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then both have like a moral sensibility of this is how you should live life. Right. And so for kids who spend 1 week in one house and another week at another house, they end up being a little nihilists because there is no determinate way of life and everything just seems arbitrary and random and they can't actually plan. Because at any point in time, since parents in this agreement usually like hate each other's guts, the parents aren't going to coordinate to on purpose have a regular life for the children. Right. Because
so it seems what he's saying here is that when you basically divorce and you split one household into two different households, the households may not have similar ways of conducting themselves. So you create inconsistency for the children, going from one house to the other, basically, two different systems or ways of being raised. So basically, I think what he's going to say is that, if two different households conduct themselves differently, there is a trust. Trust is broken between the mother and the father. The father can't necessarily trust that the way he wants to raise the kids will be, continued in the mother's household and vice versa. So I still don't know that I agree that, the two crime and no fault divorce. I'm still not sure I agree that they're that connected.
One of the reasons they might have broken up with is because they had domestic incompatibility, different ways of life, right? And both seem to want to be free to change their way of life without consulting the other and enforce their way of life without consulting the other. So, children, and when making plans for their life, have to know that both parents are not wedded to creating a lawful world for the children. So the children can't make plans, and this ultimately frustrates their agency. So a lot of people talk about the problem with no fault divorce being the resources that are now divided, and that kind of is a problem, but not necessarily a big one. That would be the problem with stealing, being that people are poor, or that like people need their money, so you can't steal their money. But like some people are rich enough that they don't actually need that money, but you still can't steal it. And so that's like the divorce problem. Some people are rich enough where the money split isn't that big of a problem. So now you're just saying that if the biggest problem for children is the money, then all you just need to do is be rich enough that money isn't the problem. But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem isn't the money, it's conceptual unity. It's the conceptual unity. That means the ability of children to be rewarded for being agents in their life under a governed law, which is enforced and realized by the family, because children don't interact with the social world or the political world abstracted from a family. Like the family is that there's a lot of pre-mastication of the civil society and politics that is worked on before it gets to the children, and appropriately so. If your children are just exposed to civil society without you censoring it for them and interpreting it for them and chewing the food for them conceptually, then you can't be surprised when your kids are awful, because market society wants your kids to be awful and irresponsible. So you need to control the environment, both political and social environment of your children, and make it the case that their work is recognized. That way they'll actually respect agency in general. They won't be punished for making.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I kind of see where he's going. Again, I don't necessarily agree with it. I think no fault divorce. I think two things about no fault divorce. The genie's already out of the bottle. I don't think you can I don't think it can be outlawed. I get what he's saying about, crime disrupting, the order in an orderly society, equating it to divorce with kids involved kind of upsets the order that, necessary to raise successful kids. So I see how he's connecting the two. I think that it's a bit of a stretch. I don't think it's a crime, in the same way that, a criminal commits a crime. I don't think divorce is quite the same thing. Connections, maybe, but I don't buy into this argument. One thing that I mentioned the other day, and I guess I'll get around to maybe researching it one of these days, is that I would, if I had my choice, I would basically say the only way you get a no-fault divorce is if kids are not involved. I wonder if that would make a difference. I wonder if it's ever been proposed before. But, I think you could put limits on no-fault divorce without getting rid of it. And the reason I even bring up divorce is, we're going to move into Pop the Balloon, which, forming relationships, marriage and divorce, it's all wrapped up in this, in the craziness, in the depravity of Pop the Balloon culture. What's up, Bobby? Good morning. So, barring any questions on this, because I think it's an interesting argument, I just don't buy into it. So we will move on. This is basically Pop the Balloon that we started not yesterday, but the day before yesterday now. And we never did finish it up. So this is Pop the Balloon in Houston. I'm going to go ahead and pick it up where it left off. I'm going to go ahead and start this. Oops.
Want me to go?
Oh, there we go.
All right. Good. What's up, guys? Tim, aka Blue Suit. I'm back in full effect. Today we're gonna try to do things a little different. I'm gonna try to be a little. I'm sure you guys a different side of me, okay? Because I feel I got a bad rep from the last episode. The episode with the blue suit, and I lost all my girls.
Yeah, this guy popped up. He was in an earlier episode. This guy is, I don't even know if crazy describes this dude. He was just off the chain, just weird. So that he's showing up again is actually pretty funny. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Girlfriends. So today, hopefully, I can leave here with something. Because my brother been struggling this week.
All right, let's welcome our next single gentleman. Hello.
Hey.
Okay. Can you start by giving us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Tim, 34. Tim, 34, entrepreneur.
And when you say entrepreneur, could you elaborate on that?
I have an IT consulting company.
Okay. Well, you do have one pop balloon. Let's find out why she popped.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, could you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Sam, 37, and I'm a dog groomer. And I just physical attraction, but especially the sunglasses, because we're inside.
Okay. And is she your type? Okay, what makes her not your type?
Oh. Can I just give her $100 to leave?
No, that's fine. Okay.
Can I do that?
You can give me as much money as you want to, baby.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay. But no, she's not my type.
Okay.
Yeah, the tattoos. Looks like I'm watching Pirates of the Caribbean on her chest. I don't know what's going on.
And you just offered to give me money too, so stealing the
On to
booty.
the next. It's nice meeting you, though.
Okay.
I like your glasses, though. I like your glasses.
Alrighty. Hi. Could you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Vicky, 9, customer service.
Okay, Vicky, why did you pop your balloon?
I honestly don't like anything about you. I seen an episode. I don't like anything, so I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, is Vicky your type?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Hi, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Shawnee Rose, and I'm 34, content creator and hairstylist.
Okay. And Shawnee, why did you pop your balloon?
It's the 3 blind mice sunglasses for me. It's not giving.
Is that what?
The 3 blind mice glasses is not
3
giving.
blind mice glasses?
Yes, that's what it's giving.
Okay. And is Shawnee your type?
What do you do?
Content creator and a hairstylist.
A hairstylist?
Yes.
You got kids?
I have one.
Oh, she's not my type.
You want to
Okay.
elaborate?
Hmm?
You want to elaborate?
You sure?
Oh, I'm so positive. Give us something good to listen to.
Let me see. Yeah,
You might want to take your sunglasses off for this one. Go ahead.
yeah. Just looks, hair.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna let me talk? Cause I was quiet while you was talking.
I'm listening. I'm just giving you time to come up with something good.
Yeah, the I'm trying to be nice, but no, she's just not my
I
type.
think you're processing
Yeah,
and
this
trying to
dude
come up with
get
something.
crazy.
So, like you said, you can go on to the next.
She's crazy.
Alright.
He's crazy. We're all crazy.
Hello?
You see what you started?
What's your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
I am Ebony. I am 37. I'm a licensed sales agent and investor.
Okay, Ebony, why'd you pop your balloon?
No. No.
Keep it simple. Okay, is Ebony your type?
It's simple, you know. I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
he's great. I'm sure he's a great guy, but I don't know enough about him. You know, it's just a no.
Gotcha. Now, is Ebony your type?
No.
Okay.
Seem nice though, but no.
Why she not your type?
The shoes, the tattoos. I don't like tattoos on my women. The jewelry.
Well, glad I'm not your woman.
Yeah, the jewelry. If that's jewelry, but yeah, the outfit is just not. Yeah, it's not. Well, you seem like a nice person.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Fair enough.
It's all good.
You wanna? Damn, it's all love.
Your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Diamond. I'm 36 and I own a mobile grocery store.
Okay. Diamond, why'd you pop your balloon?
Initially it was just attraction, but then like your attitude, I don't really like your attitude. And then you said you don't like tattoos. I got a whole leg sleeve, but you just can't see it because I got on stockings. So yeah,
Okay. Is Diamond your type?
No.
that's fine.
Why isn't she your type?
You know. You said what? You said attraction?
Yeah, I'm not attracted to you.
You're not attracted to me?
No,
That's crazy.
it's not crazy. It's just I'm just not attracted.
That's why, because I mean, everybody has their opinion, but you had your chance to speak, ma'am. Do y'all want me to really go there with y'all? Some of y'all? Let me. So yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I've
no,
learned.
we're
I've learned
not gonna go
from the
there.
last.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be nice, but you seem like a nice young lady.
I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck with your business too.
It's going great.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Zadra, 25, and I'm a model and influencer.
Okay, Sadra. And why'd you pop your balloon?
Pride and arrogance.
Okay. And is she your type?
No.
Oh,
What
I
makes
love
not your
that
type?
pride
What
and
did you say you do
arrogance.
again?
I'm a runway model, and
Runway?
I'm on storefronts, billboards, magazines. I
What's up,
actually
What
Fred?
kind of magazine?
a lot.
Yep, the host
Not
is
Vogue yet,
pretty
but
much
a lot.
Hey, which magazine?
the
A
only
lot. Many.
Huh?
Many.
Many?
the only one.
You have a
So
specific
I don't know
magazine
that first
you want to say?
contestant there. I kind of like
Many.
her for
You can
some
search.
reason.
Just search my name.
I'm
You'll
gonna
find
say I'm not interested.
Maybe
if
it's the
she's lying.
boots.
Zadra James.
How you know she
There's a
won?
storefront in Houston right now if you want to see for
Tell me what you want to
yourself.
say. I mean, if you say like, I'm an IT consultant. If you ask me about my business, I would tell you about my business. If you say you're a model, where?
You'll see. I promise you. Once
Hey,
you walk out
okay.
here.
I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. I like her outfit though.
Okay.
But yeah.
You still have one balloon. That's
I have one. Oh, one person? Hey, okay. All right.
all right.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How
So
you
that's your
doing?
name, your age, and your occupation.
India 30 Claims Department.
Okay.
And what was your name one more time for me?
Tim.
Okay, hi Tim.
What's up, girl?
I'm fine. Can we have eye to eye?
Oh, you want to take my glasses off?
Okay. Girls like this, and you you actually look really handsome with your glasses off. Because for one, you came in here with good confidence. You were good, but you were just so mean to the lady.
I didn't say nothing to him. What is
You said
Come on,
plenty.
Tim.
I said plenty.
You told my girl down there she was lying. Don't lie. You said a lot
But
about
I
the
didn't say
lady.
nothing bad about her.
Yeah, Portia reminded me that Houston seems to be a mess, and this particular episode is messy.
You were very, very mean. And you look, I thought I was going, but you look really good with your glasses off. So
Thank you.
But it was just the way you did my girls, Tim.
You worried about them or you worried about you?
I mean, I ain't worried about nobody.
Okay.
But I would have popped too.
That's fine. Give me a blue.
Okay, Tim. Welcome back, first of all.
Yes.
You were on our third episode, I think. Yes. As known as Blue Suit.
Yeah, blue suit.
A little nicer today, I guess.
I tried to do black.
Kinda. Yeah.
They
Okay.
didn't talk about my outfit either. Y'all don't like my outfit either?
Not that your phone ringing right now.
Y'all don't like anything? Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
Yeah, I'm African.
I just want to know if you was African because I wanted some fufu and the goose. And then when you say you do IT, I'm like, yeah, he do scams. I can fuck with it. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Tattoos I got here, I got my back, I got my
Yeah. So can I ask all of them a question? Is
the cover.
What?
Yeah, look, I talk to girls that have tattoos, but as far as like wife dating, no, just me personally.
Yeah.
So the question, are all of y'all Christians?
Yes.
Okay, so can I start with you?
Ugh,
Can you recite John 3:16?
oh my Lord! Why are they letting him
Wait.
Get him out of
Hold
there.
on. Where we going with that? Where we going with it?
No, I just want to know if they know it.
So God doesn't.
Wait.
Go ahead. Why are we doing this? Okay. For God so loved the world. He gave
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
His only begotten son.
Okay.
That what? Whosoever believeth. We really
But
doing
he
this?
whoever believes in him shall
I
not
don't think she knows it.
everlasting life.
Okay.
Why
Do you know
are they not moving
I know a
on?
lot of things, and I just have so done with everything coming out.
But what is that gonna prove though? What is that gonna prove for
What
you?
does it prove?
I mean, I just want to know which one of these ladies here is God-fearing. That's all.
But doesn't mean that you memorize scripture.
Huh?
That's God fearing equals
The devil
memorizing
can say the scripture.
It's just a question.
It-
Okay.
Y'all biting into it too much. It's just a
All
question.
right. All right. Thank
If you know it, good. If you don't know it, good.
All right, Tim. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
for coming
pleasure,
back too.
pleasure.
Okay.
All right.
Somebody bring the Sandman out. Take him out. You might do
Okay, let's bring in our next single lady. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. Thank you for asking. Okay, you have no pop balloons. Could you start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Jill. I'm 34 and I'm a medical assistant.
Well, you can ask the gentleman a question.
So my first question would be, what would be your 2 top qualities?
Let's start with you, your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Bo, I'm 38, insurance specialist, claims, whatever the case may be. My 2 top what?
Qualities.
Qualities. I like to have a good time. I'm gonna make sure you have a good time. I'm a vibe. And I'm always considerate to your feelings.
Okay.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is CJ. I'm a welding robotics engineer. I'm turning 28 next month. I say my top 2 qualities are my attentiveness and I say, very caring. Yeah, say that.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Name is Akeem. I'm 37 years old. Occupation, higher education professional and a professor. Top 2 qualities would be my ability to compromise and that I'm selfless. Selflessness.
Okay.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Frank. I'm 28 years old. And top 2 occupation?
Yes.
Occupation, I'm a content creator. I'm a coach and business consultant. And my top 2 qualities, I am attentive and resourceful.
All right. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Khalil. I'm 28. I'm a commissioned security officer. And my top 2 qualities are I'm a hustler and I take care of my woman.
Okay.
All right.
I'm a hustler, baby.
Okay, were those good answers for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the hard part. Can I see your toothpick?
I gotta pop somebody balloon.
You have to pop 1 balloon.
Okay.
Okay, and now why did you pop his balloon?
It was the hustling.
Okay.
That was it.
Didn't like the hustle?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now we're gonna have the gentleman ask you a question. Go ahead.
What is something you would like to do to make you feel like, that's my guy? Like
Just reassurance, just making sure that you are reassurance. Just make sure just compliments and make sure that you just always reassure me.
Good affirmation.
Yeah, affirmation.
For sure.
Okay.
Do you have kids, and if not, how many?
Yes, I have 2. 2 boys.
Gotcha.
Is that a deal breaker to you?
How many baby daddies? Or?
1.
Okay, no, it's not.
Okay. Okay, your question?
How do you handle stress and conflict?
Stress and conflict. Sometimes I tend to break. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do fold under pressure. But overall, I would say that it's something that I deal with. I would have to deal with it on my own.
Okay.
Yeah, like a loner, Yeah.
Understand.
Love your honesty.
All right, so you mentioned you have 2 kids, 1 baby. Without blaming your ex, why did that not work out?
Without blaming him.
Right.
I would just say people grow old and they grow apart.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Okay, you did have 1 balloon pop. And why'd you pop your balloon?
I feel that managing stress and conflict is not something that you could do really on your own. It's unproductive when you are dating somebody, and it could cause a lot of drift between the 2 people.
Drift.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay. You still have 3 remaining balloons. You're welcome to ask a question.
My next question would be, what is your current relationship status? Are you single or just single?
It's fine.
Okay. Situationship. Situationship. Okay. Okay.
You'll figure it out.
I'm single, but I'm dating around. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Single.
Okay.
Yeah.
Completely.
Single, but I'm dating. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now you have to pop one balloon.
This the hard part.
Yes. Okay. And why'd you pop his balloon?
I don't even know. I don't even have an honest answer why I popped it.
And is he your type?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yeah. Just had to pick. So
What makes him your type?
Height wise, the build. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is she your type?
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
What makes her your type?
Yeah, smile. Yeah, seems like a bubbly personality.
And is that why you had your balloon unpopped?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. Now you still have 2 remaining balloons. We're gonna have the guys ask you a question. I'm gonna start down here.
Okay.
Trying to think.
Help me out.
Question. In your opinion, what's necessary for a successful relationship?
Accountability, reassurance.
Okay.
And those would be my top 2. Somebody that take accountability and reassurance.
Okay.
And your question?
My question is, like, are you crazy or something like that?
No.
Where you from?
I'm from here.
You from here? I'm from Louisiana.
Oh, are you crazy?
Florida County, you can deal with that?
Define crazy.
I'm pulling up at your job. You heard me say you there?
Oh, okay. I'll be there.
You gonna be there?
Yeah.
You sure you gonna
I'm
be
be there.
there? That guy not gonna be at that goddamn job. All right. So look, we all met. Hold on, you got kids, right?
Yeah. My oldest is 16 and my youngest is 14.
The youngest girl, boy, or 2 boys?
2 boys.
Well, them boys don't listen.
They listen.
I can say they won't fight me right now. That's all good. You good, though? You look good, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What made you pop your balloon?
She got 2 boys. I know they won't fight me right now. Yeah.
So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
You know, she was cool. But them boys gonna fight me and we're gonna have a whole altercation. Like, you know, I'm with that. Like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you pop your balloon?
Just the age of her kids. That's pretty much it.
And why did you have it unplopped?
She's cool. She's cute. Like her.
Okay.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we have all balloons popped. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know. I may need to speed this up.
Okay, let's welcome our next single lady. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Good.
Okay, let's start with your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is London. I'm 37 years old and I am unemployed.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's the end of that.
Let's find out why the gentleman popped their balloons. Okay, let's start with your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name O, 38, insurance specialist. Cut it out. Don't do that, man. Cut it out. Don't come up here like that. Hey, don't speak for all the fellas, man. You can't come up here like that, baby.
Like what?
Don't do that.
Don't do what I do.
What she do?
What she didn't do. Apply. Tell her don't do that, man. Tell her don't do that, man. It's working men out here.
Okay.
Wow.
Your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is CJ. I'm a welding robotics engineer, and I'm 28 next month. It was really just a height,
Okay.
Welding.
Your name, your age, and your
robotics
occupation?
engineer.
Hakeem, 37. I'm a higher education professional and a professor. And that's why did I pop? Just off of physical attraction.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name's Frank. I'm 28, business consultant. I'm a content creator. I'm a coach. And I pop just for physical attraction.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name's Khalil. I'm 28. I'm a commissioned security officer. And I pop because I like a woman that get her own money, not necessarily, for her to spend it, but you get your own money. That's for you. I got the rest. But you didn't say anything after that. You just said you was employed. You didn't say if you did anything else on the side.
Okay.
Do you do anything else on the side?
I'm a full-time sugar baby.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay.
Full-time what?
Okay. Now, are any of the gentlemen your type?
No, I prefer to date outside my race.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
All right. Thank you.
you.
Whoa, that was strange.
All right. Let's welcome our next single lady. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi. Find yourself?
Good. Thank you. Okay. Let's start with your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay. My name is Tayloria. I am an educator and a full-time student.
Awesome.
Oh, and I'm 29.
You're 29.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, so far you have all the balloons.
Okay.
You can start by asking a question.
Okay. What is your relationship with your mother?
My relationship with mother is real good. We talk all the time. You know, she's trying to stay in tune with whatever I'm doing, and she's supportive. She's real supportive of whatever I do.
How supportive is he? Like, what do y'all do? Is this like an everyday kind of thing?
It's just, you know, my mom, she's from the country, so she, you know, if I do anything in the city, it's like it's new to her, but she still supports it. Hey, son, keep going. So I respect that a lot.
Okay.
My relationship with my mother is very good. We talk pretty much every other day or so. Yeah, matter of fact, I talked to her before I went on here, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So my relationship with my mother is very strong. I also spoke to her about 45 minutes before I got
What
here.
did y'all talk about when you talked to her?
I'm
Man,
flying
these
back home to
people are
Brooklyn soon, and she wanted to know some
strange
things
all around.
so she could prepare for stuff. So it's very strong. I help take care of her with a few things dealing with health as well. So I'm thankful that she's still around.
Okay.
My relationship with my mom is also very strong. You know, I consult her on when I have to make big decisions and talk to her pretty much every other day.
Okay.
Same. My relationship is very strong with my mom. I also, you know, take care of my mom too as well. Yeah, I'm family oriented, so we always, whenever it's time to celebrate, even if it's straight A's, we outside on the pit cooking, doing whatever.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to pop.
I have to pop someone's balloon?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's pop 2 balloons.
Dude, I don't
Just
have
a bunch of
popper.
strange people all around.
Thank you. Okay. This is nerve-wracking. Before we pop, can we ask ages?
Yes.
Oh no.
38? 28? Okay.
28.
28?
28.
Okay. That did not help.
I think the only reason to watch
38,
Pop the
38,
Balloon Love
28,
Mountain
38, 28,
/ Houston
37,
is
Okay.
the hostess.
Okay. I want y'all to know I do not want to pop this because it's loud, but
They
I'm going to pop your balloon.
consistently have
Sorry.
weird people.
Oh, no. It won't pop. Your toothpick don't work. And I'll have to pop your balloon.
All right. And why did you pop his balloon?
I popped this balloon because you're just not my type. Unfortunately, I kind of have like an aesthetic that I'm kind of going for.
An
That's pretty much it.
aesthetic?
Okay.
But no shade, nothing like that.
Okay. And is she your type?
Yeah, I would say so. Very
What
true.
is her
Thank you.
What
aesthetic?
makes her your type? What do you like about her?
Smile, no, just physical body type, you know.
Thank you.
And why'd you pop his balloon?
I popped his balloon because we are on the Pop the Balloon Challenge and you have on sweatpants. And I feel like we're all here trying to kind of go for like, you know, like the dating experience. And I feel like we dressed up for like the dating experience and like you came with sweatpants on so it doesn't give the same type of vibe. Okay.
So presentation for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. And is she your type?
Yeah.
How is she your type?
I like the way she's dressed and
Thank you.
her aesthetic.
Thank you.
Her aesthetic.
She keep her nails and feet done.
Thank you.
Maybe it's the norm. Maybe it's the norm for Houston.
Okay. So you have 3
Um,
remaining balloons and the gentleman can ask you a
This
question.
particular,
What is your most toxic trait?
yeah,
My most toxic trait is
River of Hate. All there are a bunch of different Pop the Balloons in different cities, and it's kind of interesting to see how consistent some episodes are with the types of people. When I say types of people, including their dress and their attitudes, and just seems to me that the people, at least on the Pop the Balloon in Houston, just tend to be really, let's just say, unique. They tend to dress sloppily and they're just generally weird. The only normal person, the only normal person consistently in this particular version of Pop the Balloon is the hostess. So that's my take on Pop the Balloon Houston.
I would say that I like to work. Like that is what I like to do. Like I like to have fun too. Like I like to go to work and find different ways to make revenues and money. So that's probably my toxic trait because like sometimes I want to sit down, but I'm like, no, but I can do this too. So I want to say that
So
is.
you ain't got time for me.
No, I have time. Like I make time, but I do stuff.
No, you just
But when I'm at work, like I will give you your respect. I'll be your cheerleader. You're at work, so I'm gonna give you that. But when I'm at work, I want the same thing. Like, hey, at this time, between this time, I'm at work. Just give me a little bit of time, and then I'll text you in between breaks and stuff. Like
Look at
normal.
those fingernails.
What you mean?
watch you. You be
What are you talking about?
No, I have a 9 to 5, and that's it.
You feel like you working 9 to 9.
Mm-mm.
I gotta watch you.
No.
It's her toxic trait, though.
It's toxic to me. The co-workers they work too.
Oh no, we ain't doing that. You do not shit where you sleep.
Are you good at comprehension?
I'm great at comprehension. I'm an educator, so I feel like comprehension goes hand in hand. You have to be able to receive and give back. So I think, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So, are you a Christian, and what's your relationship with God?
I am a Christian. My relationship is fair. I do not go to church every Sunday, but I do believe in God. I was raised in a Baptist church.
Okay. Why do you not go to church every Sunday?
I think that it is something that kind of goes with my history with church. I tried different ones. I'm still kind of looking for the one that fits me and what I like. When I was younger, I feel like I was given, like, this is a church you're going to go to. I kind of want to pick the one that fits with what I.
You know, I don't know, Fred. I for the life of me, nails that long are kind of ridiculous, if not just outright dangerous. And why I can't really get into these long nails. I guess I get why women want artificial fingernails, but yeah, she's excessive in the hair. The hair, it's obviously not her hair. It's not even a good artifice. And I just can't imagine why you would, even if it was your real hair, why would you want hair that long? You know, you can tell she doesn't work around heavy machinery. So, you know what? Before we start, let us see. We have a visitor. Let's see here. Hello, how you doing? You there?
Hello.
What can I do for you?
That's what you can do for me.
Yep. Talk about porn bombing. We haven't had a porn bomber in a long, long time. Thank goodness Pocahontas saved us. So we'll get back to Pop the Balloon now. Thank you, porn bomber. Don't come back.
Okay. Now you have to pop one balloon.
Oh, I do. Oh, geez. Okay. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. What is your support system like for your lady?
My support system. My support system for my lady.
Mhm.
I mean, if she's supportive of me, I'm gonna be supportive.
No. What is your support system like? Like, what do you do that supports her?
Oh, okay. Like, if anything my lady's into, I'm into it with her, so I can support her fully on whatever she wants to do. Even if she don't know the information, I'll be the one to look it up.
Okay.
If I have any connections on the outside world to help her further herself, I'll do it.
Okay.
Just anything to make her basically like happy. You know what I'm saying?
So, question: what if she's having a bad day? How do you support her in that bad day?
Most likely I'm gonna know what's going on with her. If she needs just some flowers to cheer her up or something like that, I can do that.
So
you know
you're a
what I'm saying?
flower
If
kind of
she-
guy.
I got the little foot massage machine thingy. So if she, you know what I'm saying, she want me to cook for her, I got that too. I'm
Okay.
I do this.
Okay.
So I study my woman to try to learn her, to try to see how best I can support her. For example, I've dated women that are into things that I'm not, but I will learn those things to try to support them as much as possible. When a woman's having a bad day, I try to bring home or try to support her in things that I know that can cheer her up or bring a smile to her face, whether that's a joke, some special candy or things like that. Flowers may not go a long way sometimes. So you got to learn the woman and try to support her best, but I'm always there for her.
Okay.
Dang, kind of took my answer. Very, very similar. I try to listen. I try to, even though I might not seem like it, I try to pay attention to what you like, right? So if you're having a bad day, it might not be getting you flowers or some grand gesture, but something small that means something to you.
Okay. Got it.
All right.
Still don't want to pop a balloon. One balloon. Okay.
Yes.
I think I will choose. This is so hard. No shade. I'm gonna pop yours. I know.
Okay. And follow you here.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
why did you pop this balloon?
I popped this balloon because I really think that, you know, you are someone that I would date, but I just don't think that at this time that this would be something that I would do at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah. I think in this time of my life, I don't think that it would be. I think you're a little older than I am. I'm 29. And so, yeah, no.
Understood.
Now, why'd you have your balloon unpop?
I find her attractive. I like her outfit as well. I like her smile.
Thank you.
We're both educators. I'm not sure what level of education she's on, what level of education you teach, but once you know you have the education connection, I'm sure there's a connection with that. So.
Okay.
Would you like to clarify on that one?
Sure. I am a second grade teacher and I'm in my master's degree program for special education. So trying to get out of the littles and trying to do a little bit more, you know, just further my education for that special education.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I'm 1 year older than he is, you heard me? So I
Say it
can't.
again.
I'm 1 year older than he is, so you know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's
so
sick.
yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, you have one unpop balloon, and we're gonna let him ask you a question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you can ask her a question.
One question. All right. Trying to think. Have you ever dated somebody younger than you?
Yes.
How was that?
I was pretty decent. I had never done it before, so it was kind of a new experience. He was 27, I'm 29. But I don't see it any different. I think people are people and what they bring to the table is okay. But when they're a little older than I am, then it kind of makes me like,
River of Hate, do you mean the guy in the double-breasted suit there? He never said he has a PhD. He just says he's a higher education professional and a professor. That doesn't mean you have a PhD. And I think part of the reason he gets dismissed is that suit. It doesn't fit him well. It's not a color I would ever wear unless it was a uniform or something. And there's a guy named Michael Eric Dyson. He's a professor at Vanderbilt now that this guy reminds me of, you know, just kind of a huckster. That's the only word I can use to describe him. But maybe you caught something I didn't. He didn't say he had a PhD. He just said he was a professor. No, you can be. It's funny how professors work. You can be even a full professor and not have a PhD. I've had, you can be a professor of practice. Say you're an engineer. You were an engineer for 30 years and you have lots of experience. You can be hired because you were like really good at your job and, be a professor of practice. You can even be a professor and not have a PhD. There are people who have master's degrees. Again, they have extraordinary credentials outside of the world of academia and, get hired on because they're famous. Like a lot of famous authors have been professors, but, not necessarily have advanced degrees. If you win a Nobel Prize, you will be hired whether you have a PhD or not to teach whatever it is you got your Nobel Prize in. It happens.
but you've had all this time to do all these things, And so younger is a little different. They're still kind of growing. I'm kind of growing too, but I haven't been to older points in my life, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have a question? Do you have a question for him?
Sure. Do you have any relationships as of right now that somebody else might think that they're in a relationship with you, but you don't think so?
I wouldn't say anybody would think they're in a relationship with me.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, I'm single, but I am dating.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm single.
So are you single and you're dating like with intent to like talk to someone? Or are you just out here dating?
Elaborate.
Like out here just dating, just doing your thing and kind of open to whatever? Or are you like intentionally dating?
Is he single and dating to get married? Is that what you're asking? Yeah.
I'm intentionally dating.
Okay.
I would say. I try to really pay attention to who I'm dating. I don't try to move too fast,
Okay.
Like I don't try to get too physical or too quick, So I really try to understand who I'm getting involved with before I get involved with them.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Come here. Follow us up here. Right here. All right. How do you feel?
I like him.
Okay, how do you feel?
I like her. She's cute.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we have a match?
Yeah.
All right, we have a match. All right, you guys can go this way.
Oh, wow, they have an audience.
Okay, let's welcome our next single lady. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good. Here, turn this way for me. Okay. Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Kaela. I'm 40. I'm a fashion designer and a teacher.
Oh, awesome. Okay, and you have one pop balloon. Let's find out why you popped.
Okay.
Okay, give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is CJ. I'm a welding robotics engineer. I'm turning 28 next month, and it's just an age gap.
Okay,
Didn't you just say he's a
I would
welder?
say so. Yeah, pretty small.
Thank you. And I agree on the age gap.
Yeah. Is he your type?
No.
Okay, why is he not your type?
I think he's a little soft spoken for me, and I'm kind of like an alpha female, so I need someone that's going to be able to match my energy and sometimes check my energy.
Okay, understandable.
An
All right.
alpha female.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Khalil, 28, and commissioned security officer, and age gap.
Okay, Khalil, and is she your type?
No.
Okay, what makes her not your type?
Age. You
Just
just said it.
All right, is Khalil your type?
No.
Why is that?
Height.
Okay. All right, you have to unpop balloons. You may ask them a question.
Okay, fellas, what do you all think about children?
Let's start with you.
You have children?
I have one daughter. She's 5.
I got 3.
And how is the relationship, the co-parenting for you?
It's all right between 2. Yeah, it's all right.
You said between 2?
Yeah.
You said you had 3?
Yeah, I got 3.
Oh,
It's all
okay,
right.
so you got
It's all-
3 between 2 women? Okay.
So,
Okay.
Clarify your question. You said how's the relationship with children?
Yes. Like, how do you feel about dating a woman with children?
I don't mind dating a woman with children. I love kids. At our age, it's expected if you somebody who have children, if you are dating a woman, that's child's a part of your life too.
And do you have children?
No, I don't. I do.
Do you want children?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Alrighty. Unfortunately, you do have to pop one balloon.
Well, the better question is, does she want children?
This is a tough one.
When you get up here, yep.
I think I'm gonna pop this one.
Yeah, I got you,
And why
River.
did you pop this balloon?
I'm a big believer in legacy building and family, and I can understand maybe a first-time relationship with having a child not working, but when it's a repeat, it leads to more questions for me. Not necessarily judging, but just more questions on where is the lack of communication or the commitment? What happened?
you're right. You're right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can't argue with that. Yeah.
Respectfully. Okay. And you have one unpop balloon, and we're gonna have him to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Why did your last relationship end?
I believe that it was just not balanced. I am a very successful woman and I'm very driven, and I matched myself with someone who was not as driven as me, and it caused a lot of problems.
Interesting.
Understand that?
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a question for him?
No, I like to answer questions.
Okay. What's your other question?
What are the negative attributes of yourself that you would like to improve, or what is a negative thing in your last relationship that you felt you could have done better?
I cannot
consider
stand
myself
the color of
somewhat of a
that suit.
perfectionist, and I have high standards for myself. And sometimes I put that expectation on others, and I need to be more relatable and flexible with everybody. Does not have the same standards, or not everyone gets to the same
Oh, my Lord.
goal the same way.
There's one after
So just
this.
opening my perspective to how to accomplish a goal, even though it's not the way that I might think the goal should be accomplished.
Why'd you pop?
The answer to the perfectionist part, I've dated perfectionists. I'm not a perfectionist. I'm a person with many flaws with it. And I assume I could be wrong, but that will be a serious clash. I'm a type of person, I have no problem saying that I need to improve on certain things and whatnot. So when it comes to the perfectionist part,
He needs a
it
new
definitely
pair of
goes
shoes. Those shoes
But I
do
did
not
say
go
that
with
I
that
was
suit.
working on that. So that lets me know you're not a
I
person
didn't
that.
listen properly.
Okay.
That went over my head, so that's on me.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, all balloons have been popped. Appreciate you coming.
Thank
You did
you.
really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
With tattoos on feet.
Okay, let's welcome our next single lady. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
Okay, let's start with your name, your age,
Oh,
and
my
your occupation.
Lord.
My name is Tasha. I'm
What do we
36
do with
and
this?
I do childcare.
Merry
All
Christmas,
right,
y'all.
Tasha. Well, you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why they popped.
Okay.
Okay. Why did you pop?
Just physical attraction. It just wasn't there for me.
It's not for me either.
Okay.
It's fine.
Oh.
Next.
Oh, for attraction as well.
Yeah, same here. You got a big back. Next. I mean, I'm being honest.
Height.
You know the height, but I would have chose you because I like little men.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
I'm just assuming she's a joke contestant.
Okay. You have one. You have one unpop balloon. Go ahead. You can go ahead and ask him a question.
What's a question you'd want to ask me?
You play too much, Tasha.
What?
You play too much.
Hmm.
Oh, I look like.
You got my balloon because I play too much.
I don't know about that.
What was I lying?
There are people, there are two schools of thought there, River of Hate. Some people think that, say 25 is too early to get married. So leftovers, maybe not. I'm not sure I agree with that comment. But for the most part, this is over. I'm ready to move on from Houston. So couple news articles that I just discovered that interested me. I always thought that the bald eagle was already the official bird of the United States. I had no idea that it wasn't. So apparently, the bald eagle is finally the national bird of the United States. Who knew? But let's listen to this article right quick.
The bald eagle is finally the national bird of the United States. This article is by Sarah Ruberg and read by an automated voice. The bald eagle received a title this week that many may have assumed it already had, the national bird of the United States. For centuries, the bald eagle has been a ubiquitous symbol for the country, almost as recognizable as the American flag. The bird, with its bright yellow beak, long wingspan, and beady eyes, has appeared at the center of the Great Seal of the United States since 1782, much to Benjamin Franklin's ire because he deemed it a bird of bad moral character. It has also been depicted on postal stamps, quarters, and the insignia of most military branches. But until this week, the bald eagle was only officially considered the national emblem. An act of Congress, signed by President Biden on Tuesday, declared the bald eagle, whose genus and species is Haliaeetus leucocephalus, the national bird. The legislation, introduced by Senator Amy Klobuchar and Representative Brad Finstad, both of Minnesota, said the bald eagle is a historical symbol of the United States representing independence, strength, and freedom. The bird has evolved into a cultural symbol, representing sports teams and American clothing brands, and being written into movie lines and patriotic song lyrics. The spacecraft that landed on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission was even identified with the bird when the astronaut Neil Armstrong said, "The eagle has landed." With the law's signage, the bald eagle joins the same ranks as the bison, which became the national mammal in 2016, and the oak, which has been the national tree since 2004. The bald eagle was once an endangered species in the United States until 1995, and was later removed from the threatened species list in 2007. In 1940, as the bird's populations dwindled, Congress made it illegal to kill, sell, or own bald eagles, a prohibition that remains in place today. Harming a bald eagle, its nest, or eggs are also illegal. The protective laws and endangered species designation, as well as a 1972 ban on the deadly pesticide DDT, helped bald eagle populations thrive. Bald eagles are native to North America and can be found in almost every state, but they are most populous in Alaska, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There were over 315,000 bald eagles across the contiguous United States in 2019, the agency estimated, 4 times the population of the bird just a decade earlier.
I'm not sure I disagree with you there, Stank D. Um, I don't know what to say other than it's easier to do things like this that everybody can agree on than actually govern. So let's see. There is a government department that determines when the flag will be flown at half mast. Uh, I didn't know that. But funny you should bring up government and time spent and all that stuff. This is the other story I want to look at right quick. Apparently, Trump is going to require federal workers back into the office. So I want to hear this. This article is a little longish, but I'm very interested in some of the stuff that's going to be on the president's desk come January 20th. And so let's hear this.
This news story was written by Lisa Rhine. Trump wants federal workers back in the office. It may be a tall task. President-elect Donald Trump warned federal employees last week that they must return to the office, or else they're going to be dismissed. The threat was the latest and loudest signal yet that Trump, his allies, and Republicans in Congress are committed to ending a remote work culture that became widespread for the civil service of 2.3 million during the coronavirus pandemic, but that many conservatives now decry as an outdated taxpayer-funded perk that has hurt performance across the government. A quick return to pre-pandemic, or even stricter federal office policies is not likely to happen with the stroke of a presidential pen. Trump's expected return to office mandate faces furious resistance from federal employees, many of whom are covered by union agreements that guarantee work-from-home policies, including some contracts extended in recent weeks by outgoing Biden officials eager to blunt Trump's impact on the workforce. About 56% of the civil service is covered by collective bargaining contracts, many of which include provisions for telework, according to federal data and union officials. A record 10% of federal jobs now are designated as fully remote, with the official workplace and employees' home or rented space far from an agency headquarters or regional office. The General Services Administration, which manages federal buildings, has also moved aggressively in recent years to shed costly excess office space as Biden officials kept pandemic policies in place. It's in a lot of labor contracts. Kathy McQuiston, Deputy General Counsel at the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, the largest union representing federal workers, said of the telework arrangements. And at a lot of these agencies, the reality is they don't have the place to put people to force them back 5 days a week. Return to office mandates will be a huge expense for the incoming Trump administration and will undercut its goal of slashing the federal budget, McQuiston predicted. The looming battle with the country's largest employer could be a test case for the resistance Trump will face in his ambitious plan to disrupt and remake the nonpartisan civil service. He has pledged to fire wide swaths of career employees and replace them with political loyalists, to close entire departments and move others out of Washington, and to dilute the power of federal employee unions. Even as it races to extend work-from-home agreements before Trump assumes office January 20th, the AFGE last week told its own employees that as of January, workers at its D.C. headquarters will be allowed to telework for only 2 days in each 2-week pay period, down from 5 days per pay period this year. The new return-to-office mandate, ordered by National President Everett Kelly, is designed to ensure that the staff is fully prepared to tackle an onslaught of Trump policies targeting the federal workforce, spokesman Andrew Huddleston said. AFGE embraces a work environment that includes full in-person, alternate work schedules, telework, and full remote work to best serve the needs of our members and staff, Brittany Holder, another union spokeswoman, said in an email. The AFGE represents about 750,000 federal employees. An official with Local 2 of the Office and Professional Employees International Union, OPIU, which represents AFGE employees, said the local believes Kelly's actions are a breach of the collective bargaining contract and has filed a grievance with management. Huddleston said the contract allows Kelly to make changes to remote work policies. It's hypocritical for AFGE to champion telework rights for federal employees while treating its own staff, the very people who negotiate and lobby for these rights, differently, said Justin Perpick, Local 2's chief steward at AFGE. At federal agencies, some departments have already rescinded work-from-home agreements, anticipating that Trump will take action soon after he assumes office. Employees, many of whom were hired during and after pandemic restrictions and have never worked in the office 5 days a week, are assessing whether they can adjust childcare and commuting schedules or quit. If the return to office plans do lead to a slew of departures, that would fit into the plans of tech moguls Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are seeking to shrink the workforce through their Department of Government Efficiency, a non-governmental advisory panel. You don't even have to talk about you're in a mass firing, a mass exodus, Ramaswamy said days after the election on Tucker Carlson's show. Just tell them they have to come back 5 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Trump's transition team referred a request for details on return-to-work plans to his public comments last week. The federal government's gradual embrace of telework began years before the pandemic. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, based in Alexandria, Virginia, adopted a remote work policy for patent examiners as far back as 1997 to recruit top talent from all over the country. Under President Barack Obama, some offices began limited telework to cut down on traffic and car emissions. In his first term, Trump began to scale back existing telework as some members of his cabinet suggested that employees were slacking off at home. Then the pandemic sent about half the workforce home, with the rest remaining on-site performing vital jobs such as serving veterans and air travelers and inspecting meat and mines. President Joe Biden declared an official end to the public health emergency in 2023. But by then, private companies allowed flexible work, and the government followed suit. Even as the downsides of empty offices in D.C. and other downtowns became painfully obvious, and inspired some Democrats to join calls to dial back the policies. D.C. Mayor Muriel E. Bowser, Democrat, found common ground with congressional Republicans in pushing for a mandate that federal workers return to downtown. No mandate came, even as Biden issued several directives aimed at coaxing more federal employees back to the workplace. Managers trickled into many offices, but the administration was loath to alienate unions whose contracts had negotiated agreements allowing telework anywhere from 1 to 5 days a week. Federal employees and the unions that represent them argue that telework benefits the government by making hiring and employee benefits more competitive with private companies. They say working from home improves productivity, but conservatives and other critics of telework point to vast, unused government office space that taxpayers are subsidizing and claims that performance has declined in many customer-facing agencies. At the Social Security Administration, in-person staff has thinned in many field offices that offer walk-in service to the public, although the agency says the at-home workers are processing retirement and disability benefit applications. The debate over whether the federal government should return to the office has opened another front in a culture war defined by partisan politics and privilege. A growing number of companies are pressuring their workers to come back, even as research shows that mandates result in departures and struggles with hiring and retention. In labor force polls, employees cite flexible work as a priority. As parts of the labor force shifted to flexible work following the pandemic, 73% of U.S. adults believed that remote workers were just as or more productive, a Gallup poll released in 2023 found. But partisanship does seem to play a role. A substantial minority of Republicans, 42%, said remote workers are less productive than in-person workers, compared with just 23% of independents and 13% of Democrats who said the same. In March 2023, House Republicans were furious after Kirana Ahuja, then the director of the Office of Personnel Management, could not say at a committee hearing how many federal employees were working on site. It was a turning point for members, said a senior Republican congressional aide, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. Each agency was doing their own thing and catering to the workforce. Representative James Comer, Republican, Kentucky, chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, is now one of several members of Congress to author bills that would mandate a return to office. The pandemic is long over, and it is past time for the federal workforce to return to in-person work, Comer said in a statement, adding that the Biden administration never provided evidence that pandemic-era telework didn't harm service. On the contrary, the evidence suggests that Americans have suffered under these lenient telework policies, the congressman said. Other GOP lawmakers have introduced bills mandating that chronically absent employees be seen in their office chairs, and Senator Joni Ernst, Republican, Iowa, who leads a caucus aligned with Musk and Ramaswamy's commission, said this month that she tracked down bureaucrats relaxing in bubble baths, playing golf, getting arrested, and doing just about everything besides their jobs. Telework's effect on productivity has been elusive, along with data on how many federal workers come into the office and when. Further complicating the task for the incoming Trump administration, a report issued in November by the Government Accountability Office, the research arm of Congress, found that the government isn't doing enough to measure how telework is affecting its operations and performance. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican, Louisiana, said last week that just 1% of employees come to the office, appearing to cite a report on telework released by Ernst. But that number conflicts drastically with a congressionally mandated report issued in August by the Office of Management and Budget, which found that federal employees who were eligible for telework were still spending more than 60% of their work hours on site. As of May, the report said, 1.1 million were eligible for some amount of remote work, and about 220.
I think we get the gist of that. As a means of thinning out the workforce, probably not a bad idea. In my opinion, there are pros and cons to getting rid of the telework policies. You know, you may save some money on, getting rid of office space and that sort of thing. My experience is that, at least in IT, a lot of times you get more work out of people when you don't have to have them waste time commuting. And I know when I used to work from home, there was really no start or end. You just kind of woke up, took a shower, ate breakfast, started working. And, a lot of times, 12 hours later, I'm still doing work. So I think that, it's a mixed bag either way. There are benefits, pros and cons to either way. And let's see, what other questions here? Why do Israeli soldiers get better treatment than U.S. veterans? Is that an absurd question too? River of Hate, my question to you is, have you ever been in the military, either the Israeli military or the U.S. military? I've been in the U.S. Navy. I don't know that they get treated better than U.S. troops. I would actually say no, it's probably not true. So what experience have you had? I've never been in the Israeli military. However, I have dealt with the Israeli military, and I've actually been to Israel. I don't know that that's true or not. I can't remember if I played this before, but it definitely caught my attention. This video, I think I watched it, but I don't remember it. But I'm cleaning out my to-watch queue, and this caught my attention. I spent a week with Black Republicans. I'm sure it was probably an interesting experience.
are everywhere.
That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump.
Pollsters can't get enough of them.
The historic levels of support the Republicans are getting from black folk under Trump.
Donald Trump is cozying up to them.
Come here, let me give you a...
And the RNC was full of them.
President Trump, we have the greatest economy.
By the way, this was from before the election, so we'll give that context.
In our lifetime. America is not a racist country.
Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me?
You've probably heard a lot of people talking about black Republicans, but I spent all of the RNC talking to black Republicans.
So it is with being a black conservative. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s. You didn't come out the closet then.
And so you look at the people who really saying that about Trump. It's not no uppity Negroes. It's Negroes out the real hood.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm a conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the black community or in America as a whole.
Black Republicans specifically are some of the most disliked and unpopular political figures within the black community for a reason.
I'm pissed.
Of the 4 black Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives, zero represent majority black districts.
I am royally pissed.
In fact, they all represent majority white districts, something they seem to be very proud of.
South Carolina is majority white, correct?
Yeah, it's still.
My district is majority white district. Your Utah is majority white district, correct? Michigan, really. Florida, is your district majority white district? Well, how do we get here?
Like, a lot of white people had to vote for it.
There is an obvious disconnect, and that's what I want to explore today. I wanted to know what draws a black person to identify with this Republican Party.
Trump has been for black people, regardless of what the media say, for a long time.
The Bible says we perish through a lack of knowledge, right? So until you teach the people, that's the only way they're going to learn. So it's our job, me especially as a black conservative, to get out there, get on the ground, and teach these people all about the black conservative movement. And when you look at the movement now, especially right now,
know what draws a black person to identify with this Republican Party.
Trump has been for black people, regardless of what the media say, for a long time.
The Bible says we perish through a lack of
correct? Yeah, it's still. My district is majority white district. Your Utah is majority white district, correct? Michigan, really. Florida, is your district majority white district? Well, how do we get here?
Like, a lot of white people had to vote for it.
There is an obvious disconnect, and that's what I want to explore today. I wanted to know what draws a black person to identify with this Republican Party.
Trump has been for black people, regardless of what the media say, for a long time.
The Bible says we perish through a lack of knowledge, right? So until you teach the people, that's the only way they're going to learn. So it's our job, me especially as a black conservative, to get out there, get on the ground, and teach these people all about the black conservative movement. And when you look at the movement now, especially right now, we speaking, baby.
I learned a lot about black Republicans in these conversations. Their motivations, their stories, their goals. These are real people with genuinely held beliefs. Beliefs that I largely disagree with, and I told them as much.
It wasn't policy. It was white people.
It wasn't white people. It was
no. Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
I tried to have respectful dialogue with them. So in this video, I want to share these people with you, but I'll also share some of my reflections on the experience of listening to, fact-checking, and disagreeing with black Republicans. I learned a lot about black Republicans, and I think you will too. So with that, let's dig in. In talking to black Republicans, I found that their most consistent ideological North Star was an emphasis on personal responsibility. For those I spoke to, there was a real value for rigid individualism as opposed to collective progress and identity. Take Topher, for example. He's a Christian rapper, has millions of followers online, and believes, according to him, in an individualistic approach to progress for black people.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm a conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the black community or in America as a whole. And you can think about it, Black Wall Street, Harlem Renaissance, all that time, we was doing great. But when the policies came in and started destroying the black community slowly and slowly. Matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think you'll notice a theme of dissonance present in these interviews. On the one hand, for example, Topher endorses an individualistic approach to solving the problems we face as a community. But on the other hand, he points to Black Wall Street or the Harlem Renaissance, communities that I would consider on the Mount Rushmore of Black collective power. And he points to them as times we should look back on with admiration. And the question is, which one is it? Is it rigid individualism where we get it out of the mud on our own? Or is it about creating communities where we work together to build our collective resources? What's also interesting is that somehow for him, these communities no longer exist because of liberal or progressive policy decisions.
But when the policies came in and started destroying the Black community slowly and slowly, matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think it's worth pointing out that this more poverty now than back then line is verifiably false. It falls in line with a theme that people like Byron Donalds have advanced continuously throughout this election cycle. The idea that we were better off in any way during the Jim Crow era.
During Jim Crow, the Black family was together.
Yeah, that's right.
During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative minded, but more Black people voted conservatively.
It's worth noting that the Black poverty rate has been falling ever since Black people started receiving civil rights protections. It's almost as if these progressive policies worked.
Now, you mentioned Black Wall Street, brother, and I want to be very real with you.
Yeah.
Black Wall Street was Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood District, where Black people built their own community, had their own self-sustained community, beautiful economy, making it for themselves, and white people destroyed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't policy. It was white people.
Well, it wasn't white people. It was
no. Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
It was those white people.
It was white people in that community. Absolutely.
Exactly.
And you know, let me just say this: Elaine, Arkansas, Rosewood in Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, Sweet Auburn District, North Nashville, and Nashville in Nashville, Tennessee. Each one of these communities were booming Black economies, where white people, not in the same place, but it was the same group of people every time, destroyed those communities. So you can't say it's policy when when Black people do what they need to do and build for themselves, and white people destroy it. Yeah. So why is it that you would frame it as a policy thing?
I didn't frame it as a policy thing.
We can rewind it.
You
but
said it was white people.
You mentioned.
I said it wasn't white people. It was those white people. And the reason why I'm saying that is because now we're trying to categorize all white people as evil.
No.
And what I'm trying to say is, back then, because a lot of people don't know this, I'm gonna put this on record. Black Wall Street rebuilt themselves after that. 4 years after that, Black Wall Street rebuilt everything they had, and they prospered for the next 40 years until policy came in and destroyed it because they decided to build a freeway over their town, and that destroyed. So what I'm saying is, if we look at policy and the cultural essence of most things, right? It's not just policy, it's culture.
I was trying to draw a distinction between the nature of progressive policy, like the Civil Rights Act, or Supreme Court decisions to overturn segregation, and white supremacist policy, like destroying Black communities. But the subject kept changing. Lucky for you, I actually made a video about Tulsa, Oklahoma's Greenwood District. It was definitely white racism that destroyed Black Wall Street and other Black communities through explicitly racist acts of state-sanctioned violence. This is why an accurate, full telling of history is so important. Black oppression and Black progress have always had a collective quality to them. Black people have been, throughout American history, targeted as a group, from slavery to Black codes to Jim Crow to mass incarceration to anti-inclusion efforts today. But we've also made progress by harnessing the power of collective action during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, and even today during the Black-owned business boom.
From LBJ, that's why you say we're having these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But all those policies have not done what they promised. Would you agree?
I would not agree.
So you think we're better off as Black people now than we were before LBJ passed those policies?
Yes, brother. We can vote without the threat of violence. Are you talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Is that what you're describing as a negative thing?
I'm not saying the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was, I'm talking about.
That's LBJ. I just want to be clear. That's LBJ, who you said, were we better off before LBJ? LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
I'm talking about the war on poverty.
I just want to answer that one. I want to answer that specific one first. Was the Civil Rights Act of 1964 bad?
I agree with the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I'm also, put like this, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
I don't know what that means. Explain more.
What it means is I would rather given the fact that even back then, we still had our families together, communities were stronger back then, I'd rather deal with the dangerous freedom of not knowing and controlling people with policies as much as possible versus the peaceful slavery of being married and tied to the government.
Given Trump's well-documented history of saying and doing racist things, I wanted to know how these Black people could be drawn into Trump's political orbit. So I talked to Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Yeah, so anyone that wants to come to church, they're able to come. So when President Trump called, I thought about it like you calling me and saying, hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who has 34 felonies. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who is a womanizer. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who could be a racist.
He's the lead pastor at a Black church in Detroit that Trump visited earlier this year. And he was also a featured speaker at the RNC.
So all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be?
Why should Black people support the Republican ticket and Donald Trump specifically?
That's a good question. You know, what I would say to any Black person is this, specifically about the Republican platform. I would say, look, do your research, right? I would say, look back to 170 years ago in this state where a group of patriots stood up and they started that grand old party to stop the expansion of slavery. If a Black person said, well, Pastor, Donald Trump is racist, the Republican Party is racist, well, let's play that theme out throughout history. Let's look at who was the party of slavery, who was the party of Jim Crow, right? Who's the party of the slave codes? Well, those are Democrats. Let's have that conversation. And when you look at when the Senate was integrated, those were Black Republicans. When we look at Frederick Douglass, Black Republican. So that's on the political side, why I believe that a Black American should be willing to look at the Republican platform. In terms of my political convictions as a pastor, my conviction in my heart. A Black woman's womb is the most dangerous place for a Black child to be. So if a Black American, specifically a Black woman, my conversation would be, give our Black babies a chance. Look at the Republican Party in terms of President Donald J. Trump. This is what I would say. Don't look at the container, look at the content, right? Don't look at the man, look at the mission, right? Don't look at his past. Look at what your agenda is for your community in the future.
Conservatives are leading the charge to remove protections for voting rights, protections for maternal mortality, interventions in California, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are all issues that pertain directly to the people that I know that you serve in your community. Why should they support the party behind the hindrance, the advancement of the very things that I know you stand for?
Sure. Black people that I know, that I represent, that I've had these conversations with, they don't want to be put in a position because they're Black. There's not one Black person I know that will say to me, Lorenzo, I deserve this position because I'm Black.
But I want to, you know that that's not what DEI is. DEI is about fair hiring practices, opening up opportunity, like creating pathways.
But you're smart. You're an intelligent man. And those that would say this, I believe they're very intelligent. It costs more money not to hire the person who's the best than to be racist. It actually costs more money. So if you're the best at what you do, right? And let's just say I'm a racist. So let's just say that, let's play that out, right? And let's just say, hey, there are 20 white guys that are not as competent as you, but I'm not gonna pick you because you're Black. It's gonna cost me more money.
They don't even know that this qualified person exists, right?
Sure, I hear you.
The pathways are the problem. And a lot of what diversity, equity, and inclusion is doing is creating those and helping to clarify those pathways. And so framing it as an unqualified person getting the job, when we know, you and I both know, that there are plenty of qualified Black people or Latino people or women who don't end up with jobs.
100%. And I agree with you. I do think relationships and proximity matter.
In his book, The Grift, Clay Cane details the history of how Black conservatives have thrown Black people under the bus to get ahead personally. From Black Republicans like Isaiah Montgomery and Booker T. Washington to modern Black Republicans like Clarence Thomas, Clay Cane makes the case that the modern Black Republican is likely, if not assuredly, a grifter, a person who is doing that which is politically expedient rather than doing what is right, doing whatever they need to do to get that all expenses paid trip to fancy places. I couldn't help but wonder if some of the folks I was talking to fit that description. So I asked Pastor Lorenzo whether or not he was a grifter.
In my reporting, I've spoken to Clay Kane, who wrote a book about grifters, how sometimes Black Republicans will align themselves with political power for their own personal advantage.
Sure.
What do you say to a person who says, hey, like, you're a talented, gifted person, but we didn't necessarily know who you were, but now you're speaking on one of the biggest platforms in the world tonight?
Quite frankly, I don't need another opportunity to speak. Has the Republican Party said, Lorenzo, we're going to write you a big check? No. If they did, it's just going to go right to the community anyway, right at the end of the day, because that's where my salary goes.
You've mentioned Frederick Douglass and others from the 1800s, early 1900s. In those times, Black Republicans were elected by Black people.
Sure.
Today, Black Republicans, they're elected in majority white districts.
Agreed.
Why is it difficult, maybe even some would say impossible for a Black Republican to be elected in a Black?
That's a good question. You know what? I'll wrestle with that. I think the biggest problem is the Republican Party, in my opinion, they have, I believe, drifted from their roots in terms of Black people having authority within that party. I don't believe the Republican Party has learned well how to support financially those who are Black Republicans that want to come out the closet. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s, right? Or even 70s. You didn't come out the closet then, like the movie Philadelphia, right? Because you could be ostracized. So it is with being a Black conservative. We have been, the Lord has blessed our church. He's been very kind to us to really serve our community. However, me just having President Trump at our church, if I could play the voicemail, sir, these are the ones I haven't had time to delete. If I could send you the emails where it's like, really? I mean, people that I thought loved me, they're like calling me everything but a child of God. I'm like, hold on for a second. Can we have a conversation? Why are you like,
how has that made you feel?
You know, I was a drug dealer. I was a street pharmacist, right? Former. So people that you love hurts. I have to be frank with you, you know, but other people that don't know you, don't understand your motives, I get it. When tensions are high, motives are questions. And tensions have been high in our country as it pertains to politics. So people question my motives. I understand that. But for the people that love you, it hurts. It really does. And that's the reason why Black people won't come out the closet.
A relatively small percentage of Black people will vote for Trump this November. But I have a take and I want to share it with you. A more inclusive and racially diverse Republican Party could be a good thing. American conservatives and Republicans have made the lives of Black people difficult on purpose. From the Southern strategy to welfare queens to anti-woke, anti-DEI stuff today, American conservatives have galvanized their white base by making the lives of Black people harder. It could be a good thing to see more Black Republicans if it means that the Republican Party is becoming actively hostile to the racists who have called that party their home for the last 60 years at least. Make American politics inhospitable to racists. I'm all in on that platform. But the reality is that racists, or at least racism enablers, were present and accounted for at the RNC. They were given stage time, had exclusive access, and seemed central to the whole operation. And I'll tell you what did not feel central. Black people. I actually attended the Black delegate event during the RNC, and something really interesting happened. The event was taking place away from the main convention center. And in the middle of it, unexpectedly, former President Donald Trump's motorcade could be heard approaching the event from a distance. People have been having a great time before that moment, but you should have seen the excitement on people's faces when they realized it was Trump approaching their event. It really felt like this big moment of acknowledgement, the perfect punctuation in a banner year for Black Republicans. Journalists and news crews were scrambling to get into position to make sure they captured that moment when he comes to this event. But then his motorcade just drove by. It turned out he wasn't coming to the event. It wasn't on his schedule. It just happened to be along his route.
He waved at us. Really? In case you didn't see it, he waved.
The disappointment for this group of Black Republicans was tangible and kind of poetic. And I think that's my big concern with the future of the Republican Party. The RNC had quite a few drive-by acknowledgments that Black people exist, but little to no substantive action plans for how they would show up and be present with and for this community. And if I'm honest with you, I think that's on purpose. The only way the Republican Party becomes this ideologically conservative but racially inclusive big tent party is if there is a fundamental rejection of the people and policy and practice they currently hold as sacred, near and dear to their political vision. As long as the GOP makes racial justice a political issue worth fighting against, a majority of Black people will never vote for the party. As long as teaching Black history is woke, as long as race-conscious solutions to race-conscious problems are demonized, as long as they commit to denying racism's impact on society, Black people, by and large, are not going to vote for them. But these guys may. And that might be good enough for them.
This actually leads me to this. I wasn't actually expecting to pull up this article, but now I'm curious. I know Herschel Walker has been nominated to be ambassador to the Bahamas. But now I'm curious to know how many Black cabinet picks that Donald Trump has chosen so far. Let's have a look. Let's see. We've got Scott Turner for Housing and Urban Development. I think it's still called HUD. I know about Herschel Walker, ambassador to the Bahamas. Let's see. Yeah, so we've got Herschel Walker for ambassador to the Bahamas, and we've got Scott Turner, Housing and Urban Development, and so just curious. Political turnout is down across the board. Yeah, I guess you're right. Though, I don't know. It wasn't horrible. So I'll let you draw your own conclusions. So far, Trump has been interesting in so far Trump has not paid attention to race in his political appointees. So I guess that's a good thing, huh? And cleaning out my to watch list, I ran across this: the real reasons red states are a total disaster. Let's see what this has to say. That's a dramatic and bold statement.
Or about specific red state problems, failing healthcare systems, persistent poverty, dismal educational outcomes. But I kind of want to put it together today. I want to break down in clear categories why red states are failing across the board, why blue states outperform them in almost every measurable way, and why this red state fantasy of seceding into our own country It's not just impractical, it's economically impossible. Now, we've talked before about some of the most obvious issues in red states: broken healthcare systems, higher poverty rates, underfunded schools, failing infrastructure, obsession with culture wars, and an exodus of skilled and educated workers. Let's take a more holistic look at why red states consistently underperform. First of all, economic output. GDP per capita, blue states dominate. Poverty is higher in red states. Educational attainment is lower. Wages are lower. Federal subsidies. Ironically, many red states survive on federal dollars generated by blue state taxpayers. If you're in Mississippi or Kentucky or West Virginia, you would implode without the cash infusion subsidized by the blue states. It's affirmative action of a sort. It's not self-reliance. By their definition, it's freeloading. Number two, health outcomes. Maternal mortality and preventable disease. Red states are worse off. Medicaid expansion. Many red states refused to do the Medicaid expansion as part of Obamacare. It left millions of red staters uninsured. Culture over care, fighting mask mandates at hospitals, refusing basic public health measures. It's not freedom. It's a way to keep diabetes rates high and
No, actually, Mavid, I think that you know what? Why would I even address this? Absolutely dumb. Merit. Tell me what qualifications Herschel Walker has to be an ambassador. You're full of shit, Mavid. You need to start thinking before you speak or write. And River of Hate, you said something about fraud, being a fraud. I'm asking if David Pakman is more of a fraud than Steven Crowder. So no, you didn't mention him, Steven Crowder. I did. Now let's see if you can answer the question. Straw man nonsense. What do straw men have to do with my question to you? Do you know what a straw man is, River of Hate? Do better. Now let's get back to serious. Oh, hey, Simon. What's up, Simon? Oops. Hey, Simon. You there? Simon, can you hear me? You're on mute. Let's see. Maybe Trump did pay attention to race and he wanted white people then. Could be. I think there's evidence to support that statement. What's up, Simon? Still can't hear you. Oh, there you are. You okay? River of Hate, maybe you don't understand how conversation works. Just because you don't mention something does not mean I can't ask a question about it. You called David Pakman a fraud. I'm asking if you think David Pakman is a fraud, is he a bigger fraud than Steven Crowder? Now, I don't know how strawman or straw manning has anything to do with the question, but apparently you don't know what a straw man is. So the question stands. If you don't want to answer it, just say you don't want to answer it. Hey, Simon, is your volume working? I'm basically trying out a green room just to see how it works. So you're on the stage now, but you're on mute. So just let me know. They are both useless. Okay, well, thank you for answering the question. Now I know that you can actually understand English.
Health outcomes grim. Education. The red states systematically underfund public education. What do you get? Well, they fall near the bottom in terms of rankings, in terms of college attainment, in terms
Okay,
of
can you hear me, Stanley?
Yep, I can hear you now.
rather than real investment. They could
Yeah, cool.
What's
Video's
going
still
on?
playing. No, it's cool. The video's still playing. Now, I've never seen that green room before, but yeah, it's kind of interesting because it actually makes sense. It reminds me of when I used to go into studios and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when we used to get invited onto like shows and things like that. I think that's a good thing.
Well, here's the deal. We had a porn bomber or an attempted porn bombing earlier. And, you know, what we usually do is when somebody we don't know comes up, we'll put up a splash screen or whatever it's called, just to cover the screen.
Right.
Then we interrogate them and, you know, we'll know, you know, if their intent is good or not. And I just figured, well, you know, why not just, we've never used the green room. Why not just put it up and, you know, we can kind of do a little bit of interrogating in there.
I think that's totally a good thing. And I think it just reminded me of like, you know, studio, you know, back in the day type shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what they used to do to us. Like as soon as if you're going on to present yourself in front of a crowd or an audience and you're participating in like someone's presentation, and they would put you in a green, just chill out. Because the color is supposed to like make your mind just see different. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So what are you up to today?
Getting over Boxing Day. I'm trying to like. I don't know. I've got a visitor coming over, and I'm just preparing for her because I know she's gonna be in her madness, and I'm just checking her meds and all that shit. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I forgot about Boxing Day. You know, of course we don't have it over here. But I think actually December 26th is the start of Kwanzaa. So we have our own zaniness.
Kwanzaa.
Yeah, you're not familiar with it?
I am. Well, you're bringing back memories, like so.
Yeah. Well, there was a whole video they did a few days ago on what Kwanzaa is. Essentially, it was started by a guy named Ron Karenga back, I think it was in the late 60s. And essentially, it was supposed to be a counter to Christmas. Essentially, it was a kind of an African-centric holiday. And it, you know, it was based on something or another, but it was more or less fabricated. Something Black people could latch on to. You know, back in the days of Black Power and Black is Beautiful and all that. And it never really caught on, though. I know back when in the 80s when I was in high school, I think it was actually a bigger deal than it is now. You know, I can remember Kwanzaa cards, you know, like the Hallmark holiday cards.
Right.
And then back in the 70s, I think it was, when Roots and Roots 2 came out, that's when I remember Kwanzaa kind of, you know, being the heyday. You know, back Roots, you know, people start, you know, Black people in general started kind of, you know, being aware, at least people my age, you know, preteen and teen, you know, kind of started thinking about their Black heritage and all that. So
that's the, I mean, you rang a bell. Do you know what I mean? It was just like, ooh, ding, ding in my head. Like when you said Kwanzaa, I was like, oh shit, I wasn't even thinking about that because, but yeah, no, it was definitely there. Like a brain cell popped and went, okay. And That's very, very interesting because there was a whole revolution going on over there at that time, right? I think it was like, bro, I think that was what's his face? Mandela.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So that was a big deal. Like that was all over the news and everything, and it was like it touched our souls and spirits, like when he got out of jail and stuff like that. And I think that's when people was resonating with all that sort of stuff, and it's suddenly been forgotten. You know, like it didn't exist. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard to keep track of everything, isn't it? I mean, but it is one of those things. I mean, the institution of Christmas is a thing in itself. How that came about, and just to, I just think it's just like to allow people to have a break, period, regardless of what character pops up or what commercialized corporation brings up, what kind of brand they're gonna do just to, you know, get us to buy into whatever they're gonna do. But I just think it's necessary to have a break.
Well, I think that I imagine a day once. I imagine one day when we just get holidays without all the hype. You know, Christmas. I actually prefer Thanksgiving to Christmas, to be honest. But now that, you know, my son's basically an adult, and you know, I got a T-shirt. You know, my brother ran into a present that he thought I would like. Other than that, you know, we have stopped even bothering with giving presents and all that sort of stuff. However, you know, if it's like August and I see something like, oh, hey, you know, this is unique, my brother would love this, kind of just buy presents as we see things. Hey, this would be cool to give.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, the thing is, that's why I love words. This is how I got into law, because it's just like, you know, the
then
word.
I have an article for you. Let me find it right quick. I'll put it in the back chat for you.
You know, the word present is like, can you be awake?
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like a present sort of like awakening of whatever's going on at that time. And that's why it's supposed to be a surprise, right? Because
Right.
it's like, you know, I'm presenting you as something that's like take your mind away from whatever troubles or whatever woes you're going through. And you know, just distract you from whatever for a couple of minutes, just to acknowledge the fact that, you know, we are people and we do actually, you know, resonate with each other, and we have like souls and spirits. Do you know what I mean? It's a deeper level of something, and I think like people can misconstrue that. So that's why I don't really give gifts too often. It has to be you know, as and when. Do you know what I'm saying? And I got to really think about it. Like if I'm going to give someone a gift, I have to really think about it, because I'm not a gifty type person, and if someone just buys me something for no apparent reason, I'm like, why did you do that? That's Kwanzaa. So I'm like, yo, it's gotta be special, and it's gotta be a surprise.
Well, this present my brother got me was actually really cool. When I was a kid, there was a record store, like one of these. I don't know if they have. I'm sure they must have had an equivalent back in the day in England, even like a Tower Records. You know, back in the day, back in the 80s, for instance, you know, there were record stores where, you know, there was nothing but vinyl, you know, whole stores dedicated to cassette tapes, albums, like vinyl albums, that sort of thing.
There's a store over here called HMV, which is Her Majesty's Voice.
Oh, really?
And, yeah.
That's an interesting name for a record store.
You could Google it. It's HMV. It's a dying thing. It's a big deal in the 80s. In Oxford Street, which is like one of the most prominent, you know, like this is tourist land. So It got shut down, but I mean, it got localized again. Someone bought into it. Someone, like, us as survivors, like we tend to trade on nostalgia. So, yeah, someone bought into it, and then like there's still a couple of those stores around. I love it. I remember like the first time I ever put a record out, it was in HMV, and I walked in and I picked up my own record in HMV, and that was like the proudest moment of my life. Like no one, I like no one could take that away from me. That's the thing, you know what I mean?
Oh, excuse me. Well, this this T-shirt that my brother got, it was an old record store that's defunct, probably for decades now, called Turtle Records and it's Turtle Records and Tapes, but it's a vintage, like a recreation of a T-shirt that existed 40 years ago. So I will definitely wear that with pride.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That's British jazz. Okay.
It's I mean, it's a long sleeve T-shirt, but it's basically a retro thing.
It's retro now, but like,
yeah, back then it was pretty cool. It was you'd go into the record store and you'd buy like a T-shirt, with the record store's logo, that sort of thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm
looking at Cherry Red Records, Total Records.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at it. But I used to the thing is I don't know if this is missed or anything, but like being in the music industry and stuff like that was just an amazing sort of experience, just understanding how vinyl was printed. And just the technology around it, I mean, now like everything's just like click, but just to be able to like understand what sounds was all about, and engineering and everything like that, and that taught me a lot about just frequency in general. Like
Right.
I don't think a lot of people get that right now, like just being able to understand frequency and how sound travels, like someone's in front of you or behind you, or like I'm speaking to you from across the globe. It's just that, but you do understand frequency. I could tell you understand frequency just based on the way you speak.
Right.
But I don't get that from the new generation. It's almost like
Well, they don't teach science.
It's mono. To get what I'm saying, it's monotone, and it's not stereo.
Oh yeah. Inflection and that. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think, and you mentioned that you love words. I'm kind of the same way. I think the only way to ever master a language is to read a lot.
I read. I'm so boring. Like I can't even get a girlfriend. Like it's just
what, because you read?
I just sit down and read. Look, that's all I do. Like I'm so interested in words, but every time I like get a girl around me, it's just like I bore them to death. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just like I'm like, oh, do you want to read with me? They're like, after 20 minutes, they're tapped out. I'm just
I got lucky because my wife was a bigger reader than me.
Right.
So, one of the weird things about readers is that, they can take a book with them. And, basically my mother used to give me a compliment. She'd always say, well, one thing about you is you are always able to entertain yourself. I can
Right.
sit in a room. I can sit in a room with a book and be perfectly contented. There are women like that out there. I would imagine in England there are tons of them. You just have to meet them at bookstores or libraries.
Well, maybe. I mean, the thing about London is you get people from all over the world, so you don't really get to sort of bump into your kindred folk type thing. Like everyone's got like, there's about, I don't know how many languages spoken over here, but most cats over here, they're from somewhere else. So you can't really just bump into someone and go, you know, I'm one of the last survivors in London. Like, to be fair, like all of my family moved out already. You get rich real quick, and then it's just like you go somewhere else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
most
when you
people
say
hang
somewhere
around.
else, you mean back to the Caribbean or back to
It
another
could be
country?
there's something called the home county. So like, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
yeah, the coast or whatever, they just move out because London's really expensive. But
Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned that. Maybe a year ago, I got to talking to somebody, another Black person in England, because I know several. As a matter of fact, I know another lawyer. She's a she, but she's a lawyer in England. I think she does family law or something like that.
Right.
But I got to talking with her about, well, gee, do Black people live out in the English countryside? And she said that's pretty rare. So I decided to go and kind of look it up.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, they don't. They don't. I mean, like, because how do I put this? The English countryside is a preservation spot. So you know, people, especially Black people, they would only particularly come to London for a certain type of reason. It's not a lot of people that are just born here. Like, I'm born, so like I was grown up, I'm still here. But most people are, you know, they'll come over from another country or something, they'll get educated, and then they'll go back to their country and become something, you know, maybe whatever, like it might be political or educational or something, but they'll go back to their own country. And most other people will just work. They'll come over, they'll work, and then like they'll spend their all their money just, you know, on the summertime of their children going back to wherever and just like investing in whatever they came from. But you know, if you go into the countryside, you know, you stand out. Like I dated a white woman in Cornwall.
Cornwall, really? I've always wanted to go there.
Yeah, Surf City over there, right? So and like her father was not having it at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they are rich out there. I mean, like it, you know, it's
I
like,
would imagine you almost have to be. But I
Yo,
just looked up this article of somebody named VV Brown. I don't know if she is famous or not, but I just, you know, now in America, at least where I grew up, you know, I grew up on you know, things like All Creatures Great and Small, for instance. I don't know if you know that TV series, but you know, it was basically about veterinarians in the Yorkshire Dales. And you know, I've always, you know, if I came to England, I would actually want to live out in the country. You know, I like hunting and fishing and stuff like that.
yeah, no, I do. I was a farmer for a while. Like, you know, it's okay if you're doing it, like, you know, and you're part of the community, but you have to be almost white. Like I'm Black, but I'm kind of white. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I'm not like your average sort of like Black dude. You get what I'm saying? And I've become that just based on the fact that, you know, it's my environment. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, I've just had to wait a sec, baby. Can you step back? Wait a sec, my daughter's.
So, you know, the bottom line, if I ever had to do it, because I'm not much of a city guy. I don't know that I would enjoy living in a big city. Somebody just plopped me down, said you have to live in Britain. first thing I'd do would be to move out of the city.
Yeah, I mean, you don't sound like a city dude. The city is just manic. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you don't like all that pushing and busting and people trying to get in your face and like everyone's just all over the place. Like, when you're trying to get somewhere, it's just horrible. Like, I'm done with that already. Do you get what I'm saying? Although, like, I'm kind of on the edge, so I'm in the country, but it's not really too far out. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
I could like if I needed to put my toe in and dip, I could do that. But I don't like it at all. I'm not even involved. Like I'm quite fortunate enough to be able to work from home. Do you get what I'm saying? And if I want to go in, I could go in, but it's not pretty. Do you get what I'm saying? Like everyone's just in a mess. Do you know? It's just total. It's like, being part of an engine or something, and you're just the oil or something. Like you're just a part of something. It's horrible. You can't breathe. But yeah, if you want to come to England, or like if I guess it's the same in the US because I've been in certain places. But yeah, I mean, you gotta pick your spot in it. And
well, I happen to live outside of Atlanta. About 40 miles out in a small town. So, if I want to, ever go in, like my son goes to college in Atlanta. So, plop down in Midtown Atlanta, as a matter of fact. So, I get in there every now and again, but back when I think living in the city in an urban area is really more a young person's thing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I would say that's the thing. Is like if you're young, it's a bit different because you need to, obviously your mind's like operating on a different type of scale. Like you're not actually settled, so you still want to understand and experience things from a perspective where you're learning all the time. But if you're already if you've already been through it, like I ain't spent 6 years of my life studying for no apparent reason. So I want to be cool. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm like, I've already, you get what I mean? It's like, all right, okay. Do you get what I'm saying? That's a different type of discipline. Like, do you get what I mean? So I'm a disciplined spirit. I don't, I got my kid, I'm cool. I'm just like, I don't want no mess. You know what I mean? Like I could get messy if you want, but I'm just saying, like I try to avoid it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I just like to experience trees, and when the clouds are clear, I like to see the stars. I like to observe and see the air traffic, and maybe just jump in a helicopter once in a while, or climb a mountain. Do you know what I mean? Like I want to keep my health up. I still skip, I still dance, but in my own sort of like space. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to bother people.
Well, see, you've got me into totally different from where I was going. Went on YouTube and found A Place in the Country Part 1, BME Communities and the Countryside. So what is BME? Black what? What is the M and the E?
Black and minority ethnics.
Let's watch this.
Yeah.
This is 6 minutes. I wonder what this is all about.
From rolling hills to chocolate box villages to magnificent country houses, the English countryside has something for everyone. But while the landscapes are diverse, the faces are anything but. England's green and pleasant land. It's our nation's crowning glory. So why is it that part of the nation feels inclined to stay away?
I do come up because it helps me to relax. It's somewhere where there's less traffic, it's peaceful, it's quiet, and the landscape is stunning.
2 or 3 times a month, you'll find Yvonne Witter walking in the Derbyshire Peak District. To her, it comes as second nature. It also evokes happy memories of growing up on her father's farm in Jamaica. Yvonne also runs a group called Mosaic, which encourages more people from Black and ethnic minority communities to enjoy the great outdoors.
It's good to have different people in the Peak Park, and it's good that when we come out, people talk to us and say, "Lovely to see you," because sometimes you don't see a lot of BME people in the Peak District, but people welcome you, and that is a really good sign, and encourage you to come again.
Around 10% of people in the East Midlands are Black, Asian or mixed race, but very few, it seems, head for the hills. Visitor numbers are hard to come by. The only ones kept by the National Tourism Board are for overnight trips to the countryside. Their most recent figures show 96% were by people defined as white. Just 4% were from ethnic minorities. Meanwhile, a study carried out for Natural England suggested BME people visit rural areas 60% less than the rest of the adult population.
You just rub it on, just have a feel of it. So it's a natural coffee.
Black and Asian visitors.
You know, actually, this has kind of started me thinking. In the U.S., there are a lot of like hiking clubs. I don't know if they have an equivalent. You know, people who get together and they. Like the Appalachian Trail is a long trail along the Appalachian Mountains on the East Coast. And then there's the Pacific Coast Trail that's out on the West Coast. And people form hiking clubs, clubs that'll get together and they'll hike these trails and camp and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a whole kind of the same trope that, Black people in America tend to be city people. They tend not to get out into the rural, which is actually not true because in the South, say during slavery times, you have these huge plantations, which are basically big farms. So,
Right.
Blacks out in the rural, people tend to think of us as an inner city urban population, but it's not really true.
That's really interesting.
But now that I'm thinking of it, I guess maybe I'll just start looking at some of these videos of Black hiking clubs. And I never even thought until I got to talking to you about saying, hey, what do Black people do out in the English countryside? So see, having guests is a good thing.
This is you're pulling chills up on my spine, right? So the thing is, it's like people don't really understand the side of Black people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to, like, when Portia hit me up, I was trying to figure out, like, because she was talking about doing the show, but I was like, I'm trying to sort of figure out best approach, because there's a, people do have a perception, but that we've always been there, like from the outset.
Correct.
But it's just like it's kind of like the predominant ones, the loud ones, the ones that want to like do the whole like clown costume, violin playing shit. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't come from that. So, but is
you know what? It is so funny you say that. Go ahead, but no, I get what you're saying.
Right? So, like, I'm not even like that academic. You get what I'm saying? But it's like, as you said, like I could read, and I think it's one of those things. It's just like the moment I start speaking to some people and like bringing up books and this, that they tune out like quickly. Like even my first wife, like she turned around to me and said, I've never read a book in my life, but yet she had a PhD. And I was like, what? What? But my daughter is like, she's a crazy reader. Like she'll just sit down all day and read. Like I don't have no problems from her, nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? And when I look at her sometimes, it's just, oh shit, do you know what I mean? It's like she just reminds me of me. Because I used to turn up to school like an hour before the bell rang and just sit there reading. Or writing or doing something creative. And no one commended me for it. Do you get what I mean? Like it didn't it didn't form part of my registry in terms of like being appreciated. So like it is very hard for someone that comes from where we come from to understand a lot and not like have someone like tap on your shoulder and go, oh, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Because people don't do that. They just go, well, that's kind of interesting, or they'll be like wavy about it. And then you have to learn it for yourself to a point. You got gray hair and you're staring in the mirror and going, oh, actually, I'm still here and I'm actually better than everybody, but no one's about to tell me about it.
Well, here's the deal. I get a lot of that around here, and you know, I'm almost 60, so you know, I really don't care, you know, what people
And that's
think.
amazing. My mother passed away when she was 55.
Oh, really?
And she had no teeth. Do you get what I'm saying? Now that's the result of bad health care and lack of you know, information, and you know, just no preparation, like in terms of like people. They're quite happy for women to produce because it drives the tax system, right? But when they don't care about that. They leave it up to you to be able to do the funeral plans and all the rest of it. And it's, you know, it's one of these things that people just don't think about. And I've had to be that way in terms of the way I just lived. You get what I'm saying? Everything is a calculation. You get what I'm saying? Like every time I speak, every time I move, every time I talk, every time I wake up, every time like I just take a step, it's a calculation. So and I've done bad, I've done good, and I'm sure everyone else has. But the fact of the matter is there should. I just feel like there's a point that's going to come where we make a bit more sense out of what we're doing, and all of this helps. Like me just having a conversation with you, Stanley. That's why every time I come up, I'm like, Stanley. Like, you know, that's just amazing to me. The fact that you exist. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'll never take that for granted. So, but I do have to run because I've got to do lunch.
Yeah, well, it's early here yet. Your day.
What time is it?
6:34.
Oh, okay, I'm paying attention. I'm going to tune in as much as possible, and I'm
definitely do that.
If I ever do a show,
I ran into you over on Benji's channel the other day.
Oh, okay.
I used to hang out over there a lot.
Oh, okay. You got to send me. Can you send a link or something? I don't know who Benji is.
To what? No, you know Benji. You were just on his channel the other day.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I know. Sorry. It's kind of like, yeah, no, he's cool. That's the dude that's upcoming politic, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, he messed up on that one. But that's just.
Oh wait. Before you go, Abiola wanted to ask you if you know the book called Biracial Britain by Remy. Let me look it up right quick.
Okay.
Because I've never heard of it. But then I'm not British. Why would I?
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's one of these things, isn't it? It's like, you know, just based on the fact that be black and in another country, like people might think that we just like know everything that's British. It's like biracial Britain, a different way of looking at how to be mixed race. I mean, I personally wouldn't have actually tapped into that because I'm not mixed race, but yeah, I'll look into it though. But the mixed race thing was a thing. I mean, it's kind of interesting because I had like my first daughter's mixed race. Like, so she's 21 now, but her mother's from Italy.
Right.
But I was kind of, you know, at that time when you're young and you're a young black man or whatever, I was just successful. So it's just like, I didn't really understand the premise behind why she wanted to have a child with me. You know, but we produced a daughter and it was the most bizarre thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's like, now that I look back, it wasn't the right thing to do. But at the same time, it's just, our daughter's beautiful. But her parents were crazy mad, and they done everything to try and separate us. Like everything. Like,
Wow.
you know, they were Italian. I'm talking like black coats, you know, like mobster type shit. Like they done everything. Like it was wild, and I was a young boy at the same time. Like now that I look back, it's a bit different but at that time, like wow, they done everything. But it's just a different time. It's like 80s movies. You know what I'm saying? Like Scarface type shit. Like they were deep. Like they done everything. I can't even explain that.
Damn.
But they're not around anymore. But my daughter now she's grown up. She looks back and she's like, "Oh, daddy," do you get what I'm saying? I didn't even realize. But they were, you know, the political. It's changed a bit now because they, you know, that I don't know if you want to call them a generation. The old guard and all them. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying.
It's like Biden's people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, think of it. Biden's just a couple years older than my father. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They were deep, like in terms of like separation. They just had Stevie Wonder songs in my head all day long. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just like I was just trying to figure it out. But now, like at least they've calmed down a bit. But the old guard's still there to an extent, but they had to reform. So we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to 2025. I know.
Oh, by the way, before you go, look at that link I dropped in the back. It's a New York Times columnist, and he has this thing at the end of his columns. He'll put like the best the best sentence of the week or something like that. It's usually pretty humorous, but you know, if you like words, you'll appreciate this guy.
I'm reading it.
Yeah, and
we need to do this. So I want to speak to you about some stuff, Stanley.
Yeah, Portia was telling me, yeah, we still need to do that show.
Because the discipline is kind of interesting. Like what I found out over the last like 8 years, like just in particular, just like I was so naive as a person. It's unbelievable. And just being educated and understanding what law is just taught me so much. But I'm looking at the last word. And this looks like, right. So this is a journalistic practice. So, and we're taught how to do this. And there's certain disciplines. Okay. The way it looks like Iraq, the way he's actually done it. Is the first sentence and the middle, and then is the conclusion. So the conclusion is the last word, right?
Well, yeah, but the thing is that he tends to love words, and this particular thing that he does at the end of his editorial columns is basically he's a big fan of wordplay, and so this is like the best wordplay stuff that he's included in his columns over the past year. So
he says Stan's hair is. He says Stan's real hair was covered in part
the
by
countryside
fake
may
scalp.
be rare.
Oh wait,
Jesus.
So anyway,
he's talking about The Apprentice and Trump.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of different themes in there.
Oh, this is amazing. I'm gonna print this, and then what about I get back to you on it? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. When you about next, Stanley?
What am I about next? Well, I'm going to finish watching this video. Then I'm just kind of wandering around here. What I've been doing is kind of experimenting with format overnight. I've been starting with news articles. Then I'll get into, basically what I'm trying to do is kind of, we tend to watch a lot of body cam videos and, the sort of videos where, crack hoes go and they steal from Walmart and get involved.
I saw that one.
And
Happened.
I just tend to think that the older I've gotten, the less willing I am to sit down and make snide remarks about people at their lowest points. I don't necessarily want to watch, inner city depravity and make funny remarks about it. What I'm trying to do is pick more, Black positivity, to use a phrase. So, tonight we watched Thomas Sowell, an old interview from back in 1981. I'm basically trying to say, look, most Black Americans do not live in the inner city. Basically 68%, I think that's the number, 68% of the Black population in the United States are working class or above. Working poor and those below the poverty line make up roughly, 32, 33%, something like that. So why do we go, hey, the Black community has a crime problem, the Black community is this, the Black community is that, when most people don't even live? I've never, you resonated with me. I've literally never lived in the ghetto. If you dropped me in the middle of the hood in Chicago, I would have no clue. I'd have
exactly.
Yeah. So, I think that, people are prone, the West, Britain and the United States in particular, are just prone to these sorts of stereotypes.
Yeah.
On this channel, we'll have people go, well, Black culture is the problem with Black people. Well, you know what? Black people from Chicago are not the same as Black people from Savannah, Georgia.
Exactly.
There's some commonalities, but there really is no one set Black culture. And people don't seem to grasp that nuance.
They don't, because we're always made to be the entertainment. You get what I'm saying? That's what's predominantly stuck out. Is like, if you're not, I don't know, especially like even in Britland, or like, I grew up understanding that if you don't stand out, you ain't anything. Like, and that's like, Master's gonna be the one that's gonna provide you with the platform to be different and join the group. So the Master thing has always gone on, and it's still there. So if I don't jump and giggle and be the clown and play the violin correctly, I ain't bowing down to Master's game. And Master is the master of everything. So
I'll be honest with you. We all know about the Master. I think what's more dangerous are people within, say, in the United States, within the Black community. I literally heard somebody today who has a Nigerian background, but he was born in the United States and went to school here, basically said that, hey, I'm the real Black man in America because I don't have European heritage. The majority of Black Americans, like what I would call legacy Black Americans, you may call them FBA or something like that. The majority of us have a percentage up to, I think the average is like 20% of our DNA is European heritage. He's saying most of the Black people in America actually aren't Black, they're mulattoes. And, we Black Africans who were, say, first or second generation, who don't have any European heritage, are the real Black.
You don't want to get me started on African heritage. Like, I swear to God. Like, I'm not from Africa. I'm from my background. Like, I can't even be really too explicit about it. But I'm like, I'd say about 70% Caribbean. So
Yeah.
but over here it's like we have pockets, and it's not only the Africans, there's any type of people that come over. And this is what I was speaking to you about earlier. Like they come over and then they reassert themselves in a position where they know better than you, apparently, like, but they ain't even born here. You get what I'm saying? And it's just like, it's the wildest thing on earth. Like my neighbor, I got a neighbor upstairs, and like I was bringing my, but I cycle a lot. I do a lot of like, you know, sports and shit like that just to keep healthy. I was bringing my bike into my house, and like she walked, like it's a bit of a block, so like I was just bringing it into my house, and she walked into my bike, and then she looked at me, and she looked at me in a sense that like, oh, you tried to hit me with your bike. And I was like, what? Like, you walked into my bike. Do you get what I'm saying? But the fact is she couldn't even speak English to me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I was like, what? Like, she couldn't even do that. Like,
was she African or something?
Yeah, she's African. She looked like, look, she just looked at me like, you get what I'm saying? Because she knew that she couldn't really open her mouth and speak. You get what I'm saying? Because she, like, I stand out like a sore thumb around here, but you know, everyone knows who I am. You get what I'm saying? It's just me and my daughter. But they know I'm the lawyer in town. You get what I'm saying? Like, if they want some shit like that, like, they'll come to me. But like the way she looked at me, it was like, oh, you think you're something. I was like, Jesus Christ. You know, I'm sure you just got on a boat, like came over here. Like, look, my mind will go crazy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, because like when you're born and bred somewhere, it's in your heart and in your spirit. And it's different, you know, and it's just like, I can't take it, especially when I get on, like, that's why I don't do public transportation. Every time I get on a bus or some shit like that, or a train, and I hear these different languages going on in my brain, it's wild to me because it's just disrespectful. Like, I would not get around another person not speak English, like, and speak another language from another country. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't do it because I can't. Well, that's the first basis. I can't, right? But it's just I can't. I just find it wholly disrespectful to go to someone else's country and, you know, like try to portray like you know better than them. And people can call me what the hell they want, but I'm just saying, like, I'd never do that to anybody. But I should shut my mouth and get the hell out of here, Stan.
Okay. All right, well, take it easy. Until next time.
All right, thank you, sir. Take care.
Take it
Bye.
easy.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and finish up this video since I started it.
Population.
You just rub it on, just have a feel of it. So it's a natural coffee.
Black and Asian visitors to the countryside may be rare, but those who live and work in the countryside are even rarer. David Moanaka is thought to be one of only 2 black farmers in the whole of Britain. These days he farms near London, but he used to rent fields in Leicestershire. Back in 2008, police visited him on his land in Rothley 3 times in 2 weeks. On each occasion, they've been called out to reports of a black man stealing corn, when David was simply harvesting his crop.
Does this still happen to you?
Oh, yeah, many times. You would get one odd person who comes around and say, "Hey, what are you doing there? I'm going to call the police for you." It happens every year.
Really,
and
every year?
Every single year that happens, and I've learned to ignore them.
You just need to rub it on.
David doesn't believe rural communities are more prejudiced, rather that they're just unfamiliar with people from different ethnic backgrounds. Over time, he hopes attitudes will change.
It's not necessarily racism, but it's ignorance. It's the way we look at people and we judge people, that you are black. If I see you in town, that's okay. If I see you somewhere else, deep in the rural areas, then what are you doing here? So that's where the ignorance is. I find it difficult to take, but I mean, I've learned to live with it.
The relationship between ethnic minorities in the countryside is a complex subject. It's also a sensitive one. For some, there's a perception that rural spaces have a traditional white Englishness, which may alienate people from BME communities. It's an area Neil Chakraborty from the University of Leicester has written about extensively. In the course of his research, he and a colleague received death threats from the far right. Dr. Chakraborty found village communities to be no more racist than anywhere else, but says in some places there appeared to be a fear of the unknown.
That sense of holding on and preserving our last vestiges of identity, that was evident in some areas, but by and large, I think there was just a discomfort with difference, a sense that, okay, well, we're not racist, we're not bigoted, but we like to hold on to what we know, and so that would translate into exclusionary behaviour.
We asked Natural England, the organisation which protects our nature and landscapes, for an interview. They declined, but told me the English countryside is open to all to explore and enjoy, and it's important that people from all backgrounds are helped and encouraged to access the great outdoors. That's why Natural England is working closely with charities to help members of the BME communities to access our national parks and national nature reserves. One of the charities Natural England has worked with is the Mosaic Group in the Peak District. Godfrey Francis became a member. Now he's a park ranger.
Even though I was a hill walker before, the Mosaic experience showed me so much more. I feel it comes natural to me. I don't feel as though I'm out of place. I love it out here.
A step in the right direction, but there's some way to go before the nation's natural heritage truly reflects the nation as a whole.
Let's try this.
On a blustery spring morning, a group of schoolchildren have swapped their classroom for a churchyard in the Warwickshire countryside. There are hundreds of graves here, but the children have come to see one in particular. 300 years old, the inscription is barely legible, but a sign next to it reveals all.
Here lieth the body of Martilla, Negro slave to Mr. Thomas Beecham of Nevis, buried January 6, 1705.
Little is known about Martilla, a slave working in the Caribbean. Her owner apparently brought her here from his sugar plantation. No one knows why she came or why she's buried here at St. Lawrence's Church in Oxhill for all to see.
Maybe when she was brought over, she might have felt very scared because she was taken away from her family.
I think it's important that we learn about that so it never happens again.
This visit by pupils from Colmore Primary School in Birmingham is part of a project called Colonial Countryside. Led by an academic from the University of Leicester, it aims to shed new light on the links between Britain's rural heritage and its black history.
The English countryside is seen as somehow a white preserve, when in fact it never has been. Places like this church, this village, the countryside are often seen as quintessentially English, but actually they've had for a long time a black presence which people have forgotten about now.
A black presence which is also to be found in our great country houses. Visitors to these estates have long marvelled at their luxury and splendour, but only now are we learning more about their connections with Britain's colonial past. Working with the National Trust, the Colonial Countryside team are trying to unpick these connections. One place they've explored is Charlecot Park in Warwickshire. In the Great Hall hangs a portrait of Captain Thomas Lucy, whose family owned the house for generations. Behind him is a figure who's hard to make out, but lighten the image and you can see it's a black boy wearing a metal collar. In its official brochure, the National Trust describes him as a page boy, but is he in fact a slave?
People like below our generation should know about where these black enslaved people came from and how they got forced to come and work in
British manor houses for rich people.
It's estimated that Britain shipped more than 3 million Africans to the Americas to work as slaves. Some, like Matilda, ended up here in the Midlands. It's a part of British history which often feels tucked away, but projects like Colonial Countryside are trying to bring it to the fore. The National Trust says it wants to be more open about its properties and collections and explain where there are links to slave wealth. It also recognises it needs to do more to be relevant to people from black and ethnic minority communities.
We know that people come here, they don't necessarily see people like themselves, so that feels like a barrier. They may
What
not
the
see
hell?
stories around their own history
What is
reflected
that
in
on
the
the whole
houses.
lip?
So things like that, we know this, and we've been getting a kind of growing awareness really over the last few years about this, and wanting to hear more and wanting to find out more.
Hello, Barbara.
Hiya, Peter. Well, lovely.
Some need more convincing that the heritage industry is serious about becoming more inclusive. Barbara Willis-Brown is one of them. When she's not working at her haberdashery shop in Birmingham, she dedicates her time to researching black history in the Midlands. The National Trust, she says, has never reached out to BME visitors.
There is nothing to say to me sitting here, oh, come and join us or come and see what we've got to offer. And it's an elitist thing. It's a class thing. We do not want anything to change. Well, hey, the world changed a hell of a long time ago. You have to wake up. You have to do it.
Can the National Trust truly be national if it doesn't reflect the nation as a whole?
No, I don't think it can claim to be truly national. And I think something that I really feel strongly about is our statement, which is forever for everyone. So I would like to feel that we're really welcoming to everybody, that's just an absolute given. If you turn up at one of our properties, you will feel welcome.
Some of Britain's finest rural heritage is right here on our doorstep. Yet for many black and Asian people in the Midlands, it may feel a world away. Projects like Colonial Countryside are trying to bring them closer.
Yeah, Biola. I don't know. For me, reading instead of listening to books tends to work better. A lot of times, I've listened to audiobooks in the car, say on long trips or something like that. But, I kind of grew up reading. So, it's been tough for me to kind of transition to audiobooks. Nothing against them. It's just, it's easier for me to read, I guess. So I guess we will go back to, well, I've kind of gotten in, let's see. Let's see, should I go back to politics? Should I go to Pop the Balloon? Or should I go into a history of Guatemala? I am unsettled. Well, let's do this. We'll finish this up.
Strengthen schools. But instead, they're busy banning books, gutting diversity programs. And in blue states, you've got investment in teachers, in infrastructure, the whole 9 yards. Labor rights and wages, right to work laws in red states, anti-union policies in red states. These don't help people. It's not a coincidence that when you have a state that's hostile to organized labor, you have more poverty and lower wages. That's the whole point of organized labor, to get people out of poverty and to raise wages. And this also connects to the brain drain. Skilled workers who want fair pay and decent protections move to states that value organized labor. Infrastructure. Red state infrastructure often has a 1950s feel. Chronic underfunding of roads and bridges leads to crumbling systems. You'll sometimes have catastrophic failures like what happened in Texas with the power grid collapse a couple times now. And this also, if we zoom out, the economic diversity of blue states is important to consider. Economies that are based on many industries are more resilient. In blue states, you have many states where it's tech and finance and entertainment and manufacturing and biomedical. It's all of these things. In a lot of red states, you have one industry, oil. Okay, that's it. So now you are tied to oil inextricably. Agriculture, that's it. Your entire state depends on agriculture. That's a recipe for disaster when market conditions shift. So this is not some kind of bullying of red states by blue states or by the federal government that has led to this. The policy choices of red states led to this. Ideological distractions in red states, instead of tackling real issues like poverty and healthcare, they ban books and target drag shows and whatever else. Federal dependency, they say we're against big government, but they couldn't survive without the subsidies from us in the blue states. So that gets us to the secession. What happens if red states decide we've had enough, we're going to form our own country? The answer is economic collapse. No more federal subsidies means no money for roads, schools, healthcare. Skilled workers are going to keep leaving. The budget implosion will be irreparable if the blue states aren't subsidizing the red states. I'm not saying things are perfect in blue states, far from it. But if you look at the averages, if you look at the data, the red state policies are predictably keeping people poorer, sicker, and less educated in these red states. And of course, those failed policies affect everybody because we in the blue states now have to subsidize them. Finally, I know a lot of people will listen to this and they'll say, but David, you know what the red states have? Cost of living is way lower. And you're right, it is. When wages are lower and there is no competition for housing and infrastructure is so disastrous, of course it's cheaper to live there because fewer people are trying to. And so this is not a glitch in the data. This is the reality. And I don't understand, and maybe it's because there isn't anything, I don't understand how anyone could be convinced that what Trump is offering is going to help these red states. I don't see how it will, and I don't predict that it could. Let me know what you think.
Well, I wrote a book after a long journey and a ton of work. I am really thrilled with how it turned out, and I hope you'll read it. The book is called The Echo Machine, and in a nutshell, it looks
Well, he said that. Parts of that are a little problematic, you know. Left politics and right politics is all politics. So the parts of that you could parse out and contradict fairly easily. So we go. Let's see what else we got here. You know, Lupin, did you see that article I did about Trump wanting workers to go back to the office? Let me know if you did not. I'll drop the link for you to read. But yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of had mixed feelings about working from home. Yeah, Dolomite. Yeah, he's no more of a con artist than, you know, someone like a Tim Pool or a Steven Crowder. You know, basically all the political pundit type guys are grifters. You know, if you do something for money, or you do politics for money, or opinion for money, people who oppose you are going to say you're, you know, a con artist or a grifter. So par for the course. I actually like David Pakman. You know, depending on your politics, you either like him or you don't. Par for the course. And I'm kind of hesitating going back to Pop the Balloon, but then I kind of hate to do this piece. But maybe we will just have to do that. Let me take one more look at my algorithm here, see if there's anything interesting in it. Let's see here. We don't want to do a cooking with Kaya piece just yet. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Let's have. This is a DEI piece. Let's see what Dude has to say here. I'm sure this will piss some people off.
Elected to the country's first DEI president, Kamala Harris. Okay, let's talk about it. Conservatives are obsessed with DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, not solely because it is their pet fixation of the moment, but because it is a part of their larger commitment to roll back democracy as we know it. For months, the term DEI has been paraded around conservative media as a catch-all racial boogeyman, out to fundamentally change the American way of life.
DEI. Have a DEI presidency that they can celebrate.
Woke policies in DEI.
Woke, DEI, ESG.
Because it's some DEI crap.
Said that they were going to focus on DEI initiatives over anything else. And that's what led to that accident. They weren't hiring people who were qualified to put grease.
I've never seen a single shred of data or evidence associating what happened and somehow trying to blame that on women and minorities.
DEI is 2024's woke, which was 2023's CRT, which was 2021's BLM, which was 2020's N-word, a transparently racist euphemism thinly veiling the bigotry they desperately want you to see. But what if I told you that some of these folks are intentionally lying to you about DEI? Not only is DEI far from some threatening society-altering scheme, it usually isn't even relevant to the things they're applying the term to.
Well, maybe they're focused too much on DEI. There's a concern at the FBI because they're dropping the FBI special agent requirements in the name of DEI. I'm just wondering if that has anything to do with missing an important drone that just killed 3 of our heroes, Congressman.
And that's what I want to talk about in this video. The lies about DEI, the misrepresentations of DEI, as well as the flaws and the limits of DEI. And since we're here, while conservatives are convincing white Americans that DEI is a threat to their way of life, some folks believe that DEI is barely a threat to the status quo because it is largely tied to the mechanisms of the status quo. There is a lot to unpack around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I reached out to some smart people. First, I called the only anti-DEI person I trust, Raven Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Raven Rodriguez. I am a writer, researcher, and academic.
She's a former Ivy League DEI director turned anti-DEI justice educator.
If DEI posed a threat to the wealth or power of historically racist and problematic institutions, Mark Cuban would not be in support of it. If DEI meant that he needed to redistribute his wealth, he wouldn't be in support of it.
Her anti-DEI stance is far more Audre Lorde than Elon Musk.
The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
Which means she's very critical of the ways DEI has overpromised and underdelivered for marginalized groups. I also reached out to my colleague, Tim Murphy.
My name is Tim Murphy. I'm a national correspondent at Mother Jones.
And has been following right-wing shenanigans for a while.
I think there's been a real shift over the last decade and a half, and Trump has really helped drive that shift.
Finally, I talked to my friend Omar. He's an educator and still sees the value of DEI as an important part of a healthy organization.
The idea that you're going to get rid of DEI and it's going to be a more equitable place is ridiculous, because DEI programs are meant to make the invisible visible.
They all see this in unique ways, but each of them have been keeping a close eye on the way the right is leveraging DEI and coded language to further marginalize historically excluded people. Here's the subtext for why the right is obsessed with DEI. Let's dig in. Today's video is sponsored by Ground News. More on that later. While efforts to dismantle inclusion in American society are as old as the country itself, the Supreme Court's decision to limit affirmative action set off a domino effect of anti-inclusion efforts from folks on the political right. From higher education to airline companies, conservatives in America have left no stone unturned in their efforts to undermine Black participation in society. And their primary vehicle for this effort has been advancing the notion that Black people are a threat. It's an age-old effort that bigots have been employing for a very long time.
I mean, resentment's an incredibly powerful tool. It's been an incredibly powerful tool since before there was the United States of America. And people have always played to resentment and tried to make people, resent other groups of people. And they've often reaped incredible political rewards.
I want to put a fork in that one comment just made about the right wanting to end DEI and inclusion programs mainly because they see Black people as a threat. I have to kind of, dispute that. It's too easy to say that. At least from a Clarence Thomas perspective, I may or may not agree with him, but I understand his point for ending affirmative action. And I think he gets it right when he says that affirmative action harms Black kids in two ways. Number one, it tends to put them in places where they're not quite prepared to be. And number two, and I've actually kind of experienced this myself where, a Black kid winds up in an elite space, and the first thing they think is that, the only reason this person's here is because of affirmative action. He wouldn't be here otherwise. And I think getting rid of affirmative action, it wasn't working anyway. It wasn't benefiting Black people the way it should have, and that's a whole separate argument. But it was doing more harm than good, I would admit. However, that it was broken and nobody was willing to fix it, again, is a problem in and of itself. But as it stands, it wasn't just that, white people feel threatened by Black people. It's not that simple. And the left doesn't do itself any favors when it pushes this rhetoric instead of, looking at it closer. It's lazy thinking, basically.
For doing that.
In the current iteration of Black people are a threat propaganda, Black success is always, in their estimation, the result of some undeserved handout. And in their zero-sum framing, this means Black people are getting something that white people should have gotten instead.
Now, because of DEI, when you see a Black surgeon, you get a question in your mind. And what you want is you want the Blacks that are on top, that do succeed, to be there on their merit.
But in states like Florida, DEI is now explicitly illegal. And decisions like these come with real-world implications for Black folks across the country. According to a February 2023 survey, 41% of Black workers reported experiencing discrimination at work because of their race. Black unemployment is at an all-time low. low. That's a lot of Black people experiencing discrimination. But you wouldn't know that if you believe the stories pushed by certain news outlets, especially those that consistently depict Black people as the beneficiary of special, undeserved preferential treatment. Take, for example, this article that I saw a man reading in a newspaper on a plane a few months ago. It's titled, "The NIH Sacrifices Scientific Rigor for DEI." I had time, so I decided to read the article. And it's garbage. It's misleading propaganda. Cornell University received a grant from the National Institute of Health to fund the hiring of folks from underrepresented backgrounds. The rationale for the grant is that Latino, Black, and other communities are facing health challenges, and the best people equipped to serve those communities are people, I know this is going to be a shocker, from those communities. Think about all the cascading layers of cultural competence one needs to interact with folks from a community that they never interact with. Segregation is real. At the time of receiving the grant, Cornell had just over 1,000 tenured faculty members, with only 21% of them being non-white. So the government, seeing this problem, extended grant funding to several institutions to remove all potential roadblocks to hiring people from those communities. The government is basically saying, do better. We'll pay for it.
Do better.
And Cornell did exactly that. They hired insanely qualified scholars, researchers, and practitioners to do the work. I know they're insanely qualified because I had time. I looked these people up. I won't share their names or research because I don't want any more negativity going their way. But if you're curious enough, the information is readily available and easy to find online. These people hold PhDs from some of the best institutions in the world. Their doctoral thesis titles alone were above the average American's reading level. But according to this guy, they didn't deserve it. They're only there because of some lowered standard. There's something sinister and racist about framing this as an abandonment of scientific rigor. There is something profoundly destructive about putting that headline in a newspaper to trick some susceptible old white guy into thinking the Blacks are getting something they didn't earn. The research to see through this trashy, shocking, distressing headline took me maybe half an hour, which isn't a lot of time, but it's certainly way more time than most people have to give. Where we get our news matters, and it's harder than ever before to decipher fact from fiction, which is why I'm really excited to talk about today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app that gathers related news articles from more than 50,000 sources around the world, all in one place, so you can compare how different outlets cover the same story. Every story comes with a visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And if you go to ground.news/Garrison Hayes, or use the link in the video description, or scan the QR code on the screen, you'll get 40% off their Vantage plan. So much of the political polarization in our time has everything to do with how and where by media conglomerates. Down in the description, or the DEI isn't perfect. It's
chosen.
Every tool has its limitations, and Raven has been thinking about those limitations for some time.
The language chosen, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's very intentional. It is very strategic. Let's start with diversity. One of my favorite things to say is that no one loves diversity more than white people. Why? Because when we talk about diversity, every second that we spend discussing diversity, we're not discussing decentering whiteness. Diversity inherently says this is our problem. When it's not.
Raven's primary critique of diversity, equity, and inclusion is that it does not go far enough, that it almost exists as a kind of pacifying force.
What we are essentially doing, or what we've been doing for some time under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion movements, is taking the labor, picking up the work that white people put down 20, 30 years ago, and saying, we'll take it from here. And we're getting paid to do it. And so we conflate that with liberation.
Raven kind of has a point that diversity, equity, and inclusion isn't meant for sweeping change.
DEI practitioners exist in a really tough tension where they want to be radical, more radical in their approaches. They want to be more liberation focused, and DEI is not necessarily designed to do that. DEI programs are meant to make the invisible visible. And we can have a discussion about whether or not in the whole they're doing a good job of that. But in this case, this is one of the cases where I think that this is better than nothing.
All of this makes me wonder about the future of DEI. Despite its possible shortcomings, I still think DEI is necessary. Equity and inclusion are worth fighting for. More than anything, what's obvious to me is that there is a cruelty present in the push against DEI programs. Group or race-specific problems exist, and they require race-specific solutions. Take as a final example, a lawsuit in California designed to stop a race-specific solution. For years, medical researchers have been sounding the alarm about Black maternal mortality rates. Black women die in childbirth at obscene rates, at least 4 times higher than their white counterparts. We know this. It's a real problem caused by a host of issues like access to care, funds for healthy food, the ability to take time off from work later in one's pregnancy, the fact that doctors don't take Black women seriously, especially when they are in pain. Well, a group in San Francisco is working to fix some of these issues. These brilliant leaders got together to design a program to help remedy this specific problem. It's called the Abundant Birth Project. The program provides cash grants to expecting mothers, mostly Black and Pacific Islander women. They do so with the goal of reducing preterm birth and improving economic outcomes for these women and their communities. I debated whether or not this even counted as a DEI program, but it certainly seeks to disrupt the cycles of long-standing obstetric racism and make healthcare access more equitable. So I think it fits the description. What's amazing to me is that according to those familiar with the data, this program is working. It is measurably improving outcomes for the families who receive the stipends compared to those families who did not. And yet, they're being sued because the program is too specific to the people experiencing mortality most acutely.
San Francisco Mayor London Breed's race-based guaranteed income program are facing pushback from conservative groups.
Controversial, Kaylee, for 2 reasons. One, people receiving your tax dollars with no requirement they work. And secondly, should they be getting that money based solely on skin color?
It's hard to wrap your mind around how crazy this is. Being sued for a program designed to keep people alive. The organization suing the Abundant Birth Project, their name is the Californians for Equal Rights Foundation. In their lawsuit, they called the program a discriminatory giveaway, stating that it violated the Constitution and that it is, quote, illegal, wasteful, and injurious. How cruel does one have to be to see Black women dying in childbirth and then call a program designed to prevent their death wasteful? This is the insanity of anti-DEI politics. Regardless of what you think about DEI, the folks pushing against it seem to have an agenda that I think reveals so much more about them than about any of the shortcomings of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. These programs may not provide the sweeping social changes we need. They may have failures, but they are saving lives, specifically the lives most under threat. They are including folks who have been and continue to be excluded. And right-wing politicians and media are convincing the American people that that's a bad thing, which gets to something that Tim mentioned earlier.
I mean, resentment's an incredibly powerful tool.
People receiving your tax dollars with no requirement they work.
It's been an incredibly powerful tool since before there was the United States of America. And people have always played to resentment and tried to make people, resent other groups of people.
Should they be getting that money based solely on skin color?
And they've often reaped incredible political rewards for doing that.
I think what Tim is saying here is the crux of the whole issue. The right is obsessed with DEI because that obsession works. It's a part of a long tradition of powerful people pitting seemingly powerless people against each other. It is a politically potent strategy that works. This is what Dr. Ian Haney-Lopez calls strategic racism.
It's racism as a strategy. It's cold, it's calculating, it's considered. It's the decision to achieve one's own ends, here winning votes, by stirring racial animosity.
If powerful people can get poor white folks to blame poor migrants or black people for all of their issues, they can continue to pay those working class white people unlivable wages. Poor people get poorer while the powerful can amass unbelievable wealth and are never held accountable.
Woke policies in DEI.
If they can convince the average Fox News viewer that DEI is somehow to blame for Boeing's failures and not conservative-led deregulation efforts, they can keep tensions high and people distracted and leverage that for their political benefit.
The problem is there's nothing to replace Boeing. Yeah. And it really hurts Americans' defense. It hurts America's transportation. It hurts America's economy. And the question is this about DEI? Are you not hiring the best people? Are you hiring the most diverse people?
When Donald Trump was president, there was no DEI.
They can run extreme politicians who feed into all while rewarding their corporate backers with tax cuts and deregulation. What I'm saying is that the right is obsessed with DEI because this kind of rhetoric works, but it doesn't have to. Okay, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you so much for subscribing and for watching. This was kind of an ambitious video. I wanted to talk about myths and lies and failures and broader agendas and pack it all into this kind of conversation. So thank you so much for watching. Please let me know what you think. I'd love to know what you're thinking. I'll be hanging out down in the comments. So subscribe, drop a like, and share your thoughts down below. As always, I'm grateful that you're here, my friends. Until next time, peace.
I don't know. I'm going to make the same critique of this that I make about a lot of things. It's just not well thought out. You know, for someone who is on the fence and not necessarily, you know, drinking the Kool-Aid, there's some things in here that are a little propagandistic, but not explained well. DEI, in one way, shape, or form, has been around for decades. You know, I became aware of it back in the early 90s when I was in the Navy. So the problem is programs like this tend to just go too far. You know, instead of being reined in, they just kind of go too far, then they get scrapped. Same thing happened with affirmative action. You know, affirmative action was a good thing until it got modified to a point to where it wasn't helping the people it was originally intended to help. Then it gets scrapped. No one ever goes back and fixes or tweaks or anything like that. So for my taste, you know, these sorts of things are not often well, I don't know, thought out, scripted, communicated. So, hey, John.
What's up, Stanley?
Nothing much. Just reviewing some videos of that. Basically, this guy's a Mother Jones. He's affiliated with Mother Jones, which, if you're familiar with it, is a pretty left wing.
Yeah, I know Mother Jones.
So it came across my algorithm, so I figured I'd have a look at what he has to say. And, you know, it kind of comes under the same criticism I give other things. You know, it's just a little bit too doctrinaire and never, you know, presented quite the way it actually is. Which is a shame. But this one actually is right up my alley here. And I want to hear what he has to say about this, because I actually think this one is true. I've made the same.
Why is this one up your alley?
Mm-hmm.
Why is this one up your alley?
Is what?
You said, why is this one up your alley here?
Conservatives want American kids to be dumb. I tend to think that not teaching history or teaching it in a way that doesn't hurt kids' feelings or make them cry is dumbing it down. and it's the right primarily doing this.
They said, I don't mean to, excuse me. I don't mean to change subjects, but I'm not really changing subjects since you're kind of on this. Have you been hearing the criticism of Vivek and Elon about the immigrants, H-1Bs and all that?
No, actually, I haven't.
I'm surprised. That would be right down your alley there. Basically, they're kind of going against Trump's agenda, or seemingly, in that they won't.
Oh, you know what? Actually, basically, Vivek wrote that that thing on X where he basically says that the reason American kids, the reason employers want H-1B visa type people is basically American kids don't have a work ethic.
Yeah, that's what he said, something along those lines, and it has the Trump, the MAGAs all with their feathers ruffled. Stanley, I'm surprised you haven't. Well, you probably haven't noticed it, but yeah, that's big news on their side, man.
Well, you know, they're already on Elon about being President Elon, so to a certain extent, they're right, but they are going to run into a lot of issues when they start basically calling white kids lazy. That's essentially what they're doing.
Yeah, that's how I took it. And I said, I don't know how you can have an effective strategy calling your base lazy.
Well, calling their kids lazy specifically. But I can tell you right now, this H-1B, you know, wanting to promote H-1B stuff, yep, Trump's going to have to rein them in. And it's going to be curious to see how he does it. What do you think? I mean, they're not necessarily wrong. It's just kind of the way they put it. You know, I don't think America wants the brutal truth.
You know, I tell you this, Stanley. You know, I worked in software for a long time, and the last maybe 5 or 6 years, it wasn't very enjoyable. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of immigrants. Give me 1 second. Yeah, sorry about this, Stanley. Yeah, I think there's some real high level fraud, man, at least in like the technical aspects of it. And it is creating an environment where, you know, they're dominating, not because I think that they're good at it, but their networks, the way that people network, have basically shut a large number of people out. That's kind of what I see. And I think Vivek and Elon, you know, talking about these people as if they're just better than us, when their countries aren't the greatest, it is kind of going to be hard to sell that, you know.
I've never agreed with that point that, you know, hey, your country isn't great, therefore you can't come over here and teach us. The H-1B part is true, but then you run into the part about where you get the Get Cracks of the world, where, you know, he is as American as anyone else, you know, having been born here. There are some cultural things that you can't tackle that way when you start talking first and second generation.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, you could, someone, you know, maybe they very well could be, and I don't have a gripe with them, so I just want to let that be known. They very well could be very intelligent, very book, you know, this, that. They could have a lot of skill sets and traits that allow them to do well in America. But clearly there's something that they're missing because they can't replicate that in their own countries. And
no,
so
I don't agree with that logic at all. And I don't think when you say clearly, I don't agree that it's clearly.
hold on for 1 second, Stanley. And so here's the thing, right? If you've ever worked with them, like in a software environment,
I have.
Right.
Not in a software environment, but in an IT environment, I have.
Right. And so I started to get a hint that they're not that intelligent. You know, not that intelligent. I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. That they're not that skilled at what they're working on, the software. That was my impression after working with them for over a decade. And then, I swear I saw them cheating, but I couldn't prove it because they were talking in a different language. But it was as if one was teaching the other how to do his job, right? In other words, he wouldn't have gotten his job, on his own merit. And then he gets here, he can speak a language that's so obscure that no one can understand what they're saying. They're basically cheating right in front of you. And then you start to look at the universities and the jobs that they work. And I'm going to do a stream on this, but if you look all across the country in the universities, most of their doctoral, what do they call them, candidates, the Indians that are in doctoral school, and I think you get chosen for that, they've been chosen by other immigrants, Indians. So in other words, Dr. Agarwal would choose Dr. Rakesh, or doctoral candidate Rakesh. Is he choosing strictly off merit, or is he choosing because that's some of his people? And, I think there's a little bit more to their success than they just are very smart.
Okay, well, the word you want to use is nepotism, and nepotism has been around and is still around, not just in that, particular context, but in all kinds of contexts. So nepotism is not that unusual.
But I think the part about it is that it's a very understood nepotism, because I if that's the word, I'm not even sure that's the right word.
It's the right word.
Okay, I was working with a group of Indians once, and the guy was just self-assured that he was going to get his contract extended. And one day we were sitting down at lunch, and he told me why. He says, because I'm Indian. He says, if they don't extend my contract, I have to go home. And the manager, who is also Indian, is not going to put me in a position where I have to go home. I don't know if that's nepotism in that sense. It's like they're trying to keep him from suffering the consequences of having to return back to his country. So
okay, but once again, I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure I buy your argument. Of course that happens. But what I'm trying to say is that this system has never been a meritocracy. They're just taking advantage of a system in their own way. Remember when I say that Asians are pretty good at working the American meritocracy better than white people are? This is but another example.
Well, listen, I think John and Stanley, I think it's also that the tech companies can get the Indians for a lot less money. And then they have a lot of control, because they say, we'll give you a visa, you come here, but we're going to pay you 40 grand. And a lot of the American kids want a lot more money. What do you think of that idea?
I think John pretty much just said that.
Yeah. So I read an article about it. It said that they get like a 3-year deal, another 3-year deal. And then after 10 years, these companies can sponsor them to become citizens. So for 10 years, these companies have tremendous control over the employee from India. And they could pretty much tell them, this is what you're going to make, or we just won't make you a citizen. I read that. I don't know if that's true. John, I think you talked about that before, didn't you?
Yeah, it's very true. I had a friend from Canada. She was in the same situation where basically they gave her the work assignments. They didn't have to promote her or do anything. They just keep her, hanging on.
Well, that's pretty much what the H-1B program is, just about exploiting the workers and pushing down American wages, So I don't know. That's what I read. So apparently it's true.
Well, I'm ready to get back to the video. Are you done with this point, John?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Trump said something astounding.
We won with poorly
poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
He was referring to polling data that indicated that the less educated a voter was, especially if they're white, the more likely they were to support him. That was 7 years ago. Fast forward to today, and this idea has become a core part of the GOP's election strategy. And the big question I've had for a while is why? From Virginia to Texas to Tennessee to the presidency, Republicans are actively changing school curriculum in ways that make American kids, your kids, dumber.
We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get an education, not an indoctrination.
Texas libraries are becoming discipline centers. Oklahoma is banning sex ed. West Virginia University is proposing a shutdown of nearly 10% of its academic offerings, including all of its foreign language programs. Like, I'm old enough to remember when it was cool to speak other languages.
Y también es mi escuela del junior high, también in high school.
I think I found the answer in a very strange place. This YouTube video made for kids. It was actually made by one of the organizations helping with this effort, PragerU.
Hey Stanley, does this guy have a lot of followers? I think I've seen a video of him before.
A highly learned,
What, the host?
Yeah, the black guy. Does he have a lot of followers? I think he's pretty popular, if that's him.
Let's see. I've seen him before, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've seen him before.
He's got about 102,000.
Okay, that may be him. Yeah.
You may be. There's another guy called Reese. Called Reese Waters, who's kind of in the same vein. I don't know. I have a problem with these sorts of videos, though. I think that, much like I criticize people on here with doing, it's just too broad a stroke without, specifics. But I guess it's got to be quick and breezy and not boring. So I think the overall premise I agree with, though.
I think since we're Paul's here, he's talking about schools getting rid of foreign languages and programs like that. And, he's breezing through it. He's not really going in depth. But I wonder, is that because they have to focus, they have to spend so much resources, on English as a second language, as an example. There's only so much money in classrooms and teachers to go around. And so you end up kind of cannibalizing one thing to support another,
Excuse me. I don't know. I think
see that all around the country, yeah.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
We see that all around the country. If you have a school that accommodates 2,000 students, and now you've introduced 20% of that population that don't speak English, you're gonna have to shift a lot of resources. You're gonna have to do a lot of hiring to accommodate that demographic. And so, in that sense, if there's only so much money to go around, some programs are going to have to be dropped. That only makes sense to me.
Okay.
Like a school budget.
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know because he didn't go deep down into it.
Well,
but
that's
part
of the problem I have with the video. It doesn't get in depth enough.
Because I still think, and Chad, you correct me if I'm wrong, most people would like their children to speak a second language. They want them to master English first. But I don't think people are, have some strong feelings against learning a second language. I think the fact that it's being forced.
I don't know. There's a whole contingent of, America First people that basically say English is really the only language you need to know.
Well, it is the one that you need to know here. But for personal enrichment, I think there's nothing wrong with learning different languages.
It actually increases IQ scores when tested.
Well, his point is that they're dropping the teaching of it.
I think they're dropping ESLs. Like,
I don't think they can drop ESLs.
That wouldn't be smart.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they can drop those. Yeah. See, I think with the ESL, and Portia said it. I mean, she got to support 10 languages. I mean, something's going to fall by the wayside if you have to invest in technology to allow you to teach multiple languages. I mean, corporations don't even, you see people at the United Nations, sometimes when they have a speaker speaking, then they got a translator in their ear to translate it in real time. I mean, that's very expensive. It may work for speeches, but it probably doesn't work in a teaching capacity.
Yeah. It's just wide sweeping. The video is wide. He has wide sweeping generalizations.
Yeah.
This guy.
Well, a lot of these.
So I agree with you, Stanley. I agree
A lot
with
of
you
these
on that.
political type videos do that.
They all do. Left and right both have wide sweeping.
Oh, I didn't know he was political. Okay.
Prager University.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much criticizing the right from the left.
Oh, okay.
It describes its mission as fighting back against the left-wing propaganda pushed on children in schools.
Stick around and I'll show you one of the most egregiously deceptive videos I've ever seen from them. A video that is now an approved resource for Florida's Department of Education standards.
Oh, that actually reminds me, a lot of this Prager University stuff is actually a part of Florida's curriculum now.
Oh, really? I thought Prager was in Michigan or somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Prager put out a couple of years ago, put out like curriculum materials, materials the teacher could build, teachers could build lesson plans on.
Oh, I see.
And Florida is one of the states. There may be others, but there was a whole series of news articles on it. So Prager U's part of the curriculum now.
Kimmy Casey saying she teaches in English and provide resources in their languages in Spanish or ESL. It's really not that hard. It may not be that hard for her, but imagine a school administration got to print up all these resources. And I think New York probably has 15, 20 different languages. That printing cost alone came out of nowhere. And it's going to eat into somebody's budget. There isn't an infinite amount of money. And so even with Kim saying she's teaching in English, but if you're trying to teach someone in English, you say, I'm going to teach you in English, and I'm going to give you resources in ESL. I think there's going to be a lot of things lost in translation. You kind of you're left on your own to bridge the gap in what the teacher is trying to explain. I just don't think it's a very effective. Maybe they should have languages for people, schools for specific languages until they can get them to a level. But I just don't know how you.
You mean basically private schools that say teach nothing but teach in nothing but Spanish?
I mean, we may be well beyond Spanish now. There probably could be schools where they need Fulaf and Korean and some of the Amharic languages, Ethiopians. There are a lot of Arabs in New York. You may have Arab schools if they send their children. I mean, it's wherever the corners of the world. Bring them here, you're gonna have to accommodate them.
Well, you're begging for a Tower of Babel.
Well, I think ultimately that's what eventually happens.
My daughter's class is all Indian kids that don't understand English, and they have to do an Indian ESL, and it's difficult to get them. So it's like 11 Indian kids out of 15. You can't get. Where are you going to get it? Hindi. You got to get a Hindu speak, or Hindi, I think it's called, speaker. Because there's so many Indians. So
well, I can understand why you all want to just shut down immigration altogether.
Well,
you don't shut it down. You shut it. You have to limit it until you can prepare for that.
John is for shutting it completely down.
Yeah,
until we fix it right now, we should.
Yeah, I think it's destroying the healthcare system, the education system, probably more things than that I can mention. But those two in particular, the services for the poor person probably is degraded to a level where he's not really getting much of value. You go to the hospital and you got a 12-hour wait in the emergency room, and you're sitting there with people, I ain't judging, but you know what they are. A lot of people that use the emergency room as their first point of contact for healthcare, schools. You could also argue the court system. These things are just getting overwhelmed, and
it's got to be small.
Kimmy, do you all ever leverage something like Google Translate in the classroom? I'm curious.
It's crazy. Like I get a lot of people. I had someone text me yesterday. on Facebook Marketplace, and he's like, "Yo, you speak Spanish?" I'm like, "Nope." And it's just selling something like housing is very difficult when you got to use Google Translate. In very simple things, hey, a candy bar, how much is it? They know what they're buying. Pretty straightforward. So the simplistic thing, but the more complicated thing, housing, a car, they're gonna have to go to people that can better, deal with them, and that's why you're gonna see all these tribalistic groups, in my opinion, that are more comfortable dealing with their own people.
You're okay.
Like, that's the craziest part. It's that students will be learning this information as a fact. And I think it's the perfect peek behind the curtains of their motivation. So let's dig in. In this cartoon, two kids, Layla and Leo, are time-traveling students who go back to the year 1852 for a chat with the famous historical abolitionist, Frederick Douglass. And they're talking to him about abolition. PragerU describes this video as an accurate and honest look at slavery.
That's a lie, and you know it.
Without going through the entire video, there is one clip that is exceptionally misleading and deserves, in my opinion, to be called out. In fact, there is something philosophical, almost doctrinal, happening in this video that I think reveals their goals. This particular clip is about 3 minutes into the video. Cartoon Frederick Douglass is explaining that part of early America, the South specifically, was dependent on slave labor. So the founding fathers knew that they couldn't outlaw slavery without potentially losing their support for independence from Britain.
The southern colonies were dependent on slave labor, and they wouldn't have joined a union that had banned it.
The absolutely insane irony here, historical fact check, is that the entire colony participated in slavery at the founding of America. So this framing is dishonest at best.
Are you okay with that?
I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but the founding fathers made a compromise to achieve something great, the making of the United States.
Boom, there it is. I think embedded in this line is the organizing motivation for the factually inaccurate framing of history in this video and the larger push to undermine education in America. First of all, the founding fathers themselves weren't innocent compromisers. Most of them owned slaves. The worst part is that they were educated enough to know that it was wrong and did it anyway. They weren't the morally upstanding citizens PragerU would want you to believe them to be. More on that.
Yeah, okay, if you want to put it that way. Not sure that I agree with his framing.
I'm not sure it matters much as it relates to solving the problems of today, though. The parents who are looking for schools, they're not really worried about.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I agree with your framing either. The problems that we have today, sometimes we can't even agree what the problems are. Part of his shtick in the first video I looked at was basically the right thinking DEI is a problem. He doesn't think it's a problem. So, a lot of it is just depending on what you think the problem is. So
I did, maybe I missed some of what he said, but
it was another video. This is like the third video of his I've watched in kind of a series.
To me, I would imagine there are a whole bunch of people coming here today that never heard.
Harry, what is up, man? You made it. He's a friend of mine.
Okay.
Another British right winger. He doesn't think he's a right winger, but he is.
Yeah, the light that never goes out is
Well, welcome aboard, Harry.
The man Harry ought to get up here and tell us about some of the immigration going on in the UK.
I don't know that you're ready for Harry.
I'm ready to hear about some of the.
But he is right. I dismiss a lot of stuff.
No, I was going to say, I forget what I was about to say, but I don't know. I think that, a lot of people coming here today have never heard of George Washington. It's not even someone they ever heard of. I think.
Well, I mean, you have to know who he is to do the the immigration test, though.
Well, a lot of people ain't taking the immigration test. They're just coming here and they're sending their children to school. They're not taking it. And I imagine, Stanley, to be quite fair with you, there's probably a lot of cheating. There's probably a lot of cheating on the immigration test. So it's probably not as, it's probably not like an academic environment. I'm sure there's some cheating. You know what I'm saying? Just not to pick on the people, but just the environment that we're in. If something is of value, people are going to do what they can do to get it. And if it's just a test, people will figure out a way to cheat on the test. They've been doing that time immemorial. So that is help.
Especially since it's
I mean, we can cheat on the SATs and all that shit, right? And so I wouldn't doubt that people are cheating on the citizenship exam. But yeah, I just think that
Morning,
all these
everybody.
different people. Yeah, what's up, HB?
Good morning.
What's up,
Good
Kenny?
morning. Morning.
I actually, an unrelated question. I turned on the green room function just to test it out. Have y'all ever used it?
I was wondering about that.
Is
I
that
got
new?
entered into the green room, and then the studio, and then there's the actual panel.
Right.
I think it's a new feature. It may be new because StreamYard, I guess they're trying to justify the fees that they charge by giving you a few more.
The reason I started using it, I was just curious. We had a porn bomber attempt earlier today. And I happened, I had the screen up and everything. It's, there's no problem. However, we hadn't had one, or I hadn't had one in quite some time.
Yeah.
While I was in there, I was going to add that account to the band account. I noticed the green room function, and I was hoping basically you could look at somebody's video feed in the back without bringing them to the main stage. But it's basically just kind of like a holding pen until you get ready to go in and add people to the stage. So
What's the
I figured I'd test it out.
What's the difference between that and them being backstage previously? Is there a difference? I haven't seen a difference.
Well, it's a two-step process. They go into the green room and you don't actually see them at the bottom. You know how the screen comes up and it's faded out, and then you put them on the stage. It doesn't even get it. They're all in the back, and I'm thinking you might be able to, if you can only get so many people up on the stage. It's basically a holding pin, so you can cycle people back and forth.
How do you find that, Stanley? I don't even know where it is.
If you go to, where you go to look at the back chat, you'll see there's a studio chat and there's a green room chat.
Oh, I see that. Oh, shit. I see that.
Hold on a second.
So the people that come in, they're there first.
Oh, I see it. I see it now too. Oh,
okay.
shit.
So someone just came in, but they're not in the green room. Oh, that's Kimmy Cakes.
Yeah, that's Kimmy. That's Kimmy.
So what I was hoping is in that green room chat, basically I can interrogate people back there before I even mess with them. And then you'd still have to use the screen. I was hoping you could see their video feed in the back as well without bringing them, to the main part. But it doesn't seem to work that way. But again, I was just testing it out.
I think that's actually a great function if you don't want them to be a part of the studio. Like what you just mentioned, I think that's a really good way to utilize the green room function.
Yeah. So I just wanted y'all to know that I was testing it out, basically.
Let me ask you this: Can you hear them in the green room?
No, not that I know of. But you can type, you can chat with them.
Oh, I see what you're saying right now.
What kind of when you got porn bomb? What kind of porn was it, Stanley?
I don't even know because it was behind the screen. It was kind of like I know it was a black body, but the video was kind of grainy and all that. Yeah, but I didn't recognize the account, and the person in the regular back chat asked to join, and I was like, well, throw up the screen, check this person out. because the title of the account was kind of innocent sounding. But anyway, that's in the back. I saw the little checkbox for the green room. I'm like, well, what's this? So I'll test it out. We'll see if it's worth the bother. Oh wait, Lupin says you have to sit in front of an immigration officer while taking the citizenship test, John. It is quite easy. No cheating is required. Okay.
My mom took hers. She said it was very easy. She did not even study for it, but she's also very, very, very intelligent. So, and my grandma passed her easily too.
You know, the test couldn't be like a 12th grade exam. I mean, most people in America, I'm talking about Americans, probably read it like an 8th grade level. So the test be so damn hard, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if I could pass that. I don't even know if I could pass the immigration test. I never took it for obvious reasons. For obvious reasons, I never took it, but
I'm sure you could pass it.
Well, I appreciate that, Kimmy. I do.
No, it is pretty easy.
Yeah, with a couple weeks practice, you definitely pass.
I think if you went to, to school in America, like elementary school, if you took a civics class, you could probably pass it.
Pass it, yeah.
And I remember when I was working with YouTube and I was going through all of the YouTube strategies, this one strategist said that you have to create your content at a 5th grade level when you're making titles and thumbnails and all that stuff. He said most of your descriptions, anything in writing, has to be like at a 5th grade level.
That's very true. That's very true.
But that's
crazy,
like
isn't it? It's the newspapers and shit are written at like a 5th grade, 8th grade level, some shit like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't even know that I want to say it's 6th grade. And the other thing that I've noticed is there are way more grammar errors in even newspapers like the Washington Post and New York Times. A lot more grammar errors, it seems, than there used to be.
What do you think that is, Stanley?
I think failing schools, probably. Well, I mean, people kind of look at me weird when I say I've been reading for a very long time, and I'm a big reader, and you would be surprised how many words you come across that you don't think about for years, but when you see them, you go, oh, hey, I remember that word. Same thing with grammar. And it's funny because when I was in 10th grade, I had a 10th grade teacher, Father Bryant. He convinced me that when you're writing even like college papers, you don't need anything more complicated than a comma. Like semicolons are useless. Basically shorter sentences, commas and periods. I wrote papers for years that way and did well. You don't need a bunch of complicated grammar grammar doesn't have to be that complicated. The simpler it is, the easier it is to learn. And you know what? How can you go wrong using a comma?
I think with the educated class, the colon has become like a symbol of intellect, colon, the semicolon, because so few people use it. It's almost like a signal or something.
You know what? You start using semicolons and you are just begging to be shot down. When I was in college, the professors would actually like mark you off for grammar too. Like if you forgot a period or used a semicolon in the wrong place, they'd be -1 or -2. So it wasn't just content that they were grading. I get the impression now that, professors don't grade for grammar anymore.
They don't grade for anything anymore. But similar to you, Stanley, especially in grad school, they would definitely grade for grammar because I went to NYU and they were like, you're not going to graduate from here putting out publications that sound like how you speak. So they were really big on that.
Huh. Yeah, I've never taken, a grad school class and had to write for it. So
one thing I can say that's happening now that's really concerning is that a lot of youths do not know vocabulary words. So this one girl came into my office really like frustrated about a test. I'm like, it's real simple. Just use the word in a sentence and see if it makes sense. But she couldn't even do that because she
Right.
had no framework of what the word even meant. The words even meant.
What was the word? Do you remember the word, Kimmy?
It was a whole list of words, but one of the words there was tannery. And she,
Whoa. Tannery? Tannery?
Tannery? Really? Like a place you tan hides.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought it meant, but I didn't even know what that was. Tannery?
Well, I mean, I don't know that, used to be, I don't even know where you would find a tannery. I mean, if you got they still make shoes and purses and stuff out of leather, so there's tannery somewhere.
Yeah, no, I saw one the other day out in
Oh,
Oklahoma.
really?
Yeah, out in Oklahoma. Like they do like the cow hides and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, that's I wouldn't be mad at a kid from New York not knowing what a tannery is.
I knew what it was, and then she wouldn't believe me. She would not, because it actually defines the technology.
Come on, Kimmy. They ain't got no damn tanneries in the Bronx. Come on.
I bet they used to.
Yeah, they used to, but I mean, that's definitely a word you'd see out in the country. It would be used more out in the country,
Yeah, but the bottom line is if you're reading books, you're bound to run across the word at some point. Read a Zane Grey novel or something.
That's true.
I think part of our problem, to answer your question, John, is we don't read enough books. I read an article about Harvard or one of the Ivy League schools where even in the Ivy League schools, a professor might assign a book and students are spazzing out because they don't know how to read books, and a week might not be enough time to read a book. And I'm like, what? So, and I can attest to it. My son took 2 AP English classes, and I don't think he read more than 5 books between the classes. Whereas, when I took AP English, the teacher had like 10 books that I had to read over the summer before the class even started. So we've gotten away from actually long form reading.
Yeah.
And we're not going back. I can guarantee we're not going back because attention spans aren't very long. That's part of it. The attention span of kids these days is almost, 5-10 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Stanley, have you been hearing about the H-1B visas? I almost called it a scam with the engineering software jobs.
Yeah. I didn't hear about the scam. I didn't read about it. I've heard about it.
I can give you some background information from my perspective, just my own personal anecdotal evidence.
Oh, go ahead. As a matter of fact, let me look it up. Because I read what's his name's you know what? Let me look up Vivek Ramaswamy now that you brought it up, and see what bring that X thing that he wrote up there, because I can see how it would piss some people off, but
don't pay as much attention to his tweet as to the responses to his tweet.
Okay.
And what you will find is that a lot of people are saying that they can't, as Americans, that they can't find software jobs, electrical engineering jobs. Now, I can speak on that, and I can tell you from my own perspective, right? And here's what it seems to be happening from my point of view. A lot of companies now use companies like Tech Systems or the third-party hiring companies. Anyone ever heard of Tech Systems? Name some others, the Randstad or whoever the hell they are, right? And so these companies look for, they basically outsource their H-1B or their, not H-1B, their hiring practices to find employees. Well, they end up hiring Indian recruitment firms. Right. And I think that is where the problem becomes, is that the Indian recruitment firms, at that point, once they're hired to staff, Northrop Grumman or Central or whoever, then they have an incentive to hire their own people, the slumdog millionaires. They want to bring them here instead of leaving them back in India. There's a strong pull to do that. And now that they are in the position to do that, then it only makes sense that they do it. And so I get calls all day, every day for years now. All these little small offshoot Indian companies. And then sometimes there's the big ones, the Tatas, I can't remember, the HLC or whatever the hell's name, Y-Pro. But they're not really hiring you. I don't think they're really genuinely looking to hire you. From what I've read is that they have to make an attempt to hire an American to then go and get an H-1B. So they have to say, we attempted to hire an American, we couldn't find anyone. And so now we have to hire an H-1B, right? And so it's like I'll look the other way from the company's perspective, because they're getting a captured employee and the company is more or less getting someone that they know is not going to leave the job. Most American software developers are bouncing around 2-3 years here, 2-3 years there. Whereas with Indian H-1B, he's going to be there 7-8 years, right? Right. So you get kind of a guaranteed low cost, even if it's not low cost, it's guaranteed that he's going to be there, every day, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what though? Go ahead, Kimmy.
Is the salary or pay competitive for people with H-1Bs, or can they get paid less?
Well, I don't know. I would assume that they get paid less, but again, you have to remember how they live when they come here, right? I've worked with a lot of Indians, like again, I've said many people should adopt the same thing. They eat their lunch at their desks with each other. Right? They're not going out to McDonald's and Burger King, spending $10, $12 for lunch. They're bringing in the hummus and whatever the hell they eat, and they eat that, right? And so that gives them an advantage over an American that likes to just stroll out for lunch, as an example. Then they all kind of live amongst each other. So there is that advantage as well. And then you add in that they hire each other, or they have a strong preference to hire each other. That's a hell of an advantage here in America.
John, I'm going to put the link to his tweet in the back. I don't have an X account, so I can't look at the responses.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll pull it up. I think it's pretty interesting that what you'll find, though, Stanley, is that a lot of the MAGA people don't like this shit. They don't like the way that
here's the funny part. They're not liking what Vivek is saying, but they also had a problem with J.D. Vance's wife, who is Indian. So, J.D. Vance and Vivek were in the same law school class, I believe. So, they're all kind of interconnected. And it's kind of funny because we covered an article last night talking about the Catholic sensibility that Trump is bringing in. You've got a Supreme Court that's mostly Catholics. The justices are. You got J.D. Vance, who's a converted Catholic. You've got a couple other people in the administration cabinet or future cabinet that are Catholic. Linda McMahon, I didn't know was a Catholic. She's going to. No. She's going to be education secretary, I think. So my point is that Vivek, by the way, is Hindu. However, he graduated valedictorian, I think, from a Catholic school. So there's a whole bunch of Catholic sensibility, that might have to be contended with. even though I'm sure JD Vance is probably, in that right, that conservative Catholic, which is kind of fringe, actually.
Well, I think, Stanley, that, there is, I think, here's what I say, like, if you got to go out and get other people to strengthen whatever you're trying to build, if you got to go outside of yourself, then you got a problem, right? Because those other people may not come in with the same sense of sensibilities that you have. They may not culture, values, whatever, right? Loyalty, dual loyalties, all those other type of things come into play. We have 300 million people in here, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them are unproductive or underutilized. Instead of bringing in more people, which is what Vivek would argue for, particularly people from his country.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, his country is America. He was born here.
Well, I mean, I think the country where his people, where he has a lot of relatives, family members.
Yeah, his mother and father are from India.
Right. There is a pull for them to help India. I don't blame them. But as they move up in society, that pull to help their country, India, becomes just as strong as or stronger than it is to help America. Like they're conflicted.
Lupin is in IT. He said most of the Indian companies that I've worked for, the owners have a direct pipeline to India for H-1B. John, stop. We had catered lunch every day.
Okay, that's one company. I work with a lot.
Hey, Lupin, you probably like Indian food. I do. And being from the Caribbean, having Caribbean roots and all.
And so but the first sentence in Lupin's statement, if you put it back up, most of the Indian companies that he's worked for have a direct pipeline to India for H-1B, right? And so from that standpoint, they got a direct pipeline to people that they probably have a better fit with in the office, that they're going to be able to effectively, deal with them better or lord over them in a way that they can't really deal with Americans.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, that Cisco suit that you bring up every now and again, it was basically a bunch. And you know what? I actually believe the guy. I have known Indians since I was in high school, and the Brahmins or the priestly class. I can believe that the guy who was a Dalit or had some sort of Dalit roots, that he was probably, what he said happened as far as mistreatment or not getting promotions or something like that. I have no doubt it happened. It's just, he couldn't prove it.
It's just like when black people say support black-owned businesses. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's natural, right? You want to help your own. And the Indians, presumably they would want to help their own, support Indian people.
Well, like I said, it's nepotism. It's, how can you say it's not? And, they may not be direct family members, but,
you can have nepotism where
or an old boy network.
You can have nepotism where it, where it's a net neutral, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this sense, where you, on one hand, we're telling everybody, hey, go get a STEM degree. And then on the other end of it, once they got that STEM degree, the Indians have hoarded up all the jobs. And now you can't do anything with the STEM degree. Right. And so I don't know how extreme that is. Maybe I'm painting a more extreme example than it seems. But at least
there are other things you can do with STEM besides, actually working for tech companies.
I was just going to say that.
But I think people that want to do software, like that's what I like to do, right? And even with, I remember,
surprised not a lot of people can do software at a high level.
I remember, I'll tell you a story. One of the last few contracts I worked on was at L'Oreal, right there at Hudson Yard in Manhattan. And it was an Indian company. Indian company had the primary contract. I was working for one of them. And they were doing some shit which they can do with Indians, but they can't necessarily do it with Americans. And they tried to pull some net 45-day shit on me, right? And I said, okay, cool, fucking, it's L'Oreal, it's nice, it's pretty women, I'll go for it, right? So it's like, you get paid after they get paid. Or once they get paid, they'll send you a check. I said, okay, fuck it, whatever, But they didn't have the money. So it's time to pay me, they don't have the money. I don't know what the fuck they did with it. And they probably could have bullied most of those Indians and not paid them, or maybe they just said, fuck, we pay the Indians and don't pay him. But those type of scams, I imagine, are rampant, where these little small H-1B recruiting companies push them around on the pay, and they can't say a damn thing. You know what I mean? They can't say anything. Yeah,
let me make an observation though. H-1Bs can't, yeah, that's true. They can't job hop.
Yeah. They're captured.
I was going to say that, what could potentially happen reminds me of American manufacturers outsourcing. Basically Americans lose jobs or don't get jobs because all this stuff got shipped overseas. What's happening with the H-1B visas is almost the reverse of that, where we're importing the workers to American companies instead of American companies going overseas.
Yeah,
and Trump needs to nip this in the bud.
There was if you outsource things, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, right? I don't know where it's at. The whole generation in my hometown, they used to make starter jackets and microwaves and ladders. There's a whole generation of people grew up in my hometown, never even knew that shit was made, right? Cool, out of sight, out of mind, right? But now you're bringing in the overclass to make the shit here, as you were saying. And they're going to be riding big Mercedes and living in nice houses. And we've seen so many cases where Americans have been marched out of their job after training their replacements. That becomes a very, very, dicey environment, that'd be very interesting.
Yep. Well, that's what I'm saying. My son needs to be up on an Asian standard.
Yeah, somebody said they have to go back to India to renew their visa. They have to go back. I've seen them go back and they'll stay there for a couple months. Oh, you're Lupin right here. What's up, Lupin?
How you doing?
Good, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Pretty good.
Lupin, I'm going to be doing an H-1B stream a little bit later today. It's been a topic of mine for years and years. You feel free to. I had a call-in number available for you to call in.
Sure. Interesting topic. I'm here in the Atlanta area, so I work for quite a few Indian companies, and they got the little local.
Have you worked for WAPO or Tata or HCL or any
No, not one of those. Like I've worked for quite a few of them. You probably wouldn't have even heard of. I've worked for this one company many, many years ago called Air Defense. And the gentleman that owned Air Defense I worked out in Alpharetta, and it's kind of funny. He had Air Defense. We were like on the 4th floor of the same building, and on the 6th floor, he had another IT company. So it was 2 different IT companies that he had been working simultaneously. And they were all H-1Bs, and what they would do, they would have these H-1B folks come in, and they'd have to. It was like a big churn because like every 6 months to a year they'd have to go back, and then also the other thing, these guys can't job hop because they have to stay with that sponsor company. That's another reason why they like them, because they have to stay with that company for the duration of the assignment or whatever of the arrangement. And referring back to the food, it's like everything they had was catered. So we're talking about like all American pizza, everyday barbecue. They didn't cater Indian food because most of those guys don't like Indian food. The owners, they're very American. So I just thought it was funny.
Now, Lupin, whenever I worked with them, and I was mostly in Manhattan and DC, they always brought lunch. Like I very rarely see them, going out to McDonald's or something like that. They always eat the peas, hummus.
Hummus, yeah.
Some
of them do.
Stuff like that. I remember working with someone. There was an Indian restaurant across the street. Maybe they went there. It was here in DC, but most of them, I would say, ate at home. That's what I would say. Ate from home. That was my question. Yes.
Yeah, like I said, these guys, like I'm not going to mention their names, but they're like multi-billionaires. So like I said, a lot of them like they're very European, if you get my drift. They don't have the accent. And
Yeah.
so like I said, the type of food that they eat, they're just, the type of stuff we'd order every day. Like you come in, they'd order pizza. Hey, we're having barbecue today. They would never ever order Indian food now if they went out after that, but they would, but in general, no. They didn't have any
You know,
Indian food that they would
you know
get.
what's crazy about here in DC is I'm thinking about it. Like right there on K Street, there's some very high end Indian restaurants. Like there's some very high end Indian restaurants in DC. But the ones that I think of, the couple that I think of, are pretty high end restaurants. So that's kind of interesting. But I think it's it appeals to a lot of people. Yeah.
It was good. I like it. I just
Yeah.
don't, the couple that I've gone to, you just come out of there smelling like curry, but I mean, it's pretty good.
Hey,
I mean,
Lupin,
it's
I
the
have
only
a
thing.
question for you. How did the barbecue? How did the barbecue work? Indians don't eat pork, do they?
Chicken.
I mean, at least the Muslim Indians don't.
Well,
It
a
was,
lot of
you know
Indians
what they
don't.
were doing? We had, okay, so it was like a mixture. It was an all Indian. Like, say, for instance, you had
I see.
myself and about two other folks that are African American. So to just give you like a backdrop slash visual, most of the company are white. So, like all the H-1B folks, like we're in sales and marketing, they're in the back or on the other side in IT
I see.
software development. So, but like I said, for the most part, I would say like 80% of the company is white, but it's owned by Indians, but staffed by, white people. So it wasn't run like an Indian company because even when I was there, I just found it very strange. Like another company that I worked for, not the one that we're referencing now, where they had like an all white sales team. It was probably like one of the only blacks, and they were very, very. Most of the white guys did not want any of the like the CEOs. At certain times when you're talking to some companies, they have like in the sales process where they'll bring in like a peer. They want to meet the CEO of the company, and those guys would like, I don't want to because they didn't, want them to know it was an Indian-owned company because of the way they talked and just weird to me. I didn't understand it, but
Hey, Stanley, do you remember when Ken Watson was up here and he was talking about how there are companies that want to diversify from the Indians owning so many of their restaurants, and they're basically opening up many opportunities for other people because they want to lessen their dependency on the Indians. Does anyone remember that?
No, I don't remember, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it was a Red Roof Inn or something. I guess so many damn Indians own the Red Roof Inn.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
That's very interesting.
yeah. But here in Atlanta, these guys, 'cause like I said, a lot of times they'll sit behind these companies, and you're there and you don't know, but it's an Indian owner. If you start doing a little research, you're like, oh, there's an office in Mumbai. So you usually find out, but these days it's not as prevalent because, like I said, we're talking about like .com, like we talk about '90s. So it's a lot of these companies that used to pop up all the time.
Yeah, I think it's going to really have an effect on we've ushered a lot of young people into getting STEM degrees, and while doing that at the same time simultaneously, we've been bringing in people to take the STEM jobs. That just doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make a
And
lot of sense.
to me, if I run across like African American kids, I don't know what your thoughts is on this, John. They don't necessarily have to get a STEM degree, too. All they have to do is probably like go and get an SAP cert or something like that. Because I mean, you got SAP consultants making like $4.50 an hour. I mean,
Well,
some of these guys have like English degrees, and a lot of these guys are not
Yeah,
STEM. They just know that particular programming.
Right.
I knew a guy. Well, a brother. My brother had a friend who had a psychology degree and was teaching Cisco stuff.
Yeah,
Well, I was for years I was just a .NET framework developer, and what you spoke about with SAP. I think you said SAP.
Yeah.
You can, if you get lucky, you'll find a niche where you can kind of specialize. And for me, I specialize in marketing software for years. Like personalization.
Okay.
Go to a website.
Yeah.
Hey, you want a hamburger last name? You want another hamburger, French fries, or whatever. So you'll see. That was a market that the Indians couldn't get in because the software was so expensive. That some of the American companies implementing and things like that. But as the software came down, the price of the licensing, you get they got like a subscription model and things like that, and the barriers to entry came down, which means the salaries came down for those particular niche. And I imagine it's happened all over. I had a buddy of mine who was complaining about his wages in software as well, and again, I learned on my own. I never took a software class, and I think again that STEM stuff is really just a hustle.
Yeah,
You can learn this shit
yeah,
on your
for
own.
the most part.
Yeah, you can learn this
That's
shit
what
on your
that's
own.
what I tell them. Like, just go. Like, sometimes I run across people and they'll ask me stuff, and I'm like, just figure out what program you guys are using at your job, like the software applications that you're using, and figure out which one you use. Like a lot of people, like go get like a Salesforce or
Yeah,
Salesforce administrator. I mean, it's like you can't find any company that doesn't use Salesforce.
yeah.
STEM
CRM.
is not just software though. STEM is not just software.
Well, that's what it typically lead people is to software,
Right.
right? It's typically where those are the better paying jobs. That's typically where you want to go. Um, with Salesforce, for instance, you can go register, get your little green space, and just play
Yeah.
around with Salesforce. You can learn it
In the
on your own,
sandbox.
right? Your sandbox,
Exactly.
right? Yeah, yep. You can go get your sandbox on your own. But it just takes some initiative and to do it. And if you learn Salesforce, you'll never be without a job, in my opinion. I don't know how.
Never be without a job. So
Right.
that's like I said, the STEM. I mean, to me, it's like if you're kind of like one of these kids that are just kind of like hardcore. You want to get into the nuts and bolts and stuff, but me, I'm on the other end where I just want to know enough to be dangerous. And then, like I said, I got into it because I actually have a degree in finance. I just happened to land into software sales by accident because I was working at a bank here in Atlanta, first Atlanta. Not sure, John, if you, I don't know how old you are, but do you remember the Tilly machines? Because here in Atlanta, they had, or Stanley, the Tilly. You remember those, Stanley? I'm not sure. Might be a little younger. They used to
What you
have these
call it?
Tilly machines with the little,
Yeah,
they
I
used to, the
remember.
ATM, they used to call it Tilly machines. So I
Yeah,
worked
I
for
remember.
one of the banks like right downtown Atlanta. And then what had happened when you had the Wachovia and all of those guys
Yep.
started coming up in Atlanta and doing these acquisitions, I got laid off and I was kind of like bouncing around. And, I bumped into another guy that I knew from Morehouse and he was like, "Hey, you ever thought about sales?" I was like, "Huh?" I was like, "No." So then he, hooked me into this software company. I was working there, and the first week I was there, we were in this training class. And it was like myself and was another, African American guy. He was the only other person that worked at the company. So we're in the little boot camp. So he flashes up on the screen his check. It was like 100 grand. I was like, thought it was like fake. Just like, see, it's the kind of money you can make. I'm like, "Ah, whatever. I've never even seen that kind of money." I see, he was like, just telling us that this is a commission. A commission. You know, so that's how I kind of like got hooked. So it was like the money
Yeah,
was great.
salesman,
Yeah, yeah.
the money, and I'm a lousy salesman.
You don't, what people equate to sales, trust me, Stanley, it's nothing like, because I have like
You
a
do
lot of friends
pre-sales
who
or
like sales.
post-sales? What was it? Was it pre-sales? Is that what you do? Post? Was it? There's a couple of different stages.
I used to do both now, but what I'm doing now, essentially, I'm in my wind down year, so I'm doing like install base. It's
Mm,
easier.
okay.
But initially, when I, was first doing it, it was kind of like, remember when ERP first came online, when everything started switching from mainframe, and then what did it go to? Client server. And
Mm-hmm.
then ERP, that's kind of like how I got into it because one of the spot that I was talking to, they were like, at the time, they were like a SAP, what do you call it, partner, when SAP was still in Germany and they were starting to come over here. So that's how I got linked. And then I, learned about SAP and Oracle and all those companies, but it was an SAP company. So they
Mm.
essentially sold into the process manufacturing, food and beverage space. So that's another thing, Stanley. That's our food. So I'm still doing that. They sell all of their software applications to food and beverage companies like Coca-Cola's or anything that you could think of that you could put in your mouth, on your body, skin. That's the type of software that they sell process manufacturing. So, and I went to classes and, took courses and, about process manufacturing, discrete. So just a whole bunch of different stuff.
Lupin, when did you leave Morehouse?
89. I'm an old man.
Oh, okay. No. My cousin
No,
graduated from
totally.
Spelman in finance, so I was trying to see if you two crossed paths, but I'm definitely not.
No,
I think he
probably
was like
not. 'Cause
5 in 89.
yeah, I was over there with I told Chad those guys. I was there with like Eddie Glaude and those guys were there. Because
She
Eddie
went
Glaude, a
with
lot of people find. Go
the
ahead.
girl that played Rudy from the Cosby Show. They were in the same year.
You dress as well as Eddie?
I yeah, probably I tried to. I like my Christian Louis Vuitton and stuff like that, but oh man, you're winding down, so it's like you're not out there on the scene anymore. You just kind of like stay at home. But yeah, we like the fashion conscious. You learned that from being over at Morehouse too, by the way.
I'll bet. I'll bet.
You got to be fashion conscious. So it was like things that.
Were you? You didn't know? I had a buddy of mine, actually my best friend in high school, went to Morehouse, and I think he would have graduated before you, though. I think he would have graduated in like '87. But
let me. I probably would. Let me give you like when I was at Morehouse, it was kind of like okay, it was a classic, the have and the have-nots, and it's kind of like you. How do I want to describe this? See, when I went there, I was more or less considered like an outsider, and you had other folks that were there that were considered outsiders. Outsiders meaning that you weren't part of that Morehouse Spelman legacy. Your daddy or your
yeah,
grandfather didn't go there, so on and so forth. So you're like an outsider, so you're treated totally different. Of course, you had
did you pledge a fraternity?
no, and that was another thing. When I was there, all of the fraternities were off the yard, with the exception because Morehouse at the time, it might have changed, was an Alpha school, so all of the other fraternities were kicked off the yard. And of course,
Wow.
you don't want to pledge Alpha, especially over at Morehouse. Let's just say it doesn't nothing. I won't get into it.
Look, we were talking about
Go
the
ahead.
black colleges, the HBCUs the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my contention that I went to HBCU and they fallen from grace, and if I had my way, I would say they probably need to go away, right? Be absorbed into a bigger system, just go out of business altogether. Would you send your son, if you had a son today getting ready to go off in college, would you send him? Would you suggest Morehouse?
Yeah, if they wanted to go, but then the difference would be here's the kicker. Like, I think the only piece that you're missing, a lot of these folks that were sending their kids to Morehouse and Spelman, at least when I was there, they were more or less sending them more for the black experience. Because don't forget, a lot of these guys, they grew up in these like very white environments, and they never had any exposure to I'm talking about no black people whatsoever. So for me, maybe that's not the case.
Let me ask you this question. If you were a rich black person today, would that black experience be worth it seeing your child in Morehouse?
Hell yeah, because I learned a lot over at Morehouse. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. Look, when I was there, it's just like a lot of stuff that's like, the general public. Look, we used to have like these midnight, what they call midnight raids, where people, like Julian Bond, they would come to the campus and they would lock down the campus. And they would like, put you in the auditorium and tell you like the real deal about stuff. See, all those type of things you're not familiar with. When I was there, I also had an opportunity to attend, and I'm pretty sure I don't even think they do it, what's called the Mental Conference, right? They had folks in like Ivor Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop. A lot of these, folks from all over the world, like a whole week, and you went and, bought books, exchange, different type, those type of things. You don't hear about that. But
And that is my point. That's the reason why I asked you the question. The better black kids today, you come from a Bob's background, you're not going to Morehouse today. At the cost of tuition, the lack of quality in buildings and technology, you're not going to be like UGA or Georgia Tech. I just don't think they're getting the best of the black students.
Well,
Definitely
You know, I mean, that's your opinion, John. I mean, I don't say I necessarily disagree with you, but I'm just saying it's kind of like people that go to Morehouse and Spelman, they go for like,
exactly.
different reasons. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Because you look, when I first went to college, okay, I went to the University of New Mexico. Look, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, graduated, been around nothing but black people all of my life. And it was a total culture shock to me because I've never ever been in my life been around that many white people. It can be very intimidating, especially when in classes. It's like no one's really conversating with you. And my major at the time, because the only reason why I went there is because I wanted to study paleoanthropology. So to give you a visual, I'm like the only person like me that's in these classes. So it's that. It's like it's a big intimidation factor, but a lot of people won't tell you, you may have the grades or whatever, and don't get it twisted. These folks cheat. Like I've seen them. Like in these big white schools, they cheat. They're not, a lot of them are not that smart. Trust me, they're not that smart. They cheat and they group up, and you're there by yourself. It's just kind of like they don't associate with you unless it's beneficial to them. Just like with everything else. But you really, really get to learn and see the real world when you go to those big white schools because you see the separation of classes and you just get to see how things work.
Well, I think what
You know?
you also see is that I went to what they call it PWI, grad school,
Yeah, private. Yeah.
and what I can say in looking back and listening to what you said is that they would try to push the teamwork. That was a big thing in grad school at the time. And you are like one of the few black guys there, and maybe it was my hang up or their hang up, or I don't know, but they seemingly did work a little bit better in teams. I will give you that. And sure they'd be cheating. Hell yeah, I remember they had the answers to some of the tests and things like that, and that comes in the foundational element of it. They were in fraternities or whatever, and I think the tests were passed down in fraternity houses and sorority houses.
And they didn't want you on their team some of the time because they think you're stupid.
Well,
Because you're black. So that's the other thing. I mean, they're not going to come out and say it, but it's just the way that they would treat you. Like, especially if you had to break off from the team. Look, you're the only black guy in the class. It's like you'll end up with a team with like maybe it's a bunch of women. You see that you learn these things, and then like I said, coming from the environment that I came from was kind of like all new to me, and then you learn real quick, like about the social pecking orders, or little soft skills, as I mentioned a couple of times that I was never exposed to because I come from a strict like Jamaican family. Nobody went to college, that type of thing. I mean, not here, but it was just very, very, the dynamics was like very, very different. And like my parents couldn't prepare me for that experience, and it was an experience. So,
Hey, John. See, I had kind of the complete opposite experience, but probably for the same reason. Like they would want me to be in their groups a lot of the times because I was black. They'd be like,
yeah.
let me, I want to work with the black guy, for
Are you talking basketball teams?
no, no. No, just like we would get picked off in doing like team projects and stuff, and I didn't go to those types of schools though, but you know, I was at a liberal arts, art school, so it was kind of the complete opposite experience, but it was probably for the same thing though. Like I kind of felt like a lot of times it was because I was black that they wanted to work with me so much, you know.
That's
Yeah.
interesting for me, like as black as I am, a lot of black people would ask me, like, "What are you? Are you mixed with something?" And I'm like, "No, I'm black." Even though my families are a little bit on the like, my mom's side is very biracial, and my dad's family is Indian and black, like from India that came to the West Indies. So I just got
Coolly.
that a lot. Yeah. my dad's family is
Holy.
coolies. Yep, they are 100%. So I would get, "What are you, Alexis?
but
What are you? What
but
are you?"
here, but Cammy, have you ever experienced this now? See, the thing about it is that I'm used to treading in two worlds because, like I said, I was born in Jamaica and I came to this country when I was what, 6, 7 years old.
Okay.
So I'm living in like two different worlds now. If you flip to the Jamaican side, they all love you. That's amazing. It just
I think
everything just changes.
I was always very popular growing up, even though I didn't.
Somebody broke up there. Can we still
Yeah,
talk?
somebody went silent.
Yeah, I think Kimmy, somebody's in her office or something.
No, I'm at home.
Kimmy ain't work today.
Oh,
Moves out.
I don't go back
oh,
to work
that's
until
right. It's
January 3rd.
it's Christmas. It's Christmas week. You know what? Holidays mean nothing to me.
Shoot, I'm home. I don't go back until the second, so I'm just chilling.
I would say I was always like popular growing up. I was a dancer, cheerleader. Like people always kind of sought me out for those reasons, I think.
Hmm.
But I never really got into all of it. I never wanted to go to HBCU. I thought they were just.
Well, I guess you must be breaking up, Kim.
But see,
My
for me, I
screen
didn't know
keeps
anything
locking.
about. I'm sorry, Kim.
My screen keeps locking. But my I grew up in a family that didn't really like black people, so I don't know if I just had like adopted that mindset.
Well, my family didn't like. Well, I should say they didn't like black people, but let's just say, no offense to anyone on the panel, they weren't very, didn't speak very highly of African Americans. But then again, like I said, when I came here, African Americans, they did embrace us. They used to call us like monkeys and blah blah blah, and go back on the banana boat. And I went home crying one day,
Oh
and
no.
my mother said, when you go back to school, tell them their ancestors came here on a banana boat. You came here on BOAC. It's just stuff like that. Your ancestors didn't come here on no
Like they
banana
would
boat.
know what BOAC is.
Right. They're like, yeah, they would know. Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you should get teased. I said, because we used to have the same classroom with like, because they used to put us and the Haitian kids and all, they used to be like, oh, y'all, they would tease us, I mean, horrendously. So it's just kind of like, I mean, you come here African American, but now it's like totally different. Like, I mean, when I was growing up in New York, everybody wearing dreadlocks now. I mean, because I mean, first time we came here, I mean, nobody was wearing no dreadlocks and all. They used to look at you like you're nasty. But now it's kind of like it's cool. So it's just different.
It's funny you said they try to put you, or they did put you in the same class with Haitian students because, like, I was born here, raised here, so was my sister, and all like the cousins and aunties and uncles in the same age group. And we would speak patois because we heard patois at home, but we could speak clear American
Exactly.
English, as my mom would call it, American English, if we wanted to. But we would just switch back
Yeah,
and forth.
yeah. Yeah,
So
yeah,
at
exactly.
school, because all of my cousins and all my relatives, we went to the same school. So when we see each other, we'll just speak in patois. And one of the teachers was like, "I think
Yeah,
they might need like English as a second language." And my mom was like, "No."
yeah, yeah. Because they'd be like,
And my
what's
mom was
that
like, "No, they
language?
don't."
Exactly. Because it's the
My mom
same
was like,
thing.
"They
Because
do
like I
not."
said,
And then
so
she
like I
said, "Well,
said,
at
it's
home," she was like, "You know what? Just speak patois in the house, so they think that you don't know proper English."
exactly.
So we'll go
Right.
to school
Yeah,
speaking proper
exactly.
English, and they were like, "Oh, they do speak English."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the King's English. Because like I said, I mean,
No, American English. My mom thinks the Queen's English. It's different.
we used to
My
call it
mom
the
was like, my
King's
mom says she speaks the Queen's English and I speak American English.
Yeah, because like I said, because even sometimes when I a lot of times when I listen to some of these forums and guys talk about immigrants and this and that and the other, I like I said, these guys have no understanding like a lot of these people that are illegal in this country understand the immigration system better than you guys, and
Well,
that's why I
technically,
say
I
all the
think we
stuff
should
about
qualify as bilingual people because no one understands
yeah,
patois if you don't,
right, exactly.
but they don't consider us bilingual.
No,
That's not
no,
right.
no. No, because like I said, I have some cousins that they would be talking if you brought them up here. No one would understand what they're saying. So when I was talking about the immigration thing, it's like a lot of these people that are here in this country legally, they understand the immigration system a lot more than you guys do because they know how to navigate. So they used to like make me laugh when they talk about, oh, these illegal immigrants are voting. No, they're not. They know that they get kicked out of the country. You kidding me? They're not going to vote. People that are here illegally try to hide and just blend into the scenery and not be seen or do nothing. Of course, you have a few idiots, but you think any illegal immigrant's going to go up there and vote? Where? Are you kidding me? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, interesting.
Not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's a lie. It's not going to happen. Them folks is not.
Mhm.
They's not. They'd be American citizens that be doing that.
But
Nah.
socially, I fit in. But I don't know why black people always question, "What am I? Like, what do you mix with?
Because of the
What do
way
you?"
you talk. Because of the way you talk. I've never seen you, but I'm saying from the way you talk. Because in Jamaica, the way you sound, they would say you speaky spokey. That's what they would say.
That is
They used to
true.
call it speaky spokey,
And I
like
come
you
from a
sound like a
very
white
speaky,
girl.
spooky family. This is true.
The speaker call it speaky spokey.
I
So
hear it a
that's
lot.
the
You're
only
actually
reason.
right.
Yeah. But I'm saying if I met you and I was out and about and I probably met you talking to you, I would automatically know that you're not a Yankee. You know what I mean? You just have a
Oh,
totally different. Yeah, you know. Because like I said, yeah, you're not a Yank. We call them Yankee. We used to call them Yankees. So it's like you carry
this
yourself different, you talk different, you move different.
that
It's
is
just,
true.
you just don't have that. What do they call it again? The ghetto swag.
No, I don't.
Usually, you're right. So that's one of the dead giveaways. You just don't have that ghetto swag.
Listen,
Sorry,
it
guys. I
was fun
apologize.
talking to you. I'm listening. I'm
Yeah,
in the back to
likewise.
clean up a little bit, so but I'm
Yeah.
listening to y'all.
I mean to come over here and take over the show. Let me put myself on mute. Sorry, guys.
Hey, Bobby Perkins, not yet, man. Not yet. Not yet. Got some. No, you know what's
You
crazy,
know how to
Kim?
rap,
Until you
HB?
do, I know how to rap.
Yeah.
Man, I can. Man, listen, I can do all of that.
Okay. I
I'll
think
do
I can
all of the
too.
things, all of the things. But you know, I didn't even know you were. I didn't even know until you said it. Like you were from one of those islands. I forgot what island you said, but when you said it, I was like, damn, I didn't even realize Kimmy was.
Well, I'm from the island of Brooklyn,
Ye-
but
Yad
my
gala,
parents are
man.
Jamaican.
Yad gala. Yad gala.
My parents are Jamaican, and I only
Yeah,
say the
yeah,
island
yeah.
of Brooklyn because technically
Jamaica,
Brooklyn is on an island, also.
Yeah, it is.
Jamaica, Jamaica. Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't
I
even
still live on
realize
an island, HB. Nothing's changed.
that.
Most people
Yeah.
won't know because, like I said, as long as you have to me, if you stay in your Yankee frame, like nobody will ever know. Because, like I said, I go through. That's how I went through life. You kind of like living two different worlds.
But people
So I
say I
feel
have
like
an
no one ever
accent.
know.
I don't hear it, but
I
people
mean,
say I have an
I can tell.
accent.
I can tell you have like a Jamaican Brooklyn type accent.
I do, don't I?
Yeah,
Okay.
you do. I
Yeah.
just thought it was just a New York thing. You know, you guys all
No, because
sound.
everybody.
You guys kind of all sound like a mixture of a bunch of different accents all in
I'm
one.
glad you said that. All of us don't sound like we're in the mafia because, like I said, it depends on what section or where you come from in New York because
Yeah,
everybody
nah,
sounds different.
And
yeah,
honestly,
nah,
most of the
nah,
white
nah.
people out here, like the white people from New York City, they sound more
Yeah,
mafia than anybody.
yeah.
Hmm.
It's like nobody talk like that
Especially on
in my
Staten Island.
household.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I
They
hear that
sound
more
just like
from.
Tony Soprano.
I hear that more from
Exactly.
people from Jersey. The
Yes,
Jersey people,
that's accurate.
Yeah.
they
That's
have
Filthy
that
very
place.
mafia
accurate.
sound. Like,
Does it
damn,
still
man, you.
smell when you go across the bridge? It's been so long since I've been up there. Like when you go like to Bayonne and all that. Oh, it's a smell when you come across the bridge.
Oh no, they fixed that.
Okay.
They fixed all of that. Years now hasn't been like that. It was
Yeah, well,
because of
I've been
Staten
here.
Island dump, but they fixed it.
Yeah, well, me, I've been down here since '84. So I used to go back and forth because I still have some family up there, but everybody moved out there, mostly in Florida or here.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah, same. Like I have
yeah.
no family in the Caribbean anymore. Everyone's in the UK or on the West Coast in Vegas.
Yeah, my mother lives in the UK, in
Yeah.
Leeds. So I
So I
forgot
don't
over
really
there. And
have.
Canada. Some in Canada too, I forgot.
Yes, I have a lot of family in Toronto also, but I don't really have family in the Caribbean and barely any left in New York.
Hey, I saw a video. I saw a video of two guys. They were like, it was like it looked like an old time, like a sword battle in the UK. Like they had these giant machetes, and it was like they were fencing or something. It was the craziest thing.
Yeah, them boys over there, they love them nice and the machetes, man. That's old school. The big
Yeah,
machete there, that's old school, man.
It
Because
is.
we used to call it cutlass. Actually,
Cutlass.
cutlass in Jamaica,
They
yeah.
still call it a cutlass.
Cutlass. We call
They
it,
used
but
to
you
beat
guys
people
call it
with them.
machete. We call it cutlass.
They used to beat people with them, like people who were supposed to be
Yeah, the back
cops
of it. Are you kidding
or
me?
like
Yeah,
in fights, like in street brawls, they'll fight. They will beat
yeah,
you with a cutlass.
yeah. The flat part.
Let me see
They
if I
won't
can
And we
chop you
used
find
to
with it, but
get,
they'll slap you with it.
we used to get beaten with. So you remember the? I don't know what they call them. That strap on the barber chair where they used to like sharpen the straight razor. We
I
used to
didn't
get
get
beaten with
beatings,
those.
Lupin. I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
get
a
beatings.
isn't it called
I
a
did.
strop?
Huh?
I got hit
I
one
think it's
time,
called
and
a
my dad didn't even
strop.
want to do it.
STROP.
I got
I
caught
don't
cutting
know.
school, and then my mom was like, "You need to hit her," and he was like, "Why I got to do it? You should hit her." And they were going back and forth over who should hit me. And then my dad like gave me like one slap on my leg, and I fell out. I fell out like I was about to die. And then
Nah,
that was the only
man.
time I ever got hit.
We used to get beaten with bold. Well, I can't say bold DI. We used to get beaten like. I mean, we had creative beatings. Man. My parents used to have this thing. You know the sash cord. You know what a sash cord is? You know the little tubing thing that goes around like the mesh that goes in windows. They would tear those out and knock them up and have like a strap, and they used to beat you with that.
Oh my god.
So,
My
so
parents didn't really believe in discipline that way. They would just talk to you.
what?
I don't get
No,
hit.
man. We couldn't talk back and all of that. See, all that when I first came here, I used to see these kids talking back to the teacher and all of that. It was surprising to me because when I was in Jamaica, they make you go out and the principal would beat you with like a cane because you couldn't talk in class and misbehave and all. Come up here, man. Yeah, that's it right there. That's the one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we
called
used to get whippings with those.
a razor strop.
Yeah, you used to get some whales, whales
Oh,
on your
that
leg.
thing?
Yeah, we used to get whippings with that. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we used to get, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We used to get whippers with that, and then they cover you up before you go to school, man. You couldn't like wear shorts or nothing because your legs be wailed up.
You don't even really see those at barbershops anymore. But
Because none of these new school dudes, they don't cut hair like that anymore.
yeah, nah.
Everybody be putting the chalk line on. It's like, dude, why you putting that chalk stuff on my head, man? Because they can't cut it straight. I was like, they should be able to know what it was. And so chalk stuff. I came with my wife was like, what's that white thing? I'm like, what are you talking about? The little right in your edges. And I said, we looked in the mirror. It's like, man, this guy put like a white thing around my
I
to
never
cut
got
my hair.
beat like regular, but only that one time got caught cutting school, and I never did again. And I'm glad I stopped because the girl I used to cut school with, she got pregnant. So I'm glad my parents intervened. But
But then after a while, to be honest with you, I stopped getting beaten because that's when I was smaller. Then, man, I remember one time my grandmother got mad at me. She was trying to beat me. So by now, you figure I'm probably about 5'8", 170, and my grandmother's about every bit about 4'11". And my grandfather was looking at it, and he said something like, "Bernice, you know see how big this kid is, man. What you trying to waste your energy? You can't hurt him. So stop hitting him. It's not your field."
right,
So
like
they
what are you
stopped beating
doing?
me. I never got a beating after that. So yeah.
I got hit one time, and I never got hit again. I learned my lesson. I feel like I almost died that day. But anyway, and they hit me one time on my leg, and it was barely a tap, and I fell out. But you should explain to people what a coolie is, 'cause I don't think people know, and you use that term. They
Indian.
might not understand.
It's called Indian. One of them guys here
Yeah.
call it Indian. Because like I said, I have some, like I was saying before, I have some cousins that are well, half Chinese, some cool Syrian.
Hmm.
Like to me, like when I'm thinking is more like because they have that Syrian mixture,
They have
and
a
they got
lot of
the half
Syrian
like the
Jamaicans.
straight hair. Yeah,
Hmm.
Hey, John, are you
yeah.
still there? John, you still there? What? Hold on, let me see if John is still there.
Is Stanley still there?
No, I
Yeah,
know
I'm still
Stanley's
here.
still there.
And that's
Oh,
still
okay.
there.
Because I wanted John
Yeah,
to see
what's this mature content you put in the back?
Maybe Stanley could play it.
You could play it. There's no nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets hurt. But this is
Hallelujah.
yeah, nobody gets hurt. But if you see this how they get down in the UK though, Stanley. If you if you play it real quick.
Is it
Nobody gets
drill?
hurt though.
Is it drill?
It's what we were talking about earlier with
Okay.
the
machetes.
yeah, the machetes. Yeah,
Cutlass.
nobody
Knock on
gets hurt.
wood. Knock on wood.
Nobody. Yeah,
Go
nobody
play
gets
some
hurt
lotto
though.
numbers.
Nobody gets hurt though.
Go play a number looping. My friend won $7,000 the other day in the
Oh,
lottery.
for real? Yeah, I'm
It
gonna
was
go do
like,
it. I'm gonna do it later on when I go get a haircut.
all right, good.
Look at this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have seen this.
It's like a sword fight.
Yeah. Yo, they literally have swords and shields over there, man. Swords and shields.
You can't really have guns in the UK, so
And
they
they're-
do
those
Yeah,
really
people,
that's true.
badly.
those people are swashbucklers.
Yeah, they can. They can.
Yo, Stanley is funny.
Good for
Yeah,
stabbing up
I
people.
haven't
That's what I
used
heard.
that word in like 20
Not a
years.
swashbuckler. That's so funny.
They used to do that all the time in New York. Though. Remember they used to? Well, nah. Well, I keep out. You're so much younger, but with the switchblade and the gallon with the what do you call it? The straight razor. They used to like box cut everybody. Used to have a box cutter. Because I
Oh
remember one time
yeah,
everybody in New York used to always have these cut up and all of that because that's what they used to love to do. Especially pretty girl, boy. They want to be in some place like New York, man. Them girls will scar up your face. They love that light skin. Oh my goodness.
That's
They're definitely
wild.
gonna cut your face. Yeah, man.
What?
Pretty girl. Cut up your yeah, they gonna cut up your face, especially them the gal from the island. They love what?
They probably stopped that at some point because I don't remember that.
Nah, well, I'm 63, so we're talking about probably like in the 70s, early 80s, yeah, like then. Because even remember one time I used to have a girlfriend from where she was from, Panama. And she said we would take baths in like what is it? Lemon and water or lime and water. So I was like, why you do that? Because the funny thing I didn't understand. And then it's like a whole part of her body and her face was light skin and under her neck was black. And I was like, what the?
Oh,
That's
she
what
was
they used to
bleaching with
use
the
for
lime?
bleach. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because they couldn't afford, that back in them day, they couldn't afford to buy bleaching cream. So that's how they used to bleach. Get up
Wow.
from, take a bath and
they would
hmm?
take a bath in lime water to lighten their skin.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, if you use
Yeah.
like the
Because it works for hair.
acid and all that. Yeah, yeah,
Like when I
it
want
would
to
bleach
lighten my
out your
hair,
skin.
I would just spray it with lime water all the time. It would just get lighter.
But you could tell it wasn't a natural color because under their neck would be like black,
And the
and
knuckles. You
then
just
the
talk about
other
the
part be
knuckles too.
light, and the knuckles, yeah, yeah.
The knuckles
You
are
can
black.
tell it ain't their natural color because it'd be like like I said, either under their neck or the back of their neck. It looks like it's dark, dark.
That's crazy.
Damn, yeah, I didn't know it was. Man, I didn't know that was such a prevalent thing. They had it down to a science back then.
Oh man, please. That's why sometimes I be listening and I don't say anything because, like I said. Colorism is everywhere, man. Colorism is all over the Caribbean.
Yeah,
Colorism is
yeah, yeah,
in
yeah, for
the
sure.
Hispanic world where they like to sit up and talk about, oh, we don't have. Yes, you do.
Well, I'm
Yes, you
proud
do.
to be
Because
me.
what?
I'm
Because
proud to
like I
be
said,
me. And I don't give a fuck
exactly. Me too.
how anyone else feels about
You
it.
look at
I'm
if you look
good.
at like most of the people that control the resources in like Brazil and what color are they? You ever see anybody look like John, me, or you? Well, you can't see me, but or Stanley or John or HB. You never see anybody like that in control of nothing. See what I'm saying? But they'll sit up there and talk about, oh, we don't look at color. Yes, you do.
But I agree with you. So my mom's family is racist, and they don't like black people. And like they didn't
Nah,
want, like when my mom was growing up, she couldn't bring dark people in her house.
of course.
She had a
It's
friend
just
named
like
Pat.
that.
She said she had to play with Pat outside because Pat was too dark to come in her home.
Yeah, just like I said, people live in when you live in New York, you get, like here in the South, you only deal with the racism from black and white. But in a place like New York, you have different ethnic groups. You have Greeks, they don't like you. Jews don't like you. Puerto Ricans, they don't like you. Venezuelans, they don't like you. White people, they don't like you. Then you break it down to like the different groups of black people. Oh, you from that island? They don't like you. So it's a totally different thing. Because trust me, even in the Caribbean, Bayesian, they don't like Jamaican. It's that too. So it's just
I
kind of
guess I'm
like that's
different.
what I'll be saying.
I've never had a problem being liked anywhere I went. I'm good everywhere.
Well, I
You're a
think a lot of
female
times,
too.
yeah. I think that if you're a pretty girl, the color stuff doesn't really
Exactly.
apply. But
Yeah,
when it's
and you're a
the
female.
guy, the
You're a
guys,
female.
it's a little bit different.
Right.
Okay.
Because I used to say, like, if you had any Puerto Rican friends that are the ones that just so happen to grow up where you grow up, yeah, it's cool because they always know they like to hang around with us because they like black women and they know black women like them because they got the curly hair and the
Yeah.
skin, but they don't want you to know near none of their women. You try to talk to their sister or go in their neighborhood, oh my, they're not happening. But they want to
No.
be over there on the black side
But the
all
Puerto
day.
Rican boys, they love the black girls.
Of
They do.
course, because they know y'all love them.
Yes,
That's
that's
what I'm
true. I
saying.
used to
It's
have
no big
a
deal.
crush on Puerto Rican boys hard when I
Yeah,
was young.
because they got the dark Puerto Ricans, but most of the dark ones y'all don't like is the little light ones with the little straight hair, which is cool.
It's funny. My husband, his family's Jamaican, but he was also born here like me. But everyone thinks he's Puerto Rican. It's funny you say that.
Mhm. Yeah, because when I told you I have a cousin that looks like she's Puerto Rican, but she's half Chinese, but she looks like she's Puerto Rican.
My husband looks Puerto Rican too, but he's not.
Yeah, so I love you guys' show, man. I'm going to continue to always watch and support, man. It's one of the best ones because, like I said, that's the first time to know how good you guys are. I've always been listening to Clouds. I never come down until now. I will never talk to anybody
Well, give it
or
up to
even interact
Stanley,
in the
John,
chat. Yes,
HB.
Stanley, that's the man. HB, you got all you guys. Portia, enough
Yes.
respect, man. It's just I listen and I learn a lot. Yeah, man. Just
Yeah.
great forum, man. I love it. It's just I listen
Same
to it
here.
24/7.
Yeah.
No, I do. I do. I got my headset in. I fall asleep. I'm not joking. I fall asleep. I be listening to the stuff.
That is
Sometimes it's
huge.
like when Stanley was it, I was like, oh my God, what happened to Stanley? I was like, what, did he kick him off or something? Because I didn't know where he was. And then it's
Yeah,
like, what's up with that?
Stanley's kind of the superstar over here, man.
Yeah.
Stanley.
But I enjoy the show as well, and I like being a guest. I like being, I like to visit. I like to visit the show. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's intelligent, man, because it's like a lot of different perspectives, and I've learned things, and been given different perspectives. Sometimes you have a perspective, and wow, I didn't think about it like that. That type of thing. That's what I like. I can't deal with the
Yeah.
constant on the other forums. It's like you big headed. What is this? Grown people like throwing insults. Like, what? Come on.
Yeah, that shit is weird to me too. I don't like that. I don't even go to other
And you
stream.
guys are.
I'm not a streaming person. If it's not like a big name like the Benny Show or something like that, I don't really watch it. But this I would say yes. But I'm not really into the streaming world. But I do like John Galt's channel, and I do like some of the major ones that do the reporting that I like.
It's for me. It's
John
too much.
John Goss channel reminds me of like the old school Coliseum with back in the day when BGS and all of those guys. That's what it reminds me of. Because they used to run theirs like 8, 12, way before StreamYard. They'd just be on there and all of these like different perspectives. Like I said, all of these guys from Kevin Samuels, I know all of them. Angry Man, Reggie, all of these guys. I know all of them. Well, not know them, but have been on forums with them. So like I said, every time I hear like one of these new content creators and I listen to him, I was like, oh, he's been hanging over there because you could just tell. You take bits and pieces of stuff and put it together.
Yeah.
Now you kind of reminded me about the whole colorism thing. I was watching this documentary about Haiti and the DR,
Mm-hmm.
and apparently like a lot of that separation between the two people, it was pretty much kind of forced. And they had
Yeah.
in the DR they had a kind of like I don't know if he was a president. I can't remember his name, and this was back in like the 50s, 60s. And this dude was
President.
president, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he was like part Haitian, but he would hide his part Haitian heritage. And this guy would
Hmm.
literally put white like paint on his face to look more
Yep.
white. And they were saying too how like even the Haitians they were pretty much kind of given voodoo by the Catholics to worship. Like
Um,
the whole island was kind of it was kind of like orchestrated. Like they were given Catholicism and voodoo both of like they both had to like worship it. You know, it was like made it was kind of pushed. So like both of them kind of had these differences, and most of it was kind of based on the color line.
yeah, well, probably Catholicism because voodoo is like what Europeans and probably people when they started growing up in Africa, that's what they would call like the various things that we as the native people used to worship, which is kind of funny because, like I said, it's all this voodoo stuff. That's what we said. We didn't know anything about any Catholicism. That's when
But the
the
Italians are
Europeans
very
came and started conquering and converted you to Catholicism and converted you to Islam and all. But prior to that, that's our native. You know what I mean?
but
So
the Italians are very witchy, and so are a lot of Europeans, especially Eastern
Yeah,
Europeans, they're very into demonology, and they know how
yeah,
to practice that stuff very well.
yeah,
And
yeah.
some
yeah.
Asians too, especially the Chinese.
Yeah, so usually when I hear voodoo, I'll be like, it's African religion. They don't know nothing about it. So you have to kind of
I don't
like do
even
some more reading and studying. No, not you, but I'm
I don't
saying in general.
What
yeah
I
no
was
no
taught
I don't
about
even think they practice voodoo in Africa though.
oh I don't know.
Yeah, I've never heard
It
anybody.
depends, but I know. Like I'm not gonna say because I actually don't know, but I know it may be called something different because okay, in Jamaica they call it obeah, all right? In other islands, it's voodoo. You know it as voodoo, but they call it something different. What you may call it, they call it Santa Maria, voodoo. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So when they
yeah,
go to
yeah,
different
yeah.
places, it takes on a different, cultural aspect. So
It's called
that's the other
Santeria.
thing.
They call it
Santeria.
Santeria. In
Yeah.
Haiti, it's called voodoo. I think in the South they
Right.
call it hoodoo. And
Right.
in
Hoodoo.
Africa, I think it's
Yeah.
called Yoruba, something like that.
Right. And then like in New Orleans, what do you think they're doing in New Orleans? That's voodoo, but they call it what do they call it down in New Orleans? So that's what I'm saying. It
Root
just
work
takes
or
on like
some
a
shit.
totally
I don't know.
different it just takes on a different but usually like I said, that's what
But
Europeans tend to call it.
what I was taught, like I don't know voodoo spells, but what I was taught, like in the history of voodoo, like voodoo
Mhm.
was really just about like saying prayers under certain conditions, like under a full moon or a new moon, for example, because they
Drugs,
wanted to like
man.
because they wanted to grow the crops or bring rain and things like
Yeah,
that.
there was a lot of drugs too because they found like a lot of medicinal things out of like various plants and
Yeah.
them little
So
spells that they was talking about in those spells.
I'm
There's just
glad you
people getting
mentioned that because they were
high.
saying that like right. That's what
HB,
someone
did you
told
know
me.
that a lot of people was getting rid of those spells? They
Someone
found
told me
like
a lot of it wasn't voodoo. It was just how they knew how to use the
yeah,
herbs.
yeah, to make him high.
So even like
It's just
zombies,
like,
for example, there's no real thing in zombies. They just knew how to use
no,
the herbs to
right,
like
right.
put people in certain conditions. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, certain drugs that like I forgot what they call it. It's like actually a drug that they use that can put you asleep and you make your
Hmm.
heart stop everything, and it's like you're in
I
eternal
heard the
sleep, but you're
same
not
thing.
dead. Same thing.
And that's why I think I know people argue with me about this a lot, but that's why I think Haiti should be one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Unfortunately, it's not.
No, they keep it that way. That's why they got to divide it up. But there's a reason for that. It's just it'll take too long because it's just like I said, I'm like
But
Stanley. I'm like
their
a
knowledge
history buff,
about
and
their knowledge
I
about
I, I and when I look at history, I look at history from like I said. I'm a big paleoanthropology buff, and that's what I've always wanted to study. So usually, it's like even when you go down to the color thing, I'm just like, why do black people always walk around talking about black people got white in them? All of these people that's walking around, they got black in them because that's where it all started from. It wasn't any If it was that Homo erectus coming out of Africa, none of these other people would be around. So what are you talking about? That's
So
how I
my
look at it when I
favorite,
hear the colorism thing.
my
So
favorite are I've got a bunch of uh, Indian friends, and they just love to talk about how they're related to Northern Europeans through the Caucasus Mountains. They love to talk about that shit, and I mock the hell out of them.
yeah, they don't know.
Oh, we
They-
have Caucasian roots. You know, we in the Northern Europeans are the original Caucasians. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they're bugging. They're bugging.
Yeah, because that's another thing. When I used to like read the books, and like I said, when I was up top at UNM, I used to read the books and do all the research because I'm very good at research and love to read cross reference everything.
You
It's
know
just
the,
kind of like
you
when
know what?
the
You're not the original Caucasians because you don't eat beef.
Yeah, that kind of makes.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
you're not a beef eater.
yeah.
yeah, they're not the original Homo sapiens sapiens anyway. Because like I said, it's just the way that they have it structured is kind of like when you read the books and the history and they look at it, it's just like they will tell you like we started in Africa, or they'll give you that credit, but but when we branched out to Europe, then we became smarter and our brains got bigger. And that's when I start to see all the little stuff because they try so darn hard to find these ancient artifacts somewhere in Europe that would predate the ones in Africa, but it'll
You
never happen.
you do realize that the Neanderthals disappeared for a reason. They weren't that bright.
Right. And also, have you ever heard, like most people, I'll throw this out there. You can look it up too, because like a lot of people don't even realize that. Have you ever heard of the Grimaldi man?
No.
That was another species of Homo sapien, not Homo erect, Homo sapien, that left Africa and went into Europe. And also, I think there was some studies, I'm not sure because I have to go back and look it up, that they actually, well, the Homo erectus was when they went into Europe. That's who gave birth to Neanderthal man because they had to live in the cold climate in the caves, and they went through that whole genesis. And then that other wave, which was like actually a Homo sapien, Grimaldi man went in and intermingled with them too. But you'll see it. You have to go look for it though. But they know. That's why I said ain't nobody. I mean, everybody that's walking on the face of the earth got black blood running through their veins. White people only been on the face of the earth like what, 100,000 years, 200,000, I think, if I remember correctly. What was that the
Yeah,
Rissmendel or the Warmian Glacier? Either one of those glacier periods, you can just go look all of this up. Because, like I said, when I used to study, you just can't this type of stuff. You have to know a little bit about everything. So,
right.
Knowledge is power.
indeed.
Well, they'll just school it out of you.
Yeah, they will do that.
Yes.
They will do that. They'll say, well, no, that's not the perspective that you should have. That's you have to think about it like from like I said, when you do one of those type of studies, if you're not writing from the perspective of the Smithsonian Institute, which is the big money and to go on the digs, if you're writing from that perspective, you're done. Go up in there and
That's
talk
what.
about anything Afrocentric.
Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of getting from this documentary I was watching about the Haiti and Dominican Republic. Like the whole voodoo practice was kind of pushed by the Catholics. It wasn't even their religion. Like it wasn't even those people's religion. It was like orchestrated to a certain extent. You know how like in America how they tried to push Kwanzaa on us in America.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's kind of the same thing with voodoo. It was like pushed on those people to separate them from the Dominicans, or from the Dominican Republic.
Which is
Like
all
it's
one
like
island. That's what trips me out. It's like the same island, with just on
Same
the
island. Same
yeah, it's the
island.
same
on the
island. It's
half.
the same island, but it's like
Yeah, but
they give them two different religions, two different languages, and they separate them by color, and it's all kind of taught. It's not like it's kind of like it was all kind of orchestrated. That's what
But
I
they
was
have
getting from
voodoo in
this.
DR too.
Yeah, they
yeah.
do. They do. They
Big
do.
time.
Which doctor?
Yeah, but I think in
Oh, be a
DR,
man.
like the main religion in DR is like Catholicism now.
Catholicism.
Yeah, but they
Correct.
still practice voodoo behind that. Don't
Yeah,
sleep.
no. They're well. It's because they're the same people at the core of
Right,
it.
right.
But the only
That
difference
part.
is the color. The only difference really is the color,
Not
and
even.
Also,
and resources too. But but that's for I
through
think a
like a
lot
lot
of
of those like
They're all the same. Like the colors are honestly not even that different. I think they're exaggerating
nah
that to make
nah.
Haiti look a certain way. But trust me when I say there are Haitians that you would think are Dominican. There's Haitians who are
exactly.
Arabic. There's Haitians who are
Mm-hmm.
white.
Kimmy, you know
Yep.
what I saw too in this
Blonde hair, blue eyed Haitians. Don't sleep.
Yep.
Don't
Yeah.
sleep like people, HB.
Wait, Kimmy. What's crazy too is what they were saying too is that a lot of people, like a lot of families, were actually separated too. Like the lighter ones would go to the DR, and the darker ones would have to go to the Haiti side. But they would be
Yeah.
full blood related.
Right, exactly.
It's like I don't know. This color thing. There's
It's
something
deep,
way
man.
yeah. It's way
Hmm.
more to it.
It's
There's way
deep.
more to it. Yeah, it's
Because
way
did you
more
know,
to
like in Brazil and a lot of those countries too, they still like inject white population because they wanted to lighten up. Even DR, I mean, Haiti and all them places. This is some white people there specifically to breed out the black. All of those places that I mean, if you look, read all through the annals of history, that's what they did. It's like very strategic. But it's kind of, that's why I said it's just a lot of people just don't read and they don't know the history and they just kind of like repeat talking points, but they really don't know what's going on. This colorism thing is deep, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And
Passing
what a
for
lot of people
white. I
don't
mean,
know,
and go ahead. I'm sorry, Ken.
what a lot of people don't know about Haiti is that at one point in history, a lot of the Afghans left Afghanistan and moved to Haiti
Oh, I
and
didn't know that.
lived there for generations. So you
Really,
have
I
a
didn't
lot
know
of
that.
Haitians who are like Arabic.
Oh, I'm gonna look that up. Thank you. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
there's a lot of like
No,
Arabic
I didn't know
Haitians.
that.
There's a lot of
Hmm.
white Haitians. There's a lot of biracial. I mean, but I think what the media wants to focus on is like the blackest and the poorest. When
Yeah,
that's
well, they
not
don't even
really.
focus on that. Because,
Yeah,
like I said, if you look at most of these places, you never think there are any darker skinned people there. Because, like I said, on the commercials, who you always see, the lighter one. That's what I'm saying. That's who always control everything. So the resources and everything. So that's just how it is. Like I said, same thing in Jamaica. Because, like, I mean, when I was growing up, it was just kind of like all these dark skinned people on the side. I mean, Bustamante, Michael Manley, all of those guys. You look them up and it's like, what? They don't even look like nothing. None of the people that are on that island. They're all like half, white or half Syrian or something. They don't look like the indigenous people. Okay, yeah, well, that one I did know. Griffin.
we didn't have a lot of slaves.
Griffin, I mean, it's still, yeah.
You know how America had a lot of slaves. We didn't have slaves like that in Jamaica. Like there wasn't a large slave history, like population, and most of the slaves
Where?
that came from Jamaica into Jamaica came from the U.S. and South America, North America and South America, and to the Caribbean.
Yeah. And Jamaica is very close to the continent.
And it's not
Plus,
like
at the time,
it's an indigenous island. It wasn't a black island, and then black people came
yeah,
through the slave trade, but it's still not a
yeah,
majority of
later,
the
because it was
island.
the Arawaks. Arawak Indians was the first
It's
inhabitants of
Arabs, the
Jamaica.
Caribs,
Yeah.
the Tainos,
Before that,
and
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right. Yeah, you're right. And then after that, the slaves. But I mean, at the time anyway, when Britain was treading all over the world, that's when I used to always tell my grandparents like,
and we
and
have a
I
lot
still
of
don't do it
Haitians
to
in
this day.
Jamaica too that work there. They come there to get
Yeah,
jobs.
yeah, Chinese when they abolished slavery to a lot of the Chinese and Indians, they imported them.
I know that's how my half my Indian family got there. They came as indentured servants.
Yeah, sugarcane field. Where we was they abolished slavery in
So
Jamaica. So a lot of those guys
when
started
people were
coming
arguing
there.
about if Kamala's black or not, I'm like, well, that's up for debate because Just because you're from Jamaica doesn't mean you're black.
Look, because them people here, man, that's what I'm saying. The only people that they recognize as black are people of African descent that are born in this country. And I would say, yes, she's black, but the perspective that I'm coming from, the way that she was raised. You know what I'm saying? The way that she was raised, and, that she's black. But I mean, people
Oh,
always like
by
to
the way,
inject that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
speaking of who's black and who's not, well, neither HB, I, or John are black.
Wait,
What are you all?
what are you talking about?
Okay.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
you didn't hear what CT said? Oh, he's,
Oh, man.
Wait, what did he
basically,
say?
well, he said that
Chaotic truth.
that legacy Black Americans, we're mulattoes because we have European heritage. The
I have
average,
European heritage. What is he trying to
yeah.
say?
So you're not black. He thinks basically people like him, with African heritage who don't have any European ancestry or very little of it, I guess. They're the true black in America.
Yeah, that's only because he's dealing with like the phenotype and not the genotype. Trust me, when you get down
Yeah.
to the genotype,
Right.
everybody's stuff. Man has been mixing since the beginning of time. There's no such
Well,
thing as a pure
he
race.
and he and
You're right,
he and
Lucas.
he and Be Brave were on that panel. Uh,
Two idiots.
they,
I know what
they
you're talking about.
yeah, basically, in all white and in all black, getting along, cutting black culture or what they
Right.
call culture.
Yeah, listen to it.
I think that's why the whole FBA movement started, because you got white people that think they're superior, you got Africans that think they're superior, and they kind of come together to say they're more superior than the blacks that have been here for hundreds of years, pretty much.
Yeah. The other thing is no slave heritage.
Yeah.
That's the textbook definition of racism, though. When you think your race
Yeah,
is more
these
superior
guys.
than
Yeah,
others.
yeah.
These guys.
That's why you
Unfortunately,
that's why you can't really take it serious. It's just kind of
mm-mm.
a lot of
I
times people just trying to push a narrative.
Yeah, Lindy Lou. We listened to a good portion of it. You came out fine. You got the white girl privilege.
Yeah. It
I
wasn't.
just
None of our actual points were addressed. It was just kind of more coping with whatever they got going on.
I personally just think it's unfortunate for such a great country like America to never have come to terms with the racism, because to me, it's so very easy to eradicate it, because if they would actually teach the real American history, and like the people that contributed, like all of these groups in America have contributed in some way, shape, or form to the culture that you would call America, right? If they were to teach that, I think that would be the quickest way they could eradicate racism. Second thing, to me, if this country was all white, this would be a socialist country, because everything here would be free. Everything. I just think the reason why they do these things, to me, the reason why they do these things is because they don't want non-white people to have anything, or they feel that if you get anything, it's
You
taken
know
away
what?
from them.
I never thought of that. You're even more cynical than I am.
I learned from the best, Stanley. You.
No, it's
I'm
like,
telling you.
It would probably
Look at all those other countries. Look at the European countries. If they have like, look at the well, no offense to the African American conservative, but look, to me, that's why it's so easy to like control the Republican. Because when I look over the Republican Party, I'm like, okay, it's a bunch of old white men with money. Easy to like, but then let's look like when you look at the Democratic Party and the president, whoever the president is over there, boy, they got a job. You got to appeal to this group, that group. It's like a consortium of plants, basically. And it's like you got to play like a herder. And when I look at the Democratic Party, it's a much harder job than what Donald Trump has to deal with. To be honest with
You got a point there. I never thought about it like that either. We're really, with the Republican Party, you only really have to appeal to white rich guys, and I think
yeah, like the original landowners.
it's a lot easier for immigrants who don't know any better to, appeal to that demographic too. Plus, you can kind of grift on that a lot easier too for people that want to appeal to it. I never thought of it like that, but I
And
think
plus, when
that's
I look at the and HB to add to it too, when I look at the Democratic Party, to me, I see that's what America looks like to me. When I look at the Republican Party, the first thing I think about is like, okay, are we go harkening back to the times when we couldn't vote? That's where I see it from here. Like
Boo,
rich,
boo. I
I
highly
never
disagree
said
with that.
I know now
Martin Luther King
as,
is a
as a
Republican.
plus
Come on now.
as
MLK is a
a
Republican.
yeah, it used to be, but I'm just saying. I guess that's when. Yeah, what are you talking about? The split before civil rights? Because all of these Democrats were, yeah, they were racist, but then there was a time when all of those racist Democrats reflected over back to the Republicans. See what I'm saying? So nobody ever mentions that, and I think that's where a lot of us get caught up. But yeah, you're right. There are some things that I like about the conservative, and there's things that I like about the Democrats. I'm kind of like in the middle. I don't think it's all bad or either one is all good. That's why I said a lot of times I don't like to listen to those other programs because they never do like a side by side comparison of, oh, Joe Biden messed up the economy. Joe Biden did this. It's the Democrats. And it's like, okay, so we would just sit down and go through all of these things with a little check box. You see how much each of those parties have in common. So that's why I said if it's even keel with the criticism, I don't have an issue with it. But when every time it comes to that, the Democrats are all bad. They do everything. Or the Republicans, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why I
not
like
falling
listening to
into the
Stanley
divide
and
and
you guys.
conquer. You're not falling into the divide and conquer war tactic. You're not falling into it.
Yeah,
Right.
I respect that. I respect that.
yeah.
John has a unique view. HB has a unique view. Stanley has a unique view. Portia has a. Everybody that comes up here, and then collectively, you guys like make up this view. You understand what I'm saying? But if you were to take you guys apart, and each of you guys is what you're doing now, you have your own show. Because I mean, there's a lot of things that I like. John says, not everything, but I mean, he has a perspective. Because sometimes I have to be like, wow. John, you're right. Just have to admit it. Yeah, you're right. Some of the things that he said. Yep, you're absolutely right. I can't, disagree. So, learning. That's what I'm about, learning.
Yeah. No, I think that's exactly what kind of makes the show so good is we do have a lot of different perspectives, and you know but besides Stanley, we don't really try to tear the other perspectives down, but
No, not at all.
you know I'm just messing with you, Stanley.
Oh no, you're absolutely right.
But I don't take it personal though, because I think you're not being like malicious about it. You're being honest, and you have made me look at things a lot differently too. Like I do see the same kind of propaganda you see on the left, you see on the right too. Like even what you were talking about earlier, the whole migrants voting thing, like illegal migrants voting. To me, that's straight up propaganda. They are not voting. Now, will they be voters in the future? That's we'll have to see that. But it ain't a bunch of illegal migrants voting. But I think you kind of see both of the propaganda being pushed on both sides. So you gotta be careful. You definitely gotta be careful.
Absolutely.
We you got up here, Stanley.
That's why I muted myself. Time for school.
Oh no, I brought this up because I kind of knew about this, and we don't even have to talk about it now, but I'm just getting all kinds of glee seeing. My observation is this is the pitfall of basically wanting to govern early. If they had just said, "Hey, we're going to let this go until we actually get into office," all of this stuff could have been dealt with during the honeymoon period. Now these guys are already, sowing strife and dissension and stuff like that before they even get into office. This was not very smart to start governing or attempting to govern early. You've already given the Democrats ammunition, President Musk and all this stuff before you even get into office. It's not very bright.
Well, Stanley, can you is it like one of those AI reading?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you play it?
Yeah.
This news story was written by Pranshu Verma and Kat Zakarzewski. A MAGA civil war on X between Musk and the far right over H-1B visas. The online rift over the H-1B skilled worker visa program signifies a potential wedge between Trump's core base and his new Silicon Valley supporters. Far-right activists clashed online with billionaire Elon Musk and other supporters of President-elect Donald Trump over the need for a skilled worker immigration program that has long been a lifeblood for Silicon Valley, signifying a potential rift between Trump's core nationalist base and technology executives who have come to support him. The fight that spilled into public view over the holiday week could preview a wedge within Trump's coalition over how to execute immigration policy, an issue that animated Trump's White House campaign. The controversy spread across X after far-right activist Laura Loomer on Monday criticized Trump's choice to name Sriram Krishnan, a technology entrepreneur and investor who was born in India, as his senior policy advisor on artificial intelligence. She pointed to Krishnan's previous support for removing some caps on H-1B visas, a program allowing foreigners with technical skills to work in the United States. The policy is in direct opposition to Trump's agenda, Loomer wrote. The critique ran headlong into tension with some of Trump's closest advisors, notably Tesla and SpaceX CEO Musk, David Sachs, who will be the president-elect's AI and crypto czar, and Vivek Ramaswamy, who will co-lead a commission to cut government spending. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent, Ramaswamy said, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our AS handed to us by China. The online fight sparked a slew of racist posts from Loomer, falsely describing Indians as third-world invaders with low IQs, while saying it is fueling a civil war between Trump's far-right base and the tech bros that have come to support his upcoming administration. Notable Republicans, including former GOP presidential candidate Nikki Haley, championed Loomer's position. There is nothing wrong with American workers or American culture, she said Thursday on X. We should be investing and prioritizing in Americans, not foreign workers. Musk, who once held an H-1B visa and has relied on the program to employ thousands of Tesla employees, said the program is a crucial way technology companies recruit the best engineering talent to compete globally. The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low, Musk wrote on X on Christmas. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. The online feud reflects the challenges that Trump will have holding together the delicate political coalition that delivered him the White House, which included unprecedented levels of financial support from Musk and other Silicon Valley billionaires. It's a sign of future conflicts, said Samuel Hammond, a senior economist at the Foundation for American Innovation. This is like the pregame. Krishnan declined to comment. Loomer and a representative for the Trump transition team did not respond to requests for comment. Trump traveled with Loomer during the campaign, but amid criticism of her previous statements, he said in September he doesn't control her. Trump has sought to position himself as a champion for legal immigration, even though he slashed pathways for immigrants during his first term. Trump has offered few specifics about how he will address high-skilled immigration in the tech industry during his second term. On a June episode of the All In podcast, which is co-hosted by Sachs, Trump said he would automatically give a green card to every international student with a college diploma. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country, he said. Ahead of the first Trump administration, many tech CEOs sought to build bridges with the president-elect during the transition with a meeting at his New York Trump Tower. But those delicate relationships broke down when Trump almost immediately rolled out what critics and federal judges have branded a Muslim ban, which prohibited U.S. entry by the citizens of several majority Muslim countries. The episode amounted to a shockwave in the industry, where many people either are or know immigrant founders and co-workers, Hammond said. Immigration is an economically important issue for tech, but also in many cases a personal one, he said. They all understand the inefficiencies and the bureaucracy around the U.S. immigration system, and the Kafkaesque nightmares it can throw you in. But this time, the tech industry is far more directly intertwined in Trump's transition. Self-described first buddy Elon Musk has spent much of the week since Election Day by the president-elect's side, and Trump has tapped many Silicon Valley investors and executives to serve in prominent roles within his administration. As Silicon Valley companies compete to create artificial intelligence products, the need for foreign-born talent has intensified. 28 of the top 43 AI companies in the United States were co-founded by immigrants, and 70% of full-time graduate students in AI-related fields are international students, according to a 2023 analysis from the National Foundation for American Policy. As Trump previews a hardline immigration policy including militarized mass deportation of illegal immigrants, many in the tech industry are pushing him to expand legal immigration for high-skilled workers. Some argue the shift is necessary for the United States to remain competitive with China. High-skilled immigration emerged as one of the top flashpoints between Trump and Silicon Valley during his first presidency. Although Trump at times acknowledged the need for American companies to recruit top talent, his administration limited the H-1B program. Stephen Miller, who helped craft some immigration policies during the first Trump administration, is returning to the White House as Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor. The online debate reverberated among Washington lawmakers who have long pursued ways to improve the H-1B program. Representative Ro Khanna, a Democrat who represents Silicon Valley, defended Krishnan and said he supported reforming the H-1B program. We should celebrate that immigrants like Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, and Sriram Krishnan choose to come to the United States, he told the Washington Post. This has fueled our economic and technology preeminence. I am glad Sriram is being appointed. The restrictions of H-1B visas during Trump's first term faced fierce opposition from major tech companies. During the pandemic, Trump temporarily froze H-1B visas in a move the administration said would help Americans experiencing job loss. That same year, the Trump administration also introduced new rules tightening eligibility for H-1B visas and requiring companies to offer higher salaries to people on the visas. A federal judge later rejected some of the rules, including the salary provision. During President Joe Biden's final weeks in office, his administration has introduced rules to modernize the H-1B program by making it easier for international students to obtain the visas and improving the efficiency of the application process. These reforms target systematic misuse by IT consulting firms while acknowledging the program's demonstrated net positive impact on U.S. technological competitiveness, said Divyansh Kaushik, a vice president at Beacon Global Strategies. Technology companies are particularly reliant on H-1B visas, which are capped at 85,000 new visas annually, to help recruit talent. Amazon, with 3,871 new H-1B employees, had the most approved new petitions in 2024, according to data compiled by the nonpartisan organization National Foundation for American Policy. Google had 1,058 approved applications, and Tesla had 742, the data showed. The Washington Post is owned by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Ramaswamy said in an X post on Thursday that the reason technology companies hire foreign-born engineers is because American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, drawing criticism from notable pro-Trump personalities. Brendan Dilley, a pro-Trump podcaster, shot back to Ramaswamy's post. I always love when these tech bros flat out tell you that they have zero understanding of American culture, and then have the gall to tell you that you are the problem with America, he wrote. Loomer, who has 1.4 million followers on X, sparred with Musk over his support of the H-1B program, questioning the skills of Indian programmers at X because of glitches during a May Live event on the site kicking off Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign. Loomer is trolling for attention. Ignore, Musk said on X. Loomer said she hopes the feud with Silicon Valley changes Trump's views. Looking forward to the inevitable divorce between President Trump and Big Tech, she said on X. Let's pray this fake Big Tech love fest with Trump ends sooner rather than later. Elizabeth Dwoskin contributed to this.
Yeah.
Are you still there? Yeah, you still there? You know, Stanley, what this is really telling me is that with Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, what they don't realize, and I think they're gonna have to realize it soon, is that money doesn't buy everything. And this whole idea that there's not enough Americans that can do this work, Americans aren't gonna accept that. And I think another big issue too is that you know, it really does conflict with Trump's whole agenda. And I
Oh,
really
so
don't think, well, because I don't think Trump, the way Trump is going, I don't think Trump believes that we're actually competing with China. I think this is something that people like Elon and Ramaswamy, they're propagating to get what they want. But I don't think Trump believes that. I don't think he
okay, well,
thinks.
there's a reason I asked you that.
Yeah.
Trump is wrong if he doesn't believe that. Okay, we are literally bringing people from China and other places to work here. So why would Trump not believe that we're competing? Trump wanting to give green cards to foreign college graduates and PhDs acknowledges the fact that we are in competition. He's trying to keep those foreign students here. Okay.
I agree with that. But I think
so Trump knows that we're in competition with the world. It's a global economy and tech,
right. That I would agree with that, but not China specifically. It's more of
no, China specifically. If he doesn't know that, then he's a fool. China literally is spearheading BRICS. They literally want to be the leading country in the world. So why he would not realize that we're in competition is beyond me.
Well, I think in a way he does, but I think he's going about it differently.
Okay, Trump is going to fail if he basically, Trump as a populist wants to, Elon, what's his name is right. MAGA, excuse me. MAGA venerates mediocrity. MAGA venerates Joe Sixpack.
Stanley, Kimmy's in the green. Kimmy's in the green room.
Oh, she is?
Oh man, I can't even see it. Hold on a second.
I can't either. Oh wait, I got her.
Okay. Wait, what the hell is going on? So you gotta go to the green room first and then pull them up.
And then click on the person
in the green room. So you click on the person in the green room and then you can pull them up. Okay, man. So you got to do that.
It's a little involved. It may not be great. I may decide just to turn it off.
Yeah.
The reason I activated it is I wanted to be able, or at least attempt to interrogate people before we bring them up.
Yeah.
But it's not. I was hoping I'd be able to see their video feeds. Not being able to see their video feeds is probably no reason to keep the green room. As a matter of fact, I'll turn it off now.
Yeah.
It would be nice if I could see their videos.
Yeah.
Stanley, I think you do have a point. I said it in the comments, but I think number one, after all of this mass deportation, I think the admin is probably looking for a positive way to support immigration and what immigration probably should look like in a world power. Like, instead of having all these unskilled people flooding our country, what are we doing for people who have skills and degrees, etc.? How are we getting those people here? So I think it can help to combat the optics that he's anti-immigration and anti-immigrants and all that.
The thing is Trump's going to have to decide whether he goes for Joe Sixpack or, the tech bros. And I knew that.
I have one more point, which I think you might agree with. Maybe not. But I think what Vivek Ramaswamy said was accurate in that he's calling out the American education system
It
and that
is
it's not
accurate.
good enough. It's not good enough for us to be able to compete globally. And I read a study like a few years ago that said that if we continue educating our young people at the rate we're doing now, which is mediocre at best, we will not be able to sustain the lifestyles that we have now, which ain't shit compared to what it used to be. It'll only get worse, and especially from a global standpoint. Like America's not like once these people that are able to do it now are gone or in full retirement, we're not able to really compete globally, especially when we have people that's breaking out crying because they don't know what gender they are. Like all of this stuff, we need to strengthen our schools and our education. Like
Yeah, you know,
that's a
Stanley,
fact.
I just realized I'm really biased because when Kimmy says it, I agree with her, and that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it is kind of fucked up. Well, she
Uh,
says it nicer than I do.
no. I just didn't agree with it when Vivek said it. But when Kimmy says it,
No,
I actually
Vivek.
agree with her.
But let me tell you, Vivek doesn't go far enough, and he may not, as a tech bro, he may not realize this.
Yeah.
But you are not going to be able to teach STEM and create a bunch of technicians. You're going to have to also teach liberal arts. Some of the better scientists I know, like take for instance, crack is the perfect example.
Yeah.
The dude knows his liberal arts, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Nah, he's one of the best at it. I feel like his I don't think he would be as good at and the same with John, but I don't think they would be as good at the technical if they weren't so good at the
Exactly. Exactly. You
cultural
cannot.
aspect of it. And I
You
think
gotta be a complete person.
yeah, and I think that's kind of what Vivek is missing, that you need the cultural with the technical. And
Yep.
that's where these Indians, they don't really have it as much as somebody like Get Crack or John, where they're tapped in.
But Get Crack is also another example of a first or second generation.
Right.
Okay, that H-1B visa generation, the actual immigrant might not have it, but even if you go back and don't even think about H-1B visas, it just a general study of first and second generation immigration families. That first generation does really well, second generation does really well. The third generation is thoroughly American, and they do not do as well as the first two or three.
Yeah. And I would say that just the way they view the education in general, like when let's say I took a taxi to work, the Pakistani driver that drops me off to the school will say, "Oh my God, you work in the school? Are you a teacher?" No one will be anything in this world without teachers. And they kind of like start praising me in the car. And I'm like, I'm not used to that. I'm just used to it being like a bottom barrel job in America. No offense to anybody.
Yeah.
It's an education, but it's like bottom barrel. Anyone could be a teacher. Like you could go from a playing the piano on the subway to becoming a teacher. Like it's not a highly decorated.
And we come full circle back to my point.
Yep.
Blacks need to emulate some of the things that Asians venerate, like education. Instead of going into the school and cursing the teacher out.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. I'll be right back.
Okay. Kimmy, your mic is real low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Loud and clear.
Our educators have to get better at educating. You shouldn't need a curriculum to know how to teach a child, right?
Yeah.
Like children should come to school like being thirsty to learn something new today. Or what are we going to do today? That's how you know you got it going on. In your classrooms, a lot of our classrooms don't look like that. Our teachers are fighting to get them to write stuff. Our teachers are fighting to get a sentence out of their mouth.
I think part of it is because the curriculum isn't really getting them ready for the real world. You know, I think that's part of it. And I don't even know if you can really set up a curriculum that's going to be viable for 20 years from now.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I've even had to say to my principal, and he's my boss, but I've had to
Yeah.
boss up on him and say, look, you have substitutes coming into the building. We can't guarantee everyone's going to come to work every single day, right? 100% attendance is hard to achieve for anyone. People take time off for whatever reasons. But there's no reason why a sub is coming into our building, sitting on their cell phones and hanging out with the children during learning time that the taxpayers paid for. Why are these subs walking into this is what we're going to do for today? Even if it's just watching the documentary and having them write a summary on it or just a class discussion on it. Like, there should be no reason why hours of learning is not happening because a sub is in the room.
Antoine, she wasn't saying that. She was saying the sentiment behind being a teacher. To foreigners, the sentiment is high. To Americans, it's low. It's not about.
Right.
She wasn't talking about the money. She's saying the
No.
sentiment.
Right,
We
like how
already know
people,
we already know she getting paid well in New York. We ain't. We
like,
ain't
you
got
know,
to ask.
people don't view being a teacher the same way they view being a surgeon. Where like in India, they're like the same. They're the same level. In the Caribbean, being a teacher is like amazing. Like, it's a great profession. People don't look at it as a great profession in the U.S.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the black community used to, especially during Jim Crow. Like my mother was an English teacher, and back in the day, you know, maybe not so much once she graduated from college, but you go back to the 40s and 50s, being a teacher was a big deal in the black community, at least in the South.
Yeah. Now I don't think it's it. And you know, Kimmy, I think it is kind of like two things at the same time. I think it is the overall sentiment of the people, but I also do think it is the quality of the teachers too. Like, you know, I think for every school there may be one or two actually good teachers at that school. The rest of them, you know, they just there for a paycheck. They don't really care.
But I think those people, because think about it, you could be anywhere for a paycheck. Why not be somewhere that pays a lot, right? I think a lot of those people have become jaded by the system. It's so broken that they're just like, fuck it. They're like, fuck it.
No, I definitely agree with that too.
And
'Cause
like,
I don't think anybody gets into teaching
for
without
money.
a passion first. Yeah,
Right.
The passion is there first, and then once you get into it, you realize, like, you know, everybody above me is just a money hungry piece of shit. Why should I care?
That's what happens to a lot of people. And then, like, what Stanley alludes to all the time, parenting. Learning starts at home, period, point blank.
Yeah.
Learning starts at home, right? And you have these children coming in that don't know shit, don't know how to behave, barely showing up. The parents are 10 times worse. You're up against a lot. So not only are you having to educate this child, you have to parent this child, you have to clothe this child, you have to feed. There's so many systems that come into a school building that shouldn't. We should just be educating children, but it's not that black and white. Nor is it that simple. We have to wash their clothes, give them food, like, just so they can learn.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. And you know, I really do feel for you teachers, because, you know, it's one thing to deal with the parents, but I really do think the system itself in teaching is a lot of it is broken.
But you know what's insane? Even with some of the issues connected to socioeconomic status or poverty or being of a low-income family, even with all those issues, people can still succeed and people can still win.
Oh no,
and
I know they can.
We see it happen in foreign countries where they don't have money being thrown at schools, where teachers are not paid shit.
Yeah.
But their children still come out to be successful because of the parents in their home. If that parent got to wash that child's uniform in the sink with dishwater so they can look clean for school the next day, they'll do it.
Yeah.
American parents don't really do that. They'll just send the child to school dirty.
Yeah, that's insane. That happens a lot at your school? You deal with a lot of dirty ass kids like that?
No, because I'm in a very wealthy part of Brooklyn. Well, Brooklyn is not poor, first of all. And then secondly, like, I think maybe about 15 to 20% of New York City is in poverty, which is not even real poverty compared to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. And then, like, specifically where I am, it's a very wealthy part of Brooklyn. A lot of Brooklyn is wealthy, so we don't really have those issues. But in a place where they have more housing projects like Brownsville, for example, you will see that in the schools because a lot of those parents were in foster care. A lot of those parents have substance issues, or they're working, they're sex workers, for example. So you get their children in those
Yeah,
districts.
man, that would suck to have a sex worker mom.
Oh, those children don't know how to act, and I know
Yeah,
why, because they're depressed.
yeah, man. I
One
mean,
little
you
boy
have
will
to be.
cry the way his mom will come dressed to the school, but she's coming to pick you up in between her clients. Like,
Yeah. Wait, you've seen stuff like that, Kimmy?
yeah, when I used to work in Brownsville, which is like the
Yeah.
ghettoest part of Brooklyn, or the only ghetto in Brooklyn, I would say. I seen that this one little boy, his mom was an alcoholic and a sex worker, and the way she would come dressed in her outfits, like her work outfits, that boy would cry. That boy
Wow.
would cry. He was literally ashamed. And he would tear that school up all day long. And the only time he was calm is when he was with me. But his
Yeah.
mom didn't want him around me. So, like as a social worker, like it takes a whole thing of consent and like, I need permission to work with some of the students. So I didn't have permission to work with him, but I did anyway, like because that was the only thing that kept him sane through the day. And he would be with me right until dismissal. And when he knew his mom was coming, he was 6 years old. He would walk away from me and stand a couple feet away from me because he knew his mom was going to be showing up any minute, and he didn't
Yeah.
want to be he didn't want us to be seen together, so he'd walk away from me.
Jesus.
He would tell me his lights is off at home. He keep hearing different men at night, and it scares him.
Was his mom hot at least?
She was a very good looking woman, but very troubled at the same time.
That makes it even worse. Oh God.
Yeah, she was very troubled.
Yeah,
And one
he
day she saw me in
probably.
the street, and she was very sincere. She said, "Why you keep calling them people on me? Like, why you keep doing that?" I said, "Ma'am, you're coming to school drunk, picking up your child. Your child is scared at home because whatever activities you got going on in here in the nighttime, And then she started telling me like one of her sons got shot and killed, another one's a gangbanger in jail.
Yeah,
She already had lost two to the system. She had him, and all her children had different fathers, and she had him and another little one she just gave birth to by some other man. Like, she's like, I'm just trying to make it. I'm like, sometimes a part of making it is accepting help and saying, hey, I can't do this. Maybe my child should go be with his dad, or because he had a very involved dad. And she was like, well, I don't want him with his dad because he got a young girl that don't know how to cook. I said, well, let them figure it out. They can order food. Like, what's she worried about that for? Give him a chance. Give him a chance to be different.
I always say sex workers.
Cooking with Kaya.
I actually figured out who she was. And I actually like her. I think she's adorable.
I bet it was Kaya.
I think Kaya's adorable. And
she is.
A lot of her content is really focused on cooking, and I think she's just being a goofball. I don't think she's trying to be like nasty,
No, I don't think so.
Nah.
I think she just has like a really goofy side, and because people are coming at her for being beautiful and knowing how to cook, I think she's just trolling them. Honestly,
I don't think she's beautiful. I think she's okay.
She's a cute girl.
Yeah, she's cute. I guess.
Yeah, I think she's cute. I think she's real cute.
But beautiful.
I think she's kind of. I think she's kind of beautiful. Like in her. I think what makes. I don't think like what makes her beautiful is her overall. I think overall she's beautiful. But I get what you're saying though, too, Stanley. She's not like
she kind of looks like a chipmunk. She's not Halle Berry.
Yeah. She's not like traditionally beautiful, but I think her overall presence.
Oh no, I wouldn't. She asked me out on a date. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you're better, Stanley.
Right, and then I think because she's like, a lot of women are very insecure, so they don't like when women say things like, "Well, your man or your boyfriend." Like she was making some turkey, and she said, "One of y'all boyfriends hopped in my DMs to ask me if I know how to make smothered turkey. So this is what we're gonna make today." And I think that sentence of one of y'all boyfriends, that'll just send a woman through the roof. Like,
yeah.
One of the more basic women. I don't give a fuck about shit like that, but a lot of women do. They really be caring about shit that's not important.
Hey, let me show you this video. I finally found this clip.
Again with Kaya.
And I don't know if people know this, but the original 1964 Civil Rights Act didn't have sex as a protected class, and that didn't get added until maybe it was right around 1970. But this is a clip. This is the woman who kind of sponsored getting sex added to the Civil Rights Act.
What do you mean by getting sex added to this? Like,
You can't discriminate based on race,
oh, like the
national
gender, being a
origin.
woman. Okay, I got you.
Well, the original act did not have sex.
Oh, okay.
It was just national origin, race, whatever,
And just real quick before we start, I just want to say this one quick thing. I had another student who his mom forgot to pick him up from after school, so I had to bring him home at 7 o'clock in the evening. Why? She got high, was with a man in her apartment, and just forgot to pick him up.
Oh.
That had to been some. That had to been some good.
Oh, and then when I was banging on the door, cause I knew her ass was in there. When I was banging on the door for her to come open it, he said, "Please don't bang on the door. She's gonna think it's the cops." I said, "Yo, what be going on in y'all house?"
Yeah, that's
what
why
goes on here?
People wonder why a lot of these kids end up in the streets. A lot of times they end in the streets because their homes are so fucked up. That's why
He
they
was
end up in
7
the
years
streets.
old. 7 years old,
Yeah.
and she already lost custody of one of her children. He went to foster care, then went to his dad. She was in the big drug bust that was in the media. And you sitting in your house, you on probation, sitting in your house getting high with some big black man.
You know,
forgot to
Kimmy,
pick up your child.
Kimmy, that's why, man. People could say whatever they want. Oh, like you don't have any kids or nothing, but it's like I never wanted to. If I'm gonna have a kid, I'm gonna be in that home. I never wanted to have no baby mama because of shit like that.
Exactly.
I gotta be at least 99% sure this shit is gonna work out.
And I'm telling you, we're supposed to bring children to the precinct when their parents fail to pick them up from schools. I
To
brought
the
that child home
police?
because I brought him home. She was already on probation. She had a drug bust that was on the news. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna ruin this woman's life. Let me bring him home. Because the minute I bring him to the police station,
Well, I don't think you would be the one ruining it.
but she wouldn't see it that way, and neither would her child. You know what I mean?
You know what? Going there, knocking on, some drug lady's door. I mean, shit, what if she'd shot through the door?
That's fair.
But let me play this.
Yeah.
There's one little thing that I want y'all to hear, and in a way that's kind of bolsters Hood Servitus point, so I hesitate to do this, but I've been looking for this clip for a while.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress?
Well, I think perhaps most important was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Oops. So the point I want to make here is that this is one reason that, the one part that I do agree with Conservative on is the part about feminism in the Black community. It was never, she's being disingenuous when she says that, oh, hey, we wanted to bond with Black women so all women get rights. She literally says it. We were afraid Black women were going to have rights that white women did not.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can't deny the damage that the white feminism caused, but at the same time, you can't really blame them either for seeing how it was orchestrated and how they were going to be left out of the equation.
Well, see, I don't know that I agree that they would have been. But what I'm saying is this, in my opinion, was the beginning of the end for affirmative action.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
big time.
Remember, white women had more advantages with affirmative action than black people did.
Yeah.
This particular point was the beginning of the end, in my opinion.
That's why I think the whole thing was really, it was honestly like they weren't just gonna be able to give black men affirmative action and civil rights, because I think that would have kind of killed the whole movement, because I don't think black women would have stood for just that.
Well, the thing is black women would have been covered under the race part.
Right.
That's what white women were afraid of. They were afraid that black women, for instance, would get affirmative action into college or jobs, and white women would be left out.
Right. But I think that
that's probably a valid concern. However,
no, it is. But I think
however, it was just once it was administrated or mishandled, misused. Just who knows whether it was intentional or not.
I think it was intentional, Stanley. I think it was.
And I'm not sure I disagree with that.
Because one thing I've really learned with you is you have to be very specific. And when you make laws like that, you have to be very specific on who you want to benefit from it, especially if you're making a law to retroactively fix some shit that happened in the past.
Right.
And when you make it like just about the Negro, you're not specific enough on who it's going to benefit. And I think it just opens it up to more. And I think they knew that.
I don't know. I don't know. The cynical part of me agrees with you. However, you'll never convince me that white lady right there, she was a sitting congresswoman. She knew it was disingenuous. Okay. She didn't want to be in league with white women and black women. She didn't want black women and she says it, she didn't want black women to get something that white women wouldn't. And in my opinion, you know what? You'd have gotten it. You just got jealous.
Yeah. See, I think it was all, and this is more with my conspiracy theory idea. It was all kind of orchestrated to push the LGBTQ movement. I truly believe that's what it was all for. And it was really, because once you destabilize a country, now you can start pushing, socialism, Marxism, all that other bullshit to really
I don't know about all that.
Yeah. When you start making, blanket type of laws for people, specific people, in the ideas that you're trying to right some wrong, this is how you get to Nazi Germany. This is like the the small steps till you get to fully controlling the nation.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know that's just conspiracy theory.
Well, I wanted, and the whole reason I brought it up, because I showed this clip last night. They're trying to resurrect something like the ERA bill, trying to get Biden to do something or another. So you're not old enough to remember the ERA movement.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, what's the ERA bill?
It was Equal Rights Amendment. Women basically, starting with the Civil Rights Bill, couple years after that, the whole ERA movement, the Equal Rights Amendment, it would have been the 27th Amendment, I think. Basically, they want to ensure constitutionally that women have equal rights to men. Phyllis Schlafly became famous because she was against the ERA movement.
You know what makes it so disingenuous? Why, I think what hood conservative, the only thing that you know, he looks at feminism as just one thing, when I think it's much bigger than just feminism. Feminism is like one part of the bigger, you know, why the civil rights movement was so detrimental is because, you know, these women act like they were enslaved. They act like they were under Jim Crow. You know, they really
Well,
made
they
you believe.
kind of were.
No, they weren't. They weren't, Stanley. They weren't. And they never had to deal with being under
Well, I
Jim
mean,
Crow.
women couldn't own credit cards and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but even with all that, you know, I think that's why I think the civil rights movement really was just about like consumerism and socialism.
Well, I don't believe that.
I mean, just think about it. If you own a shop and you can only serve to blacks, or if you own a shop and you can only serve to whites, or you can't take a credit card from a woman because her husband's name's on it. Civil rights movement comes in, now you selling to everybody.
Well, I kind of think sometimes that laws just make it harder. You know, smart people will figure out a way around laws.
Yeah.
We still have black only institutions.
What are black what like HBCUs?
Well, look at something like Jack and Jill.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, now it's not legally enforced, you know, but I mean, we still have black institutions. So there are ways around laws. You know, if a white person insisted on joining Jack and Jill, I guess they could, but you know, there's such a thing as, you know, there's political, there's social, what is it? Social capital, political capital, you know, so, you know, politically or legally, you know, Jack and Jill, you know, isn't segregated, but socially it is.
Yeah. It's the same with like the Klan. Like you can't, you know, I don't think they would let you join the Klan. I mean, legally they can't stop you if you really wanted to join, but you know, I don't, you know.
Right. So I mean, there's social barriers.
Yeah. I mean, you know, maybe if you get back cool with Be Brave, he might send you a postcard invite, you know, but yeah, I think that invitation is long gone at this point.
Well, I have a feeling he wouldn't be able to join.
No. I think he might be a high-ranking member. I think he's.
I mean, David Dukes is kind of a high-class dude.
Yeah. He is a good speaker, at David Dukes. He's a really good speaker. But yeah. I just think the whole thing was it was just more socialism, and the way they got people aboard was using the black plight. I don't think it was ever civil rights movement was ever engineered to help black people. I think it was honestly engineered for the complete opposite.
And you're basing this on what?
Well, I think honestly, if black people were left alone to their own devices, I think black people would have pretty much been able that's come into this country.
I don't, you know, that Booker T. Washington, you know, let's wait our turn rhetoric, it would never work.
Well, I think when you have Jim Crow laws, yeah, it's not going to work. But I think all you had to do was.
And that's all the civil rights movement did. It literally just turned over the Jim Crow laws. That's
no. But it didn't though. Stanley added in feminism. It added in gender. It added in.
No, they didn't add in gender. They didn't add in feminism. They didn't add in gender. They added sex.
Right. And that had nothing to do
sex
with
is
gender.
not gender.
Well, okay, well, sex and sexual orientation, all that other shit, that had nothing to do
Okay,
with Jim
well, the
Crow.
sexual orientation, that basically, when you want to add in trans rights and stuff like that, it's essentially gender rights.
Right, but what I'm saying is that none of that had anything to do with Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws were very specific, and all you had to do was lift the Jim Crow laws. But when you do forced integration, you do all these other things.
Yep, that. You're right about that.
That I'm telling you, Stanley, that's the shit that really fucked it up. I think if black people were left to their own devices, like all these immigrants, they would have been able to traverse.
No, I don't agree with that.
I do.
Okay, immigrants who come here, two things. Immigrants who come here, whether they want to or not, they are transporting their culture with them. Especially in the first generation, in this, well, the original, like the immigrants and that first generation, they are basically transporting their culture with them. And the one point is Black culture is not a contiguous culture. It's many things.
But Stanley, I think Black culture then, though, what it was so much more than it is now. It was
it was not. That's a lie. Okay,
wait.
No, I know exactly where you're going with it.
What was I about to say? Wait, Stanley, tell me what I was about to say first. Tell me what I was about to say.
Okay, the culture is not worse off today than it was then.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. That's not what I was gonna say.
Okay, well, let me finish what I'm saying first.
Wait,
okay, Thomas Sowell is not right. Okay, the idea that we were better off under Jim Crow than we are now is incorrect.
That's not what I was gonna say, though, Stanley. I wasn't gonna say that. What I was gonna say was back then in that culture, Black culture held education to a much higher standard back then.
I don't agree with that.
All right. Well, just I guess from my perspective, I think
from your perspective is basically what Black conservatives are telling you.
No. My perspective is from what I see from the history of my families.
Okay, your family is not necessarily representative of the whole Black community.
That's true too. But I think I think that culture back then, they definitely had to hold on to education and family a lot more than the generations after.
Well, they did have to. I mean, the thing is that it's not all one thing or another. You know, the problems that were solved by the 1964 Civil Rights Bill created more. Okay. There were some things that didn't exist during Jim Crow that exist now, but it's also vice versa. And I think both, whether you'd go before 64 or after 64, there were pros and cons. It just depends which you want to emphasize. I would still argue that 2024 is way better than 1954, 44, 34, etc.
I think there's pros and cons. You know, like there's way more opportunities now, but I think socially it's a lot worse. You know, but I think it's just kind of really your perspective on things. You know, how you look at it. But,
well, I don't know. You didn't have Jay-Z's or P. Diddy's or any.
Right. You didn't have those types of niggas back then, man. You know. I mean,
well, that's because you weren't free to be that way.
Yeah.
You know, with that kind of freedom comes big problems too.
You know, I was watching this video Richard, not Lil Richard. Lil Richard. You know that
Right.
song he had Tutti Frutti?
Yep.
Well, the original Tutti Frutti song, he had to change it because they wouldn't let him put it out. The original song was Tutti Frutti, Good Booty. That's what he was. And they were like, "Nah, bro, you can't put out this gay ass song, man. Like, we're not doing that." So they changed it. What did they change it to? Stanley Tutti Frutti.
Isn't it on Rudy or something like that?
Yeah, Tutti Frutti on Rudy. Yeah, the original lyrics were Tutti Frutti, Good Booty, and he was talking about gay butt sex. So,
yeah, he's talking about being fruity. Fruity.
Yeah,
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, fruity. So
Fruity
yeah,
booty.
Yeah, well that doesn't surprise me.
A fruity booty.
Good booty. Yeah, they told him, hey, bro, we ain't doing that, man. You can't put this shit out. You can't put this smut out, man. But now
You know what? That's excellent because I'm gonna be using that.
Oh, now they're going to cancel the person who told him not to.
Oh, look who it is! It's Ben Thorpe.
Oh wow, Ben Thorpe, fresh out on bail, Ben Thorpe.
Oh, I'm not letting him up.
Stanley.
Maybe he just wants
We can close out the show and start up Gone Trucking.
Maybe he just wants to say season's greetings.
Well, that's good. He can do it on another show.
Well, no, Stanley, it's your stream. If you don't want to let him up, it's on you.
But we can close it out. I do have things to do.
No. I mean, if you want to keep going, I don't mind. I don't mind.
Hey Ben, come on back later.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't talked to Ben in a while. I wonder, you want to give him like a minute, Stanley, see if he
Oh sure, since you insist.
Yeah, let's give him a. I mean,
be on your best behavior, Ben.
Yeah, Stanley will get you out of here, Ben.
Guys.
So. Hey, Ben, how's it?
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Ben. How's it going?
Guess what just happened? I was just on the Wildest show. You know Sharon Bracey?
Nope.
No.
He's kind of like he's in there with like Chaotic Truth, anyways. Mostly black folks. They just paid $1,000 so they could never come up on their channel again.
Well, congratulations, man.
You think?
Hey,
you know what? That gives me an idea.
Yeah,
hey,
but that's stupid. Don't be a dumb black person who actually takes the best content and tries to make a short money off of getting rid of it. That's stupid. I got thing for you folks. Yeah,
Ben, I got a question for you. So I heard that the Catholic Church was behind pushing voodoo in Haiti. Do you know anything about that?
No, of course the Catholic Church is opposed to voodoo in Haiti. That comes from voodoo comes from African religion. In Haiti was a French colony, which was it was brutal what happened to the black slaves there, but also to the whites there. It was brutal for everybody. So when the Catholic Church was, when the French were in charge of Haiti, they were fighting against the African religion, the superstitious crap. But the black people held on to it because in Haiti, it was like 96 slaves to every 4 whites. You know what I mean? So it was like, because no whites wanted to live there because they didn't have air conditioning. It was brutal.
But hey, Ben, you know, voodoo isn't really practiced in Africa, though.
Yeah, it was like elements. Yeah, like I think what happens, you know what I mean? It's like people say like, oh, rock and roll music is black people music. No, it is not. If you go to Africa, you never heard rock music. It's a blend of stuff from white and black. So it was like picking up on like French, like witchcraft stuff, that like kind of underground witchcraft stuff. And it's a blend. It's like Haitian food. You think that's African food? It's a blend. It's a blend of African food and French food. So like it or love it or hate it, it's always a mix. Now, listen, speaking of which, I want to offer you guys me and Grace have done a great troll on a huge channel called Log Cow Live, right? They get like concurrent 6,000-7,000 viewers. And we snuck in. Grace was going to be a host on the channel. Then she got fired. Then we started a fake channel that looks like their channel. So we're gonna take over their channel. But we want to bring some of our friends that we've encountered in the past. And so it's almost all white people, you know, it's all like incels and stuff. So we want to bring some of our black friends in. And I was especially thinking about John.
Ooh,
how would you like to work for us? And we'll share a cut straight up. Grace is making like $500 a stream.
If you're gonna bring John, you gotta bring Stanley too, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to bring. See what's interesting about the show is called Log Cows. Have you guys ever heard that term?
Yeah.
It's kind of like goofy people, right? Who are interesting, and so we're in a sense log cows, right? Me and Grace are log cows, but what you need is a straight man who isn't a log cow. See, John would be perfect for that because everybody. But see, in order for us to interact with other log cows, we need a straight man, as I call John, my stable boy, and because he's not a log cow. Everybody respects John. He has that voice, that tone, that, you know what I mean? So we need people to bring because everyone we've ever interacted with says they're a victim of us. You know what I mean? Pretty much.
Yeah.
So we can introduce all kinds of new groups of people to this kind of channel and get a lot of traction. It's just a goofy kind of drama channel. And Stanley's perfect. Stanley's perfect too. That's absolutely right. Characters, you know what I mean? Characters.
Yes. I think I heard you mention it yesterday on your channel. You were going to go live on it, yeah.
What we did is, you know, so this guy Keems, I don't know if you ever heard of Keemstar, but like, I'm not trying to flex, but like the guy has like huge pull on the internet. He's like one of the biggest. He's got like a Twitter that's got like 4 million followers. So Grace, he picked up on Grace because, you know, she's young, she's attractive. And so he's going to put her on his show because he has all these incels, all these like, you know, kind of guys who live in their basement and things like that. So she's the eye candy, right? But he didn't want to roll with us. He had to do it his way. And so we trolled it so that, you know, she got on there and got enough exposure that everyone saw her. Everyone saw she was talented. Then he fired her. And now we're setting up like I don't know what you call it, like a parody channel, which you can totally do because he doesn't have any copyright on any of the stuff he does. So he went crazy all day talking to everyone about how it's not the channel, don't go on this channel, which of course is great advertising for our channel. So everyone showed up last night. We got like 600, 700 viewers, which is, and they said the show ended up being better than his show, which is that's the American way, isn't it?
Yeah, you build on something.
Yeah.
You've been getting a lot more viewers on your channel as well.
Yeah, because when we were first interacting with him, we were getting like 1,400 concurrent, which is like crazy. I mean, that's the big time. And then it went down a little bit, and he was like, I think he saw that we were, in a sense, when you interact with someone, it's a danger if they're better at what you do than you are. And this has been our problem over and over again. So people immediately shut us down and they tell their audience, like, they're dangerous people. They're scary. You can't interact with them or you'll never interact on this channel again. But this guy was, like, you could say dumb, but he could see that, you know, Grace is very talented. So, and drew in a lot of viewers. So he let us get the clout. And now he can't get rid of us. You know what I'm saying? Because the internet you can't own the internet. So that's my proposal. Now, I have found that, you know, on Black YouTube, that there's this kind of way, like, we only want blacks to talk to, which is a ghetto mentality, which is, to me, the craziest thing, because if there's one area in which blacks have excelled in America, it's the entertainment business. Is that racist?
No, I agree with you, man. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. And there's
I've
nothing
always,
wrong with partnering up with a white man.
I've always considered myself an entertainer.
Yes, you are very entertaining, Stanley. But it tends to be like a kind of ghetto mentality,
Wait,
which
Ben,
is great.
Ben, just a rule of thumb, Ben. If you have to ask if it's racist, it just might be. Just saying.
You're saying that it's racist to me. It might be racist for me to say that blacks have excelled because of natural talent in American entertainment. That's
No,
crazy.
I'm not gonna disagree
I
with
don't
you.
take
but
offense to it, but
I'm not gonna disagree with you. But I'll just say if you have to ask that question, it just might be.
some
But
people
I
are
don't
just
disagree. I don't disagree.
some people are just sensitive. I don't ask them fucking questions. Fuck it. If that's what I think it is, you can disagree. Say you're not that talented. Fuck it. It's a compliment. Why you gotta ask it?
Yeah. And I find it so funny that blacks tend to be on the internet so insulated. They like will not talk to a white man. And there's this idea that you're a sellout if you talk to a white man about making a business.
Let me ask you a question,
crazy.
Ben, do you think I don't want to talk to you because you're white?
No, I don't think he's talking
about you. A lot of black people.
He may not be talking to me, but I have a question for him.
Well, before you answer that,
I'm not taking offense. I'm actually curious. Do you think I don't want to talk to you because you're white?
And in black before you respond, hold on, Ben.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Hold on, Ben. Before you respond, I want you to fold in the comment that you made about someone paying $1,000 to get you off of the show.
Supposedly, you think that person's actually going to give Sharon $1,000? No. You think a black person is going to pay $1,000 to not have me on one show on YouTube? I don't think they're going to give him a cent. But anyways, this
it is odd. They could just boot you off for free.
Okay, if you think that no one donated, which means that he just put you off because he didn't want you off.
Yes.
That kind of comes into what you're saying is that the blacks don't want to talk to some of the blacks, right? Not all.
Yes. Yep. Not all. That's right.
Because you're here, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think that is? As a white man, what do you think that is?
I don't think it's any different than a lot of other people we've interacted are immediately like, you got to get this guy off the show. So I don't think it's like, I think it's a human thing, is that a lot of people feel like the internet, like their space on the internet is their space to like be a star. And if someone takes a little bit of that, star power away from them, they have to shut it down. It's
so
like,
you think
well, black people just do it a different way, but blacks
just take this.
Let's open to us than whites.
Let's focus here. Do you think I don't want to talk to you because I'm afraid you're going to steal my star power, or that you're white?
Yeah, because I smack you down. To talk shit to you.
Is that right?
I think you look like a Planet of the Apes type nigga with your purple briefcase. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Okay, well,
to do with the internet,
let me dispel your notions here. I don't like talking to you because I think you've got low character.
I like talking to you.
White, black.
You're really good at
I don't have a whole lot of star power to steal, so we don't have to worry about that.
No, but you have a little narcissism.
I'm okay with white. I'm okay with white people. I don't like associating with people who have low character. So
okay, well, what I'm saying
is
John has you on here because you're funny, not because you're a moral, not because he thinks that you're like in charge of the moral universe. Nobody thinks that, Stanley. You're obviously a gay man.
Well, no, I'm in charge of my moral universe.
Sitting there pontificating about all the books you read. It's funny. It's a kind of like black version of a law.
And you know what? It's so funny that
you can make money off of it. You can make money off of it.
All I have to say is I'm afraid of that cash flow going away if I start hanging out with people with black hearts.
Okay, right.
Oh no. Oh no.
Stanley, Kayla, you're a funny character. That's what I'm talking about. John has his lol cow. Now, I think he respects you as a person, but he also thinks you're funny because you do this thing of running this little kind of like gay theater that you're in charge of.
Well,
You're
Ben,
the
why don't you ask John? Why don't you just ask him? He's right here.
Yeah, no, I would love it, John. Honestly, if you want to, come on, we're going to be doing like 4 to 6 p.m. and you don't need to know our universe, but we have all these haters. We're going to try to bring them on, but the problem is a lot of them won't come on because they've been, you know what I mean, like they've been burned before, so they need someone to kind of soothe them and make them feel like this is a place where they can shoot their shot, you know what I mean, and they're not going to be silenced, they're not going to be talked over and things like that. It'd be a lot of fun, and absolutely bring your folks over.
You said 4 to 6, huh?
4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah.
Right. All right.
And because you understand, the thing is, we don't want it to be the Thorpe show. Like everyone comes up and talks shit about the Thorpes. We just want interesting characters from around the internet, black, white, everybody, to come on and, cultivate the kind of almost like a, the internet develops these characters. You don't really find them that much outside of it. And usually characters like this won't come on the internet because they're embarrassed. But sometimes you get these people who love being on the internet because, and they're like interesting characters. But the thing I really, really think is important, and you know this, John, if they cam up, it's way, way better. You know what I mean? It's because at that level where you've got like, I'm hoping we'll get 1,000 people tonight, and to see a PFP, it's like you got to have someone with a really, really interesting personality to pass with a PFP. But camming up would be great. And
I agree.
And what about spreading the wealth, sharing the wealth? You know what I mean? Like, and whoever brings gets a cut that night. We'll PayPal you that night. To people who come on, but we're starting with their world. So they have a world in which they have lol cows, and so we're commenting on them to kind of like draw their audience over to us. But I actually think their lol cows are not really very interesting. They're kind of boring. There are these, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but like way back,
they seem angry.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like back in the internet when it was like 2009, 2010, it was a little bit like a circus sideshow. So if you were just like enormously fat, people were interested in you. Like the number one guy on the show is a guy named Boogie2988. You ever heard of him? Probably never heard of him. All right, but he's got millions of subs. Okay, and his number one video, 32 million, I think, watched it, is just to him, this gigantically fat guy, 600 pounds, falling into a pool. That's it in the big splash. You see what I'm saying? And that's where the internet was originally. You know what I mean? It's like the bearded lady, the fat guy, this kind of. But people now they want something more than that. You know what I mean? They want characters, or a lot of, and it's kind of an unhealthy thing. But a lot of times these early guys were like, they were all gamers. They played games, but then some of them would comment on the games and they would go kind of crazy or become alcoholics or do drugs. And I don't really like doing that. And so everyone's tuning in to see, like, are they going to off themselves or what? You know what I mean? But that I don't think is like good for people to do. A little bit. If you rib someone, if you tease them, if you provoke them into like shouting and screaming, it's kind of funny, but it gets a little bit old. You know what I mean? So it's just like shouting matches. Maybe that's what, Kimmy, what you're talking about when you talk about lol cow. It's just shouting matches. Right, and we're trying to do something more interesting. We asked the guy originally who was running it, like, can we do something more interesting where it's not just shouting? And he just wants that shouting match because he has that, I call it internet, I mean, like, YouTube 1.0 was that kind of like shouting matches, fat people, alcoholics just about to like off themselves. 2.0 is more interesting, you know what I mean? People who grow a little bit, develop, but they're colorful and interesting. But it's not just like I just scream and yell swears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
And I think there's a tremendous potential for it. And we're not looking to like looking to like exploit people. I'm saying like share the wealth, but we've encountered an enormous number of like really interesting people. And I can tell you, both Grace and I, when Stanley first came on the show, we were like, oh, this guy Stanley is, he's lovable, but he's also a character. Would you say that's true, Stanley? I mean, it's like you have a lot of social skills.
Oh yeah. My mother used to say that.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And people make fun of you because you have a little bit of an effeminate affectation, but you're also claimed to be. So they tease you, right? Whatever. Who cares? Everyone's got something goofy about them, right?
You know what? What would be funnier is getting your throat slit by someone with a feminine character.
That's a perfect right. That's what I mean about the social skills.
Oh well, no. I was just thinking of what it would feel like to have your throat slit by someone with a feminine character. What would that make you?
Right. Exactly, dude. This is what I'm talking about. That's why you're a character, because you say shit like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So make some money off of it, Stanley. But what I'm saying is, I might say stuff like that. I mean, Stanley, come on, you've seen the chat. Everyone's calling you gay, right? That's the sort of.
No, you know what?
I don't think you're necessarily gay, and that's what makes you more interesting than a guy who's just like straight up gay. And you know what I mean? Like you have kids.
Stanley's gay. He doesn't present as gay.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Well, he's a little. He's got
Stanley's
a little.
a battle
I think you're just a little gay yourself.
Maybe.
I'm thinking you have a very finely tuned gay antenna.
Gary.
Right.
Gary, what's going on, man?
Morning.
Morning,
I wanted to ask Stanley a question, but I'll let Ben finish.
Oh no, go ahead and ask me a question.
I think he's presented his argument.
Stanley, I came up here.
I don't, Stanley. I don't think anyone has to win here. Who fucking cares?
Oh well, you know what?
You win or I win. You can make.
Wait, why are you acting like this is a? Why are you acting like this is a contest? Win
because
what?
Always make.
I also have a question for Ben.
In which you have to win.
Go ahead,
and that's what's funny about. Nobody.
Yeah.
Gary, what's your go Stanley first and then Ben after that.
All right, Stanley, question. If you were to go up onto Ben's stream and pull a be Ben's locale, do you have a plan, or are you just going to argue with him straight up? Because I don't really see much of a conflict between you and Ben that could spark interest unless you artificially create it.
No, I don't think that's.
He just fantasized about slitting my throat. You don't need a plan.
Well, no. You're thinking that was a fantasy. I was just asking what if.
Right. It's your fantasy.
I have to admit, you don't like you popped up on the show today. I hadn't thought about you in like since the last time I saw you. So there are no fantasies.
Hostile, Stanley. It's okay.
Yeah, so anyway, that's my answer. Probably it won't happen.
See, John. That's where you come in, John. You see, because everybody says that because they don't want to go up against me because I make them look like an idiot.
I don't want to. I don't like hanging out with people
whether I win or they win.
Ben, I'm just thinking about the debasement. I don't want to debase myself. That's what I'm thinking.
Stanley, no one thinks you're just like morally wonderful.
I don't care what anybody thinks, Ben.
I love that you play this kind of.
I care what I think, Ben.
Who's like
I know you're not used to. I know you're not used to dealing with people with moral character, but I won't debase myself.
You're too good to talk to me. That's your.
I am too good. You're right.
Yes. You're too morally upstanding.
I am too upstanding. I am too whatever you're not. I am.
But you get what I'm saying, John? People would love this. People would love this. Honestly. You watch some of their stuff they do. You'll say, like, I can't believe this gets the views it gets. The stuff that Lol Cow Live does.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So Stanley won't cam up. If you could get him to cam up, but I think you would be perfect, John. You would be a perfect, like, you know what I mean by straight man?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What I'm talking about, right? I've always said that. You're like perfect. And all these white people will immediately see you as like the kind of, who's that dude? Who's that?
John, you're perfect.
Yeah. No,
Come on, Kippy.
No, because totally, I like John is cast as like the level-headed, wise man. It's a trope in our culture. You know what I'm saying? Who's that actor who always plays Morgan Freeman? Morgan Freeman.
Oh, yeah,
He always
sounds
plays
kinda
like
Morgan
the kindly old black. Yeah, they even cast him as God in a movie, I think.
Have you asked Morgan Freeman?
Have I asked Morgan Freeman if he wants to be on a show?
Yeah, an LOL cow.
No, because Morgan Freeman has an agent who would like demand $10 million.
I
Right?
do think it's really big of you, Ben, to even offer this because, like you said, it's so much scarcity. Like people are so afraid of competition in a world where oversaturation has showed us that. Look at the car markets. There's so many different cars you can buy. If someone wants to be a car designer today and build something new, great, go for it. But people don't think like that. People get nervous. It's like a scarcity thing. So the fact that you're opening this up to anyone, I think that's commendable.
Thank you. And I think, like, is it, yeah, you could say, is it racist? But, like, I have found, we've been traveling in the South. I think that black folks bring a warmth. It's just a natural thing. It's a cultural thing, a warmth. And there's a certain, like, you know what I mean? Like, a little bit different. And for a lot of these people who watch this show.
Ben,
like,
just for the record, this group is not offended by racism. I'm just going to point that out.
Oh, Warren.
No, not on this channel, but a lot of black channels. They're just talking to other black people about black people stuff. Like, and it's boring. You know what I mean? It gets boring. I think one of the great experiences of black folks being in the United States is you've got to interact with the wider culture. And I think some of the great heroes of black culture are people like Louis Armstrong, Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? People who have been able to cross over and succeed. But now I think it's a terrible thing that black people are feeling like, well, no, those are sellouts. We got to only talk to our own people. That's stupid.
No, I agree with you, Ben.
I agree.
I think that it takes some cooperation. You're not gonna own it, as you say. But two personalities might be better. Is usually better than one.
Absolutely.
Yo, Stanley, are you the one controlling this?
Hey, John. Hey, Ben, can we live stream it over here when John pulls up?
Of course, yeah.
Excuse me.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. I just want to ask Ben. I just want to ask my question to Ben right quick.
I'm not about trying to control everything. I'm just saying, you can be part of it, and if it works for you, great. If not, great. But you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people say, no, I need to have a lot of money up front. But I mean, when you're building something together, you build together and you make the money together.
Yeah.
And if it works, it works. But I think, John, how long I've been saying this, John, that you'd be a great manager of talent.
Yeah. No, you said it. Yeah.
Table boy, if you're okay with, because it's provocative, it's fun, right? But if you're making a bag, who cares?
I
think Stanley should think about it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Stanley should really.
No, that's a hard pass.
Yeah, I actually don't think Stanley is cut out for it. I think John is more cut out for it than Stanley.
No. That's where you got it wrong, Gary.
No, I'm serious. I think John would make a good straight man if he ever had the time. All right,
John would make a great, but without the colorful personality, you can't really do it. Yeah, I mean, we have people.
But what about Ben, though? Ben said he had a bunch of locals already signed up. If John is going to be the only one up there, Stanley would just add to the local pile. Unless Ben already has more people, black people specifically in line, other than Stanley.
See, a lot of times when I go on a black channel, I just get shut down, and they go, "We need to talk about our things together," which is some bullshit.
Why not get CT?
Yeah, maybe.
I was actually going to recommend someone for Ben if Stanley was going to turn it down.
You can consider it turned down.
All right then. Hey,
I'm not changing
Ben,
my
have
mind.
you ever? All right, Ben, have you ever heard of a guy called Hoodservative?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, he might be better for you.
SKC would actually be good.
No, I wouldn't recommend SKC. He's too busy. He's too inconsistent. Hoodservative, on the other hand, is much more on the internet. Not to mention he's a trucker, so he would have a little bit more free time. So you'd be able to get him easier. I'll put his channel.
I don't know who it came up.
Oh no, I don't know. SKC hasn't. SKC hasn't cammed up either, so you might be able to convince him. Though. Might be able to convince.
We've come across a lot of black and white, like a lot of. I mean, the term lolcow is kind of like a pejorative, right? It's like kind of seen as like it's someone I would define as someone who lacks self-reflection, right? Like so they're sort of a character, and they're a little bit goofy, and people laugh at them. But I also think it's like fine. I think that's what makes the world go round. Colorful characters, not everybody has to be like so making sure that they come off looking good. I don't care about that. I don't think generally, anyways, it cuts across cultures, but there's a lot of hilarious. There was a guy named Rob Rax. Did you guys ever encounter Rob Rax?
No.
He was a guy he's been in and out of jail because of YouTube shit, because he just talks a lot of shit. We try to get him on some panels and stuff, but a lot of black folks feel uncomfortable in a white space, even though it's just the internet. But you got to get through that. You got to pop your cherry. You know what I mean? You gotta just get used to being in a different environment and being comfortable, because people are people. Humor is humor. And if there's one thing we know in America, it's that white folks find black people interesting and charming and entertaining. So why not go with that? You know what I mean? Why do all this we got to be angry and hate whites? Like, who cares?
I agree with that, Ben. I'm tired of this hate white people shit.
Yeah, I think most black people like white people. You know what I mean? Like their actual experiences. Yeah, some of them are assholes, but it gets tired just always having to
I don't have a problem with white people at all. Honestly, if it wasn't for white people, they helped me a lot in my life. I appreciate white people, and I do like them.
Yeah, and I think the feeling is mutual. Although people don't really say it that much because you're not supposed to say it anymore. But I think that this thing, you wouldn't believe, white folks, especially young people, they've got this problem with autism. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they don't want to talk to other people. They don't know how to interact. And I think that God's gift to through black folks more than anything else is that y'all are naturally social. We just walk into a hotel. White people will not interact. Black people always say to me, "Damn, you're tall." You know what I mean? And it's just there's not that hesitation, that holding in. And, sometimes it could get a little bit annoying if everybody's talking all the time. But that's really important on the internet. You know what I mean?
I think it could be cultural, too. Like, the way I grew up, my mom said, don't ever see people in public and walk past them. Say good morning. You always have to greet them.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I think the culture comes out of a natural warmth. You know what I mean? I just think that, anyways, something for example, it's rare that you find black atheists. Usually black people, are religious. They know there's a God and there's right and wrong. Only white people can think there's no God and there's no right and wrong and things like that. And
speaking of God, speaking of
transgender.
God, hey Ben, how was your Christmas?
It was great.
Nice.
I didn't get to see my family though, because this is part of our is that the state of, can you believe this? The state of Rhode Island has not let me for 2 years say Merry Christmas to my children. Isn't that terrible? Why?
How the heck do they enforce that?
Because their mother got angry. But like, why? What the fuck? I mean, I think if black people were in charge, they would never, ever, 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 ever allow that because they understand fathers are important.
You can't call them. It's against the law.
How the heck is that even
the law? I could get arrested for saying "I love you guys, Merry Christmas." Yeah,
Oh,
is that
well, you have a protective order. You have a protective order, or something like that.
Yeah, which you can get. Anyone can get in the, like, we're a blue state. We're a super blue state. So if a woman goes and says like, I've been abused, and my kids have too, they just grant it. They just say like, okay, now we're in charge of your family. What does that do to a man, right? Like, I mean, what does that do?
Question. Have your kids ever tried to contact you?
Yes, they're allowed to, but they feel funny because if I respond back to them, I could go to jail. So they, you know, I understand what kind of place does that put kids in? And now I've been granted the privilege of, in a couple of weeks, being able to go, you know, they have these like court supervised. I'm allowed to sit with my kids while someone's taking notes.
Have you thought of having them on?
Like I'm in jail.
Have you thought of having your kids on the LOL Cow Show?
Kids? No. Well, I mean, my daughter, Grace, my kids who are adults.
Well, no, I mean your other kids. And by the way, what does that do to a man? It keeps him from beating the shit out of his wife and kids.
Oh.
No, it doesn't actually. If there's anything that will make you kill a woman, it's that she does that. If there's anything to kill a woman,
I think Ben and Good would go great together.
I think you know what, Garion? I think that Ben knows where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Ben, they have apps now. They have apps in the courts that if you can talk to the other person and they monitor the conversation. Might be something to look into.
No, that's what they're allowing for it now. But what right does the state of Rhode Island have to tell my kids whether they can talk to me or not? No one has ever said
the government
I've
out of your
abused them.
family. I talk about this all the time. Keep the government out of your family.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. And you know who gets hit by this way more than it's weird because my ex is like,
you know how to keep the government out of your family?
But this happens to black men. This happens to black men all the time.
You know what? And now it's happened to you. You're an honorary black.
That's right.
So bottom line is if you want to keep the government out of your family, don't fuck up your family.
Hunter Biden is a black person.
Don't act like a man, right, Stanley? Because you're gonna
don't fuck up. You know what? Okay, if that's what it takes, the bottom line, Ben, you know I'm right, Ben. Don't fuck up your family, and the government will have no need to get involved. Now, whether that makes you a man or not, I don't give a shit. I'm just making a comment.
Stanley, do you think you ever need to discipline your kids?
Okay, you know what? That's really none of your business, but obviously you didn't.
No, I'm not saying you.
Not only did you not discipline your kids, you didn't discipline your family.
To check
you're not with your family.
His woman.
How well did you discipline them? How well did you discipline your family? They don't even want you around.
Very well.
Okay.
Well, you know, bitches be
I
crazy.
don't
That's
see
women will go
evidence.
crazy.
You know what? When I see the Christmas card with you and your family, I'll believe you.
Oh.
Well, I mean, see that's fine. Say that. That's fine that you say that, but you're just a bitch. So
I just savored that you were quiet for a few seconds. You had to think about that, didn't you? Merry fucking Christmas.
Oh, anyways, it could be a lot of fun. Guys like Stanley would be great, but you see why? You see, John, we need to have a guy like you who can persuade guys like Stanley. You know, colorful.
You really? Okay, I think what you mean is you need guys with the disciplined gag reflex.
Yeah,
my gag reflex is a little.
You gotta control Stanley. Hey man, you gotta get him up on the show.
Yeah,
I think Jesus was probably born in the fall. Yeah, I know. He wasn't born in.
Yeah, there's been. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has been the fall, right? Was it like mid fall or late fall on the papers?
Probably early fall. Yeah. You know, Christmas is it's kind of pagan in origin, but you know.
Well, no one knows exactly. So December 25th might be the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
Anyway,
birthday.
Ben, is
I
your
was born
plan
on
for
it.
Stanley to create? I mean, plan for Stanley and John specifically is to create something to rival Locale Queens. Because
Well,
it seems kind of odd that you're doing this immediately after Grace goes on that show specifically.
Well, Lolcow Live, whatever the whole Lolcow idea. They're trying
whatever it's called.
Actually, I think they're trying to do what John was trying to do at a certain point. They're trying to make it a 24-hour-a-day thing. Lolcow Queens. Now they're doing Lolcow Court. Now they're doing. Our show is called Lolcow Rejects because we're saying we're the people who got booted out of
Lolcow Dairy.
What's that? I mean, have Lolcow blacks or something like that. But I just think of Lolcow
laxatives.
You know, I think having it be like, this is the black people show, this is the Hispanic show, this is the whatever show. I think it's kind of stupid. Like, humor is humor, banter is banter, and I think making it too segregated it's unnecessary. But it might be good to have some shows that are like, you know, more themed in a certain way, like men.
Ben, you ever heard of Norm Macdonald?
Love him. I love him. Yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of like a white guy comedian that I really like. But you know, I
he's
don't
really funny.
necessarily find white people too funny or entertaining for the most part. Norm Macdonald is he's good though. He's rest in peace.
There's a lot of good white comedians. There's a lot of good black comedians. Again, it's one of those areas where I think like I differ, like chaotic truth. He says black people got to be engineers. Black people got to put rockets in outer space. I'm like, no. Black people could do great doing what they do well and just leaning into it. So yeah, not everybody's going to be a Whitney. Not every black woman is going to be a Whitney Houston. Not every black man is going to be, you know, a big time celebrity athlete, Michael Jordan. But there's so many economic opportunities in our culture for people who have good social skills in our good with people and are friendly, that I don't think you need all these black astronauts. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
President Trump is hilarious. Yes.
Yeah, Trump is hilarious too. Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
You know, I agree with you on that, Ben. Very much so. You know, people trying to be something that they really aren't. They're set out for. You know, it just creates a lot of frustration. You know, when it doesn't work out for them. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
I'm not saying there aren't like black nerds. There are. There are definitely some.
Yeah, I understand.
That are just nerds. They're as nerdy as the nerdiest Asian. You know what I mean? But generally speaking, if you're going to have people working like 14 hours at Facebook coding, they're going to be Asians, because Asians can can just do that stuff that there's no social skills, or like these kind of autistic white boys. And it's fine if they can do that. You know what I mean? But like, why not have everybody do what they're naturally good at, or what has put them in a cultural position to be good at what they're doing, and try to succeed doing that, instead of trying to say like, I got to be like the other man. You know what I mean? Like blacks trying to act white, whites trying to act Asian, Jews trying to act like that. You know what I mean? Like, for example, a lot of people that we've interacted with, a lot of people on the right wing, and a lot of right wing whites, they hate Jews because Jews are really good at like finances and entertainment, and like kind of like managing entertainment. I say let them do that if they're good at it. You know what I'm saying? If I got a ton of money and I want to invest it, I'm going to find a Jew to invest.
It's Jewish envy.
Yeah, and he'll make a cut, and that's fine with me. That's why I think Kanye was wrong. He had a lot of Jewish people who made him a billionaire. What are you crying about? You're a billionaire. You're a billionaire for rhyming. If it wasn't for the Jews, you'd just be rhyming on a street corner. But like, the Jews made you billions of dollars. All right, you can have a little back and forth with them, but you're not a victim of Jews. You know what I mean?
You know, I think.
I think Jewish people here. I agree.
Some of them can be cutthroat. It's true that like a lot of old blues singers way back in the day when black music was like really niche and people weren't getting into it. A lot of Jews made contracts with some of these black performers that were like cut for, you know what I mean? Like they get
There's
3,
cutthroat Jewish
4, 5.
landlords. Look at John; he's a cutthroat landlord.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No
But
different.
on the other side, well, it's because they had to take a risk for every one black musician who was like successful. You had 99 losers who just ended up, getting drunk and trashing their lives. So like, yeah, you take a risk, you get a big reward. And
if there's any Jews listening, Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think what the Kanye's and all those people probably were really angry at is really angry at themselves. They've been rapping for 20, 30 years. You would thought they would have teamed up and created a damn UMG by now, or whoever the hell they mad at. They've had an ample opportunity. I don't know how much money it would take, but surely they could create it. But they
you mean to
never
have their
did.
own kind of businesses and things like that?
I mean, but whoever you mad, if you mad at the middleman, build your own middleman platform and cut him out.
Right.
Hell, you see people, trying to get around YouTube, super chats, or whatever else, middleman. But they never did that.
You remember? I don't know if you know. You know that Michael Jackson at one point, like, he decided, I'm only working with all black, like, Nation of Islam people. They're going to be my managers. They're going to be my lawyers. No more like working with the white man. And you know what they did? They stole all his money. Because it's a thing. You know what I mean? Like, you should hire the best person for the job generally. And generally people are going to get along better with their own people. But I'm telling you, if I had a lawsuit, I would get a cutthroat Jew lawyer if I wanted to win. A guy who didn't give a F about like anything but winning. And I respect that. They're better at that. There are some non-Jews who are good at it, but like, it's a culture. They've learned through the generations like how to be cutthroat lawyers, and like they're the ones you go to if you want to win. Now, if you want to be a nice guy, okay, maybe you'd hire someone else. But like, if you want to win the lawsuit, you hire the guy who does not care. OJ hired Alan Dershowitz, Shapiro, right? And these guys made the case. You got to give them credit. They made the case that it's not OJ who's innocent. It's the whole LA police force is racist. That was the case they made. He clearly was guilty, but they put a black man up there, Jimmy Cochran, to try to make the case. And they won by intimidating the black jury members. And you got to give them credit. They did a hell of a job.
They put together a good team, that is for sure.
Yeah.
So, John, question:
I
do you
think
accept
they earned every dime of their fees,
But if you bring that case up as an example, right, that legal team, he also had F. Lee Bailey there.
Yes.
Was F. Lee Bailey? That was the one that asked Mark Furman about the N-word, right? Was that F. Lee Bailey? Right. They didn't use Johnny Cochran to do it. They could have, but they used F. Lee Bailey instead.
Right.
They built a very good team over there, and I think that it wasn't any one particular man.
That's true. That's true. Right.
They had Dershowitz for the motions and things like that. Bailey for the motions.
The optics are better to have a black man questioning someone on their racism than to have a white man questioning, right? So the optics are better. It's a better move if you could do it, but they didn't really care that much about it.
I think F. Lee Bailey questioned Mark Furman, right? Wasn't it F. Lee Bailey that questioned Mark Furman? I think so. I could be wrong. I thought it was F. Lee Bailey, but I could be wrong.
It was the whole team and everybody. You could say Johnny Cochran was exploited by Jewish lawyers. I don't think so. I think they respected him. I mean, he had a certain flamboyant style and all that stuff, but like, it works.
They all played their role. They played their role. They played their role.
Gotta respect the winner. Even these guys, I don't like Al Sharpton. I don't like Jesse Jackson. But like, I don't respect Kamala Harris. But like, they all work the system to their benefit, and so you got to respect that. You got to respect someone who works it. Even Marion Barry, you got to respect him for getting reelected after being, you know what I mean? He knew how to work the system. Didn't he have like felony drug charges and he got reelected in DC?
Yeah. They did do that. They did.
But no one respects a loser because Kamala worked the system, but like she couldn't make it happen. She couldn't work it in the end. She just failed. So whether she's Indian, black, white, or whatever, like she's just a failure and a loser. Whereas other people win, and that's what I want. I want to win. I don't really care about making sure that no one's offended or this bullshit that Stanley's talking about. High moral character. He doesn't give a shit about high moral character. It's just a way to say like, I don't want to work with you because I look bad when I interact with you. Get over it.
You think you make Stanley look bad?
Well, I mean, why? You got to ask yourself the question: if you're of high moral character, why do you say to someone like, "I would love to fantasize about what it's like for a feminine man to slit your throat"? I mean, it seems a little hostile, doesn't it?
Well, you thought I was threatening?
Yeah, I think it's a strange thing to say to someone.
Oh, you know what?
You've got a little sugar in your tank.
I'm full of.
I wonder what it would be like to have a little sugar in your tank and slit your throat. I mean, it's a little bit out there, don't you think?
Well, you know what? You took it a lot differently than I said it.
No, I didn't. I took it exactly.
I think you did. You're still talking about it.
It's just hostility.
Did it rattle you? Apparently, it shook you to your core.
Am I afraid of you?
Oh, no. I didn't ask you. I asked you if it shook you to your core. You're still talking about it minutes later.
No, it struck me as
it shook you, didn't it?
Social.
It shook you it shivered your timbers.
See, let's talk about it tonight, Stanley. It'll be more fun in front of 1,000 people than in front of like 28 people.
You know what? I'm not even.
Why not? Why not? You're willing to do it in front of 28 people. Why not do it in front of 1,000?
You know what? I think I'm going to be busy.
Stanley, you're never busy. You sit there all day, every day. Everybody knows that. That's some bullshit. You're lying, Stanley. Don't lie.
I'm going to surprise some people tonight.
What's that?
I said I'm going to surprise some people tonight. Oh, I'm going to be busy.
I doubt it.
Didn't you just hear me say that?
Yeah, but you're lying, and everyone knows that.
Well, you know what? No one will ever know because I'm going to be busy, and I'm not going to even dial into the show.
Right? Because why? Why though? I don't get it.
Because I'm going to be busy.
But why wouldn't you dial into a show without people watching? When you're dialing this show,
I'm sure someone will be there, but it just won't be me.
Now, do you have a lot of people up on the panel? What's the format there?
Well, the way they do it is they have like a core group of people. We could change the format, but they have like, they have it like a show, which is good. Like it starts at a certain time, ends at a certain time. It's got an intro. We use the kind of version of what they're doing. They have like, they open with a song. We use the AI like song. And then, you have like an agenda. And so you go through whatever are the controversies. So we're going to start by today. Because they spent all day yesterday trying to hate on us, which is hilarious because it only gives us more attention, So we're going to go through, because he went on there and said like, these people are dangerous. So we're obviously going to trash talk him. But the funny thing about him, he always says like, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get us to react to them, and we're not falling for it. Do you understand how ironic that is? And you're sitting there doing it in front of 5,000 people, right? So we'll go over that a little bit, and then what we really do want to do is bring new people on, and but the problem is the Stanley thing, and I don't get it, John. If Stanley can make like a few $100 talking shit to me in front of 1,000 people, why wouldn't he? Everyone knows he's not busy, and everyone knows he doesn't think he's morally superior in any real way. Or even if he did think that, why not say that in front of 1,000 people? See, that's the part That's the part I don't
See,
quite
this
get.
is what you can't understand. My conceitedness is obviously beyond your capability to understand. I think extremely highly of myself. When I say I think you're a low moral character, I am doing it from up on high. I'm pronouncing from up on high.
Yeah, right. So why wouldn't you want to be up on high in front of a large number of people, making a lot more
Because
money?
I'm too good for that.
See, John, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what that is. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's Stanley acting white. Stanley acting whiter than Christmas snow. That's what it is.
Goddamn right.
You know what it reminds
I do white man better than just about any white man, including the one on this panel.
I don't think
When a black man can out white someone from Rhode Island, you know I'm good.
Out
white. That's white.
Yeah, that's white.
Whiter than whiter than white.
You know what I think? You know what I think it is?
I'm damn near a Mayflower descendant.
God dang, Stanley, you gonna colonize?
What you about to say, Ben? What you about to say, Ben?
Well, sometimes I'm one of these people. You ever you sing in the shower and you say damn, I got a good voice because the acoustics in the shower, the humidity or whatever, and you're like, I should be a singer. But a lot of times someone might be like, I heard you singing in the shower. Damn, you're the next Whitney Houston. You're the next, Michael Jackson. But a lot of times people will only go that far, and they'll only sing to a comfortable group or when they're in a situation in which they feel like they have control, but they won't take that next step of going on American Idol or someplace where they can really, because I think they don't want to know whether they actually have it or not. They just want to have this fantasy about themselves. So I think Stanley in this little community, and I'm not throwing shade on that, but he feels like my shit don't stink. I think people respect me in here. Stanley, they don't. You're a joke. But I think it's a small enough group and you have enough control where you have your finger on the ban button or whatever it is that you get off on that, but you don't want to be in a bigger environment, even if I gave you control. That's the only explanation I have.
Ben, have you ever heard?
Sorry, I had to dry my hands. I'm doing dishes right now. What were you saying?
He's calling you out, Stanley.
I'm saying I don't get.
Oh, is he now?
Ben,
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where Stanley, he'd rather be a servant in heaven than a ruler in hell.
Yeah, he'd rather be a big fish in a little pond than a little fish in a big pond. Isn't that what it is?
Well, no, I'm not really a fish.
He's more like algae.
Right there, see, that's where Stanley.
Right, I'm more like pond scum.
Yeah, you're more like what is it called? Duckweed?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But Stanley, I'm not sure what the big deal is. Why wouldn't you want to do it's like a guy who's doing 360s and dunking on a little kid's sport, and he's saying, you're so good, let's come on
I
play
got it.
real ball on a big court.
I'm flattered. I'm flattered.
A lot of guys like you are like, nah, nope, I ain't gonna do that.
Morning, Lindy.
Why not?
Hey, Lindy Lou.
You'll get on your side, Stanley. You'll get people on your side. It's real easy
We need a white woman to calm this white man down. He's mad because Stanley won't. Ben's mad because Stanley won't take his offer, and he can't comprehend it for some reason.
He can't. Okay, Ben, why is it so unbelievable to you that no amount of money, he does not want to be associated with you for no amount of money, no amount of recognition?
But he's associated with me right now.
Why is it so hard for you to understand?
He's associated with me right now.
Because you're on his show.
Yeah, to
but
be fair, Ben,
I'm just saying.
It's because I asked Stanley too. I asked him to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Stanley wasn't going to let you up, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
Why is this so hard for you to understand? Why is it hard for you to understand your reputation, your character? There's no amount of money. There's no amount of recognition. He doesn't want to be associated with you. Why is that so hard for you to understand?
But he doesn't mind being associated with me because he's right here talking with me? How does it make a difference whether he's on
Yeah,
my
I guess
I'm on
his
his?
point is I could sign out of my own show.
And the point is, he
John
yeah.
Galt's channel, and I'm saying
Or
if
I could just get
was
him
the
off the
moderator
panel.
on our channel. How's it any different? Except you got a lot more people listening to you.
Ben, he doesn't want to
It's
be
not.
around.
It doesn't
Crazy.
thrill me to
Why
have a
is
bunch
it so
of
hard for
people.
you to understand it? The debauchery, he doesn't want to be around it.
Debauchery. What debauchery?
He doesn't want to be around you. He doesn't want to be associated. He doesn't want your name in his, why is it so hard for you to understand?
Because he doesn't.
Why do you keep pushing it?
It doesn't.
Why do you keep pushing it?
Because
It's the impresario in him.
Same logic.
It's because he's losing his daughter. Grace got hired at some other agency to do bigger things, and Ben's coming over here asking for Stanley to do basically the same thing.
No, she didn't get hired. She got
He
fired.
doesn't want to be part of it. He doesn't want to be with you. He doesn't want to be a part of you, and you just can't get that through your head. You're not all of that. You're not that great.
Okay, all right. What is Stanley's motivation for being on this panel?
I like
your business.
hold it. Let Stanley answer, please.
On John Galt's channel.
Let Stanley answer, please. Stanley likes being here. Stanley does not want to be anywhere else.
Why does he like being here?
He doesn't have to explain himself to you.
I like the people.
Okay, so you
Why
enjoy.
do you come in and say, why do you think he has to give you an explanation? He owes you nothing.
I'm not saying he owes me anything. I'm asking him.
You're questioning him. It's none of your business why he's here. None of your business.
Well, I explained it. He understands.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh, whoa. Well.
Wow.
The beggar, he bite the hand that feeds him. Jesus Christ.
Go ahead and give your closing statements because you're done.
Oh, Stanley, tough guy.
See,
that's
he can't
that's
take
not
that.
going to happen.
He can't take that. When somebody confronts
I did wanna
him,
mention-
like, why does he care?
Lindy, I like how you
He's
put up
losing-
with
he's
Stanley.
losing it.
What?
I like how you
He's
put up
losing
with Stanley.
Well, what? I'm
I
sorry.
like how you did that.
Stanley doesn't owe him an explanation. Stanley doesn't even have to talk to this man.
That's true.
Well, it's all right, Lindy.
Because he says so, Stanley has to give an explanation about why he's on here. John doesn't have to give why. And he wants you to give an explanation. You don't owe anybody an explanation because he says so.
Well, the bitch comment was a little unnecessary.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
That's because
He's crashing out because you denied him,
when
Stanley. He's
pushed-
like
he'll be
like
all
a
right.
he's like a man that got dumped by his crush, and now he's lashing out.
Chris,
I
really?
want to answer the question. Why is he that great that everybody should come over to his debauchery stream and be a part of that? No amount of money. I mean, if people want to do it, that's up to them. But if Stanley doesn't want to do it, shut up and leave it alone.
It was just a show. He's just making content. I'm sure.
He wants you on this nonsense.
I don't think he actually does. I think he was just kicking up some dust. Just maybe he's bored. I should have asked him where Grace is.
You'd be great.
No, Stanley. I think he was being genuine.
I do. Yeah.
I think he was being genuine. I think, he really, because we all see it, Stanley. I mean, you are kind of a
Yeah, I mean,
superstar,
Stanley,
but-
you got 3 other streamers making money off
Yes.
it right now, and Ben
Yes.
is the only one begging. Ben's the
Well,
only
you
one
know
begging.
what? I am glad that that's the kind of selfless person I am. Feeding families. Basically taking taking my personal fish and loaf and feeding their multitudes. I'm good.
Making bread
I'm good
like
doing it.
Jesus. Making bread and fish like Jesus.
But Lindy, I think the disconnect is that there are some people that don't dance for donations, and I think Stanley's one of those people.
Yeah,
It's
well,
kinda hard.
I don't need to.
Stanley's not MC Hammer. He won't dance for no chicken.
Well, you know what? If I were making if he could offer me MC Hammer money, I might reconsider.
But see, that's what makes Stanley's character.
For a couple $100, come on now.
It's about character. It's about Stanley's character, and his character's like, I don't want to be associated, especially with that man's reputation. I don't know if everything that I've heard about it.
Like I told Mavid, it might rub off. I don't want it to rub off.
I don't even want to be around. I mean, I don't know, but just leave it alone.
All right, but I think
that.
He'll be back. He will have to make another recruiting trip.
Well, and he had to call me a bitch because it was just starting to get a little.
Yeah, I don't get that. You didn't do anything to him.
Well,
yeah, you just asked questions, and all of a sudden he got mad.
Yeah,
he did want John. He also wanted John. Apparently, he called him Morgan Freeman. He said we need a black straight man.
I never thought about it. But John, I can kind of see Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, especially with the way he just needs to say motherfucker a little bit more. And I can see it. Yeah.
I don't know. I just had to come up and give him my 2 cents.
Maybe what is this dude talking about?
Lindy said it with her whole chest. I like how you stood up for Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley, what's your motive?
I have no idea.
Well, it isn't money. We know that. So I think that's and it's not entertaining people. I think not everybody has the same goals,
I mean, if Ben really wanted to, he can always just clip the stream like Be Brave does and just talk over it. But I don't think he can. I don't think he can pull that off.
No, I think he needs talent. He's scouting right now, and
I think he ought to get Be Brave.
I was thinking he really should get conservative.
He wants something black. He wants.
That's why. That's what I'm saying. He should really get Hood.
Hood Conservative would be perfect, but I don't think Hood Conservative would cam up though.
I don't even think Be Brave would go on there. Nobody wants to be associated with this man. I'm going to say a lot of people.
I don't know anything about him, to tell you the truth.
I've only heard things about him.
Kimmy, you don't. Kimmy, you don't need to.
Justin, Kimmy, if it's true, it's bad.
Yeah, Kimmy, he's pretty.
And then I see the way his daughter. He's like an albatross around his daughter's neck. I mean, he's got this poor girl. She's in an RV. She's just. He does. I mean, she's not trying to go off to college anywhere. She's just like stuck. And he's like this albatross. I don't know. I find the whole atmosphere weird. Like, who wants to do that? I don't know.
It's kind of weird, but I don't see anything wrong with their relationship. Let's say he's molesting her or something. I really don't
want to say that's the reputation, Kimmy. That's what I've heard.
Oh wow, he's a
but at her age, it would have to be voluntary.
Wait, why are you talking to him?
Man, come, John.
Kimmy.
God damn.
I think what they've done is they've put enough of that out there, and he talks kind of in a riddle.
Yes.
To leave you thinking that he never denies it, he just talks around it.
Exactly.
And that, is part of their notoriety. Like it or love it, that's what they've done. That's what everybody keeps referring to him about. But he's never been accused of it in a court of law where he's been convicted, I don't think. Otherwise, he'd be in prison, right? Yeah. I think they're playing the game, like dancing around that.
Don't let that man over here, because what if the FBI is watching him for all his behavior?
I mean, he did get arrested once because he got tracked through his stream, so.
Yeah, but those are like protective orders. There's no he raped somebody. And I'm not taking up for him. I'm just telling you from what I know, right? Based upon, what the little bit I've heard, because I don't know a lot about him. But I haven't heard any rape allegations, child molestation. I haven't heard that. People have called them pedos, but
that is crazy.
It's mainly because of that picture of them sleeping in the same bed. That's the main piece of evidence that I've seen.
Man, I saw them eating a sandwich together. She give it to him, he eat a bite. There's some shit out there, right?
Yeah, this one.
Kimmy, this is Ben and his daughter Grace next to him.
Yeah, don't ask about that one guy. Just ignore
Yeah,
him.
like who is that?
I will say one thing though. You know, I sit on the here pontificating about, you know, families and, you know, America's biggest problem is, you know, its families. What would I look like, you know, hanging out with that kind of father?
Right.
So
yeah, I'm not.
That's
I'm not
my motivation. It would be hypocritical.
Yeah, I just think that they've played up this image because again, they're living in an RV. They put this image out here. It's provocative, but it could just as well be innocent. But they leave it. They leave.
You know what? I don't care whether it's innocent. I don't care what happened in the picture.
I'm not talking about you. No, I'm just saying what I think they're doing.
I don't need to be associated with it.
Yeah,
But why
I'm
would
not
you
saying.
want to be provocative like that?
Well, I think that is just the way America is today. You see all kind of streamers doing all kind of provocative things.
John, you didn't have to do that to get your level of notoriety. You didn't have to do this.
He has 10,000 views. They're living off of this, right? So you got to push the envelope. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you from their point of view, like they got to bring the money in. And how do you bring the money in?
John, they've lost more money doing stuff like this than they've made. You know how many opportunities. The reason why they had them. Didn't she just also Ben earlier literally said that Grace lost an opportunity on the one show that fit her the most?
But they have more views today, concurrent viewers today than they did 3 months ago. Whatever they're doing is working clearly, right? You can't hate on that, right?
Yeah, but I think the problem, John, is that it becomes like a form of selling your soul at some point. Like, you really want to do anything to go viral? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't for everybody. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't leave it out there window. But if this is what you're gonna do for a living, you're gonna have to push the envelope or be very good at something. And they're not very good at something. Yeah.
The problem with pictures like that are not necessarily with them making money off of it. That's fine. However, when other things happen to you in the real world, specifically in the legal sense or in the political sense, those pictures will come back to either hurt you, or if you're facing criminal charges for other things that you didn't do, pictures like this can come back to convict you. These pictures could be used by a jury to, to convict you, not because of the evidence, but because they're pissed off just looking at that picture alone. That's the problem.
And bigger question is like, why is YouTube even allowing this? They should not allow this.
All that shit weird to me. All three of them is kind of weird. I wouldn't do it.
Three.
Very weird.
But they're trying to make money. And they have to do things that, and they're not the only ones.
No, they're not.
People have to do things that, a lot of people just, like Stanley saying, I'm not willing to do it.
Yeah, I don't believe in that either. I'm not growing my channel in a dishonest way that strips me of my integrity, my soul, my moral character. It's just not happening. Like,
thank you. Yep. Well, and the fact that he's coming over here and pushing for Stanley, and he doesn't get it. That was my whole point. He doesn't get that not everybody wants to be around this. Not everybody wants to be part of his,
I think he gets it. I think he was just.
No, I don't think he does.
Stanley, he doesn't get it. You saw the aneurysm he was having.
It's hard for me. Everybody keeps telling me how brilliant he is.
Isn't it brilliant?
I think Stanley might be saying that he gets it, but he probably just doesn't care. Like,
he doesn't.
That's it. He gets it. He just doesn't care.
He thinks the money is worth it.
Yeah, Black Knight. We've seen people like this in the Navy. He just wants. He just basically wants to stir the pot and see what happens. See what comes of it.
Speaking of,
I've done it on occasion.
Yeah. Speaking of, John, are you still planning on going over there just to see what's up?
Man, I don't have a schedule, man. I can't tell you where I'll be at 4 o'clock. Is it 4 o'clock, right?
I think he said 4 to 6 Eastern.
Oh my God. Chris Reed says, I believe some of y'all are hating on Mr. Ben because he got his daughter taking care of him. How many of y'all got y'all daughters taking care of y'all when you get hurt?
He's taking care of them all right.
I don't want my daughter taking care of
At
me.
all. He
That's
should be
not
out
my
working
job.
a job.
Yeah, he's in his fort. I was gonna say
I
he's in
agree
his
with you,
like
Juan. I
early
wouldn't want my
40s.
children taking care of me either. I mean, if I had them, I wouldn't want that either, you know?
I don't want my daughter taking care of me.
You don't need no one taking care of him.
Hey, 12
I don't understand yet. I don't understand.
Good morning, y'all.
That's
Plus,
weird.
he got what's his name carrying the blue glass right there to take care of him too. Lalo's also pretty loyal to their family. He can do it.
Well, if I can ask a question, does anybody know if Universal Jones bought his Ben Thorpe's mom's book or not?
Oh, yeah, he did. He been got that thing. I got it too, by the way. I'm ready for whenever we can schedule the reading.
I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna order mine next.
Proud to pimp your daughter in 8 ways. That's kind of like what I'm referring to. Yeah, be proud to pimp your daughter, which is it's kind of like what that Kardashian mom did to her daughters. She pimped her daughters out.
Oh yeah,
Kris Jenner.
She did.
She did.
So I mean, yeah, you can do that if you want.
She did, but I will say, to give that family credit, their father, Robert Kardashian, was a brilliant attorney. I wish I had his brain when he was alive. He was brilliant, just genius.
But they also weren't the women they are now when he was alive, because he wouldn't tolerate that.
No, you're absolutely right. You guys are absolutely right.
Wow. Yeah. I just think Ben is he's scraping for some content, man. When that's your lifeblood, you got to do what you got to do, and
And that's fine, HB. I'm not saying he can't do that. If he wants to do it, that's fine. But I guess my problem is him coming over here and just pushing it, Stanley, even John to a certain extent, but especially Stanley. And then the entitlement and his entitlement of why won't you do that? Why? Oh, just take it. No, I don't want to do that. Stanley doesn't want to do it. Why do you think you have to push it? And then make
First
Stanley
person that I've heard.
it's
He's the first person. I'm sorry, HB. I'm sorry.
No. It was just kind of it's just kind of ironic too. He said how black people are so they have a moral base, but he was kind of confused why Stanley didn't want to do a show with him.
Then he had the nerve to call Stanley weak. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
Nah, it's
Stanley
because
weak?
Ben's a hypocrite when he comes to talk about black people, man. He's like, oh, you guys are good. He believes the exact opposite because what he says and what he shows are completely different.
Well, I thought the bitch comment was pretty out of line. I guess that's why he disappeared after that.
No, I was kind of waiting on him to say it because whenever Ben gets his way, he starts cussing.
But to be fair, I think a show with Ben and Stanley would be good. But I know Stanley wouldn't do it. I know, it would.
Well, what would we talk about?
I mean, you guys.
That was my question. I'm like, what?
You guys.
I figured we'd talk about child rearing.
I mean, that would
So y'all
honestly, Stanley, you guys can literally talk about anything, and it would be entertaining.
Yeah, I think you would find something to talk about, Sam.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, stupid. You can talk about a lot of things.
And Stanley, someday if you change your mind, that's fine. But
I actually do have something to do at 6. I occasionally, I do have friends in Savannah.
I'm not saying that you should do it though, Stanley, but it would be entertaining. But I know that's not your motivation though, too.
Well, no, it wouldn't be entertaining to me.
Right. And that's why I understand why you kick Solid Snake and 12th Man.
Talk about Dave.
Kelvin.
Because
Kelvin is in love with Grace, apparently.
To be fair, Kelvin's kind of a simp.
A lot of people are in love with Grace.
Yeah, like that one guy, the guy with the blue glass.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's you know, I think you got to do what's best for you. You can't just do what people want you to do, and you know, it gets.
Well, maybe there is that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, nobody's perfect, maybe. Nobody's.
Well, HB and John, it would be good content to add behind the paywall. If you had a members page, I know I would probably spend a couple of dollars there just to watch Stanley and Ben.
I know that would be pretty good, Stanley and Ben.
But I already know how John is, though. If we're gonna do that, it would have to be over here. You know, like.
Well, you can set up a members. Oh, that's why this channel got demonetized because of.
Yeah, I was going to say we're not monetized one. We can't do that.
I keep forgetting about that.
You know.
You know what John can set up though? A Patreon.
Yeah.
But I think though too, you know, making content off of Stanley's despair with dealing with people he doesn't like, you know, it would have to we would have to find it. We would have to find a way for it to benefit him, and I'm not into like. I don't know.
Stanley, would you want anything for any content that the channel makes off of you?
He would have to get a cut. I'm sorry. It would only be
from I don't think Hood Conservative made anything. It was actually just SKC.
Yeah, I mean like us specifically. Like, what would you want as payment?
What would it like? Okay.
Well, no, I get the occasional Cash App. That's good.
No, Stanley. Let's.
I get Bud Light money.
Stanley, let's talk business here. All right. How much would it cost to do a 2-hour stream with Ben Thorpe?
I can't imagine I could name an amount that would be paid.
What about a 30?
Realistically though, like upfront money.
Let's see. I wonder. That's a. I'd have to.
I don't think it would be as bad. I don't think it would be as bad.
It would be at least 5 figures.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
No, if I gotta name an amount, I need to make sure it's prohibitive.
I don't think it would be. It would be the same.
It cannot be an amount anybody's gonna want to pay.
$10,000 and a penny. Okay,
yeah,
good. Got you.
All right, Stanley. What about a 30-minute segment? Because we do have some like some short form content that John doesn't really make too much. So you being able to be put in that position would be a little bit better.
With Ben,
I think you probably would enjoy the conversation, Stanley. To be honest with you, like depending on what you talk about, but Ben can talk about a lot of things.
But Ben, that's why we got to limit it. Ben yaps too much.
What am I talking to? A panel of Bens here?
No. I think the thing is though, the problem wouldn't be Stanley. It would be Ben. And I think what ends up happening is, somebody like Stanley or Lindy puts him in a corner, he just starts,
he lashes out.
He crashes out.
Starts cursing his way out.
That'll be the end.
We don't need 2 hours.
It'll be an outro.
Yeah, so
that's why you guys need to.
There would have to be some sort of, rules.
Regulation.
Regulations. But I think the first 30-minute conversation should be on parenthood, and I think honestly that would probably benefit you and him greatly. It would kind of prove your point, Stanley, and it would make Ben kind of defend his points.
I'm sure Stanley could teach him a thing or two about parenthood.
Yeah, I mean, because Ben has gripes and complaints with the government. As it pertains to childhood, that's kind of right down the line of a lot of lower class men. So he has that in common with them. It might be interesting.
Yeah, that child support payment's a fee, isn't it?
Yeah, just even child custody issues. Like you probably never even experienced that stuff.
Nah,
What did you say? You had to go to the police station or some shit?
Yeah.
I mean, you can always just ask Hood.
Yeah, in your hood. Yeah, people like Hood.
Yeah. But just think about it, Stanley. I don't think you going over there being a part of their circus.
Yeah, whatever there
I don't
is.
think. Yeah, but obviously, you are talented though, Stanley. I never take that from you. But I think a lot of people think that you're putting on a character when I think you're just being genuine.
Well, I'd put in towards Stanley's next 12-pack if we did a short debate with Ben.
Yeah, I put some down on that 12-pack too, man.
Yeah, I put some money on
Short
it too.
TV just went live.
He's gonna pull it. Wait, hold on. Y'all think he's gonna pull a Be Brave? Talk about the clip.
Probably.
He's gonna pull a Be Brave?
Yeah. No, I
What
think he's
happened
gonna
to
pull
Be Brave?
a.
It's been weeks since I've seen him.
Be Brave
he's
is
been
live
yelling.
all the time now.
Yeah, he's live all the time now. He's always
He
talking
live
about
right now.
Stanley. in some
Put him up
capacity.
right now. Stanley. Brave is live right now.
Yeah, Stanley.
Yeah, he was talking about me.
Oh, he is.
And HP.
Today? Today?
Wait, hold on. Here's Grace.
Stanley got two white men talking about him.
She's about to here, listen. Yep.
To be a
There
part
we
of
go.
Local Reject in one way or another, because there's one thing that's true
Holy
about
fucking shit!
the Local universe. It's that
She looks conservative. What the hell?
So we're gonna do our best. These folks tend to be a little bit conservative, but we'll see what we can do.
Wait, are they coming up here?
They are already showing me. Hi guys.
Wait, are they coming up here? Oh no.
Oh no, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Join.
Oh,
This
Grace
is
is here.
this
Grace
is
is
truly
here.
becoming.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I
okay.
will. Hi guys. You gotta
That's
my
what I was
screen.
saying. Stanley, mute the video. It's gonna have feedback.
There we go.
I hear an echo.
Yeah.
Hello.
There we go.
Stanley got two white men talking about it. Well, white woman. Hey, Grace.
Hi Gary, and how you guys doing?
Good.
What in the Anna Kasparian?
Are
You
you
gotta
like the
look like
blonde?
Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, from the
Show
Young
me
Turks.
the money. No, you show me the money. Hold on. I have 97 people watching me. Guys, this is John Galt's channel. Let me send it in the chat.
At the
Everybody
Urban
go give him a
Landlord.
sub.
At the Urban Landlord.
What's up, girls?
At the Urban Landlord. Okay, now I'm going to be introducing my largely white chat to
And
the.
tell them to go chat on John's channel.
I'm telling them right now.
Not just sub.
Who's
All
that
right,
talking?
hold on. John
That's Ben.
Galt.
Oh man, oh, it's Ben. Oh.
Yeah. All right, there's the link, guys. Go click it.
Oh, he's
give
sick.
him the
He's
chat.
sick. Oh, that means Ben sick. That means Ben sicked his daughter on us. Oh.
Okay, so
Trojan horse.
you guys heard you guys already restreamed me. I'm looking for a co-host. I'm looking for a co-host for my new show. And I want you guys to at least give it a shot, maybe tonight. Because I got almost 700 live viewers last night. And I have a Ko-Fi, coffee, whatever, so I can take donations now, even though the channel's not quite monetized yet. And I'm going to be splitting donos with a potential co-host. And I want to get people who are not
a guest. Stanley.
Sorry?
And Stanley as a guest.
And Stanley as a guest, as a potential guest. So what do you guys think about that? Have you seen my new channel at all, Lolcow Rejects?
Now I heard you mention it, but I haven't seen it yet. I heard you mention it yesterday.
All right, here, hold on. I'll give you the trailer.
Yeah, Be Brave would be another one.
Who's Be Brave?
Be Brave, the one.
Yeah, Be Brave.
Oh, I forgot about Be Brave.
That's a law.
That is true. That is true. Here's the link backstage if you want to watch it. It's the trailer for the new channel.
Hey, John or Stanley, could y'all pull it up?
All right, I'll pull it up.
It's just a minute. It's just like a minute.
Yeah, it's only like a minute.
Yeah.
You can get it. You can get the vibe for the show.
Yeah, listen. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. What
It's in the main chat, John. It's
Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Wait a minute.
Sucking his dick. He wants Tina there, tongue in his balls. I'm not into it.
I left the server. I told Kim he's a fucking asshole, and I mean it.
I know what leadership looks like. He doesn't have it. He's completely incompetent.
He also called me a skeleton in other DMs.
Thorpes and Grace Thorpes are going to bring down this entire brand. What the fuck is happening?
He stars in his own Thorpocalypse. This one could be the biggest one ever because the harder they come, the harder they fall.
I like that preview, Grace. I like that. It's very nice.
Yeah, I didn't make it. It was a guy on Discord who made it very generously for me. So,
Is your first episode going to focus on Nick Rekieta?
I already did my first episode.
It's at
What
like,
were you asking?
5K.
Did you say Nick Rekieta?
Nick Rekieta? No, I haven't. Did the other guy say that?
That's what Juan said that. Juan said
Yeah,
Nick
Juan.
No, I had asked that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I ain't heard that name in a long time. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Grace.
Yeah, so it's a booming new show, and I would like to. So here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. I'm looking for a neutral co-host because apparently I'm too controversial to work with, and the problem is I need guests on the show, and I can't really get them, so I need a neutral person because I don't want it to be the Thorpe show. You know what I mean? I want it to be All Cow Reject, and so I need a neutral co-host, which I was thinking you would be great, John, because you're not really associated with all this, and you also like make people feel more comfortable, I guess. You're not as controversial. And
Plus, John cultivates interesting personalities like Stanley.
Yeah.
And
Be brave.
He knows what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Characters,
Hosting with like people who are a little
interesting
eccentric.
personalities,
Yeah.
eccentric people
Yeah.
who other people find entertaining. He gets it.
Yeah. For example, Stanley. Stanley is
Stanley Cross.
Stanley is untapped talent. I mean, I want to put Stanley in front of 700 fucking people.
Yeah.
Stanley, what do you say?
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Say there are going to be 700 people missing me.
So okay, I'm not sure what that means.
It means I won't be there.
I would love to have you as a guest and interview.
I appreciate and I'm flattered, but I have to decline.
Is there any reason why you would decline? I mean, I'm not saying
because I'm not interested in doing it.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not? It's not my shtick.
Well, what's not your shtick?
700 people watching me is not the thrill it is for you. I don't get a thrill from having 700 people watch me. I'm good.
But you get a thrill from 29 people watching.
You know what? I get a thrill from doing what I want to do.
Okay, but you enjoy having the floor and being able to buy.
I do. And you know what? I will not have the floor sitting besides Grace. Plus, I'm not interested in doing it.
Well,
Grace has her audience, and I have mine.
Give you the floor.
I don't need the floor. I have my own floor.
Yeah, but like to 29 people.
I like I said, I'm thoroughly flattered. I appreciate it, but you will have to get someone who's interested in doing it and would be comfortable.
Look. Maybe you're taking this the wrong way. Maybe you're saying like you want me on.
Oh no. I'm taking it the right way. I'm flattered, and I respectfully decline. I don't know how
You're
else.
not interested in doing the same thing you're doing here in front of more people for more money.
And what you don't seem to understand is
Even
I'm
if you
from
have
where I
power,
am. I don't have to have more people. I don't have to have more money.
No one said you had to.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it might be fun for an hour
Might
if I
be,
interview you
but
and have people come talk.
how about I just say some other time? I'll take a rain check. How about that?
Well, I would like other people to press him on like what is like if it's the exact same.
Well, yeah.
setup,
Does the rest of the panel agree with Stanley's
If
choice?
it's the exact same
Wait, does the rest of the panel get to
John Ball
have a say?
moderating, why would you say? Why would you find that? Doesn't make any
Dude,
sense.
I don't do peer pressure.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
I
about
respect
it.
Stanley's choice. If he doesn't want to do it, then leave him alone about it. He doesn't want to do it.
Above the trees,
I know. See, I
above
fucking
the trees
told you,
gets
these
it
people are
right.
fucking
Boring
losers.
Stanley.
People are
I like
fucking
my
losers.
boring life.
Oh, John said.
John is not a loser, but I
John said he
told you,
got
black men are so fucking conservative and like, I don't want to do anything out of my comfort zone. They're tough, real tough niggas. But
You know what? What I
and
want to do? Do you really think?
you're scared
Wait,
of being
hold it. Let
exposed
me
to
ask you a
700 people,
question.
dude. You don't want to get embarrassed.
Okay.
You're a
Do
fucking
you
loser.
honestly? So maybe you're right. A an uneducated bottle blonde talking about nothing that I'm
God
interested
damn.
in talking in. Yeah, that would indeed take me out of my comfort zone.
How could you not be interested in an interview of you? We're going to talk about what you talk about, what you
I
do.
know me. I already know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it would be no different than what you're doing right now. So your reasoning doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, it doesn't make sense to you.
It doesn't make sense to anybody, dude.
Do you speak for anybody other than yourself?
John, what do you
Does
think?
that confuse you?
I'm just saying I don't think it makes any sense. That's all.
I guess if you have to put on too hard of a sale, he's probably not the person. That's probably just what it is. Maybe another time he may.
Yeah, who knows? I'll take a rain check, like I said.
Yeah, maybe try Stanley when he's drinking a little bit.
Get Stanley drunk. He's pretty fun to play.
I'm pretty pliable then.
Right now.
Last month Stanley was, but Grace, if you got him with this, like at least like probably last month, you probably would have got him.
It's amazing. It's truly amazing how you people think. That's not a comment on
You
blackness.
people. You people. What is that? What does that mean? You people.
Yeah, you white panel people. You're like, I don't know if I want to go on your show. Why don't you just say
Oh no. Whoa. I didn't say
Why
I
don't you
didn't
just say
say
that?
I didn't
Why don't
know.
you just say I would be
Wait.
afraid to go in front of 700
Okay.
people? It's a little too much for me.
It's a little too much for
Wait,
me.
hold on.
I'm a little
Grace,
afraid.
if he was a
Let me get Gary out of here. Gary, you're not a part of the conversation, man. Shut up. Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, put Gary in.
No. Like I said, I there's no doubt that I don't want to go on your show.
Right. Because you're afraid of being in front of 700 people. You're not actually.
You know what? No. I'm afraid of just being bored to death. I don't want to do the show.
Right, because 7
But if
profile
you were in
pictures
charge
is
of
way
the
more interesting.
show, it would only
You know what? YouTube fame is fleeting.
So why are you on YouTube?
Because I like hanging out with my buds. You're not my bud.
So this is hold on. So this is a replacement for a
Wait,
social group.
Hold
You
on.
can't
What
make
makes-
friends in real life, so
what-
you join StreamYard
what
panels.
makes
Is that
That's
right?
That's exactly. And I have enough friends over here. I don't need 700 more.
What makes someone a bud?
Oh, I'm just kidding. I never use that word. I just figured it would be something a Rhode Islander would understand.
The word bud?
Yeah.
See how no one else is laughing?
Don't y'all use bud a lot up there in up in.
We're in Georgia right now, Stanley.
Oh, you really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys could do a
And
live.
there,
What part of Georgia? Yeah, what part of Georgia? You might get maybe
What
if
are we?
you,
A little bit north of Savannah.
Stone Mountain, no doubt.
There's Savannah. In Savannah.
Slightly north
Stanley.
of Savannah.
Stanley, they're right by you. Stanley's in Savannah.
Are they now?
Oh, God,
Wow.
they're in
Okay.
Savannah.
Ooh, Stanley.
Yeah, we could do our
take
first
Stanley
episode
out.
live.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah,
a
that's
live.
Stanley out.
It could be a live stream, Stanley.
All right,
You
Stanley,
and the
what about
Thor.
IRL? Okay, what about an IRL collab?
Yeah.
Take Stanley out on a date.
We'll take you out to dinner.
Yeah.
They said.
Well, I'm good.
But,
But once again, I appreciate the offer, and I'll take a rain check. I'll seriously think
Stanley,
about
are
it.
you an entertainer? Are you an entertainer?
No, I'm not.
Does anyone
Finally, he speaks the truth.
Does anyone agree with that? Stanley's an entertainer. He's
No, there are many people in this chat
out there
who do,
and sometimes laugh and
who
sometimes
do not consider me an entertainer.
you are an entertainer.
Tell them, Mavid. Mavid, speak up, Mavid. Now's the time for you to type to chat.
Oh, come on.
Stanley, what about this? You take us two white New Englanders through Black Savannah, and all the parts of Black Savannah, and you introduce us to your friends. That'd be interesting.
That would be good content.
You know what? You know
use
what?
it in real
Probably Be Brave would know more about Black Savannah than I do.
Okay, well, you can take us to White Savannah then.
Yeah, quite frankly, a lot of what was Black Savannah has been torn down and rebuilt. So I definitely don't know about it these days.
Well, what about the plantations and stuff? You could take us to those, and we could tell you to pick cotton, and you could. Tell us,
I would think you'd have relatives on those plantations. You don't visit their grave sites?
Doesn't Ben own couple?
Yeah.
Yeah, my great granddaddy used to be a plantation owner. I assume he was the governor of Virginia. And we still have little pieces of paper that say like this slave ran away, and if you find her, bring her back.
You kept him for posterity, did you?
My grandfather did. I don't know where. I don't know where it went.
Did he figure one of these days the slaves would be caught?
Yeah.
Still looking for it.
I don't know. Maybe Stanley. I don't know how it works, but like I think those are like no longer legal. But if it was your great grandma and they hadn't had this so-called Emancipation Proclamation, maybe I could come pick you up as a payment, and you could work my plantation.
You want Stanley?
Yeah, I'll get him out in the cotton fields.
Signed
What the hell?
What about it, Stanley?
No, like I said, I appreciate the offer, but I have to respectfully decline.
Okay.
So
well, no one can force you to do anything.
I think Garion or somebody like that, somebody younger, more hip.
Hell no. I'll put my name in this bowl.
But Stanley, you're
more tech, you're more like YouTube savvy, that sort of thing. You're young.
You get a lot of people who are on your side. The reason you make jokes, they don't always work, but you make jokes because you want to hear people laugh, right?
Oh no, believe me, I make jokes for my personal entertainment. No one else thinks they're funny.
See, that's actually funny. And you get a little dopamine hit from that because Grace laughed, I laughed, and you can be funny. That's why you're here, Stanley.
Yeah.
You enjoy
I find
Oh, sorry about that, Latino.
Aw. Oh, Lindy.
Lindy Lou is back. Can we please not call Lindy out of her name? Can we not do that?
How y'all guys doing?
What's up, Latino? Big up.
Warren, I couldn't send that because it contains eggs, and I was afraid that it might blow up in the mailbox.
Oh, you would have been fine. I told them that it was coming, and I don't know about in the Northeast, but down here they have with care, so that wouldn't have been an issue.
Okay. For New Year's then, for sure, because I made it.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Lindy. I mean, not Lindy. Grace, have you ever? Every now and then, we do have a locale that also might meet your expectations if you're really looking for talent. We got a guy called P Black who comes over here every now and then, and he's been in the news once for being drunk and leaving his kids out in the middle of the night. And he's way more entertaining than Stanley. He's also an entrepreneur. He's trying to create this thing called a
GPS for the kids.
Yeah, he's gonna put it in a stroller. Every now and then he comes P Black. Every now and then he comes P Black, and he tries to, he shoots his shot with HB because I'm pretty sure he might have a crush on him or something. And hey man, he keeps coming back. He don't hate you. Diddy. Yeah, no Diddy, but respectful also. And every now and then he does shoot it with Stanley, and they go bar for bar, band for band. So I think he'll be a good fit.
We went to the reservation.
That guy sounds great. Also, Angel though.
Yeah,
Angel's gone.
He's incognito.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Somebody said, "What about lasagna killer? What about lasagna killer?"
He's not a personality.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they already know about lasagna.
Well, I've never heard of this P Black guy. Sounds interesting.
Depends on lasagna 160, half hour.
It depends on what you're trying to do.
Another good person would be Ignat TV. Ignat TV. He's got jokes like
Ignat would be perfect. Ignat would be.
Yeah, Ignat might be good. Yeah.
Ignat would be perfect.
Yeah, Ignat's funny.
Now, talk to John about Ruby, because he's talked with Ruby.
Yeah,
He's met Ruby. Yeah, he met Ruby already.
He was up here on the Halloween thing.
We're trying to get Ruby on Lolcow Rejects, but she
Ruby is our
refuses to
number
be
one.
associated with the Thorpes, which is why I need somebody else who is more neutral. And I think
That's shocking. That's just shocking. I can't believe that.
I don't see why Ruby. I don't see why Ruby.
I cannot believe they don't want to be associated with.
I don't
you
get.
guys.
I don't get the appeal of Ruby, but I'm not talking against her, but I don't get it.
Ruby
is she very popular? I don't know. Is she very popular? Ruby.
She is an eccentric personality.
Yes.
She is a ex-fentanyl addict. She's on like 12 different pharmaceutical medications.
Yes.
She's always talking about, her addictions. One of those people who's always talking about their addictions, how they're recovering. And then she's actually a freestyle rapper at times. She's just, she always brings, she has this incredible need to be validated. And what's interesting with the Black world is she tries to be a SJW by saying things like, if I was Black, I'd be a criminal too, which of course is an insult to Black people.
Yeah. She's like, man, these Black kids sure have it hard. Hey, if I was a young Black man, I'd probably do some crazy shit too.
You know what I mean? She doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand how things come across as a white liberal.
She's a white liberal. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Who happens to be tone deaf? Okay.
She's a Diddy crack.
Boss.
I always thought Ruby was a bit goofy.
But we love Ruby too. She's a lovable person because she's raw. She doesn't mind bringing it. She tries. She's it's like a human soul. I mean,
she's very raw. Very raw.
Someone said she has a lot of subs.
About 9,000.
So then she's basically the female version of Princess.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they do partner up.
Princess is
It's not that raw.
Yeah, it's a little more autistic.
Princess doesn't really have that extra personality. Ruby definitely does.
I've seen your channel, your main channel is taken off though, Grace. I think I saw you with 800 people in the audience one day.
Yeah, well, I had a bump from the lockout thing. That did go back down, but we've got some new people for sure.
You need to
which
get
is why
Angel
this is
on
such a unique opportunity for John and Stanley, although I understand he said no, to take advantage of the new community and, you know, do a little trial run, do a little test host segment or something like that.
Try to find Angel.
What about you, John Galt? That'd be maybe an opportunity to grow the channel a little bit.
Nah, he can
Yeah,
sell.
you
He can
said
sell
4
some
o'clock,
houses.
right? 4 o'clock, right?
4 o'clock, yeah. I think it would be probably better if you were interested, if you watch the show for like an hour.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
know
do.
it's a lot of time, but like you get a feel of what I'm doing, and then I can
Mhm.
have you on and I can introduce you and stuff, and then you could even run your own segment if you wanted. If you had somebody you wanted to cover, you know, get clips of somebody, invite them on from your community. I'm fine with that.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about it. Just tell me what you're trying to do, and then what you want me to do, or what you. Yeah.
Well, we would sort of be like trying out for a co-host. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, you just see how the chat reacts. You can respond to chat. You can, you know, answer them questions about you.
You can research if you want to. I mean, there's hundreds of hours of what Lolcow is doing. You understand? We're trying to branch off from them and do really basically our own thing. But when you're branching off, you have to be able to reference
right
Yeah, I
what
got
you're
you.
branching off from.
Right.
Which mostly Grace's going to do that for the first hour. It's like talk shit about the controversy with them.
Mhm.
And then we'd love to bring more people into the world, into that world.
Right.
And the problem is the same problem with Stanley. Everybody does the same thing of saying like, no, I'm not going to do that. Even though the incentives are there, the clout is there,
Yeah.
the money is there, everybody knows we pay. And
No, Ben, nice bringing your daughter back. No, here's what it is. I'm white and I say so. I'm white and I say it's better for you guys. You don't respect the fact that Stanley doesn't want to do it. It's I'm white and I think this is what you should do because I say so.
Because I'm white, I'm saying Stanley should listen to me because I'm white.
No, well, no, that's your guys' attitude. You should, instead of leaving him alone,
with that. Stanley should listen to me because
the attitude is I'm white,
and white people have succeeded in this country more than black people. So all things being equal, black people, white people, and Stanley's black ass should listen to me and do what I tell him, and he'll be more likely to succeed.
The attitude.
If I listen to other black people.
And then Grace
That's
gets
right.
on here,
I
calls
agree with that.
you know, no, I'm white and I say so, Stanley, you got to do it. You should do it. Even though he's clearly made his point, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't have to give you an explanation. That is the attitude that you all come across as.
That's right. Right. It's time for
I'm
black
white
people
and I
to
say
stop
so.
acting like babies and make it fucking happen. It's not going to change
Listen to you.
the world.
Do you
for
even hear yourself?
And nothing's going to get better for black folks if they just hide with other black folks and talk shit about white people.
Really? Really? And you know this how?
Themselves and make them
You know
feel
this
like
how?
I'm the smartest nigga in the room. I read them books.
You are not that
You know
smart.
what? Apparently, Mr. Thorpe doesn't understand who he's dealing with. Ben, in my life, I have been about twice as successful as you'll ever be. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, son?
I know. It's like, who do you guys think you're talking to?
Motherfucker, you have to know that I don't need you to be successful. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking to a guy. When you run your own
Okay,
show,
no. What you're doing is listening to a guy, man. You're listening to a guy who is more successful
one chat
than
every 2
you
minutes.
and definitely more successful than your father. I do not need him.
You are not more successful at what we're
No,
doing.
I am more successful
Right
in
now.
my life.
Right
YouTube
now.
is not my life, Grayson.
Right now, doing the thing that you're
is
doing,
not my life,
you are
Grayson.
more successful than you at
Right
this.
now, right now, I'm more successful than you are. I'm saying no
on
to you.
YouTube,
You
on
are
YouTube,
not
which is the platform
successful.
we're using.
You,
On-
ma'am.
when you- Stanley,
You, ma'am.
when you
Stop
run your own
interrupting
show,
him,
You,
Grace.
ma'am.
Stanley,
Are
when
you
you run your own show,
successful? Are you successful in getting
Lindy,
what
it's
you
all right.
want
Stanley
right
can
now?
always just,
The answer is no.
I know. I need to shut up.
Don't tell me about success. You haven't gotten me, therefore you're not successful right now.
Damn, son.
God dang.
Now, what you need to do is smoke your cigarette and be fake blonde and mind your business.
That was so cool, Stanley. I'm about to get my jacket.
I'm really suspect as to why they're coming in here today, coming so hard after Stanley. What is it for them?
It might have something
Why
to do.
do they want him this
Are you
badly?
upset we didn't ask you? Sorry,
Now-
we don't want another black woman
Now,
on there.
wait a second now.
She's not black.
Do you think
Grace?
She's white.
That a person who sees
Grace, she's white.
and says you should do something with that talent instead of sitting there with your lavender bag, PFP, looking like you just came out of the Planet of the Apes audition, and you should take that talent and do something with it. Do you think that's not an act of love?
You hear that, Stanley?
How are
Ben
you
loves
talking
you.
to like that?
I love Stanley. I want the best for Stanley.
Who the hell are you talking to that way?
I think he's got a lot more than he's giving out here, and I think he'd be
How are you
happy
talking to like that?
to have I'm talking to Stanley.
Oh, these poor children.
That's a horrible thing to say, Ben. That's just
I don't
a
blame
horrible
horrible thing to say. Why can't a one man tell another man that I think he's got talent and he's not utilizing it, and ask him why he's not utilizing it? What's
yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
He is trying to manipulate Stanley.
Yes, I'm trying to
And he's
manipulate
throwing, and he's throwing
That's
daggers
right.
at him too.
Yeah, you did call him a bitch earlier, Ben.
What
He
is
called
a
me a
Grace
bitch, I don't care.
BBC slave?
Human beings manipulate other human
Grace,
beings.
do you know this person?
If you don't like it, jump off a bridge.
Wait, who? Somebody in my
Grace
chat
is
wanted.
Grace's BBC slave?
Oh, I think. Hold on. I think
Damn,
that's
Stanley.
ignorant. Hold on. I think that's ignorant.
That's what they want you for, Stanley?
A lot of people fit that term.
Yo, what's up? Greetings. I'm Grace's BBC slave.
Oh,
Not
SHD.
ignorant.
How you doing?
I would love to be in that guy's position. Don't you talk over
SHD,
Grace,
is that
okay? When she speaks, y'all listen. Be quiet.
Nah,
okay?
I
That's Stanley. That's Stanley right there with the cup.
I don't know who that man is, but you know.
No. That's
Sounds
me
like
offering.
SKC.
That's me offering my cup of clout to Stanley, and he's sleeping on it. He's sleeping on it.
Oh, I'm sleeping through it.
You're not even paying attention.
Stanley, are you afraid to be around white people?
Yeah, that ain't. Yeah,
They're
it's
gonna
not
laugh
ignorant.
at you.
Yeah, that's it.
I read books, stuff.
Didn't Stanley have a white wife?
I'm more sexier and cooler than Ignat is. Just saying.
How would he be afraid of white people?
Oh, you sound like
Yeah,
it.
did he get one pregnant?
I
saying,
read
didn't he have a
books.
child?
I know how to pronounce English, and you all make him feel like he's a professor. But maybe when he's around white people, he'll feel a little
Whoa. Y'all make me feel like I'm a professor, huh?
He gets to talk down to other blacks.
Damn, no wonder
But
teachers
when he's
hate
around white people.
We should give you
It doesn't work as good.
We should give you a job at Georgia instead of with the Thorpes, man. At this point, or Harvard.
Yeah, you got 4 people making streams about you. You telling me you're not reaching your full potential right now?
I think I've surpassed it.
Yeah.
Right. So why not go to the next level, Stanley?
Oh, so Ben, you're the next level?
Yes, Stanley, I'm the next.
Okay, here we go. This I got here.
The next
Turning
level
the
of what?
one would be the next level.
More like the next circle of
Stanley, chill. Stanley, chill.
Holding your lavender,
The next level of trailer trash.
at an airport, thinking you're fancy.
It's an airport. It looks like a Walmart.
Wherever it is, the gay bar, wherever he is.
It looks like a
right
Planet
there.
Fitness. Why you got a briefcase at a Planet Fitness, dude?
He's got his lotions.
Ben,
and his
why would he want to go? Ben and Grace, why would he want to go
and his Jerry
backwards?
curl.
Why would he go backwards?
What the fuck is
That
this
was
thing?
going from 15 viewers and 0 chat to 700 viewers and a booming chat going backwards.
It's still going backwards being around you guys. That's backwards.
So 15 to 700 is backwards.
It's backwards. To be
Team
associated
start going
with
backwards
you
when
is
he
backwards.
Was Team start going backwards when he fired you?
Yeah, he was, and his views have been like halved since I left.
Yeah.
Provable.
Damn, the YouTube loves you.
Lindy Lou, aren't you white? How could you sit there and say going from 15 to 700 is backwards?
Let's talk.
It doesn't matter if I'm white or not.
If you are playing basketball in the neighborhood,
what does that even matter?
And you're getting a lot of slam dunks, and then a scout comes and says you should play college ball, or you should think about trying out for the NBA team. Are you going backwards? Or are you going forwards?
What was the question?
What the fucking question?
If you're playing neighborhood basketball and you're doing a lot of 360s, and you're the star of the neighborhood, and then some scout comes and picks you out and says you should play some real basketball, and let's say you're young enough, whatever. You should play
to be honest,
team. You should play. So a scout comes.
Look,
and
so let me guess. Let me guess something.
To be honest, if my kid had the choice,
you could play basketball in front of a lot more people for a lot more money and a lot more success, right?
So then you want him to go on your show, Ben Grace. He can be called a coon. He can be called every derogatory name. Made fun of. That's what you want because you want the ratings.
Who's holding him back? Who's holding him back?
You want the ratings of Stanley getting on your show, being called names, being called whatever, the N-word. You love that kind of stuff. That's why you want Stanley on there and any other black person. You're not coming after
for
white
their
person.
own. Yeah, Lindy Lou, for their own benefit, not
for your
Stanley.
own.
Let's go.
Yo, Lindy, do you love niggas, bro?
Right. What? Yes,
Yeah.
I love black people.
You know what?
Why?
You would
That's why I'm
love
here.
for him
I'm
to
going to
get
help you all. You're sitting
So
here.
you would love for him to get on there. Then go after a white person.
Hold up a second. Hold
You
up. Let me
want
answer.
this
Hey,
racial
Lindy,
division.
shut it.
I'm not going to shut up. You can't tell me to shut up. I don't listen to you. No. You're in my hometown.
I'm just going to respond to what you said.
No.
I'm just going to respond to what you said, Lindy. Don't make me go over there.
No. I've dealt with white men like you for a long time. You don't get to tell me what to do.
You don't know your view.
Just take turns, Lindy.
You know what, Ben?
Ben, Lindy, look, hold for 1 second. We're gonna have to talk one at a time. So I'm not telling anyone to shut up. But
Thank you, John.
Talk one at a time. All right. So
Thank you.
Yes.
Stop talking over me.
Black Daddy came in.
Maybe that's why Stanley don't want to go on your show because you're inherent racist.
So I think
man, hold on. Let Ben go. Let
Ben
Ben
and
go.
Lindy Lou, you up next. Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to one point that Lindy said. If I could do that, and then she can talk all she wants. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
She said,
Yes, we have our permission.
I'm in it. Oh, Lindy.
Don't put your finger up at me like
Come on, Lindy Lou. Go ahead, man. Come on, Lindy Lou. Go ahead,
finger down.
Lindy, you have to be quiet just for 1 minute. It's not going to kill you.
Come on, Ben. Go ahead.
Lindy said that I'm in it for me too. That's right. That's what the scout at the basketball court is going to be doing, right? He's going to be saying, I'm in it because I'm a scout. I want to succeed. I want a cut of this person's basketball talent. Ain't nothing wrong with that. No shame in that. All right, now you can respond to that.
Here's the difference. A scout is going to make him money. A scout is going to, make him look good in the eyes of people. This is not what you want him to get on your channel so people can talk derogatory and call him names and say nasty things to him. Yes, you do, because you want that type of rhetoric because it's going to get you more viewership. It's not going to do anything for Stanley. It's going to do it for you. You want him to be humiliated and be derogatory. People to be derogatory.
Hold on.
Are you not going to let me speak?
No, I thought you were done. Sorry, Lindy Lou. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking to him.
Well, here's what I'm going to say, Lindy Lou. I was watching.
White man. I'm white and I'm right.
All right. I was watching your thoughts a while back. And I remember Grace talking about she wanted to do like a debate kind of show, a little bit higher brow than people screaming at each other. And, and I don't know if that's what this is about, but at least there was an interest in doing something at a little bit higher level on her part. Grace, do you remember the debate you were interested in doing?
Yeah, I remember that. This is
And
also
then,
a little bit higher level than I'm just saying in the average Boyd panel. It's like 2 hours. You have a docket. You have like things you go through. You have guests. It's a little more organized, but it's not.
Yeah. And then from Stanley's standpoint, he's within his right to say no. But I think in general, if someone comes and makes you an offer, you can't be offended by it. You can say no, fine. But there are a lot of people out here in the world who aren't being asked to be on this show. So I think you have to look at it from that lens, Lindy Lou. However it's going to turn out, if Stanley were to be on there, if they got on there and calling them names or something like that, well, he could easily just log off.
Now, let me ask Lindy Lou a question.
He's not on the panel anymore.
Oh.
Not on the panel anymore.
Well, let me just ask a rhetorical question. What is John Galt doing with Stanley that's any different than what I would be doing? He enjoys his company. I like Stanley. I think Stanley is funny sometimes. I think his personality is interesting. How's that any different? Just because John's got black skin and I got white skin? What's the difference?
Can I ask you a question?
People in John's chat, I see it all the time making fun of Stanley and pointing out the obvious fact that he's got a little bit of sugar in his tank. And it's good times. Stanley can take it. Well, what would be the difference just because I got white skin and I now have a bigger platform? What would be the difference? No difference.
Well, yeah, I think Stanley just has, not just has, but Stanley has a moral, and don't let me speak for him, but he maybe has a moral objection to it.
Yeah, you could say that. That would
right.
be
Fair enough. So I think that's really what it is. It doesn't come down to dollars and cents.
Yeah,
what's the moral objection
with Stanley?
Oh, I mean, that's for him to explain.
No, like I said, I appreciate the offer. It's just not something I would do. And to be honest, I don't know that even if I didn't have objections. Oh, I see. We've reached the limit of people on the panel. No,
Stanley attracting all these.
I'll take a rain
Hi,
check on it.
everybody.
At this point, it's not really something I'd consider.
Here's another. Look at this. Look at this gorgeous woman.
And you said it's a
Aphrodite
good
Rose.
time. It's a good time for who?
Yo, we got
Who's a
Rich
good
on
time
the
for?
What's up, Rich?
Hey, Grace, what's going on?
Oh, Rich is
John,
here.
we got Jedi Rich. This nigga has 330,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yes. Hello. Hey, Ben, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, John.
What's up?
Okay, listen, my thought is I definitely think Grace is going with the right idea. Get an older guy on there, someone like really honestly, like Ben's age. I mean, Ben would be great. It's just I think the issue is that why don't you want to do it, Ben?
Well, a lot of people they get intimidated by me.
I see.
They instantly get intimidated.
100%.
And so I don't want this new platform to be just like, because I come across for a lot of people as their dad, right? Who like they have problems with, and we know a lot of people are on the internet because they have daddy issues, right? Because
family issues,
yeah, family issues, right? That kind of thing. So I don't want it to be about like come and yell at dad, although they're welcome to do that. And see, I'm not about smacking Stanley down. Do you think I care what Stanley?
Can I respond to what he said earlier, John?
But Stanley feels uncomfortable around me. You see how he puts his mute button on, and he didn't want to have me on, and all this stuff. And I think I bring out the best in Stanley, but sometimes it's too much for him.
Ben, you said something a few minutes ago. You said, "Oh yeah, people in the panel, they joke about he's got a little sugar in him. It's a good time. Good time for whom?
For everybody."
What about Stanley?
Well, I presume it's a good
time for him. You don't care about that, do you?
And what's he doing here?
That's none of your business.
Well, you said it's not a good time for Stanley. If Stanley is doing something that's not a good time for him, isn't he an adult? Does he need you? Does he need you as his mama to tell him that he isn't having a good time and he's a victim of a choice that he's making as an adult? That's crazy.
He doesn't need me at all. I'm trying to point out something here to you. I'm just a chatter here on this panel. Who is this a good time for?
Well, everybody.
We are a hit.
No. How do you know that? How do you know everybody here agrees what people are saying in the chat? How do you know
How
that?
do I know that everybody agrees with what's being said in chat? Not everybody
No,
agrees.
it's
Stanley
not.
has a lot of people who are on his side. Yeah, and I love that. That's fun.
Okay.
A little back and forth. It's a little banter.
Okay. Here's the thing, Ben. I think they're misconstruing like when Stanley rejects doing the show. It's not Grace isn't like trying to force it. It's more like that's someone who doesn't believe in the show, and that's why Grace was getting a little upset. And it's like, look, this is a proven concept. Grace isn't inventing something here. Grace is basically, I mean, this has already been done. Now she just all she has to do is basically fill in the blanks, and that's what she's doing. And she's giving people an opportunity here.
So you're
got a
saying
huge
that
base.
Grace is being a sensitive artist here?
Yeah.
Have you guys all been rejected from Lolcow Live?
Look at all these white people that are coming on here.
Excuse me.
They know what's best for them.
I didn't know this was a racial thing, man. The title was about
you guys
the
are the one. You're pretty much shaming him for not coming on the show instead of
Lindy Lou, why don't
respecting
you
him.
cam up?
This is what y'all are doing. I say
Why?
so.
All right, but listen. Here's my question. If someone says to someone else, you got a lot of talent, you should do something with that talent, and you're not, that is actually a compliment to that person, no?
Yeah, I think so. By the way, Lindy Lou's
I
white.
did take it as a
Rich,
compliment.
Lindy Lou's white.
I don't see anything. I don't think anything going on here is being degrading at all. I see it's like, dude.
Oh, I
dude,
do.
You're a star.
I do.
You're a star.
What
You
you
got
want
great people, and I want
You
to
want
make
it to be degrading. That's what you want.
Really?
You want
Degrading?
debauchery.
Why?
You want the low cow, whatever you're talking about.
Well, yeah.
You want all that nonsense.
Look, we want to. They want to give the people what they want. When I say we, I mean creators give people what they want.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, so if they go down an avenue, so what? In other words, they're going to reflect whatever the people are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you look at Jedi Rich, okay? So
I'm done with you guys. All right. Bye.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Lindy.
He has a real interesting backstory. He lived in a cave with his wife for a while, and I think there was a lot of like family drama that went on with them. She is a sex worker, but she does it completely on her own. But a lot of people give Rich shit because he's married to her. Okay, now they put that out there, and some people are sympathetic with them and get what they're doing. Some people are hostile and think that Rich should never allow his wife to do that. But he's out there. He takes it, right? I mean, that's
what I do.
He's an interesting
Right.
personality.
And I don't take it like okay. Yeah, okay. Early on, I did take it really personally, Ben, honestly. And I think this has been a great process those last 9 months for me. It's basically been like, okay, here I am. And it's like, boom. And it's like, because it was a waking up. Because I've been on isolation for 20. Why am I talking about me now? What we were saying was.
No, I'm just saying, Rich doesn't see himself as a victim of the
Thank
internet.
you. Yeah.
If he did, it would be his responsibility to click off, but he doesn't.
Yeah. Stanley's on here. Stanley's here. Stanley's on the internet, is what Ben is saying. It's not like Stanley is like in a coffee shop and saying, dude, have you heard of this thing called YouTube? You'd be great.
Right. And why not be more successful at it? But
Stanley, man, I don't get it. I don't get it.
People who aren't used to being in the big time are hesitant to take that step. And I'm just saying, I'm just encouraging him to take that step. Take a dip into the pool. It's not going to kill you.
Stanley, I got a question for you. Oh, are we all off?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're all. Yeah, we're
Oh, my
all.
Lord.
Stanley, do you have an issue with Grace personally or Ben personally at all?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was just asking, do you like because everyone's wondering like they wonder why you don't want to do the show? Because I mean, if like a lot of people would be like, hey man, if I was you, I would do it. And that's what Ben's saying. Like if I was in your situation, why wouldn't you do it? It's kind of like, hey man, he's not trying to be the Godfather, but here's an offer you can't refuse. What's the deal?
Number one, it's an offer I can refuse and repeatedly keep doing it. Number two, Ben, I've already told Ben why.
Oh.
Okay, and he, for some reason or another, can't seem to understand it for its very simplicity, apparently. But I do not want to do it.
Okay.
You lied. You said you're busy.
Oh wait.
Well, I actually am going to be busy at Showtime, but I also told you about the low moral character part. Did you forget that already?
But who cares if you're in the entertainment?
Okay, well, I care
Let's
apparently.
say
Okay, you don't care. I
No.
get it.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Ben, let me ask another question. Ben, does his
Lord.
channel, what he does it
Is
uphold morals?
is it that your lives are so complicated you can't understand a simple no?
Okay, so but listen, I'm trying to understand the mentality behind it. That's all.
You don't have to understand the mentality. It is
No,
not
but I
complicated.
can pursue
It is
if I want
not complicated. I do
It is.
not.
It doesn't make any
want
sense.
to
Now,
do it.
if, for example, Rich had a
for
collab
God's
with me, his wife engages in prostitution. Okay, now I could say
Why
like
is that my business?
I
Anybody's
personally
business.
wouldn't have my wife engaging in prostitution. But what does it matter if we're collaborating? I'm not saying that I approve of everything Rich does.
Right. Exactly, man.
Irony.
Just
Do
because we're having
you
a
see
conversation.
the irony of you talking about wives? Do you not see the irony?
Well, no, but he's not. What he's saying is that's why he wants you to be the host. Right? Is that right, Ben? I mean, it's like you want a neutral person. You want someone who doesn't have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can throw shade on me. You can say like, my wife is currently trying to get a divorce from me. That's fine. I don't have any problem with that. I'm the one who put that on YouTube. I don't have any problem with that. And
You know
can
what?
say,
That is a
that
good
means
point.
you're a failure as a person. That's fine. I don't care.
Gotcha.
I don't have the thin skin that you have, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? Let's chalk it up to thin skin. That's what it is. I have thin skin, therefore I can't do it.
You're a pussy. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Let's say I'm a pussy, and I don't want to be on a larger.
Hey, are you licking your lips when you say that?
Am I licking my lips?
Okay,
Yes.
wait, hold on. Okay, now hold on. Now it's okay. Well, who's driving it down the ground? Stanley, come on. It's like, okay, Stanley, do you have any issues of working with Grace? Let's say Ben's not in the picture.
Well, I have less of an issue than I do with Ben.
Okay, great. There we go. You have an issue with Ben. That's what I was trying to get at. That was my question. Now, the second thing is, what is your issue with Grace? Is it that she's young?
This is going to be
female? Is she's white? What is it?
Is this Mr. Socratic method talking?
Yeah. I like what Rich is saying. He's got no skin in the game.
Listen, man,
he's gonna break it down.
No, man. Listen, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to the answers that way because they're all like wondering why. We get to the answer and then you're off the hook.
No. Wait, hold it. I'm not on the hook.
Let's socially, man.
From the premise that I'm off the hook. I'm not on any hook. Do not start from that premise. If you're going to be all Socratic about it, get your starting point right.
Well, we're all on the hook in the sense like we're having a conversation. So
okay, don't make this big metaphysics.
You're not going to get Stanley to budge.
Look, okay, like there's this sort of thing.
I just think
I'm learning this thing as we go. Like I'm not a social guy, okay, but I'm learning that you can't yeah. When you put yourself out here, when you're in this, when you clicked on that link, like you're on the hook. You're literally on the hook. And if you want to hang it up, get off the hook, then what you have to do is like, yeah, you could just click off and disappear like Lion did, but that's kind of weak, you know? It's like, what I was just trying to do is like, let's figure out the answer, like what it is like really driving it at you. And
okay,
other than just no.
I can shorten your process. I have put myself where I want to be, which is right here on the John Galt channel. I'm perfectly happy where I am. I don't need to grow in that direction.
Okay.
It's not going to be in Ben Thorpe's direction.
But you see, Stanley, that people have. Look,
I would have thought that would have pretty much put a cork in it.
Yes and no, except it doesn't make sense. The answer does not make sense.
That's why. Make sense.
Yes, it does.
It does.
It does. It has to have logical. It has to have some sort of logical sense to it. And what you're saying.
What? You're
make
gonna have
sense.
to get all
you're a
racial.
creator.
Well, I don't
You're
feel
saying
like
you're-
dealing with the white man's logic right now.
What? Oh, wait. No, what? How did I get thrown into a racial
So
argument?
being
Man?
logical is white.
Is it? That's interesting.
Really? What are you saying about black people that they're
Wait, hold on. I like this guy. I like where Stanley's. Who said that? Who said that?
That's racist, Stanley.
No, I like this conversation. Being logical is white. Can I dip that from my?
I was just
That's my
making
book
a
title.
joke, folks. Don't take it seriously. It was just a joke.
It's almost as if they wanted you to say that.
Yeah. They
Black people are
hooked me
victims
into
again,
saying it.
victims of their own. The white man tricked them into saying they're irrational. Victims again. Call Jesse James. Call Jesse Jackson. We need reparations.
Ben, shut your ass
We
up.
got the corner on logic. Can we just
come on.
notice?
Yeah,
can we just
come on,
notice
don't.
this beautiful woman, Aphrodite Rose Sapphire?
Who told Ben to shut up? Who?
my number
boy,
one
that was a
Wait,
great
hold on.
name,
Ain't that,
boy.
wait, Aphrodite,
That's
ain't
the
that the
voice.
girl who drunk her own period blood?
What's up?
No, she
What's
doesn't.
up?
She saved it, though. It's sacred. I agree.
Sacred.
Yes.
I'm
Stanley,
Johnny.
Stanley, you
Take
think
menstrual
this,
jerky.
hold on, Ben. Hold on, Ben. Do you want to be with this premium-blooded white woman?
I'm absolutely infatuated with Aphrodite. I think she's gorgeous, and she's super feminine, which you almost never come across on the internet.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, she's my boo. I protect her.
Aw.
Did you pimp her out too?
I take her out. Wouldn't you? Who?
But like your
who
wife,
would-
Jedi Rich?
Excuse me?
Like your wife?
Like, what do you mean?
Pimp your wife
Pimping
out?
her out. Yeah, pimping her out.
Do I pimp out my dude? Pimping is a job, man. I ain't no pimp.
Teach him about pimping, tough guy. Teach him about pimping.
Does your wife wear protection?
Definitely
when
is
she's
a
out on
job.
dates?
That's why I hate when people talk about pimping like it ain't a job. Like that shit is.
Oh yeah, well we don't talk.
It ain't
No, but
easy.
seriously, does your wife wear protection?
Okay. Ben, do you see where the conversation's always going to go? You see
Yes.
where it goes? And they blame.
Hey, they
you're-
just be
and
hating
Stanley,
because
you're
they
gonna
don't
blame
understand
us
that
for that?
lifestyle. Not everybody can have their bitch go out
All
and
right,
do this and
hey,
do that,
I don't
and then the
hit- I
bitch
don't
come
hit the
back.
pimp
That not
right now.
everybody can handle that.
Now, Jedi Rich's wife was our first. Was on our stream yesterday. She
Hey,
did a
man.
great job, and
Thank
she
you.
explained that she does what she does as an adult who's making her own choices. Now, I respect that, and if you want to say that, I respect that in and what of it what it is.
Wouldn't
I might
you
have
rather
problem
send a
with
bitch than her send
But
herself?
she's not.
I'd rather
She's
send
actually
the
not
bitch.
promoting prostitution. She's saying like, no, it's not a good job. I don't recommend
In
it.
fact,
to
she
young
hates.
women.
She talks
She's
bad.
doing what she's
yeah.
doing, and she owns it. She owns it.
It's icky. It's icky.
Yeah, it's icky. However, it's okay. Whatever. I don't want to talk about. We can talk about it. Yeah.
People, it's just easy to pick on someone for she's saying she does it, and it has its ups and downs, and
Okay.
she's willing to talk about it.
Well, here
I don't have any shade towards her on that level. Like that
Right,
is an
it-
interesting person.
because here's where our story is a little different. You see, it's not like it's more like we were set out more like with your guys' beliefs, like, oh, this lifestyle is lame and disgusting, and then through a course of things, here we are. It's like kind of life taught us a lesson, and now we're on the other side of it, and so we're just dealing with it, and it's working out for us for now. And,
What kills
hey,
me is the people that
scary.
say it's disgusting go buy hoes. The people that say that they don't like it and all that shit, they be involved in the same shit. So I don't understand why people talk so bad on the game when they
Yeah.
be involved in the game.
Well, yeah, tough guy. I've seen that every single day. It's funny. It's like the certain words you hear tell you about like how dangerous they are. You know what I mean? You just like disgusting. If a person uses the word disgusting,
I know this
you
game.
they're
I
not
know
shit.
this game. Hey man, at least
Yeah, I don't hear that game shit. Hey, so your wife?
Thank you. Jesus, what the hell are we doing?
You say your wife? You say your wife is she still in the business right now?
Yeah. She's an escort in Las Vegas and in New York City.
And what do? So when she does it, she leaves the home for a few days, or
Yeah, so she has to go to New York City for a couple. Like she's leaving here on the 14th in January, and that just stresses her out. But like just like because it's there's a lot. She takes care of the house here. She's a normal, like she was in the Air Force. She was set to be Air Force. She was like Air Force. Her parents were pastors, both of them. They're both military. She joined the Air
Really?
Force at 17. Yeah. No, she didn't have sex or drink. She was the cheerleader that was ostracized for not having sex. She was the square. She was lame. And then she went in the military because of 9/11, and plus her parents are military. And she was 17. She went in early. She graduated early. And so she was like loving, she thought that was her life. And then her mom killed herself.
Wow.
And when her mom killed herself when she was in the Air Force, that just like boom. And then all of a sudden and then she became an alcoholic, a bulimic. And then her stepmom hated her anyways. So they had a reason to kick her out. They kicked her out because she was eating too much food. And so she was basically just on the street. Like she went from being like this Air Force, tracking like life was set. She was planning 37, I'm retiring. I'm going to marry this guy I'm dating, to like being like having nothing. And so that's the whole story. So it's not like, so when people say like, oh, you're this pimp, or you're like, dude, it's like, no, we're not scamming anybody, dude. We are surviving. And somehow she made it work, and she's well respected in the industry. So whatever.
How do you deal with that?
Well, how do I deal with it now? Now it's been 12 years. At first, a lot of alcohol and drugs.
I bet you she's ladylike. I can guarantee you she's ladylike.
Yeah,
she's very cute. She's feminine.
Yeah, she's a sweet woman.
Yeah, well, she's feminine, but she's also if you get the bad, see, a lot of the internet has seen the bad side of her. Like, in other words,
she learned the game from a pimp, though, OG. She was on the streets doing drugs and all that shit. Some pimping got in her ear and got her making money. That's what happened.
Yeah. Well,
that's the whole thing I'm trying to tell everybody is everybody learned the game from the pimping. They learned the game from the pimps, man.
Tough guy's got a point, though. Tough guy has a point. It's not entirely true.
Hey, hold on. Let this nigga get 30 seconds of pimping shit out of him. So I don't want to hear that shit anymore. So go ahead, nigga. 30 seconds of pimping shit.
Damn, John, why you hating on me so bad all the time, nigga? Goddamn.
I told you, look, you're gonna talk about fucking pimping. You could bring some hoes up here. I'm tired of hearing about it.
Nigga, I done brought hoes up here and you wasn't there, nigga. So I don't want to hear it. I brought hoes up here and you wasn't there, nigga.
Bring them back. Bring them back, goddammit. Otherwise, I won't hear no more about this shit.
Well, you gonna pay, nigga. You gonna pay that bitch. Yeah, shut your ass up.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, you gonna pay the bitch. Yeah.
Where was we at? Oh, I think that was kind of it. It wasn't so much that, like, it was kind of like what happened was, and then she didn't run into a pimp, but just partying, and we were together, and honestly, like where we were in Portland, like sexuality is a little bit different there, like especially in 2000, through the early 2000, before Epstein Island, and get the whole
Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon, yeah, that's where we met. Yeah, so it's just a lot more, like, in other words, the place where we lived was a very high-end condo. Everyone was sleeping with everybody. Yeah. But there was so sexuality was not an issue. So her and I were not, she was sleeping with my neighbor, my friend, and then I slept with her. And then the girl down there slept with me. It was like all this thing. So there's a sort of thing bouncing around. And then her and I, we moved to Panama. And in Panama, it was legal. And then, and I don't know, she just said, shit, man, we need some money down here. We're broke. And like $100 in Panama is like $1,000. And she's like, and then that's kind of how we fell into it. And it's like, so I'll try it. And so that's how it happened.
Well, can I tell you something? I don't understand this as a question, right? I'm not involved in any of that stuff, but there is a guy whose daughter was going to a college named, I think it was Sarah Lawrence College near New York. Okay. She was sleeping around. All of her friends were sleeping around. What this guy did is he said, why don't you make some money instead of giving it up for free? So he organized that they could make money having sex with New York rich.
So he was a businessman.
Yeah. Now, how is he the criminal? How is he a bad guy?
Because it's not legal. It's not legal.
Well, however, hold on.
And if you black, it really ain't legal.
But what I'm saying is, morally speaking, these girls, he's not taking virgins. He just took girls who were already hoes on a college campus.
Yeah, and they just started making money. That's what I'd be saying. Why, bitch? Why give it away for free?
I don't understand the logic. Yeah, how he's the bad guy.
Why give it away for free when you can actually make money? I don't understand.
Why it's bad. Here's why it's bad, Ben. Is because sex with strangers and random, whether it's a one night stand or whether you're getting paid for it, is degrading to women.
I agree.
So a guy
You're
who steps
already
in,
doing it for free. Why not make a buck?
I know,
Even
but the guy who steps in and
having
says, "Let me,"
sex with a
It's
guy for
actually
money and then giving your
empowering to
money
women if
away
they. It's
to
all
your
about
pimp.
perception.
That's even more degrading.
It's all about
What
perception.
happened, Heidi?
It's
What'd you say,
actually
sweetheart?
more empowering.
But then, yeah, when you charge, yeah, when you do it that way, you do give a little more power to it. But it's still, it's like, okay. I guess the reason why the guy gets shit is because
No,
they
you're
expect the
selling
guy.
a fantasy. You're not. That's the whole thing. You're not even supposed to be selling sex, nigga.
Yeah,
You're supposed to be
it's an
selling
illusion.
game.
Right. That's the game, whatever. But I'm talking about like more of a kind of a social like standpoint, like why we do it, like why we're here, you know. And it's like, I don't know.
Y'all are still doing it because it makes good money. That's why y'all doing it. And
Well, it
why
makes
work
money, but
a
it's
9
also
to 5? Why should
yeah.
she work at McDonald's when she's
Well,
making better money than everybody else here? She makes more money than everybody on this panel, nigga.
Jedi Rich, are you still attracted? Do you still have sex with your wife? Like when she comes back?
Yes, I
Hell
do.
yeah, he do. I bet you bust that shit down.
The thing about sexuality,
He's good at it too.
The thing about sexuality, you know, that's a great, John. That is a great question, John. That is a great question. That is an absolute great question, because you would think that you would become less attracted to somebody who is like over the time, especially if they're having sex, you know, blah blah blah. But what I've learned as a male, and this is new to me, is that sexuality is something it's not necessarily all visual. There's a certain let's call it magic, but it's probably more like pheromones or something that happens. No, I'm not kidding. That a female, like just her pinky, can all of a sudden, whoa, I'm in the, like she, like, you know what I mean? It's like she controls it. Like, so her sexuality oozes out. So I get turned on, not because of what she did or anything, because she can do it. She knows how to do it. Now, if a woman represses herself and doesn't have sex or thinks it's disgusting or whatever, my friends that have had that experience tend to like, I can't speak for them. I won't speak for them, but I would imagine that maybe that's where you run into sexual issues. I don't know.
Here's my thing. I had to pay $300. I had to pay Hey, Spicoli, how you doing? I had to pay $375 because the court told me I had to see a psychologist and talk to him for an hour. All he did is sit there and listen to what I said. I was bitching about my life. Now, I would have rather paid $375 to be with a woman who could make me feel good.
Exactly.
In the end, he's just an emotional prostitute, but he gets $375 an hour. He gets a PhD. He gets approved by society. Yeah. I don't need either of those things, but like I'd rather at least you know, have a little.
You got a good point. You have a very good point. Because but the thing is, more like I did therapy, man. And you know what my therapist did? And I put listen, I was scared. It was 9/11. I was living in Manhattan. I had all the money in the world and I was cruising and 9/11 happened. I lived right next to the towers.
Fuck.
I'm like, okay. So I go see a therapist because I am fucking freaking out, right? And I see her for about a year. You know what she does? She convinces me to see her 3 times a week at $300 a pop.
Yeah,
that's $900 a week, bro. Okay, now for starters, and guess what? All she did was tease me. She just jerked me off. She didn't even take her bra off.
Are you kidding me? Now, Jedi Rich, I have a question. Is your wife is Jedi Joy, right?
Yeah, man.
Is she an escort?
Yes.
She's an actual escort that goes out and guys pay her money to like have sex and stuff?
Well, I don't know what they do. It's none of my fucking business.
Okay.
They pay her for her time and they go in their room. Now, what they do up there, that's their business.
Let me ask you a question. You met Whoremaxer. I'm a filmmaker. Is it possible? I live in Palm Springs. Can I come out? Maybe Ben and Grace can come out. I wouldn't mind making why don't we set up Whoremaxer? You met him with your wife. I film it. Why don't we make some movies or do some stuff? What's the deal with you?
No, she doesn't do that stuff though.
Right, well, what you're talking about, it's a different thing, you see. Okay. A high-end escort is very different than a swinger, okay?
Okay.
So in fact, she gets calls all the time because we have all these swing clubs around here saying, come on, I need a date. I have to bring a date. I can't go because they don't let guys in by themselves. You have to bring a girl.
How much does she charge? What is her rate?
Well, that's not to be discussed here because that's not even. Oh. It's just you have to understand escorting. If you want to know what they charge, you should go do research somewhere else because that's
But she's high.
And also we're not advertising here, so there's no point for me to talk about pricing.
You're right. Okay, but the fact is,
she doesn't do online stuff.
Okay, so she's the opposite of Ruby. So Ben, is it possible? Look, Jedi Rich, let me ask you a question. Is it possible if, let's say I wanted to donate money when Ben goes to Vegas. Let's say Ben goes to Vegas, you know, and I want him to have a good time with Jedi Joy. Can I, in other words, we can work something like, in other words, Jedi Joy.
Listen, that is okay. That is, first of all, that is some, you know, you want me to fuck Ben? You've got to talk to Joy about this, okay? I mean, secondly,
it's possible. Wait, I'll tell you why. Because I would want to interview Grace. I think this is great. If you come to Vegas in February, Jedi Rich is out there. Jedi Joy is an escort. I want to interview your dad before and after he's with her for an hour or two. And I'm going to
I want to take Aphrodite out. I want to take Aphrodite out. Look at her. She's so gorgeous. She's so sweet.
Yeah,
she's so
Ben, this is
I don't want anything from her.
This is actually the funniest thing I've ever heard.
I just want to be able to spend the pleasure of spending a couple hours with a gorgeous, feminine.
Well, I want to get you
in with one in my
you
entire
can do that too. Ben, you can do all two of them, but you have multiple women here, Ben. Don't lock it into one. But is that a possibility? So, Rich, that is a possibility then, right, Rich?
Well, I mean,
No, but look at look at Aphrodite. She's wrapping presents. How feminine. See, that's my kind of porn.
Right. Well, no, you have her too, Ben. You're a king, Ben.
That to me is porn.
I love it. I love it.
No, but
Rich, I
Ben,
have a
one
question.
woman's not enough.
I have a
what's
question.
up?
Somebody
Yeah.
asked me hypothetically if I was a lady of the night, what I would charge. I said $300 an hour. Is that low? People were saying that's really low.
Now let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen Leaving Las Vegas?
Yes.
With Nicolas Cage. Okay, do you realize that movie was made in like 1992? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. She's in Las Vegas. She charged $300 in 1992. Do you think that prices have changed in 50 years? Or however long that was, you know what I'm saying? So like that I'm saying is that $300 is kind of now what you posted online. You guys want to John, do you want me to talk this game here? Is that what you want me to talk about? You want me to talk about the
I
game?
know. I was just curious because I couldn't
do.
believe that. I thought that was a high rate.
300 would be 300 is what we call. Do we want to talk about this, Grace?
Go ahead.
All right.
No, for me, I'm not saying about joy. I'm just.
No,
if
no,
you
I'm talking
don't want to
about
talk about
a
it, it's
virgin?
fine. It's
How
fine.
much is a virgin?
I just
How
couldn't
much
believe
is a
that.
virgin?
He's saying you're making him look like he's pimping. He doesn't want to.
No, but how much
No,
would a
I'm not
virgin
gonna
be?
say that. I'm just saying
No, no.
How much would a
no.
virgin go for?
No, what
Rich, how much would a virgin go for?
Shut up, Spicoli.
A virgin would go for 10, 20 grand, Grace, you can get 50,000 as a virgin. 50
Nicoli's
grand
been
as a
offering me $10,000 for my virginity. For like 2 years.
I don't need no virgin.
Okay.
Okay.
Grace,
Fuck
okay,
it.
if you were to start doing this job now,
Yeah.
okay, if you want to know what you can get, what you would start at.
Yeah.
Okay, now wait, hold on. Are we adding in the factor that you're also a celebrity on YouTube? Because that's huge.
Well,
Let's
pretend
take
she's
it
at
out.
the Bunny
No,
Ranch.
let's take it out.
Rich,
Let's pretend
she's
you're
at
not
the Bunny Ranch. She's at the Bunny Ranch where it's legal.
Oh,
Let's say she's
forget
at
it.
the
Bunny Ranch.
where it's legal.
If you're at the Bunny Ranch, you are making bank. Okay, if you can get in there, you're gonna make. Okay, this is top dollar shit. And mind you, I didn't know any of this stuff until recently. Okay, so don't think that I'm like,
$1,000 to fucker, right?
No. You're way low, bro.
How much
You're
did the
way low. You're way low. She's looking at the Bunny Ranch at 3,000 minimum to start.
Damn.
3,000. He's right.
3,000 for what?
A fucking
To hang out with the person for an hour, and then if they want to do anything,
Fully
Grace, who you want to talk? Listen, who are you talking to? You're talking to who's been doing this
Yeah,
for
but
12
she's
years.
not
Bro.
getting 1,000. She's not getting 1,000.
Right.
She's getting
right there.
3,000. Okay, that's what he gets in the door. Okay, now with the house takes, obviously they take their share. Now from there, once they're in your room, they're going to go up from there.
Rich, I want to make a point. Have you ever heard of Joe Conforti's outside of Reno? My buddy and I in the 70s went to, there was a whorehouse that was legal. Joe Conforti owned it outside Reno. We were paying $25 in like late 70s. We paid $25 to get fucked. It was called the Bunny Ranch or something. It was a whorehouse, legal whorehouse. Rich, we were paying $25
Outside of Reno?
outside Reno. But then
My dad.
It was 200, but it was 200 or 300 at the Bunny Ranch 30 years ago. So you're right. It's at least 1,000 at the Bunny Ranch now. Probably.
No. 1,000 is too low. 1,000's too low. I don't know the Bunny Ranch rates. I'm just telling you what I hear from the other girls that Joy
We
knows.
were paying 20 guys. We were paying $25 to get laid.
Come on, guys.
But I think but like I've seen okay, if you look, this is shit I saw on HBO. I'm telling you shit I saw on HBO. There's a documentary with the guy from the Bunny Ranch, okay? And he does a whole series. Watch it. And the girl's there. There's a girl there. She's like probably about twice the age of Grace. She's African American, and she gets $2,500 per hour starting. Like no one even sees her for less than $2,500. Okay, that's her at 40. Now Grace is 22, which Ben, make sure she never ends up there. But if she were to end up there, it would be $3,000. I would think at minimum. I would think, and then you get.
Let me ask you this question: has your wife ever worked at the Bunny Ranch?
No. She's independent, man. She just does her own thing. Like I said, it's just one of those things that she just does her thing. But she doesn't make Bunny Ranch.
Rich, would you consider yourself a cuck in a way? Even though you don't watch it, you a cuck.
Well, I mean, oh shit. Is Jedi Rich a cuck?
Have you ever watched her fuck another guy? Have you ever watched her, Rich?
Have I ever watched her? Have you ever watched your wife fuck anybody?
I'm divorced. No.
You never did? Well, that's probably why you got divorced, bro. Listen.
Oh, so you have.
Hey, no, I didn't say that.
You're still married, though. So you implied it.
Oh, so you think that for me to be
are a
married,
cuck.
for me
You
to
are a
stay
fucking
married,
cuck.
I have to have my wife fuck other men? Okay, I'll try that.
You're
No,
a
listen.
cuck. How does it feel to be a cuck? I've never spoken directly to a cuck. What does it feel like watching your wife get pounded by another dude?
Listen, Spicoli, where you're going with this is you're a bitter divorced man that doesn't get laid. Okay. No, hold on. So what you're calling me, what you're making fun of me because I'm still getting laid, and guess who else is? Joy. Joy has more, like all of us, none of us, I get less. Look, I'm with you guys. I don't know this industry. Joy is the chosen one. Joy is the one who fucking sees this world. I don't. And you guys want to call me a cuck? Yeah, call me the cuck, whatever. Okay. That makes you feel better. That makes you feel better. The fact is that
no, it doesn't make me feel good or bad, Rich. It's just what it is. I'm using a descriptive term to call you. It's like you have long hair. It doesn't make me feel better. It makes me feel bad that you're a cuck. It actually makes me feel bad.
Well, here's the thing. It makes me feel bad.
I feel bad for cucks.
It makes me feel bad that you view the fact that I don't view sexual possession of my wife as anything important. I've never felt that way.
It makes me feel bad.
Since I was in high school.
It breaks my heart
What?
because that's an intimate thing.
Okay, David. No. We've already gone past that. We're past the whole intimate stuff. That's for kids, man. That's
so
for
you don't
kids,
mind
bro.
if other men bust inside her vajayjay? You don't mind if another man's penis is inside her vajayjay? You don't mind?
Am I the only guy here that's never had to pay for a
Am I allowed to
pizza ass?
respond here? I've got everybody else responding. Do I mind if somebody does something to my wife's body parts?
Yes.
Why would that bother me?
Because it would bother most normal dudes.
No, it wouldn't. Why? Because you're trained that, look, I don't own her vagina. You owned your wife's vagina when you married her, and she said, fuck you, and divorced your ass. Right. So get rid of your idea of being a woman. Okay. The whole concept of like the fact that you want to marry somebody, you made a vow to God, my friend. You promised to him that you would never leave her before you died. And you said, I can't stand her, God. He said, that's too bad. You made a promise to me. Well, fuck you, God. I don't want to be with her.
I made a promise to God that my wife would not fuck another man.
Locked.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Spicoli, while you sit there and you have violated God's promise that you made to him, Don't come.
You're
in,
committing
you gotta find a way to
adultery.
make
You're
yourself feel
committing
better on this planet
adultery.
before you die.
You're committing
Because you
adultery.
fear
When
God.
I fuck your
When you
wife,
see
Rich,
God, you
in
never explain
February,
why you love
I'm
him.
gonna fuck your
You
wife in
say,
front of
"Praise
you.
God, I will never
Rich,
leave
I'm gonna
you."
fuck your
But
wife
you
in
say,
front of
now
you.
you come over to me
Rich,
with a
I'm
happy
gonna fuck her in front of you, and you tell me how
I
it
have no
feels.
issues. We've been married for, we're going, our 11-year anniversary is coming up, Spicoli.
Rich,
How
when
long
I
have you
fuck
been
her and
married?
bust inside her,
Right.
Rich,
You
when I
got
fuck her in
divorced.
front of
You
you,
fucking
I
lied
can
to
already
God.
tell it
You
bothers
made
you,
a
Rich.
fucking lie to God.
No,
And you
Rich, it
fucking lied.
bothers you.
And now when you die,
No, but
he's
look,
not
it
going to ask
bothers
you,
you.
why
It
did
must
Rich
bother
let
you.
his wife sleep with other men?
It must bother
Rich,
you, man.
Rich,
Jeez.
has anybody ever told you kind of look like Robert Downey Jr.? Somebody said that in my
Yes.
chat. I was thinking, who does this
Yes.
guy look like? You look like
An
Robert
ugly
Downey Jr.
version. But he's not a cuck, though.
How do you know? See, the thing is, the fact is that you use that term to describe any man.
Most men are
who is
not. Most men do
Dude, that
not
guy
want to
smoked
watch
crack
their.
for 10 years. He got arrested when he was fucking
Okay.
passed out in alleys. He smoked
Rich-
crack and shot heroin in the alleys.
Oh, you're right, Rich.
That means
Can
he
I
was on the
fuck your
street
wife
with
in
hookers,
front of
bro.
you?
Yeah, no,
Rich,
man.
can I fuck? Rich, can I fuck your wife in front of you, Rich?
Spicoli,
Rich,
you
can I
couldn't
fuck your
afford
wife
it.
in
You
front of
couldn't
you?
afford it anyways, Spicoli. You couldn't afford it anyways.
But here's the thing, two things. One, even if you could, just because she's turned down tens of thousands of dollars. She chooses who she sees, Spicoli.
How come she hasn't fucked Hormaxer yet?
Because, okay, Spicoli talks like this. Okay, I love this because Spicoli represents, like, somehow because Joy is an escort, just because you have her telephone number, that means you're a guy, that means you get to fuck her. That doesn't mean just because you have her number. I don't know where you get this
Obviously.
idea.
You got to pay to fuck her. You got to pay to fuck her. So
Well,
Hormaxer's too broke to pay to fuck
actually,
her.
before you, hey, just
What
so
if
you know,
I paid for Hormaxer to fuck her? What if
Spicoli,
I
just so you
paid?
know,
I want to pay. No, I want to pay to get Hormaxer laid.
Spicoli, just so you know,
That would be
before
good.
you ever get to pricing with any escort, you probably never got there. That's why you think it's $300.
No, Spicoli actually came on our channel, and we were in the, you know, the what do you call it, dating, what are those guys called, dating coaches and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Running game. His angle was he was running game on how to get a happy ending at a massage parlor. So he would call up massage parlors and try to see if he could get a happy ending from them. And also an escort. Remember, Spicoli? You had this escort that you were so he was trying to show young men how you can get pussy by paying.
2 years ago.
It was an interesting thing. I don't think he ever closed any deals. Just wasted these girls' time, but it was funny.
Well, Ben, I'm going to bang Rich's wife, Joy, in front of him, and then you're going to interview me before and afterwards. How about that? We're going to make content together. I want to do that, Rich.
Okay,
because
Spicoli, I
you
think
and
that-
I already
listen,
have this
that-
weird relationship.
That is not part of the services offered.
Spicoli, I think this is a great idea. Listen, okay, us three guys, let's plan this out. I want to put action items together. I want to, Ben, type this thing up. I want to document. I want to buy first thing tonight, and I'm going to go present it to Joy. I want you to spend hours writing this thing, man, and let's see what she says.
Wait, hold on. What about lol cow pimps? And we have.
Ooh. Hey, okay, hold on.
And it's
Okay.
okay. I'm not
Can we
saying
get back-
Rich is a pimp, but you
No,
get
but
that
Keepster is a pimp.
right.
How do we not see that? How does nobody see that?
Right.
He uses pimp tactics.
He's just a failed pimp, and the only girls he gets are fat, ugly ones.
Well, he uses pimp
Or
tactics.
literal whores, like the girl he had on his last show. Like you look her name up on Pornhub, it's just her sucking dick, like legit.
Now, you could say that every man's a pimp because he tries to manipulate women to do things that will help his life, right? Now, I'm saying there's a difference between an actual like street pimp and everything else,
Okay,
but like
yeah.
people make the criticism of me, and I own it, that I have said because Grace is young and she's sexually attractive, she's an adult, that helps me to get on YouTube. I could be on a show with all these thousands of people only because I worked her to be. Now, I think she also enjoys doing that, and I think women. So, but I think this idea that there's a big hard line between exploiting your daughter, like I'm her daddy, literally, but a pimp tries to be a father figure to women. And a manager, an entertainment manager, if I was to take like Aphrodite over here, who I think is gorgeous, and I was to manage her as a model for photography, because she's absolutely unbelievably stunning, wouldn't I kind of be a pimp? But like, you know, the line is kind of gray between those things.
Can I say something?
Yes.
This conversation's been real. Appreciate you guys having me on. I'm about to get in the shower, but
yes.
I
Bring us there. Bring us there.
wanted to
Can
let
Ben
everybody
join
know
you?
I
Can Ben
am
join
going
you?
live on my channel in a little bit to talk about Beyonce, Kim Kardashian, Santa Baby, and the coming birth of the Antichrist. But you guys all take care.
Wait.
Sweetheart.
I want to hear about that.
Later.
That's Aphrodite Rose Fire. I'm
Bye,
going there.
Aphrodite.
Thanks
I'm
for
checking
being
that out
up
later
here.
today. I will check that out later. I want to hear about the coming of the Antichrist.
You should check out her channel. She has a
Can
stream.
you guys post the link for me? Can someone do the link for me, please?
It's
Thank
Aphrodite
you.
Rose Starfire on YouTube.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thanks, guys.
The Greek goddess Aphrodite. She did this
Go ahead,
stream.
John,
With
can
her
I ask you a
boyfriend.
question?
Yeah.
Up to it, man.
John, have you ever had to pay for a piece of ass?
No, I never paid for it explicitly. No.
No, I never paid for it either. I don't understand a lot of this shit.
Implicitly, what does that mean?
Bunch of losers talking about having to buy pussy. I mean, what
No,
the
but every
fuck?
guy pays for it. When you take a chick out on a date,
Okay,
you don't
wait,
take
hold
a
on,
chick
hold on,
different.
hold on. Can I throw something
Wait,
in there?
12 man, let me ask you a question. Do you think, let's say in the Vietnam War, where a man is conscripted by the army to go to a foreign nation, unbelievably stressful, unbelievably crazy situation to be put in, away from, let's say he's got a wife or a girlfriend, and he goes to like, you know, Seoul or something on a break. Don't you think that in that context that a woman could provide a service to that man that's like very understandable? It might not be
Not
exactly
if he's married.
well, whatever. I mean, don't you think? Well, but a man who's taken from his home and forced to fight in a foreign war that's extremely stressful. I don't see prostitution in that sense.
But
as being like this
I'm not
huge-
saying
He'd
like
rather
that's
be with
what.
his wife.
Ben, and his dick can be blown off at any time. His penis can be blown off at any time.
I don't see that as this horrible.
If that's what some guys want to do, then cool. But I'm not into catching diseases and spreading diseases
Well, they've got
and all
they've
that
got the way
shit.
that
So
they've cured that problem. It's called a
if
condom.
you want to die of AIDS, maybe you should be taking
condoms
them
take
PrEP
that one.
pills or something.
But here's the
Are
thing.
you knocking Rich's wife? It
No,
sounds like you're knocking what Rich's wife does for a living. The
Probably
oldest
is.
profession in the
Probably
world.
is. But no, but I think what Ben is saying is this, and it's valid. It's like what he's trying to say is that everyone has all these morals. We live to uphold these morals when everything's comfortable. However, under extreme circumstances, morals go out the fucking window. In other words, it's immorally wrong to eat humans, correct? However, the guys that died on the airplane on Alive that crashed that plane, they had to make a decision what was morally correct, to live or to die. There are dead people over there that are already dead. Do I eat them? That's morally wrong. I'm going to starve to death.
Dude, I can literally almost I can go to almost any bar around here, especially in Anchorage, and pick up pussy all night long, dude. It's not a thing. Man.
Wait, because we've been on Hormaxer quite a bit, and he makes an argument that prostitutes are, in a sense, easier to deal with than like girlfriends, because you pick up one of these chicks at a bar, she could be crazy.
She could get pregnant.
This, that, the other
You could
thing.
get her pregnant.
Right. Be my crazy for a couple of days, and
there's a lot of risk
till we
involved
get tired of each other, and then that's it.
Well, but I think what Ben's trying to say is that sometimes there's like, okay, that especially when you're between, like you're like rabbits when they're young, they'll fuck anything. You know what I mean? So between 18 and 25, human males are very fiery,
horny,
right?
Right.
Okay, horny. Okay, now you send that human to war, right? At 18, he's never even been laid once. Is it fair that he gives up his life and dies, never get to experience what it's like to have sex? I get it's not the love of his life, but man, it's something he's been thinking about ever since he reached puberty, and he's not going to get to feel it, experience it. Then is it so awful 12th man? Is it so awful?
I agree, Rich. Right on,
Well,
Rich.
maybe if he'd get off his ass and walk around the block or something, lose some of that weight,
He's fighting
he
a
could
war.
go. He could
He's
go to the
fighting
bar
in
and get
Vietnam.
some ass.
A lot of
He
times
could go to the bar and just pick a lady up, right?
Yeah, okay,
But no, you're too fat and slow.
Sometimes
Too
it's not
fat
about
and slow, man.
Sometimes it's not even looks. In fact, there's a lot of guys who are very good looking that make a ton of money, but they're isolates. In other words, they just kind of went into their head and they become very lonely. And year after year after year, and they're like 50 years old and they got nobody, and they're totally alone on Christmas every year, and they have nothing, but they have a shitload of fucking money, bro. Now, is that a success?
Hey, Jedi, do you guys have kids?
No, and that's the other thing too. We don't have kids. We chose not to because of this life. Now, both of us wanted kids. Like I said, she was raised in a Christian family. My dad, I mean, he was a conservative banker. You know, he was a finance guy.
He was a Jew.
He was Jewish.
Was he a Jew?
No, he was. No, was he Jewish? No, he's not Jewish. But what does that have to do with being a banker?
Like every banker's Jewish.
I mean, come on.
No,
come on.
that is not true. I tell you, my dad, he's a CFO. My grandfather was a banker. I'll tell you right now, the bankers aren't Jewish unless you have over $1 billion. In that case, then you are.
So he wasn't born Jewish or anything like that.
No, man. Listen, he was a finance guy, man. He was my parents were pioneers out in the West. We were the wild west, man. We rode the pioneer train.
No, listen. Most guys out there, I think John would admit to this. A lot of men out there who are married, who are traditional, their wives use sex the same way a prostitute uses it to get resources, and they'll hold it over your head. And a lot of men are waking up to the fact that this is just a very expensive form of prostitution that gets worse and worse with time because she gets old and she gets fat and she gets complacent. I see these guys all the time. Miserable middle-aged men with their horrid, fat, miserable wives. The sex is lousy. You can make a case, look, if that's what it's all about, and with a lot of women, it is just a transaction. I think it should be more than that. But if that's what it's about, you might as well pay up front.
That's your more character, Ben. That's why Stanley won't go on your show, because you have low moral character.
Ben?
How's that having a low moral character?
Ben? Oh my God. Here's the thing. Ben has, I thought Ben, I'm not going to respond to that. I can't respond to that one.
I'm saying it's realistic. A lot of times guys are in a marriage that's not loving. It's not a real marriage because the woman only did it as a transaction. When she was young, she tried to cash in her young pussy to get a complacent, easy life from the man. He puts the ring on her finger and she's out. She's not active.
Maybe that's why the divorce rate is so high today. Like my parents been married for 50 years.
This is what happened.
My parents,
these guys, they killed
my
them.
parents been married for 50 years, and they love for 50 plus years, as a matter of fact, and they love each other like they did on day one.
Fantastic.
So you can't hand me all the, and they're great partners, and they love being together and retired with all the grandkids, and all this.
Are you
good
married?
stuff. So, no.
Are you? So you're not. What? How come you're not married then?
I lived a life on the road, dude. Hard to be married when you live life on the road.
Okay, so you were celibate your entire life then, right?
No.
Okay, so
absolutely not. I had a lot of women, man. I've probably been with over 500 women, but I've never had to pay for it.
Okay, so how did you get
outright?
500 women?
Not like
how did you
that.
get these 500 women to sleep with you?
Just by hanging out and having a good time, man. Dancing.
Did you ever buy them dinner? Did you ever buy
karaoke? Yeah.
Did you buy them dinner? Did you buy them
That's one of my best pieces of ass. I asked her where she wanted to go out to eat, and she said McDonald's. I was like, yeah, this is going to be fun tonight.
Right. So she's a cheap prostitute, right? So you're saying like,
no,
what?
not really.
Well, hold on. Ben, you know it.
We was actually together for like a year.
Okay, let me share something with you. Okay.
We was together for a year after that.
Well, that's different then.
Well, you were treating her like a whore. You didn't put a ring on her finger. Where's your fucking morals?
But
Oh yeah, we were gonna get married, but it just never happened.
That's what everyone says who's using a woman. As
That's
a
why you're not supposed to live with them until you get married.
You felt like it was a better deal just to get
No,
her egg
one
muffin
day
once in a while.
she wanted to go
Put a
her
ring on
separate
her
way,
finger.
and
Making
so
the
did
same
I.
argument,
So
Mr. Moral.
we went our separate ways like adults, like something that you obviously haven't achieved
Well,
yet.
let me ask
Then
you: with
is
these 500
adulthood.
women, did you ever give them a child, which is what reproduction is for? Did you ever give
Yeah,
them a child?
I don't know. I don't think so.
And you don't care, right? You didn't care about your offspring, right? You
Well,
would've had
if
to
they
make an
cared,
abortion.
they'd do a DNA test and find me, wouldn't they?
Okay, but you never intended to have a child with these women, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay. So where's your morals? Don't you think sex is connected to reproduction?
well, of course, but that's not the only reason to have
No. So
sex.
what did
but
you do?
I'm
You
just
either put
saying
a
I
con-
wouldn't pay for it
You
outright
either put
like
a
that.
condom
Just
on,
to
or you
have
had
some
some
hoe
under
come over and
right?
suck my dick. Are you kidding me? I ain't paying for that shit.
Well, but why
You're
were you so
living in
excited?
I got
Because you're saying-
Pornhub, dude. I can
why
jack
were
off
you
for free, dude.
why were you so you're saying you masturbate instead of being with women?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
So was that what you would
It's
advocate
easier,
for
less
men?
headache. Less headache.
Okay, a couple of things. I think we're man. I don't know, man. It's like you made the case. You caught him because he said he went out and he needed to get laid, right? So
Yeah.
he found a woman.
Didn't need to, just happened.
No, you said I get laid without having to pay for it. That implies
right.
That implies you're comparing to something that you have to pay for. Therefore, that implies it's something that you
Right,
need.
outright.
Okay, so you needed something, but you got it for free.
Right,
it only cost you 1 fucking year of your life.
Buying her a beer and a burger.
Yeah,
isn't
dude. Tell you
like,
what, you could have
paying for
taken.
pussy.
You could have drank a fucking bottle. You could have taken that beer. You could have drank a
She
bottle.
also
of Jack
could have
Daniels.
said no.
You
You
could have.
know,
Listen, you could have drank a
I
bottle
have
of Jack
had
Daniels instead of beer.
I've had women say no, and it's like, okay, well, let's have fun anyway.
All right, man. Listen, we get it, but the thing is, what Ben's saying is that you spent a year of your life because you went out to get laid one night for a one night stand, and it cost you a year. You could have got arrested.
No, I'd been I'd been courting her for a while.
Okay, well that's different.
As a matter of fact,
All right, but how do you court a woman? You get her stuff. You
just
pay
by
attention.
going around, being around them, saying hi, being their friend.
What's another name? What is another name for? What is it? Okay, this isn't related, but it is related. What's another name for an escort? The old word a courtesan. A courtesan, right? So you can court a
We
woman.
both like arcade games, so
it doesn't have to do with the royal court.
we played lots of arcade games together long before we ever actually went out.
Look, it doesn't fucking matter, 12th man. It doesn't matter, bro,
wanna be
because
playing arcade games
you
with
had
you.
sex
I
with
wanna
her
be
and you left her.
fucking them.
It's over. It was a 1 year instead of a one night stand. You fucked up and turned it into a 1 year stand. You got zero.
Actually,
You got no wife. You got no kids. You got nothing. All
Now I
you did
think
was spend
about it, it was about a year and a half.
You courted
You
her
were
for however long, and she
gesturing.
suckered you for a
I
year.
still
bro,
think
and you
about
don't even
that
realize
woman.
it.
You were friend
I
zone.
still think
Dude,
about
you were
that
friend
woman.
zone
You
for a
don't
year
realize
before
it.
you stuck
You
it
don't realize
in.
you got hustled for a year.
You did. You got used. You gestured for a year. You stuck it in 1 or 2 times, and then she dumped your ass. So basically, you gestured for a year. You
What happened is
Hornmaster calls it.
once
We
you
call
like
it
her, bro.
gesturing. You were gesturing.
So we decided to go our separate ways. That's
That's what
all.
they said. That's what they
See,
said.
y'all aren't adults.
They used you.
Y'all do not
Sure,
know
sure,
how to
dude.
handle things
No
like
woman,
an
no
adult.
way, no how, no way,
She
no
got
way.
you
There's
pussy
no
whipped and she left you. She got you pussy whipped.
But
And
12
then-
man, you said a real man jerks off to Pornhub, right?
No, well, yeah, when you
That's what
get
you said.
older, yeah.
I mean, that's the
it's
logic. That's your logic. You're
Easier,
obviously so tired
easier
of
and simpler when you get older. Yeah, you
So
don't.
what
I
you
know
do
you
is
do
get a
it.
hard on,
'Cause you
dude.
ain't getting no
Jerk off,
pussy, Ben.
fantasizing
You ain't
about
getting no
some women.
pussy, motherfucker.
I mean,
So
that's
you
the moral
jacking off
high
to
ground.
Pornhub, motherfucker.
That's sad.
Don't lie.
That's sad.
Don't lie,
Die
bitch.
alone. You're gonna die alone.
Don't
in a
lie,
steam
motherfucker.
tank. you're gonna die alone with a semen stain on your jeans because you had a heart attack.
Well, you know what? It won't be next. It won't be next to my daughter. It won't be next to my daughter. You sick freak.
No, you'll be all alone.
what's
That's
up.
right. You'll be all
You'll be
alone.
all alone.
And they'll have to smell the corpse that anyone would pay any attention.
12th man, do you believe in the Bible? Do you believe in God?
Of course. Who
Okay,
doesn't?
then, let me ask you a question. Where was Adam and Eve when their kids were fucking?
Yeah.
And where?
Don't really care.
Hold on. Where were Adam and Eve's kids? Who were they
Probably,
other than each other? So if you believe in the Bible,
probably chopping each other's heads off or some crazy
fucking
shit.
one. So fuck you and your morals, bro.
Hey Jedi,
Fuck
you
your
ever
morals.
read the Torah?
What?
You ever read the Torah?
The Torah.
See, some black people, they do this Jew thing. They're gonna make you Jew. They're gonna say, make a small hat. Do you have a small hat underneath your big hat?
Ben Thorpe ready to pay $1,000 for pussy. Y'all loser, man.
I read the Torah daily.
Look, hold on. Let me share something with you. We as an industry, we screen out the losers.
Yeah.
Losers don't ever see escorts. The only people who see escorts are the ones who win. The guys who win at the casino, the guys who win on Wall Street, the guys who win. You know what the first thing they do? They call an escort. The winners call. You know who does call? The losers call, but they get rejected, bro. So you can tell yourself you're a winner by getting suckered for a year because you want to get laid, but you did not have a team out of that. You didn't get a wife. You didn't get shit. You're alone.
Gestured for a year. You gestured for a year, as Hormaxer would say. You gestured. You made yourself look like a court jester with these women. I would rather pay a woman and not gesture with her than to have to gesture and play arcade games with her and kiss her ass like you did just to stick your dick in her pussy. I'd rather just give a chick money to stick my dick.
Because that's all you care about. You don't care about having fun with a woman or nothing like that. That's all you
Playing
care
arcade
about
games
is
with a
sex.
chick is not fun.
That's all you care about is sex. Just admit it. You don't want to go play.
Gesturing.
You don't want to go play games with her, walk the dog with her, or nothing like that.
Dude, you don't have a high enough IQ to keep a woman.
You just want to pay for
Your
the
IQ
fucking.
is not
That's
high
it.
enough to keep a woman long
Loser.
term. You know
Fuck
it.
off.
You know it. You know what? Have you ever been with a transsexual? When was the last time you touched a penis that was not yours? When was the last time you ever touched a dick that wasn't yours?
I'll tell you the last time I did, I wanted my $300 back. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Wait, 12th man, you're saying like I'm all about avoiding disease. You say you've had sex with 500 different
women.
I'm at avoiding disease, dude.
Exactly.
And let me guess, the 500 that you were with weren't exactly the cream of the crop. You just bragged about getting one of them for an Egg McMuffin. That ain't
What high quality woman's gonna let you fuck her bed for an Egg McMuffin? Nothing that I know.
It's a charm, man.
You
guys
don't have
ain't
any
got no charm.
dude.
That's why you have to pay for
You
it.
have no charm. That's why we're wondering what they look like, because you have no fucking charm, dude. You've got zero charm. So if you're fucking women, they must be. How many of them were over 200 pounds, dude? Be honest. What percent of them were fat? 80 or 90%? They were fat, weren't they? Admit it.
How many women did you pay that were fat? That's what I want to know.
I don't pay fat chicks to fuck me. If I'm gonna, I fuck fat chicks for free, just like you do.
You guys are having more
I fuck them for free like you do.
I'm jealous. Okay, so
Yeah, I was raised in a different era. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. See, y'all don't know nothing about that.
They didn't say chicks. It was checks for free. Free checking, bro. Free checking. It was an ad by the bank. You misheard
Checks for free. Check.
So that's a lyric about rock stars.
You're
Well,
high
man, you
on
ain't no
crack.
rock star.
Shut
You live in
up.
a shed, bro. You live in a shed and you're drunk, obviously.
Live in a shed.
Oh man, that shit is funny.
12 by 16 cabin, big enough for me and the dog. That's good enough for me. on 20 acres, by the way. You live in a fucking trailer, dude.
Unabomber used to
You
live.
don't
Dude, you're
own
living
shit.
wait. You're living
Let me
like
ask
Ted
you this.
Kaczynski, the fucking Unabomber.
You could be run off from your side at any moment. You have
Let
no
me
home.
ask you
Shut
this.
up.
You advocate for jerking off with your hand. Have the dogs ever been brought in for a little peanut butter?
Oh, you're a sick
To
bastard.
spice it up a little.
You're a sick fucker.
I mean,
Only you would think about that, you overweight, sloppy bastard.
Okay.
Go clean your stove. Go clean your stove, motherfucker.
Have you ever touched your German Shepherd's penis and jerked your? Have you ever jerked your dog off by mistake?
I don't have a German Shepherd. Shut up.
Have you ever jerked your dog off thinking it was your dick and it was so cold you couldn't feel it?
Y'all are gross. That's pretty bad. Only a bunch of sick,
some peanut butter.
low
There, right?
caliber,
Why not?
uneducated
I don't like
motherfuckers would come up with some shit like that.
I want to get.
I'm just saying.
Rich, where's Joy? Jedi Rich, can we put Jedi Joy on for a brief?
All right, let me get her
can I
on.
just talk to? Is
Okay,
Joy
yeah, but
around?
listen. If I put her on, Spicoli, you
Yeah.
gotta be respectful, okay? Because I don't want to
I
get all
promise I
fired
will
up.
be.
She's in a good mood this morning, okay? And
Okay.
I don't want you
I
to
will
like
be
get all. You can ask all sorts of questions. Just don't like be like.
Okay, I promise I'll be cool. I'll promise I'll be cool.
I just have to say that. It makes me look
All
better.
right, I won't. I just want to. I'll be cool. So,
like Ben was saying, man.
Look at this clown, man.
Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Rick and Morty does not make me a clown. And my hat, well, this is high quality. It's a snowman hat. But just so you know,
I could hit you with my thumbnail and you would fall over dead, dude. You little weak punk. Yeah, you're weak.
You're absolutely, you know what? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I used to get beat up all the time in high school, and it was all because they thought I was a homosexual. I don't know why.
You probably are. You're not a homosexual. You're just a freak. You're a freak in nature, right? You're a freak. Admit it. You're just a freak.
Joy, please, Rich. Ignore him, Rich. Let's get Joy over here. Let's bring Joy
I'm
on.
going to tell you what my daily confessions were at my Catholic school. Was like
Okay, freak.
I would lie to the priest and I say, I wouldn't lie to the priest. I told the priest how I lied to God, and I would say, like, listen, these are the things I want, but what I really want to do is I want to get laid. And the priest would just look at me like,
let's get Joy on here. Let's get Joy on here, my man. Can we get Joy on here? This is fucking boring. Let's get Joy on here.
but I fucking missed it. I don't fucking know what happened to it.
Spicoli has cammed up for the Spicoli Joy.
You missed the short bus.
Okay, hold on, Spicoli. Oh shit, you're okay. Shit, you're black. I didn't know that shit. That changes everything, bro. God damn it.
I've got a big penis.
You're black, Spicoli?
Okay,
No, he's not black. He's not
I'm black from the waist down. Get her. Bring her on.
John, can you make it just Spicoli and Joy for a few minutes when she comes on?
The European banter is excellent. Guys, keep it going.
Salute.
Where is she?
salute.
Let's interview her. I'm going to interview her.
We got Signet.
Okay.
The 12th, man.
Hold on. No. Hold on. Don't put me center stage. She's gonna be in the shower. She'll talk to you from the shower.
Oh, she's showering. She's showering before I meet her.
HB,
Can I
is
speed
today,
date
is
her?
today Freaky Friday?
I want to.
You got
Grace, I want to speed date her. Grace, I'm going to speed date her. I'm going to speed date her.
Grace. Question, Grace.
Oh, put some lingerie on. Rich, have her put some lingerie on. I want her in some lingerie.
I want to talk to Ignat when I get a chance.
Can we mute that crazy guy for a second? No, I just have a question for Grace. Grace is
they're looking for a co-host.
Ben, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta say something. Like the similarities that we're very different lifestyles. I mean, you're with your family, you're taking care of your daughter, you're going through some family shit. I get all that, but the similarities that is that you're living life in a van, bro, in the fucking RV.
Don't give a fuck about.
I do too, man. This shit's cool as shit, man. And I think that's a lot more like joy.
Listen, you can
this
blow
nomadic
him
lifestyle is like a weird sort of thing. It frees your brain, does it not?
Yes.
I want to share Joy with Rich. Rich and I are going to be like Eskimos. He's going to let me share joy with him. He's going to let me share joy. Joy is going to be shared with me, with Ben, and with Hormaxer.
No, Rich, I agree with you. I tell a lot of young men, people look down on being in an RV doing experimental things. It frees you up. It's terrible to be a wage slave who spends all day just making enough money to pay rent.
So you're promoting being
It's
poor.
better to Ben is right. It's better to find a wife who's an escort. It's better to find a wife who's
It's
an
okay
escort.
if you want to ride around.
We don't even need. Would you rather have a wife who's just
He's really he's training Grace to be a lot lizard. That's what he's doing.
I'm trying to ask Grace,
My
is
wife is
anal
not
better
defined by
when
her
it's from
job,
your
though.
father, or is
My
it
wife is
better
not
when it's
defined
a
by her
guy
job.
that you
I'll
really
join you
like?
guys in a minute. She will come out as soon as she gets out of the shower. But she'll come in a minute.
Wait, hold on.
I took Grace out of high school. She could be in college. She could be having a corporate job. Instead, we're having a great time in an RV. She may say, "I wish I went the corporate route,ut but I don't."
Listen, you could drive that RV off a cliff.
Ben, listen, bro.
We wouldn't give a fuck.
I left the corporate world, man. I won before I was 30. I was early achiever. That's why I'm fucked up now. Because I saw the wizard. I saw that the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, you saw the heroin in the milk.
Yeah,
Rich,
that's what it
excuse me,
was.
Rich. Can you ask Joy to put some lingerie on? Can she wear some lingerie, maybe?
Listen, I'm gonna let you ask. Tell you what, you ask
my
me that
God,
because
this is a
if
freak
I ask
show.
her that, I'm gonna probably get the backhand, bro.
Okay, I'll ask her. How long has she been? How long has she been escorting for? Well, I'll ask her.
Listen, just go to her OnlyFans.
I got a whole bunch of questions.
Go to her OnlyFans, buddy. Don't do that up here. She trying to get paid. You trying to get.
I'm getting some new cut. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna build up the show. We're gonna build up her business. Everybody's business is gonna be built today. If you're in the escorting business,
No, you want a free show. This ain't that.
Hey, Ben, I bet you could make a lot of money if you and Grace parked at the Flying J for a few days.
God.
No, for real though. Honestly,
Why
can
don't
I
they
ask
just
a
park
question?
out from the bunny ranch? Why don't they Ben, why don't you, Grace, just go take the van and drive it and park it right outside the bunny ranch and advertise half price rates?
Okay,
They can make a fortune.
Coley, we're gonna play a quick little game. You ever watch that show, Sesame Street? Remember where they would say one of these people don't belong? Like, which one is different out of all these people? Which one do you think is different and why? Which one is the one? Okay, I'll tell you. I'm gonna beat you to the punch. Me.
Yeah.
Okay, why? Why am I different than all of you?
Because you're homosexual.
I'll tell you why. Because you're man enough to allow guys like me to.
He's just a freak, isn't it?
Okay,
he's not even a homosexual. He's a
So I'll tell you
freak.
why you're different. Because you allow guys like Hormaxer and me to bust inside your wife. That's why you're different. You're the different one.
The reason he's different, hold up. We got some more answers here. The reason he's different is because he takes it in the ass and he thinks he's doing the fucking. That's why he's different.
Okay. Do you guys have kids?
No.
Can you guys hear me okay? Am I
You
coming
don't have
through?
kids?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Social
Grace.
Security number.
You got kids. You got kids. Ben's got kids. All of you guys got kids.
No, I don't have kids.
That's what makes us different. See? Like you guys are all parents, man.
Yeah, I got 20 million kids swimming around my nuts right now, buddy.
You
So
know,
get
that's
to the
not a
point.
child, bro. That's not a child, my friend.
He's got no kids.
That is
so
a
he doesn't.
child. You're not gonna
Wait,
do.
wait,
We're
wait,
not gonna
no,
play
man.
this.
Okay, listen.
You believe a guy can cut his penis off, don't you?
Well,
don't you? Let's be
Can he
honest.
do it? Technically, if they've
guy
been doing it for
can
centuries.
cut his penis off. It's not something.
Listen, that's a big YouTube not to talk subject they don't like talking about. I guarantee you that.
Okay,
Suck it,
okay.
suck.
Are you a freak?
No, man.
Yeah, he's a freak. He likes chicks with dicks.
I like you. Okay, now you see. Okay, I want to observe something. Do you notice all about homosexuality? What they say makes me different is they what they think is it's sexuality. They think it's the way I have sex, and that's a fact. The way we determine species
Told you, 12 man. He's a homo.
how they have sex.
I know it, man. I knew it a while ago.
So it's a very, very funny thing that you guys would point out. Like,
So do you sleep with animals too? Trees, dead people?
Listen, bro. Dead people.
How do you do it? Will you wait till they just die?
Wait.
Hold on. Wait. Before we go ahead, Grace.
No, go ahead.
All I was going to say is that I had this. Maybe you should have watched it on my other channel, but you see, we are.
Oh, you're talking too much. Shut up, Grace. Let's hear from this white angel here.
It sounds like, dude, are you on heroin, man? You talk like a dude who's on heroin right now.
Yeah. Whatever.
It's like you're not quite.
The way you talk, shut the fuck up.
So, Grace, how was your day today?
I talk like a man that's about ready to talk to Joy and to get her panties wet. That's what I talk like, Rich. Think about it.
Yo, that guy.
Like many other men have made her panties wet.
Okay, so you guys are saying you've never jerked off to another girl, like or had sex with another woman, or never jerked off to porn, looking at another woman other than the woman that you're with. You've never done that.
That's none of your business, faggot.
Oh yeah, it is. You're here, man. You're on the
guy has.
Yeah, that was a yes.
Do you want to know the left hand or the right hand? You want to know everything? You want to know each stroke, faggot?
Listen, that was just the warm-up act. That was the warm-up act. Here comes the main show. Center stage.
You think that bitch weighs 60 pounds?
Hey, let's go.
He fantasizes about other men jacking off, I think.
This is the main show. This is a crack
doing?
whore on Queens Boulevard.
Hello.
Hey, Joy.
I was watching the entire show, and then I just out of nowhere, like, I'm gonna take a shower, and I had no idea you guys were gonna ask me right when I'm in the shower. To be honest, but it worked out because I needed to shower anyway, so it better come on after I shower.
Joy, I believe Spicoli has some questions for you. He's promised to be very respectful, but I'm not sure we can guarantee that.
I can handle it.
All right.
Hi, Joy.
Spicoli?
Hello.
Joy, I understand that you've been a courtesan, whatever. I've been understanding that you've been basically an escort for a while. Your husband says. How many years has it been? I'm curious.
12 years.
12 years. Okay. So 12 years you've been doing it. And basically, I have a few questions. I'm in the Palm Springs area, and I was thinking that it might be pretty good content. Think about this. I'm a filmmaker.
What you got?
Let's say I'm only an hour flight away from Vegas and Palm Springs. Let's say in February, the Thorpes came out, and I wanted to document Ben meeting you, meeting Rich, and meeting even Hormaxer. We'll document it. We'll stream it. We can stream it to everybody's channels, except mine. No. And what we'll do is, I want to Ben. Obviously, Ben.
Let's talk turkey here. You got 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand.
Be quiet, please. Let me interview her. Then you can. What would be the possibility for content purposes that as a documentary filmmaker, I could film just like that guy who did the documentary on the chick, Lily Phillips, that was with 100 guys. I would want you and Ben to get together, and then we talk about it beforehand. We have Rich there giving his input. And then after you and Ben have an experience together, maybe an hour or two, we also interview you afterwards, and we get good content out of it, and everybody's happy. It's win-win for everybody. Maybe I even get a little fucky fuck on the side, whatever. I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, think about the possibilities. We can do groundbreaking work here that nobody's ever done, and we're doing it all legitimately. Rich is being a good sport about it.
Something that I am okay with. That would be more a question you would have to ask Ben Thorpe than me. Like I am okay with people wanting to hire me. That's what I do. The question is more does the person want to hire me and want to be filmed in such a scenario? Because that's what I do for a living. I'm the one that's comfortable with that. I don't think Ben would necessarily be. And if Ben was, then I would be fine with it.
How much are you charging?
I will not discuss my rate on this channel.
My dad says he's very shy in that area. So
Yeah, I take things super slow. So you'd have to hire for like 20,000 hours.
Yeah.
I feel like
So it's 10 grand?
People are not very comfortable with a short show. Something that you guys are talking about. Like, Someone you
We
just
can't
meet.
talk money. Obviously, we can't talk money or anything like that. All that has to be arranged. And as far as anybody knows,
Yeah, Hormaxer would be this collab. You know,
we're doing it for content. So let's say
It would be really entertaining for everyone, I'm sure. Like people would go nuts about that. I'm sure.
Nobody's done this.
We'd read the Bible, maybe, and things like
How
that.
we want to see two
Roy, nobody
naked
has done this yet.
monkeys?
Nobody has done this. I guarantee you, nobody has on
I
YouTube has
guarantee no
done
one
this.
has done this. Yeah, I guarantee.
Roy,
that
what about
You right
Roy,
about that? Nobody's
Roy,
done it.
what
This
about a
would be a
Bible
first.
reading stream with my dad?
What? Say again.
A Bible reading stream.
Yes, I'm actually very good at that too. I grew up a Christian. I know all the books of the Bible by heart.
You could do the thing. You could pass. I have what I call the Home for Wayward Hoes, where women have to obey me for a while.
Boo.
Program.
You think you could do that?
No,
yeah, I
they
mean, that should be
I think you could pass the flying colors.
Yeah, it's like a boot camp sort of for women.
Well, I've been through real boot camp, so I think I can handle Ben's boot camp.
Wow.
She would
Let me
pass
ask
the
you a
flying
question though.
colors.
Wait, hold on, Ben. You're attracted to Joy, obviously. So Ben, Joy made it sound like it's up to you. Ben, she said it's up to you. Basically, it sounds like Joy's for it, Rich is for it. I'm obviously for it. So Ben, the ball's in your court. There's some possibility. We've got some wiggle room here. I feel like I'm negotiating between the Israelis and Palestinians.
Yeah, are
We've
y'all
got
gonna
some
be
wiggle room here.
slapping dicks
There's a
as
possibility.
well?
Ben,
Is
this
it
is
gonna
up to
be?
you now, Ben.
Are you gonna tongue kiss Ben, buddy? Is it gonna be?
I'm gonna
I'm trying to get with Aphrodite right now.
Eat out Joy's vagina. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's start raising donuts now. Go to the Thorpe channel. If you're on the Thorpe channel right now, start raising money. Let's raise money for the Vegas trip. Let's raise money for the Vegas trip. Let's raise February. We're doing it, okay? When it's warmer, let's raise money for the Vegas trip. Let's raise money.
All right, Jolie. All right, hey, Joy. Hey, Joy. What do you like most about being an escort?
What I like is the freedom of, like, I get to decide, like, for one thing, I decide who I see. People think that just because you have money, you get to see me. No. You should have to pass my test first. Like, I don't see people that are rude and disrespectful. So you have to first text me and I have to like you. I often tell people, they're like, within a couple texts, I'm like, I'm not interested. Like, why? I don't like you. And they're like shocked by that.
Joy, I had an interesting question. I know people ask you about this like stuff all the time, so I get it if you're just like bored of it. But I did have an interesting question. Okay, this is not to offend Rich at all, but did you ever have a meetup where like you genuinely kind of fell in love with a guy even before Rich or anything like that? Like, did you ever like?
My client refused to answer that question.
Definitely before. So I'll explain something. So before Rich, definitely. I had a couple of like heartbreaks, I guess you would call it, because I was in the Air Force and I had a guy that I was pretty much going to marry, and then my mom died, and so that was like my first love. And then I had a couple. I would say I had like two more in between Richard that were kind of like, you know, the guys. Oh, you know, crazy about when you're young. And I wasn't like. Okay, so I grew up religious where I was anti-sex, and then there came a point after my mom died. I wouldn't say I was like a whore, but I wouldn't say I was like, if like I liked a guy and we got on, we would have sex. I wasn't one of those girls that like held out for, you know, a million things in order to have sex with me, but I also wasn't like super easy, like, but I definitely was like pretty open with sex, like after my mom died. But because my mom was pretty anti-sex, so I think if my mom hadn't died, I wouldn't have ever even dreamed of.
But you ever fell in love? Because that's what she asked you.
Yeah, so I fell in love, and so what I'm saying is like, but then when me and Rich got together, like we both kind of were like at a time that both our parents had died, and we kind of came together in a time that we, I don't know, needed each other, and so our love kind of grew. Like I wouldn't say like we first were like head over heels for each other, kind of thing. Does that make sense? But we like needed each other, and then now, like, of course, he's the love of my life. We've been together for almost 13 years. We've been married for 11 years this January, and I don't know. I would never leave him. And we didn't start, like, I wasn't a sex worker when we got together. We did this job together, and he had plenty of successful business. I knew Richard when I first met Richard. He owned the convenience store where I used to buy my beer. And he owned other stuff too. I didn't know that at the time, but so like I knew him as like super successful, and he lived in the building.
Vegas? Was this in Vegas?
No, this was in Portland. I'm from California, and Richard's from Oregon.
In the Air Force.
Can I ask you a question, Joy? You ever think about getting back to like some of your more? Because your good looks ain't gonna last forever. You know that, right?
Right. But here's the thing. That's why.
Get back more into your professional career, like whatever it is you were studying in the Air Force.
No, because once I got out of that, like, cause I did a bunch of stuff. So when I got out of the Air Force, I was in real estate for many years, and then I also helped these doctors open a knee injection clinic. That I was their only employee, and I was like, I did everything for their business, and it's called Reflex. They now have like 5 offices in Oregon. And so I like business is like easy to me. That's like I get in real estate like that. I don't want to.
So
I have no
are you
to. I do not want to get back into any sort of job that requires a bunch of bullshit and red tape and paperwork and nonsense and dealing with assholes who only pretend to like do sexual stuff like to you, but then it's like a tease, and then like you have to deal with that shit at work. Where I'd rather just pay me and we get over.
Well, are you at least investing in your own future? You know what I mean?
And right now I'm on YouTube, and every day I get smarter because guess what?
YouTube's not a future, man.
Hey, sir. I have way more of a future than you do, so I want you to shut the fuck up on futures.
My future's already settled.
Really? Are you the one that has no wife, that has slept with 500 women that you're bragging about, and you pay them McDonald's sandwiches, or you sleep with them for a year? And are you the one? I don't know. I'm trying to recognize the voice.
That's him.
But if that's the case, sir, you are not set for future.
You don't have the brain enough to even look into your own future.
First thing, I don't have the brains enough. For one thing, just the fact that you think because I'm a sex worker that I don't have a brain, you are the most piggish man I have ever met in my entire life.
And you will get old.
Doesn't mean I'm a moron.
You will get old, and
you are, dude.
you will get old, and men will lose interest in you.
I'm not worried about it, because guess what? I'm married, and I have other stuff set up for my life. Thank you for your advice from a moron who can't get laid, except for the girls who want a McDonald's sandwich. Those girls are not the girls anybody wants to fuck.
When you got charm, it don't cost nothing.
All right. Hey, wait, Joy. I got 12 men out of here. All right.
Yeah, 12 men. Get out of here.
I didn't want that to happen. I was trying to give him a chance, but now
he's so stupid. He doesn't understand that no guy gets pussy for free, you guys. No one ever. If you do, that's the most disgusting girl on the planet. You don't want a girl if you can't. If she will fuck you for nothing. That means she's homeless and desperate.
That part.
Joy, let's get back to you said
homeless
women
don't fuck for free. They fuck for drugs.
You said you had certain standards. What are your standards for?
For one thing, that guy who I was talking to would never get a chance to fuck me, not if he had $1 million fucking dollars. Because I don't care how much money. It's not about money for me. It's about providing for my family. And I don't see disgusting men.
Yeah.
So that's my standard. Is you seriously have to be someone with some class.
No,
I don't see disgusting pigs.
This was kind of
more gentlemanly.
Yeah, I mean, literally within the first 2 texts, I know if I'm going to see you or not just by how you interacted with me in the first texts. You know what I mean? It's like treat me like I'm a human. Some people are just like, right, half hour, no, like just they'll give me like acronyms and not even like you know, and you're like, seriously, is that how you would try to get laid with a normal person? I mean, act like I'm a normal girl that you still have to win me over even if you have money.
Wait, Joy, that's exactly what my question was earlier. I think you kind of missed the point of it. And it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. It's totally fine. I'm just curious. Do you ever have a connection with
Oh, right. You were going to... Yes. Okay, yeah. So yes. Sorry, I was getting that and then I went... So there's so many deep things. So what it is there are certain people that, yes, I do get a connection with. And Richard knows all about those people. Like me and Richard talk about those people. There's only a couple of them that it's more because I've spent more time with them. So I prefer to not see clients as often. Like I'd rather see them very rarely because it does start to get weird because you know them so personally. But some of the people, definitely, if I was not married, yeah, you'd meet people that you're like, I would be with this person in a different life. Like they're cool enough, but a lot of the people are kind of lame. But some of them, yes, are cool enough, and definitely in New York. In New York, 100%. And I had a client that I used to see 3 times a day, and all we did was watch porn. That's all he paid me to do was watch porn with him. And which is something me and Richard used to do, which was weird for me at first because that was something me and Richard did. Like that was weirder than sex, was watching porn with someone, because that would seem more intimate because we used to do that. And he would pay me for like 5 hours to watch porn with him 3 days a week. And so if you start to really like get to know somebody, you know what I mean? And there's certain people, and then there's a client that I've been seeing for years that I see at least once a month for years.
Do you still watch porn today, or is it just something?
I only would watch porn if I was high, to be honest, or drunk, because at this point I just don't find it that entertaining. But I used to like cocaine, and I used to like drinking, and I don't do either of those things anymore. I only smoke weed, and with weed I'm not that into porn. But yeah, when I used to drink and when I did lines, yeah, I watched a lot of porn.
Wait, speaking of the porn, what stops you from getting into the porn industry?
I don't actually. Well, for one thing, I'm too old. Let's put that there, right there. I started when I was 28 in the industry of the sex industry. Most girls start in porn at like 18. But the other thing is, I didn't really like having everyone see what I was doing. This is new, where everyone knows what I'm doing. For about 11 years, no one knew. We were just kind of doing this underground. And so now it's kind of new to be like, hey, look at this, what I do, you know? And so I was not as comfortable with like the full exposure of porn. And I'm always like kind of patting those girls on the back because people don't give enough credit and we just harass them. But like without them, there'd be no porn. When guys be like, oh, I got porn. Well, guess what? A girl had to be there to make that, unless you, or a guy, whatever you're into, or both, or whatever. But I'm just saying a person had to make, hopefully it's a person, you know, it's like dogs. So, a person had to make it that you're saying, oh, that person's so disgusting. I wouldn't hire that person, but I'll jack off to him.
My dad has
a question. I have a question for you. Like a lot of these girls now, right? So there's like the OnlyFans thing where a lot of them feel like they're better than you because they only, let's say, you know, do stuff with the camera or with their boyfriend.
Yeah.
And you would be doing, I would call it more like old school or traditional prostitutes, where they're doing like kind of pornography.
Right.
And I think actually you could make the argument that what you do is more natural because you're preserving the intimacy of the act. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Like I don't really like it being filmed. Some of my clients will film it. I'm not really that into it. We do a little bit, but I prefer it to just be like something like a normal thing, like Ben's saying.
And also, I got a question.
Don't you feel like cock teasing men for money is kind of, and then having them jerk off is kind of like not delivering the goods, at least.
Right. No, I did. I tried MFC. You guys know MFC, My Free Cams. I did that for like 3 months and I hated it because I was like, it's just not my thing. I've never been a stripper, so I'm not a tease. Like been saying, I don't like that thing of like, and I also don't like the amount of people that you have to interact with for like not even near enough money is my make. Like it's weird. So it's like, but girls like that of like these. So it's in a way, it's way more disgusting. I'm seeing the stuff that came through on my webcam. The comments are the most disgusting things I've ever seen. And I've been doing this job for years and never seen anyone say such vulgar things. And those girls put up with that shit all day just to, and they think they're better than me, like Ben's saying. So it is kind of weird because it's really lowbrow. Like the webcam stuff is really lowbrow.
You have to actually.
I got like 2 questions.
Human being.
I had 2 things at once.
Yeah. I have 2 questions. So do you consult younger girls, and if so, what do you tell them?
I have never consulted younger girls because I don't actually think that anyone should get in my line of work unless you need to. Like, it's not something I'm like, oh, when you're young, hey, you should really strive to do this. I really don't think so. But I don't think that it's like the worst thing if like some girls, you know, like, don't be a janitor. Like, because my mom was a janitor. And my mom was beautiful, and she was so religious. And I cleaned my school as a kid because my mom wanted to go to a private Christian school, but I had to clean it because we couldn't afford it. And my family was beautiful, and they were just so against, you know, and I'm just like, Mom, you could have like got money so much easier. But
why don't you think girls should get into it?
Because you're scorned for the rest of your life. So, like, you got to make the decision. Like, do I want everyone to be like, put the scarlet letter on you for real? You know? Like, no, my family doesn't even talk to me now, like the ones that are still alive. My mom and brother are dead, the ones I really liked. But everyone who's still alive don't want to talk to me. And it's probably because of my job. Because I know if I went and interacted with my family, the first thing they want me to do is change my job.
If you got big on YouTube to the point where you're making a living, would you want to stop?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not like, oh, I want to do this forever. It's my passion. It's more out of necessity. Yeah. But I get people are like, oh, you guys can get other jobs, but we don't want to go work lame ass jobs because I don't have a college degree. I went in the Air Force, so it's like I'm gonna have to get a really lame job, and I don't want to do that. And we need to be here for Annette. My sister-in-law has schizoaffective disorder, so I'm working to pay for the bills of my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law. And they want us here in the house so that it's really lonely without us here. And so if me and Richard both got normal jobs, they would just be home alone all the time.
Yeah, I feel like these questions are really self-serving because they're asking really shallow questions. Like this isn't a human being with a beating heart. You understand?
Damn, nigga.
But listen, sweetheart, I just wanted to know: would you take, let's say, $100K for somebody you don't like, who's grotesque to you, who you just disgusting, evil person, over $1 million for somebody that you don't like?
Oh, what you say? I will not take. Okay, so when I first got in this, well, not when I first got in the job, but like early on, I remember I was listening to Iggy, you know, that singer, and she was a hooker. If you guys don't know that, Iggy was a hooker, and a lot of her music is talking about. That's why it's called "Fancy," the one song, because that's a reference to the Reba McEntire song called "Fancy" about her mom making her a prostitute. And so, in one of her lyrics, she says, "Don't ever turn down money." And I remember thinking that was good advice. And then I was like, that's the worst advice you can ever hear. You should always turn down money when it's the wrong thing. Like, do not do anything that you're not comfortable with for money. That is the worst thing. Like, don't be like, oh, but there's enough money. If it is not something you're comfortable with. So yeah, in this job, I will turn down someone with tons of money who's an asshole for someone who's nice with less money. Or I will just turn down both if they're complete assholes. And Richard will sometimes get mad, like if we're in a bind, like, I'm like, I'm not, sorry. I'm not seeing either of those turds or whatever, you know, whatever the scenario is. I'm like, not until there's someone that can show me some respect. And I don't require much, you know, it's not like, you just can't be an asshole. You know what I mean?
But you're not comfortable with prostitution as a whole. You're doing it for money.
I'm comfortable with anybody who does it if it's their choice. Then I'm fully comfortable with it. I just say what I'm saying is if you do it, you are going to be scorned by society. So I don't recommend a young girl to take that leap and then ruin the rest of her life because like her family is going to hate her, everyone forever.
But I think his question is just regardless of the societal. Let's pretend society's not a part of it. Do you actually have a problem with it in and of itself?
Oh no!
Or
no.
Is it the society?
I mean, they claim this is the first job that ever existed because that's what men first wanted to pay for is sex. So, like, basically, they say the first job in existence was courtesan. Like, I don't even look like in history because that once men had money, they decided they wanted to pay for sex. So, I think women used to actually be respected. The courtesan thing they were like high in the court where like people were respected in this job, but not anymore.
But don't you realize that in every society throughout history, the worst thing you can call a woman is a whore?
Yeah. Right, because men, it's a man thing. It's the thing that men think that they can shame a woman by calling her that because it's the one thing they think they can like hold over a woman. But here's the thing: men brag about how much they get laid, but then they'll shame a woman for how much she gets
Right,
laid.
because what you call a guy is an F slur, right? That's the worst thing for a man because, isn't it the idea is like, if a woman gets into that, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, isn't the idea like, and this I wonder about your parents. Did they teach you that sex is a sacred thing but a beautiful thing, or were they just negative about it? And aren't you just kind of rebelling against that?
Yes, my parents were. Do you guys want to hear something really funny? I did the True Love Waits. Have you guys ever heard of True Love Waits? It's a you take this vow that you're gonna wait till marriage, and I did it with my church and everything, and I got a ring and everything. Yeah, I broke that, but yeah, no, my parents were like hardcore. My dad has only had sex with 2 women, and that's his 2 wives. And my mom, the same thing, or her 2 husbands. And my mom already died, so she died with having sex with 2 people. My dad is definitely going to die having sex with 2 people. And they are that's why my dad won't talk to me. So yeah, I'm 100% rebelling. But like I said, it's because my mom killed herself. So I kind of, 100% rebel.
Well, what I'm saying, I think a lot of Christians think of sex negatively as like a bad thing. But maybe... you want it to be the opposite of that and really say sexuality is a beautiful thing, but like maybe you, in a certain sense, you know what I mean, like the pendulum swung all the way to the other side.
Yeah,
definitely.
And there's a happy place in between.
Yeah, right.
Definitely. Joy, they're asking some pretty provocative questions in the chat. I don't know if you're ready for that, prepared for that. But
I'll just answer what I feel comfortable, so you can ask me. I won't be offended by what you ask.
Sexually, what's your what's probably like your go-to or your like best attribute sexually?
I've been told my whole life since I've been doing this. So like right away, and I don't know why, but right away I was told I gave the most amazing blowjob. Like when I was young, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know, but I used to read Cosmo magazine, and they would tell you exactly like what to do. And I would read the tips when I was young, and my mom would not allow that magazine, so I would sneak reading this magazine. And I don't know yet because I was interested in it, I guess, when I wasn't allowed. And so like my first boyfriend was like, wow, you're stellar at that. And so when I was in the Air Force, I did get that reputation for I wasn't like sleeping with everybody, but you have enough boyfriends that it gets around. So
this really kind of started in the Air Force where you kind of got a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Well, because it's like, okay, it's 19% women. It would usually be like 20 men and me. So like often, like even when we go to a hotel, I often would be in a hotel with like 6 guys and me. And it wasn't an orgy, but almost. Seriously, because we were young, it was like everybody's drunk, and it's like everybody. Literally, I remember one time like 5 guys like trying to pull on me in different directions, and we weren't having sex, but like people are trying to be sexual, but it's like, okay, what's going on? And I was young and didn't know what was going on.
Well, so how did that make you feel that like all these guys in one room all were kind of aroused?
Well, here's the thing: when I was young, I had no self-esteem. So I've struggled with eating disorders my whole life, and I recovered from bulimia. But when I was young, I struggled with bulimia, so I was always super insecure. And so I did not think I was attractive at all. But then in the Air Force, they have pretty low standards. So you're like, you're like a 10 when you're a 2 there. I mean, did I say it right? Yeah. And so for me, I was just like soared there. I was like, this is the best thing ever. And then it kind of helped my self-esteem. I still don't think I'm a 10. But it's funny because people are like, well, you're an escort and you have the confidence to do it. Yeah, but like, you'd be surprised the competition out there. I don't have to. Yeah. I look great compared to most of the competition, so I ain't worried,
Well, why did you have low self-esteem to begin with? Why did you have low self-esteem from your parents?
I don't know what it was really. Because when I look back, I'm like, I shouldn't have. But I think a lot of people struggle with that when they're young. But I know my mom was super weight conscious. So that I struggled with like all my life, like thinking I needed to be super thin. And then
because Grace had kind of low self-esteem when she hit puberty, her mother actually like scolded her instead of saying like, "Isn't it a wonderful thing that you're a young woman?" She was like, "Gross, awful." You see what I mean? And she was kind of anti-sexual. That sounds
Yeah.
similar.
Very similar. That's why I felt really bad. I wanted to write it and I'll apologize. I really liked the Thorpes right away when people showed me them, but everyone was so negative, and I still continued to like them. Then just one moment, like I switched where I like got jealous of Grace or something. And I felt like everybody else, but evidence of jealousy, I realized, because it came to me that, and then I started attacking you guys. And I was so out of line, and I was wrong about everything I said, and I feel like such a fool because it was almost like it was like a out of mind, out of body experience, because I'm like, I didn't feel the things I was saying, and I realized I got to experience what the haters feel. It's out of jealousy. When you get jealous, you just start saying ridiculous things.
Yes.
Thank you for saying that.
I appreciate that. Because
No,
I
I
remember
really-
I didn't take it personally, but I saw some of your hater videos, and I just wasn't sure. Honestly, I
I
didn't
got
know
so darn jealous. I don't know why. I was just like, I don't know what it was, because I don't normally get jealous. I was just like, I don't know. It was weird. I don't know. And I'm like, I should have just been like excited for you and stuff. I felt that where haters get jealous when someone is doing well, because you guys are doing well, and I got, and I don't know why. I should have just been. And I now I finally experienced what I was like. I can see why people hate. It's just out of jealousy, 100%.
Facts.
Hey Joy, Joy. There's a lot of black guys in the chat. So what do you feel about black guys? What's your
I
opinion on
definitely
black
see
guys?
black guys, if that's the question. I get that asked that all the time. I see black guys. I do not discriminate in any way that way. Like I would never not see someone for any race. That I do not. So you're all evaluated exactly the same. So in the sense of how you text me, so you just have to all act.
Do you think black people are better at having sex generally? Because I do. I think that's probably
This is
true.
my opinion of black people. I think black people are very, very good at having sex, and men are very romantic. Black men are very romantic, but they do not want to pay. Black men do not like to pay at all. They never want to pay, so they never ever want to pay. So I very rarely see black. But yeah, guys are very good. Because I think you guys usually have big cocks. Let's be serious. So yeah, I don't want to pay for that. You should pay me, is what I hear all the time.
You black.
Wow.
All right, that's a good place to end it. We got 20 minutes. Wrap this up. 20 minutes. We're moving to the next stream. If you guys want to show up to the next stream, we'll start that up. All right, HB, close it out.
Thank you guys. Thank you. It was an honor, and I apologize again for hating on you guys ever. You guys are awesome, and thank you for letting me be a part of your show.
I appreciate you saying that. It was nice of you to say.
No.
It was 100% not jealousy. 100%. So.
Hey, Joy, make sure you subscribe to our channel. It's it's at The Urban Landlord on YouTube.
Okay, at The Urban Landlord.
At The Urban Landlord, and definitely appreciate you for the interview. We've we've never had a woman of your we talk about a lot of business, and we have a lot of business talk, career paths, all types, and we've never had a woman with your career path on the show, so we definitely appreciate that. The ups and downs,
Well, I have fun. I have fun talking to you guys, so I enjoy it. I don't mind the questions. It's fun.
We appreciate you. Maybe we could do another interview. Because this was really fun. But appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna end this live. We do 24-hour streams over here, so we're gonna start up another one. But
oh, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go on 24 hours. This is about 12-hour mark. It won't save after 12 hours. We gotta kill this.
Yeah.
Go on to the next one.
Yeah. All right, Joy. Nice meeting you.
Nice
Be
meeting
safe
you all.
out there.
All right,
Be safe
thank
out there
you.
too.
All right, I had a good time. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
Wow, crack. Yeah, that was.
They're all blaming me in chat for this bullshit. It's like, it's all my fault. Yeah. It kind of is, because I started the whole chain of events 4 months ago. My fault. Ava stayed on the internet doing streams because of me. Then she met these Healthy Family Force people, right? She wanted to find a new family to document. Got them. Made a documentary about them. And now they're teaming up with the Thorpes to make their new lolcow live. Anti-lolcow live fucking show.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
god.
Stanley was not interested at all. But I
That
actually
shows well that shows how desperate they are right now because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
if you
yeah.
apparently from what I've read that I got like people were saying like, oh here, yeah, I'll probably share this here. This is what's going on. So I don't know if it's kayfabe right now because Keemstar seems like he's really hating this where they just broke off and started their own shit
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
using
yeah,
their
yeah. So
branding. But to me, I feel like a lot of his stuff is always scripted. I kind of feel like this was all planned anyway.
yeah.
You know what I mean? This is just kayfabe. This is wrestling, dude. This is pro
Well,
wrestling
I
bullshit.
know Stanley wasn't a part of the kayfabe, but
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But he would have been a
yeah,
nice addition, I think, for them for sure.
yeah. Oh, big time, big time, big time. But
Yeah, because he's the only neutral party, and all the people that they're gonna bring up, they're all just gonna
yeah,
scream and yell at each other. If you bring Hormax or Spicoli, they're gonna go at each other. Then they're gonna, and then all these other things. Yeah, every cow they got in the lineup, they'll just go ape shit berserk. But
yeah, yeah. But no,
I already
that
told you.
was
Yeah, they burnt too many bridges, man. They burnt way too many
yeah.
bridges.
It's
I was actually the one kind of like egging Stanley to get with the Thorpes at one point, like be their Black Butler kind of way, like kind of be like
yeah,
their like it's kind of like the mommy, like the mammy caricature, right? Or the Uncle Remus
yeah,
caricature. Like
yeah,
he could have
yeah,
played that
yeah.
game, and he could have milked that for as far as it went. That would have been funny as fuck. That would have been great content, honestly. Like him kind of like going, But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. This is solved. This bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. Yeah, the help. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
no,
I got.
I just think with Stanley, there's just certain lines he's not gonna
He's
cross.
not gonna cross that. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
way too
yeah,
principled for that.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. He didn't
and
put
and
himself where he's at
like
to kind of
like yeah,
backtrack.
they want people come on here to be the new star of YouTube, and like none of us here care about YouTube stardom.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's kind of
No,
a bad thing if you want to become a YouTube star. Like yeah, you.
but I think that's what separates us from a lot of other people. Also, we're not really motivated by clicks and likes and stuff. To a
Well,
certain extent, you want to be, but I don't think that should be the end all be all too.
yeah, I mean, but if you want to get sponsorships and things, this is not the way to do it though. Like,
Yeah,
you
no,
get
I mean,
views, you get a lot of views, but you're not gonna make money. That's the problem.
yeah, yeah. But I think long term, the money, like bro, like we've all made money off of this show already. In different ways than just the traditional routes.
Yeah.
Like just off Palantir and SMCI.
Yeah, Palantir. Did you see the Christmas message? Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Just off of those two right there, I could
Yeah,
probably,
that dude's a half Jew, half black dude running that company. Like
yeah, yeah,
that's the thing, man. You see that? That is the key, baby. You get the best of both worlds, you see?
Best of both worlds. Yeah,
Oh shit.
yeah. Black and a Jew. It's a deadly
Dangerous
combination right
mix,
there.
deadly mix.
Deadly.
Very that's fine for me though. I made money. I can complain. Yeah, for shit. Palantir. I told you assholes. Like how long? And they were like, oh, the first time I mentioned it was like, oh, it's a meme stock. I was like, yeah, fucking idiot, man. You guys are idiots, man.
So wait, would you think about Joy, the Joy chick?
Oh yeah, she's very interesting. That's why Ava gravitated to that family. But
yeah.
But she cut off it real quick. Like she said she would never interact with them again. She got what she wanted.
Ava won?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Probably because she already got burnt by Ben, and she took it to where she felt comfortable. Because her first exposure with the internet was going over to Ben's and meeting a fucked up family in real life. That's the problem. Like, yeah, now you got burnt, right? And now you're more cautious about staying too involved, right, in something.
Yeah.
So she's always gonna be interested in looking for the next household to document, I suppose.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
otherwise,
No,
it's done.
I did like Joy, man. She seemed real.
Oh yeah.
You know, she's definitely
She's very
feisty.
open and talking about that, and
Yeah.
that's what a lot of military chicks, they go to military. That's a common thing, right? You go there. There's a lot of high male to female ratio,
Yeah.
and that's
Honestly,
what happens. You can become the slut
yeah.
of
No.
the whole barrack.
I honestly thought that that's the only reason they ever even allowed women in the military, for that reason.
Oh,
Literally for that reason.
comfort women, so
Yeah,
they become the comfort woman.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they're not over in Vietnam doing what they were doing last time.
Yeah, I suppose.
You know?
I don't know. You're never gonna get rid of that though, because war, killing and raping kind of go hand in hand. We already know that. It's sort of like that's just how it's gonna be. Because unless you
But I
eliminate
think
war altogether.
Yeah, no, but I think you can you know, decrease it a little bit, especially in this day and age. You know, that you could hide it back then, but in this day and age, if it's you know, too much of that going on, it's gonna come out. But I think, you know, you let women join the military, that kind of cuts out. You heard what she was saying. She said it was like her and, you know, 6 other guys in a room. So
Yeah.
it kind of balances itself out.
Yeah, it's unavoidable. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
same thing with like women in the workplace or whatever. It's like
Yeah.
this is gonna happen. This always just
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah,
and
but I
naturally.
think military adds another level, because at least at the workplace you can go home. You know, you don't have
Yes,
to.
that's right. That's definitely a very
Yeah.
important point. Yeah.
That's right. You don't have to partake at, but in the
Right.
military, I mean, there, you know, you may never make it back home. So, you know, yeah, yeah, she was a very interesting lady. You know,
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of fascinating people on the internet, but as you can see, you know, they're trying to make their own show where they're trying to milk it, and the thing with Keemstar's success is like he's been doing it since 2013, and there's also like a YouTube rule called the Keemstar rule. You know that? Like he's been playing this game so long, they have a rule named after him, where like if you ban a person, what happened was they banned him, but he got on other people's shows and got stuck back in that way, right? So he would just tell another guy to host the show, he's a guest. And then YouTube banned that rule like thing too, that loophole. Yeah, so that everything stemmed for him. That's why he's still around. He's been doing this YouTube thing so long, and like I thought the Thorpes would milk him a lot longer. For them to burn a lot of people actually they threw under the bus, like Lauren De Laguna. Like Lauren De Laguna has a lot of contacts in Miami.
Yeah.
Fresh and Fit, all these like red pill idiots. Like she, like to burn, like
some people,
dude, they burnt the bridge with her many times before, but she always loves Grace. She hates Ben, but as long as they cultivated, like, but I think it's over now. I think she burnt him. She burnt her too much. It's over.
You know, some people just don't work well with others, man. And you know, it's unfortunate.
It doesn't matter if you work well, as long as you're sneaky. You don't take off your mask like within a few moments. Like you wanna. Oh man, I want to rob. I'm gonna rob your ass. I'm playing the long con. I'm not gonna get for a few bucks.
You gotta have that impulse.
God,
control, you know, you gotta have that impulse control. And
yeah, impulse control is a bad thing. Yes,
you gotta understand. You know, kind of different people. Like, you know, the thing with Stanley, they could have gotten Stanley, but it's like when you
in the summer they could have.
No,
when I was still around. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you just put Stanley in a box like he's just any black guy, you're not gonna understand Stanley. You know, you kind of gotta understand. You kind of gotta understand the complexities of people, and I don't think they really understand that. You know, like it's too transactional for them, and they don't.
Oh, so basically, you're saying they're basically a lasagna killer, kind of like AI, right? Like the average black man will respond this way, so I'm gonna play this tactic.
Right.
Yeah, he's
right.
not. He's
Like,
definitely not the average black man, right?
he's
Definitely
not.
not.
He's not.
Yeah, that's the problem. Definitely. That's why I always find it interesting. I think human interactions are always fascinating. I think a lot of times, and Universal Jones, for sure, he can comment in a deeper way than I can. If you look at all their progression from 4 or 5 months ago, that this is how it plays out. Like always plays out, and they're just drama farming. That's just how they try to grow their stuff. They try to create drama to generate that quick sugar high, but it doesn't last. You see, it's just not sustainable. It's just, and they just blow up too many bridges. Where if you do it enough times, you're not going to get the bigger fish doing that. So yeah, I think it's extinction. They're just basically fishing in a sea that's wiped out. There's nothing left. There's no shrimp there. It's all gone. No lobster. They're dead. No halibut. That's gone. Yeah, no salmon too.
Yeah.
Not even
Nah.
like shitty ass like like bottom feeders. Yeah, you can't get because you're now that's why they come here. It's like, oh, all right. So you call us like the bottom of YouTube. Yeah, all right. And you're trying to farm the fish in the deepest part of the sea, like the Mariana Trench, to get talent to go on your show.
You know, that's why you don't. That's why you never want to shit on people on your way up, because you never know who you're gonna see on your way down. You know.
Yes, I
'Cause, you
never.
know,
Yes, you would never do that. Never do
yeah,
that.
because Stanley would have definitely been a great asset, but it's like the difference with over here is we push back against Stanley, but we don't like alienate him or anything, or
But it's so funny. Like just a week ago, people were like, "Kick off Stanley, kick off Stanley." It's just like, dude, because of Stanley, you see, it's like this is how valuable Stanley is.
No, I see how much like interaction he creates just in the chat. It's really
Exactly.
amazing. Like Mavid G is so like I've never seen anybody that angry at another person online.
Right.
It's almost like mind blowing. Like I'm sure Mavid G is a regular guy in real life, but I'm sitting there watching him type all this stuff about Stanley. I'm like, bro, this is amazing. Honestly, just watching this guy Stanley really pisses people off that much. He's got a talent, man, and I get it, but
Yeah, he's got that sassy thing. That perfect.
but his value, I don't think you could really you can't really. He won't allow it to be monetized. He's not gonna allow anybody. He's too smart for that.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
not gonna
especially with Be Brave yesterday, it's really disappointing because the whole Elon Musk thing is blowing up right now with Twitter and all that. He could have made a whole stream talk about that, but then he chooses to do Stanley instead. It's like what? That's how valuable Stanley is. More important than talk about Elon drama on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole gimmick with Be Brave, anti-corporate interest. The corporate elites are after the common man. Dude, we got Luigi and all. Dude, this is the grift now. We've went from race war, talk about race, and then Trump won, and now it's class war. The narrative has shifted. This is the only thing the left and right are agreeing right now, and you gotta hit while the hammer's going. Talk about that.
A lot of people, they're still kind of stuck in the past where they really think that there's a race war still going on. And I think for kind of low intellectual people, and I'm not gonna lie, I feed into it because it's funny, but at the same time, like I know it's so much bigger than the races right now. It really is a class war.
Oh, it is now, dude. It's not even that anymore. It's human versus AI, dude.
Yeah,
like that's 2 steps ahead. We're just talking about the class war right now. The class war is the new distraction to avoid talking about the AI war that's coming. The Butlerian jihad, like motherfucker, it's Dune, bitch. We are on the road to Dune in a few clicks, and you are talking about. You're still talking about race and class? Nah, it's human versus robot. It's hilarious, man. It's just like the elites are laughing at this shit. I'm just like, you guys bore the shit out of me, man. the technology.
Yeah. They don't really get
Yeah.
really down the pipeline, man. They don't
Yeah,
get it.
anyway, here's the Discord here. This is Gray saying, "No, I'm feeling down because I wanted to make a living doing locale queens, and now I'm back to $100 a stream if I'm lucky, and I just have no idea what I'm doing with my life. Very little money left to my name, and I thought it was a Hail Mary from God, and it turned out not to be. So I just don't know. I don't want to keep living this way." So that's why she's here. That's why they're here. So you get it.
No,
Okay.
I 100% get it. I
Yeah,
already knew
yeah.
that's what it was anyway.
Yeah.
But you know, and 12th man, I think that to me proves that whole idea of white privilege, that ideology, it's dead. It's dead. I was really waiting for Grace to convince Stanley to do it. That's why I was quiet. I was
Now
like,
it's a
let me
handicap, right? Now
now it's a handicap. Yeah, it actually hurts you now more than anything. You're taking less serious more than ever in history.
Mhm.
That shit does not. It doesn't hold any